Chapter 974. What's going on? At this moment, the southern border Gu immortals who were 10,000 li away from Etion Mountain raised their heads and looked at the sky. Even the mortal Gu masters on Etion Mountain felt an indescribable sense of fear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. He could only hear a faint roar coming from the extremely high sky. After a few breaths of time, this rumbling became louder, as if hundreds of people were beating drums far away. Ever since Fang Yuan ascended Etion Mountain, he had been racing against time. He had been training hard and converting his battle will. But right now, the commotion in the sky was getting bigger. He had no choice but to stop his work and look up. 100,000 feet up in the sky, a series of white specks of light appeared. These specks of light were numerous and densely packed. They were descending towards Etion Mountain in a grandiose manner. This is Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation. A Gu immortal cried out in shock. No, Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation only has 1,000 or so light pearls. But this tribulation has at least 100,000 light pearls. Why is there a tribulation? Many Gu immortals were baffled. Don't tell me someone is undergoing tribulation? Most Gu immortals immediately looked towards Etion Mountain. Fang Yuan's heart jumped as he raised his guard. Soon, he broke out in cold sweat as he felt a solid probing pressure sweeping through his body. Even though he had vaguely familiar face, this immortal killer move's core immortal Gu was only rank 6. It could deceive rank 6 Gu immortals, but against rank 7 and 8 Gu immortals, the risk of being exposed was too high. Fang Yuan was on tenterhooks, but the result made him let out a sigh of relief. He was not discovered by the Gu immortals. They did not find him? The Gu immortals were surprised. They searched the surroundings of Etion Mountain but did not find any rank 5 Gu masters undergoing tribulation. Just as they were about to continue searching, when they used stronger investigative methods, the Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation had already landed on the immortals. Just in case, don't let the tribulation affect Etion Mountain. That's right, let's attack together. We will block the tribulation. Some Gu immortals guessed, was this tribulation caused by graceful chaotic dual stage? The southern border Gu immortals soon came to an agreement. According to the bet, if a threat appears, the participating Gu immortals would have to resist together and protect their own interests. Although there were many Thousand Pearl Light Tribulations, there were many southern border Gu immortals here. Among them there were 4 rank 8s, 9 rank 7s and over 10 rank 6s. The immortals all attacked. Very quickly the Thousand Pearls Light Tribulation was destroyed. Not a single pearl fell to the ground. In fact, some Gu immortals even used methods to draw in layers of clouds to conceal the sky above Etion Mountain, to prevent mortal Gu masters from sensing the abnormalities. Rank 8 lone immortal Peng Shilong stroked his beard as he smiled. No matter who it is, to be able to undergo tribulation and ascend at this crucial moment, they will definitely be able to do so. Very thoughtful. Find this person. Everyone here is an elite Gu immortal of southern border. Are you afraid of not being able to find a mortal undergoing tribulation? Rank 7 Gu immortal Yiqing Tang sneered. He was being used as a shield by others. This arrogant Gu immortal was very unhappy at being used as a tool to undergo tribulation. Whose descendant is the mortal undergoing the tribulation? Just say it. It won't look good if we find him. Gu immortal Wang Kai chuckled coldly. The immortals looked at each other for a while, but no one stood up. Rank 8 Gu immortal Ren Hai Yang's expression turned grim. He shouted coldly, "Insolent fool! You still want to hide it now? Do you think we are fools? Pay attention. Another tribulation is descending." Suddenly a Gu immortal reminded. The sky was dark. It was as if a giant had used a brush to smear a large patch of dense blue. The temperature fell, frost energy spread everywhere. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless icicles spiraled rapidly like sharp blades, pouring down like a downpour. Yiqing Tang's voice was solemn as he shouted, "Profound dark flying frost. Who is undergoing tribulation? It can actually attract one of the 10 great catastrophes. Something is wrong. Even if it is one of the 10 great catastrophes, the scale of this tribulation is too huge. It is far beyond the norm. It's coming. Block it." Rumble. Lightning shot out, flames burned, all the frost was neutralized. Profound dark flying frost was not just for show, it was one of the 10 great catastrophes. After this tribulation, many Gu immortals were injured. One Gu immortal, Gua Lao, was even heavily injured. He could not help but want to retreat. Strange. Is this because graceful chaotic dual stage is about to appear? Is this why heaven sent this tribulation? No, I don't have any immortal Gu. I cannot stay here and endure the tribulation. I need to get out of this danger first. Thinking of this, Gualao turned into a beam of light and shot out. This guy runs really fast. Yi Qing Tang sneered, his hands behind his back as he proudly floated in the air. Profound dark flying frost was strong, but it was not enough to embarrass him. But more rank 6 Gu Immortals began to imitate Gualao. Most of these people were low-level Gu Immortals, they did not have immortal Gu and were basically injured. However, at the next moment, Gualao's figure suddenly appeared at the center of the Gu Immortals. He was stunned. Why was he here? Soon after, more rank 6 Gu Immortals were teleported back, appearing beside Gualao. There is an ambush. Someone has set up a giant space path Gu formation outside. Soon, a Gu Immortal reacted and shouted. Rank 8 aura burst out. Peng Shilong's eyes shined with a sharp light as he looked around. Who is it? Come out. He. As Old Man Inkstone laughed sinisterly, more than 10 black-robed Gu Immortals appeared and surrounded the southern border Gu Immortals. Old Man Inkstone was at the back, pointing at the sky. Everyone, let me give you a warning, the third wave of tribulation has arrived. Everyone raised their heads and saw a black lion group flying in the sky. Desolate Beast Chi Grand Lion. This kind of lion had Chi Path Dao marks and was born with the ability to fly. There were more than 6,000 Chi Grand Lions. The rank 6 Gu Immortals' faces turned pale. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Jia Yi shouted, petty tricks. Get lost. He waved his sleeves as intense winds howled in the world. Giant wind scythes appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands. They shot out in all directions. The lion group howled in pain as they were heavily injured by the wind scythes. Countless Chi Grand Lions died on the spot. The wind scythes tore their corpses into thousands of pieces, causing a rain of blood to fall from the sky. There were countless bones and minced meat mixed in it. Wild Wind Jia Yi, you are truly awe-inspiring. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly, praising him. Jia Yi, however, frowned. Most of the wind scythes he sent out were aimed at Old Man Inkstone. But the wind scythes were blocked by the Gu formation and dissipated, while the Gu formation only rippled and was not damaged. This showed that its defense was beyond imagination. Who are these people? What are their intentions? Plotting against us, they are simply too daring, they don't want to live. You dare to oppose the whole of southern borders Gu Immortal world. The Gu Immortals scolded angrily or were suspicious. Time did not allow them to wait for Shadow Sect's response. The heavenly tribulation arrived. Oh! A majestic dragon roar resounded in the world. A burning cloud covered an area of 10,000 li, pressing down from above. For blazing cloud tribulation. Someone recognized it. Someone shouted. Be careful, I have passed this 4 blazing cloud tribulation. It has a total of 4 layers. Each layer is fiercer than the one before it. A fire path Gu Immortal reminded. Block it. There is also the dragon roar. This is the dragon roar tribulation and 4 blazing cloud tribulation. 2 tribulations. Protect the surrounding Gu Immortals. Preserve our strength. The Gu Immortals shouted angrily, working together to undergo the tribulation. A normal 4 blazing cloud tribulation. It should only cover an area of 100 li. How can there be such a huge burning cloud? On Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan also looked in shock. Floating clouds could block the vision of mortal Gu masters, but they could not block Fang Yuan's vision. He had a bad feeling. I seem to have stepped into a huge trap. These black-robed Gu Immortals. They seem to be very similar to the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals that He Lulan mentioned. They actually dared to scheme against so many southern border Gu Immortals. What are they trying to do? It seems that this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is not a result of someone undergoing tribulation, it is their doing. With Old Man Inkstone at the lead, the Shadow Sect Immortals set up a giant Gu formation, trapping all the southern border Gu Immortals. The southern border Gu Immortals wanted to escape and attack the Gu formation, but to no avail, they could only endure the bombardment of the tribulations. As time passed, the power of the tribulations became more terrifying. Soon, the rank 7 Gu Immortals could not hold on anymore. After another 3 waves, the rank 8 Gu Immortals also found it difficult to deal with them. Their expressions were unsightly. It was not that they did not try, but they all failed in front of the Shadow Sect Gu formation. Block this wave of tribulations, let me do it. Peng Shilong made up his mind, activating his trump card killer move. The aura was grand, light waves spread out, but the Shadow Sect Gu formation only shook 3 times before stabilizing. What Gu formation is this? The southern border Immortals saw this, their hearts sank to rock bottom, they could not conceal their worries. The heavenly tribulations came one after another, the time between each one getting shorter and shorter. Different types of tribulations came one after another. It was like a torrential downpour, vast and endless. The Gu Immortals gradually attacked less and defended more. They lost the initiative. Hold on. Jianghu shouted, we still have a chance. The tribulations are vast and endless. They target us. They also affect the surrounding Gu formation. The Immortals heard this and their hearts shook. Even though rank 6 Gu Immortals had already died, the remaining Immortals did not give up. They were bitterly holding on. They still had hope in their hearts. Once the Gu formation was destroyed by the tribulations, they would be able to escape. The situation in the field was seen by old man Xianxia. He could see through all the changes like looking at a fire. Wuxia, he called softly. Behind him stood a young man. He had wavy black hair that reached his shoulders. His eyes flickered with countless colors. The colors mixed together and formed into a whirlpool that slowly rotated. His nose bridge was tall. The lines of his lips were like they were carved by a knife. If he pursed his lips, he would have a cold and demonic charm. But right now he was concentrating on looking at the sky. The corners of his mouth were wide open. His smile spread across his face, revealing his white teeth. He looked somewhat silly. Wuxia. Seeing that there was no response, old man Inkstone called out again. Ah, you called me. I was looking at the fireworks. The young Gu Immortal reacted and replied with a smile. Old man Inkstone smiled bitterly. These are not simple fireworks. These are tribulations. Although they are beautiful, they contain a fatal threat. These are all the handiwork of Providence. It wants to destroy us. It is our greatest enemy. Chapter 975. Old man Inkstone sighed. Providence is not a specific enemy. It is everywhere. It is vast and endless. As long as the 5 regions and 9 heavens still exist, Providence will never be destroyed. Even if you destroy a portion of Providence at the same time, 10% of Providence will be born again. The young Gu Immortal was stunned. Then what should we do? We are going against heaven this time. Providence is our greatest enemy. After 100,000 years of preparation, we will erupt today. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. But this time, we will suddenly erupt and catch Providence unprepared. We will use man to conquer heaven. Old man Inkstone said, gesturing to Wuxia. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation we set up has already trapped all the southern border Gu Immortals nearby. But this formation is only a small portion. It has not even displayed a tenth of its power. The tribulations are constantly affecting the Gu formation. It will not last for long. Next, I and several other Gu Immortals will use souls as sacrifices to continue setting up this formation. This way, this formation will reach 90% power. It is just one step away from completion. The southern border Gu Immortals will not have a chance to escape. So amazing. The young Gu Immortal's eyes stared blankly. He was in a daze. Old man Xianxia continued in a deep voice. After I die, you will be the #1 battle power. Remember, you were born from the dream realm. You only have 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Right now you have just become a rank 7 Gu Immortal. You only have 4 hours of lifespan left. You will become stronger and stronger until the moment of death. You will become a rank 9 Gu Immortal. No one will be able to block your attacks. Is rank 9 very powerful? The young Gu Immortal had a confused expression. Old man Inkstone chuckled. Of course. Rank 9 is the limit of this world. It is the strongest peak. There cannot be rank 10 in this world. So rank 9 is the strongest. I can only live for 4 hours. Isn't that too short? Am I going to die after 4 hours? What is death? The young Gu Immortal asked. Elder Inkstone explained patiently. Everything has been properly planned. 4 hours is more than enough. If the plan fails, no matter how long we live, victory or defeat will be difficult to reverse. As for what is death? Elder Inkstone said until here. Pausing for a moment, he slowly said in a low voice, death is the end of life, but also the beginning of life. The young Gu master scratched his head, not really understanding. Old man Xianxia took a deep breath. His withered body was as thin as firewood. It was trembling in the wind as if it would be blown away in the next moment. He gazed into the distance. His eyes didn't have the whites of his eyes. They were pitch black, but at this moment there were countless reflections. In the reflection there was Fang Yuan by Ning Bing, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, celestial court Gu Immortals, southern border Gu Immortals, Etion Mountain, graceful chaotic dual stage. The time has come, Elder Inkstone said. But before I die, I will use my remaining lifespan to make a deduction for you. Remember my priceless advice? It will be of great help to you. The moment he said this, Elder Inkstone's life force rapidly weakened. At the next moment he opened his eyes wide. For the first time, he showed a dazed expression. It was as if he was doubtful and fearful of the result of the deduction. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at the naive young Gu Immortal with a complex gaze. His lips moved several times before he finally said, "Be careful of yourself." Failing at the last step, he revealed the heavenly secret with difficulty. While he was speaking, his body started to turn into sand, dissipating in the wind. By the time he said, "Failing at the last step," he had no more time. He completely dissipated, turning into ashes. His soul was sucked in by the formation, fusing into the Gu formation at once. Not only Elder Inkstone, among the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals, there were also several who sacrificed themselves, fusing their souls into the formation. 90% 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. A grand radiance burst out, soaring to the sky. At this moment, even the boundless heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities paled in comparison. The radiance was so dazzling that the southern border Gu Immortals could not help but shut their eyes. The radiance disappeared in a flash. The southern border Gu Immortals quickly opened their eyes. They saw that the surrounding 10,000 li was shrouded by a huge Gu formation. 10 Gu Immortals were standing in the air, separated from each other, standing at the outermost periphery, encircling the southern border Gu Immortals. Among them, 9 Gu Immortals were wearing black robes, their faces were covered by hoods, they were mysterious and unfathomable. The last one was the young Gu Immortal Wuxia. He looked around feeling very curious. After all, he had just been born 14 hours ago. It was understandable that he was curious about the world. What's going on? What in the world happened? How did this Gu formation strengthen so much? Under the destruction of the calamities and tribulations, the Gu formation was already shaking, but now it was like a huge reef by the sea, steel in the wind, unmoving like a mountain. Sensing this situation, the southern border Gu Immortals felt a chill in their hearts. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Ren Haiyang could no longer protect the other Rank 6 Gu Immortals. He chose a direction and attacked the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. Deceiving fool, die. He shouted as he clapped his hands. A huge wave rose in the air. The blue seawater weighed 10,000 tons. It roared as it charged towards a black-robed Gu Immortal. Protect him. The other 3 Rank 8 Gu Immortals attacked together, resisting the calamities and tribulations above them, protecting Ren Haiyang. With the help of others, Ren Haiyang's pressure on his defenses decreased. He laughed loudly as he activated his immortal essence. Waves rose one after another, as if they were covering the sky. It was like an ancient desolate beast opening its mouth to engulf the world and devour everything. Wuxia saw this and wanted to help, but was stopped by a black-robed Gu Immortal beside him. Stay at the formation core, don't move rashly. He can deal with it. Sure enough, at the next moment, the mysterious Gu Immortal who was facing the impact of the waves. Suddenly, a blazing fire burst into the sky. In an instant, with the black-robed Gu Immortal at the center, the surrounding 1,000 li turned into a world of blazing lava. The blue seawater that was over 100 feet tall charged into the formation. It evaporated into a large amount of white fog. Whoosh. Next, the fire roared and spread rapidly. The intense heat pushed the fog away. Such power. I almost could not control it. The black-robed Gu Immortal was overjoyed. He stood proudly at the center of the lava. His black robe was already mostly burnt. He had revealed his true appearance. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this person. The southern border Gu Immortals also exclaimed, "You are actually a 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance." This person was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie who had participated in the 100 Days battle and successfully escaped. After he was captured alive by old ancestor Xuehu, he was rescued by Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others sent by Zombie Alliance. To think that he would appear here. Don't tell me Zombie Alliance plotted against the southern border Gu Immortals? No. If it was Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness would definitely know about it. Maybe. Shadow Sect. These 2 words suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan shuddered. His situation was getting worse. His situation was the same as the southern border Gu Immortals. He was also trapped here. Ren Haiyang's attack failed. He could only retreat with hatred. The tribulations in the sky were like a storm. Not only did they not stop for a moment, their power was also increasing. Miserable cries and screams could be heard from the sky. The Rank 8 Gu Immortals could not even take care of themselves. Many Rank 6 Gu Immortals had already lost their lives. Normally, The high and mighty Gu Immortals were as weak as chicks in the face of tribulations. Large numbers of rank 7 Gu Immortals could only drift with the waves, like small boats in a storm. They could not control themselves. If they were not careful, they would be engulfed by the tsunami. The tribulations were hard to resist. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless battle was stable like a mountain. It could not be broken. The southern border Gu Immortals were in a desperate situation. At the moment of life and death, they let go of their former enmity and cooperated sincerely. They soon thought of the only way to survive. That was the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. Only an Immortal Gu House. Only an Immortal Gu House could have superb defense, to resist the terrifying tribulations and protect the Gu Immortals. At the same time, the Immortal Gu House's attack power was the best weapon to break the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage, hidden deep underground, was the hope of the southern border Gu Immortals. Even though there was a forbidden zone for immortals, southern border Gu Immortals could not get close. But this forbidden zone did not harm Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu's power would be severely weakened inside, but it was still stronger than most mortal methods. Combine our strength, destroy Etion Mountain and take out graceful chaotic duel stage. Gu Immortal Jia shouted. However, those who still had the strength to attack. Only 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals were left. The rank 7 Gu Immortals could only run for their lives under the bombardment of the tribulations. The 4 rank 8's bombardment did not affect Etion Mountain at all. The thick clouds above Etion Mountain had obtained the power of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless Gu formation, becoming tough and soft. It swallowed all the attacks and the clouds and mist tumbled violently for a while before returning to calmness. The 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals returned without any gains. Their eyes shined with a sharp light, they gritted their teeth and attacked without stopping, their expressions gradually becoming crazed. Etion Mountain was quiet and peaceful. The mortals were kept in the dark. They had no idea about the shocking situation in the sky. As long as a tiny bit of the tribulations leaked out, Etion Mountain would be wiped out, and all the mortal Gu masters would be annihilated. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. Was there such a situation in my previous life? We did not know death was right above our heads. Calm down, calm down. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, forcefully expelling the nervousness and unease in his heart, forcing himself to think calmly. Shadow Sect's shocking move had schemed against the southern border Gu Immortals. Even Fang Yuan had fallen into it, unable to extricate himself. He Lulan and Fairy Lishan might have participated in this bet, but they are both in Shaohun Blessed Land now, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls. This Gu formation isolates the inside and outside. It actually restricts all my communication methods. Chapter 976. Even if I still have self-strength Immortal Gu, rank 7 battle strength is not enough. His top priority was still the graceful chaotic duel stage. The southern border Gu Immortals outside the Forbidden Zone had no hope of taking this Immortal Gu house. But I still have a chance. Only with the help of the graceful chaotic duel stage will I have any hope of escaping. Otherwise we can only use the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan thought quickly and understood that the only opportunity before him was to become the new owner of the graceful chaotic duel stage. He had fixed immortal travel. But this Immortal Gu was stored in the Immortal Aperture. Immortal Gu's aura could be easily detected. Only by storing it in the Aperture or Immortal Aperture would it be safe. However, Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture was already sealed. If Fang Yuan undid the seal, he would be trapped in the Forbidden Zone and would be destroyed immediately. He wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 seconds. But the Spring-Autumn Cicada was not. Spring-Autumn Cicada was Fang Yuan's first vital Gu. It had always been sealed in Fang Yuan's first aperture. After this period of time, the Spring-Autumn Cicada had more or less recovered. Even though it was heavily sealed, it still brought great pressure to Fang Yuan's first aperture. Before this trip, Fang Yuan had thought of sealing fixed immortal travel or other immortal Gu and temporarily storing them in his first aperture as insurance. But it didn't work. The aperture could store some mortal Gu, but not a second immortal Gu. Even with fixed immortal travel, I'm afraid. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the clouds, looking at the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless Gu formation. Even breathing was a little difficult. Among the southern border Gu Immortals, there were also Space Path Gu Immortals with Space Path Immortal killer moves. However, all of them were trapped without exception. Evidently, this formation took care of Space Path. The security was extremely tight, and there were no loopholes to exploit. More and more Gu Immortals died under the tribulations. The 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals were injured. They knew that the longer this dragged on, the less likely their chances would be. They had no choice but to work together and break out of the encirclement. All of you are like turtles in a jar. Where are you going? A black-robed Gu Immortal in front of them sneered. His aura surged and his hood was blown off. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Peng Shilong exclaimed. Cold air quickly spread out, and a crystalline ice wall that was dozens of feet tall appeared in front of everyone. The 4 immortals were blocked. A bolt of lightning struck down from above their heads. Snow War Tribulation Lightning. The normal Snow War Tribulation Lightning was already one of the 10 great catastrophes. But this Tribulation Lightning. With more than 10 forks, the might of the attack had increased by tens of times. When it rains, it pours. The 4 immortals did not dare to face it head-on. One of them used a time path killer move to slow down the Tribulation Lightning, allowing the 4 immortals time to move. The Snow War Tribulation Lightning continued to charge forward, hitting the Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie's crystal ice wall. A large hole appeared in the ice wall. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie grunted, suffering light injuries. Providence. Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie glared fiercely at the sky. Southern Border's 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. It changed its direction and tore through the sky, crashing into another area of the Gu formation. This path is blocked. The black-robed Gu Immortal at the formation core chuckled. Boom. Both sides fiercely clashed and they were evenly matched. The 4 immortals were obstructed, their momentum halted, but the black-robed Gu Immortal did not have it easy either. Carefree Wisdom Heart Physique. Another 10 extreme immortal zombie. You are Shang Clan's Xianxia Kai. Peng Shilong frowned deeply. He recognized the black-robed Gu Immortal's identity. I have a deep relationship with Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder. As a Shang Clan member, you actually joined a demonic organization and caused chaos in the world. A prodigal son is more precious than gold. It is not too late for you to regret. Otherwise, if you cause a huge disaster, your clan will be implicated as well. The black-robed Gu Immortal sneered in disdain. What do you know? Xianxia Kai is merely my soul's incarnation. What is a mere Shang Clan? How can it compare to my plan? Boom. Another bolt of tribulation lightning descended, causing the 4 southern border immortals to waver. Don't waste time with him, let's change directions. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, Northern Dark Ice Soul, Carefree Wisdom Heart. The 10 extreme physiques that only appear once in 100 years actually appeared one after another. This is not a coincidence. This Gu formation should be using one of the 10 extreme physiques to have such great power. In that case, he is the only loophole. After being obstructed by the Carefree Wisdom Heart Immortal Zombie, the 4 immortals conversed at lightning speed, instantly turning their gazes towards the young Gu Immortal Wuxia. Among all the Gu Immortals present, he was the most special. Because he was a living person, his aura also showed that he did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The 4 immortals were heavily injured. They charged towards Wuxia. Wuxia's heart pounded. He shouted, "What do we do? What do we do? They are coming. Don't be nervous, use your best method." The black-robed Gu Immortal beside him reminded. I'm not nervous. Wuxia breathed in deeply, but his breathing was still rapid. Seeing that the 4 immortals were getting closer, Wuxia recalled the scene of his birth. He was born from a dream realm. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Old Man Inkstone. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly. He sized him up with his black eyes. His tone was filled with admiration. Good. Pure dream reality seeker physique. You are my greatest achievement in researching dream path. Since Bo Qing is dead, you will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation. Who are you and who am I? Wuxia asked curiously. You are me and I am you. I am Old Man Inkstone, and as for you, you shall be called Wuxia. Old Man Inkstone chuckled. Next, he waved his sleeves. Countless thoughts poured into Wuxia's mind. Wuxia felt a wave of information flowing into his mind. The time was limited. I will only teach you one immortal killer move. Although it did not have any offensive power, it was at the peak of Dream Path in the current 5 regions. It was at the forefront of this era. Even those Celestial Court Gu Immortals were left far behind. One move was fresh. Eat all over the world. You need to comprehend it well. When you become a Gu Immortal, I will give you a complete set of Gu worms. You need to practice it then. The memories stopped. The 4 immortals were already in front of him. Among them, Fierce Wen Jiayi was at the forefront. Wuxia's eyes suddenly shined with a bright light. He slowly opened his mouth as if he was reciting, Immortal Killer Move, Lead, soul, entered dream. The four immortals' speed fell. They were extremely vigilant as if they were facing a great enemy. But after a few breaths of time there was no movement. Lad, you dare to trick us. Peng Shilong was furious, about to attack. At this time. But the rank 8 Gu immortal Jia started to fall. What is going on? Just as Peng Shilong and the rest were bewildered, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless Gu formation activated. The attack was extremely fierce as it attacked Jia. Jia did not move. The layers of defense around his body started to dissipate. The remaining 3 immortals quickly tried to save him, blocking the Gu formation's attack. Jia was still falling. Gulp gulp, gulp gulp. He actually fell asleep at this moment. It's that kid's doing. Ren Haiyang's face was filled with malevolence. Fear and alarm mixed together. Against a rank 7 Gu immortal, using an immortal killer move, Jia was hit without any resistance. Furthermore, the layers of defense that he had wrapped around his body had no effect at all. What kind of killing move was this? Be careful. Peng Shilong exclaimed. The tribulation descended. Countless bolts of falling star lightning moved at the speed of light. The moment they appeared, they had already reached the southern border Gu immortals. After this wave of heavenly calamity, most of the southern border Gu immortals were killed. They all lost their lives. Even the rank 8 Gu immortal Jia, who had the name Quang Feng and had been around for hundreds of years, was smashed into countless pieces by the falling star lightning. Peng Shilong and the others couldn't even take care of themselves and couldn't save him in time. It's over. At this moment, the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals felt despair. Wuxia was indeed a loophole in the formation. But his own fighting ability was beyond the 3 immortals' imagination. An unprecedented dream path killer move directly caused Jia to fall into a deep sleep, unable to wake up. With Jia's death, the remaining 3 immortals' momentum fell by a large margin. Their hopes of escaping the encirclement became slim. We need to persevere. On Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan, who had been observing the battlefield all along, could not help but feel anxious. Even if he became the owner of graceful chaotic duel stage with just Fang Yuan's strength, he could not activate the enormous immortal Gu house. It was like a person trying to control a huge ship. His strength was not as good as his will, and it was extremely difficult. Thus, it was necessary to cooperate with the southern border Gu immortals. The more Gu immortals that entered the immortal Gu house, the more immortal essence it would expend, and the stronger the immortal Gu house would be. With just Fang Yuan alone, it was very difficult to make the immortal Gu house strong enough to break the Gu formation. Time passed mercilessly. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were exhausted from running for their lives, while the remaining rank 7 Gu immortals were fleeing like rats in the midst of the tribulation. When Ren Haiyang died because of the tribulation, the remaining 2 rank 8s were in complete despair. The situation is hopeless. Fang Yuan could not help but cry out in his heart, "Sigh, now I can only continue to disguise my identity and hope that no one finds out." But when the rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals were all dead, and only 2 rank 8 Gu immortals were left, Yitian Mountain suddenly started shaking. Soon the shaking increased in intensity. The earth shook and the mountains shook. What is going on? The shaking attracted the gazes of the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Did you take graceful chaotic duel stage? The 2 rank 8 Gu immortals shouted at each other. But they were both stunned, realizing that it was not the other's fault. Fang Yuan's body also shook. He had not refined the immortal Gu house yet. Then who was it? Boom. Mountain rocks cracked. A huge hole appeared on the ground and a figure jumped out of the hole. Great strength, true martial immortal zombie. He had actually escaped the suppression of the immortal Gu house, flying into the sky and seeing the light of day again. However, before Fang Yuan could react, a cold snort resounded. You want to escape your fate in front of us? Die. A beam of light shot down vertically from above the sky. Rank 9 immortal Gu house heaven overseeing tower. The immortals of the celestial court had already arrived. The pure white pillar of light had terrifying might. It easily broke the 10 extreme formation. The 2 southern border rank 8s were instantly annihilated. Damn it. The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie could not dodge in time. He could only roar in indignation before he was smashed into smithereens by the pillar of light. The pillar of light did not slow down. It shot towards Yitian Mountain. Am I going to die? Fang Yuan raised his head and gritted his teeth. His muscles tensed up. He could not block the full-strength attack of a rank 9 immortal Gu house. He only had one trump card left, Spring Autumn Cicada. At the next moment, Fang Yuan self-detonated. He failed. Spring Autumn Cicada carried Fang Yuan's will. It had just entered the river of time when it shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 977. According to legends, there was such a river in this world. It flowed through the beginning and the end, it contained cause and effect, flowing through every corner of the world, it was everywhere. With its watering, the world could operate normally and everything could change. This river was called the River of Time. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, a hotbed of time path. Countless time path goo worms lived and multiplied here. Billions of hectares of river water flowed without restraint, never stopping. The river water was vast and mighty, the tides rose and fell, waves rolled. Every drop of the water of time was pale and colorless. But the trillions and trillions of water droplets of time collided and fused with each other, they could burst out with the most dazzling light in the world. The beauty of this light could not be described with words. Fang Yuan had always felt that this was one of the most beautiful scenes in the world. When the rank 9 Immortal Goo House Heaven Overseeing Tower unleashed an attack that had been prepared for a long time, Fang Yuan was implicated, he could not escape or dodge. His only remaining choice was to activate Spring Autumn Cicada. However, the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada had a huge flaw. There was a chance of failure every time it was activated. On Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had successfully activated it once. On Xianxia Mountain, Fang Yuan had successfully activated it again. Counting the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had successfully activated Spring Autumn Cicada 3 times already. Now he finally encountered failure. Activating Spring Autumn Cicada failed. Although his will had entered the river of time, the moment he set off, he felt a chill run down his spine. Spring Autumn Cicada self-detonated, turning into countless fragments. Fang Yuan's will was like a baby that had lost its boat and fell into the water. The raging river of time could instantly devour Fang Yuan's will. Devour, destroy, and completely melt, not even a fragment was left. In the end, I still failed. At the moment of death, Fang Yuan's remaining will was strangely calm. There was no impatience, no unwillingness. There was no regret. He had chosen this path back then. He had already expected the possible outcome. Right now, this situation was already in Fang Yuan's imagination. There was no other way. He had used all his strength. If I was given another chance, I would still live like this. Yee, so be it, my Goo Immortal adventure story will end here. Although he didn't leave behind any biographies or legacies, it doesn't matter. Fang Yuan's willpower quickly sank. He was very calm. He even felt a kind of happiness. If he still had any face left, the corners of his mouth would have curled up into a subconscious smile. What was there to regret about dying on the path of one's pursuit? The laughter in Fang Yuan's heart stopped abruptly. Something strange happened at this moment. Within the vast and desolate river of time, a ghostly face suddenly appeared. The ghost face winked at Fang Yuan's remaining will, as if it was mocking him silently. Then the pitch-black ghost face's cheeks puffed up, its expression extremely pained. He seemed to be vomiting. A huge flower bud came out of the ghost face's mouth, dripping wet. The ghost face's mouth was almost about to burst. The corners of its mouth stretched to its ears in an exaggerated manner. After spitting out the flower bud, the ghost face relaxed and winked at Fang Yuan again, showing a comical and strange expression. But it was a sinister and terrifying smile. And that flower bud broke through the river surface and slowly bloomed. Time seemed to stop at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the flower bud bloomed and turned into a beautiful red lotus. A faint red light shot out from the heart of the lotus, shining on the location of Spring Autumn Cicada's accident. Thus the time in the red light began to reverse. At the same time, the ghost face that carried the red lotus slowly sank into the river. Like a movie being played in reverse, everything that had happened was moving backwards. It was also like water that was poured out, automatically returning to the basin. Fang Yuan's will had almost completely dissipated, only a tiny bit was left and could be directly ignored. But under the illumination of the red light, his will quickly recovered, and countless goo worm fragments also appeared. Next, these goo worm fragments pieced together and turned into the complete Spring Autumn Cicada. Spring Autumn Cicada carried Fang Yuan's intact will and started its journey again. The red light dissipated and the red lotus instantly dissipated, while that ghost face was cleanly washed away by the surging river water of the river of time. It was as if everything was an illusion. But Spring Autumn Cicada had already been forcefully restored. It carried Fang Yuan's will, Fang Yuan's remaining hope as it charged into the river. Going against the current, with difficulty. Returning to the past. Star form blessed land. Demonic fog shrouded the area, poisonous blood was boiling, The 3 layers of the goo formation had already been corroded and destroyed, the surrounding ground had turned into a shallow poisonous swamp. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, the earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This goo refinement material was very special, it was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi, below was black mud. Stellar energy was the weather above the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick wall of astral energy. If goo immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the thick earth energy beneath the 10 lands. The chi of heaven and earth were difficult to coexist in the first place. However, at this moment, the 2 of them were harmoniously united in the earthly limits astral energy. Not only did they coexist peacefully, but they were also constantly transforming each other. There was a constant stream of black mud turning into stellar energy, and a constant stream of stellar energy turning into black mud. Fang Yuan shook his palm, and the ball of earthly limits astral chi rapidly turned turbid. The black mud astral chi blended together, forming a ball of gray fog. But if he didn't shake it after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down and his stellar energy would be on top. Once again black and white were distinct and the strange phenomenon of circulating slightly with each other appeared. Deal with this immortal material. It was the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves could not deal with it perfectly. He could only use the 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials: slumbering lightning python, reflecting snow, and muffled thunderstone drum. Only wind grinding could be accomplished in one go. Unfortunately, I do not have these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limits astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He stepped on the ground and his body flew into the air, lightly leaping. He jumped into the tortoise shell. Inside the poisonous blood. Whoosh! Fang Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on his 6 monstrous arms. He then made wounds on his chest, back, and other areas. Blood refinement killer move, blood thread travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell walk seemed to be drawn in. It started to enter Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread. Fang Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain. Fang Yuan could feel pain because he was using goo worm methods. He needed to feel pain to understand to what extent the immortal material was being processed. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell walk continued to mix, forming a cycle that flowed in and out of Fang Yuan's body. After this process stabilized, Fang Yuan swallowed the earthly limits astral chi that he had taken out earlier. Gulp. He swallowed the earthly limits astral chi. This was a unique blood path goo refinement method that he had created in his previous life. He named this the flesh body blood refinement method. The earthly limits astral chi entered his body and was cleansed by the blood, fusing into the blood. This blood flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through his wounds, entering the tortoise shell walk. It sank to the bottom of the walk. At the same time, the poisonous blood in the walk flowed into Fang Yuan's body through his wounds, cleansing the earthly limits astral chi. Time passed. 3 days and 2 nights passed. Fang Yuan was covered in injuries, his face was distorted from the pain, his 8 monstrous arms were inserted into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed, his eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing like a bull. There is still 1 night left. I can completely process the earthly limits astral chi in my body. As long as I get through this, the most difficult step in the process of refining change form immortal goo will be over. Ugh. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's painful expression froze. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and his bright green eyes suddenly became confused, losing almost all of their divine light. During the process of refining immortal goo, one had to maintain high concentration at all times. How could he be distracted like this? He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. Next he fell down, landing in the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, creating a huge wave of blood. The blood wave rushed out of the tortoise shell, splashing on the grass. Soon, a large patch of lush green grass was corroded into dark red smoke. Master! Star Form Land Spirit shouted with a worried expression as he jumped into the tortoise shell. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's head popped out of the pool of blood. He flopped around for a while before standing up again. The dazed expression on his face faded, his eyes regained their vigor as he muttered, This is? Hearing Fang Yuan muttering to himself, Star Form Land Spirit became even more worried. Did Master become stupid because of the immortal goo refinement failure? Fang Yuan first looked at his hands, then at the tortoise shell and the pool of blood. Finally his gaze stopped on Star Form Land Spirit. What time is it now? Fang Yuan asked. Star Form Land Spirit's heart jumped, but he still answered, many days have passed since Master started refining the immortal goo. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. Star Form Land Spirit's heart turned cold. It's over, Master is really stupid. He failed the immortal goo refinement and suffered heavy injuries. He doesn't even remember the specific time, but he is still laughing so happily. The joy in Fang Yuan's heart did not need to be told to others. I have been reborn again. Even though activating Spring-Autumn Cicada failed because of a change, I was revived from the dead. From defeat to victory, my will has returned to the past. I am still refining change form immortal goo. Was it over a year ago? The time was so short. According to my foundation, with so many immortal goo, it should have been at least several hundred years. I only returned to a year ago. Is it because I failed to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada? Chapter 978. Even though the anomaly in the River of Time had only happened for a short period of time, it was deeply engraved in Fang Yuan's mind, leaving a deep impression. This was a matter of life and death. It was impossible not to have a deep impression. Now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. Ghost Face Red Lotus, what does it represent? Why did I not encounter such a situation when I used Spring-Autumn Cicada several times? Or is it only triggered when Spring-Autumn Cicada fails? Slowly shaking his head, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this mysterious problem for now. He jumped out of the poisonous blood and flew out of the tortoise shell. The injuries on my body are not light. The only success Dao mark was destroyed because of the goo refinement failure. It is a pity. Fang Yuan inspected his body and soon found the consequences of this goo refinement failure. His body was full of cracks and was on the verge of collapse. He would need to recuperate for several months to recover from these injuries. Goo refinement itself was a risky matter that was no less than an intense battle. Not to mention refining immortal goo. Because of rebirth, Fang Yuan failed in the goo refinement. It was normal for him to suffer heavy injuries. What made Fang Yuan even more regretful was that the success Dao mark that he had obtained after participating in the refinement path convention was destroyed because of this. Fang Yuan vaguely understood this point. The reason why I failed in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo was not because of my technique, but because the Dao marks of the immortal materials fused together. This is a subtle aspect that cannot be manipulated. This is also the main reason why the success rate of all Immortal Goo is so low. The greatest use of success Dao marks is in this aspect. It allows the Dao marks of the immortal materials to fuse together and reach the standard of Goo refinement. Thus, when I started refining change form Immortal Goo, success Dao marks started to deplete. As a special type of immortal material, it has always been supporting it. In the previous life I did not encounter any accidents and succeeded in refining change form Immortal Goo. The success Dao mark played a huge role. But in this life, because of rebirth, I messed up this matter that I was confident in. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. It did not mean that with success Dao marks, the Goo refinement would succeed no matter what. If a Goo master wanted to die and purposely used the wrong refinement method, they would definitely fail. Success Dao marks were not omnipotent. In his previous life, why did Fang Yuan choose Star Form Blessed Land to refine the Immortal Goo? He was afraid of being disturbed by external forces and causing the refinement to fail. Once the Goo refinement failed, the loss of immortal materials and injuries were small matters. The crucial point was that the success Dao marks would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan's rebirth happened to be when he was refining change form Immortal Goo. This was akin to courting death. There was no helping it. He had succeeded in refining change form Immortal Goo in his previous life, but failed in this life. Reincarnate. Although he has the advantage of foresight when it comes to concrete matters, it's not always successful. However, my rebirth this time gives me a great advantage. Losing a success Dao mark. It's not important at all. Fang Yuan quickly collected his emotions and stabilized his state of mind. Fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan activated his Immortal Goo and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He used to be anxious, but now he knew that there was still some time before Jianghu State solved the case of 88-point Jinyang Tower. There was no harm in him being a little calmer. Although he had the previous life's experience, Fang Yuan had always planned before taking action. He was an impatient person. He would not have reached his current level. There were countless clues and messy clues. How could he use the resources he had to maximize the benefits? This was the main problem that Fang Yuan needed to consider. The immortal zombie's thoughts were stiff. Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to help him think. Compared to the previous life, his wisdom path attainment level had already reached Grandmaster. In fact, he even thought of a small Gu formation that could use the light of wisdom more efficiently and save a lot of time. Just half a day later, Fang Yuan finished his thoughts. Immortal zombies did not need to eat or drink. Even though he was injured, Fang Yuan had to use every second he had. Fixed immortal travel. He immediately activated this immortal Gu and secretly returned to southern border. Using his methods, he removed most of the immortal Gu's aura as Fang Yuan quietly approached Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan was familiar with the surrounding 10,000 li of Yitian Mountain. It could not be helped. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had participated in the unprecedented bet on Yitian Mountain. As time passed, the forbidden zone for immortals expanded, and Fang Yuan moved out along with the southern border Gu immortals. Thus he was very familiar with the scenery around Yitian Mountain. Yitian Mountain. At this moment, it was still a nameless mountain. Before Fang Yuan came here, it had just rained. This future Yitian Mountain was filled with beautiful mountains and deep forests. Rainbows scattered, the sun and moon shone. Fang Yuan looked from afar, moving forward carefully, full of anticipation. If one were to ask what moved Fang Yuan the most after rebirth, it was undoubtedly the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage deep under Yitian Mountain, and the suppressed rank 8 great strength true martial physique immortal zombie. The latter's importance did not need to be explained to Fang Yuan. In my previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie jumped out and escaped the suppression of graceful chaotic dual stage. But as long as I successfully refine graceful chaotic dual stage and become its new owner, I can continue to suppress him. If I can obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan thought of this and licked his lips. Immortal Gu houses were no small matter. Immortal Gu houses and ancient battle formations were the highest achievements of formation path. Among them, ancient battle formations had been gradually eliminated by the tides of time, and immortal Gu houses had become the mainstream. Whether it was southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, western desert, or central continent, any powerful superforce would have at least one immortal Gu house as their foundation. Just like He tribe, Dark Prison was the symbol of He tribe's strength, and also an extremely powerful trump card. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after Dark Prison was lost, in order to reclaim it, even He tribe's 4 supreme elders took the risk to chase after He Chen. Dark Prison was only a rank 6 immortal Gu house, yet He tribe had to chase after it. The importance of immortal Gu houses could be seen clearly. Graceful chaotic dual stage deep under Yitian Mountain. Not only was it 1 rank higher than Dark Prison, it was rank 7. Moreover, in history there was a mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal who borrowed its battle strength. He forcibly fought above his rank and successfully suppressed a rank 8 expert, and it was even with the great strength true martial physique. Graceful chaotic dual stage's value was many times higher than Dark Prison. In my previous life, Shark Demon and Su Baiman used Profound Ice House, which was still a damaged immortal Gu house, but it could break through the obstruction of battlefield killer moves and escape. If I can obtain this graceful chaotic dual stage, even if I cannot reach the level of being able to roam the world. In the future, when the truth is exposed and I am chased by Central Continent, Northern Plains and others, I can protect myself and intimidate the immortals. An immortal Gu house was a true battle fortress. It had no shortcomings. It could take care of offense, defense, movement, healing, and even cultivation. Its structure was stable and easy to control. A rank 7 immortal Gu house. Even rank 6 Gu immortals could control it. It had 2 major flaws, one was feeding and the other was immortal essence. Immortal Gu houses were formed from many immortal Gu and a vast number of mortal Gu. Feeding these Gu worms would be extremely troublesome and a huge burden. But Fang Yuan knew about graceful chaotic dual stage. It seemed to take care of the essence of the food path, and the problem of feeding it could be ignored. What was left? It was only the problem of immortal essence. To activate an immortal Gu house, the consumption of immortal essence would be an enormous figure. Just with Fang Yuan's personal ability, he could not afford it. In his previous life, Shark Demon had no choice but to activate the damaged Profound Ice House. The immortal zombies had participated and shared the immortal essence consumption. They had all felt great heartache afterwards. The price of activating an immortal Gu house was huge, because the consumption of immortal essence was too high. Fang Yuan was currently penniless. He had staked it all and used up all his assets to barely gather the immortal materials needed to refine change form immortal Gu. But now, his goo refinement had failed and he had lost most of his immortal materials. He was short on funds. Even if he had many profitable projects like the Guts Goo trade and the monthly income of over 1,000 immortal yuan stones. But even if he accumulated them for half a year, it would not be enough for the immortal goo house to use for half a minute. But all this did not matter. Fang Yuan had very little green grape immortal essence, but he had a large amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence. This harvest could be traced back to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun Immortal was rank 9, the immortal essence he left behind was the yellow apricot immortal essence that only rank 9 venerables had. The quality of this immortal essence far surpassed the green grape immortal essence. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan could not use this amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence, but the immortal goo house could absorb it. Immortal goo houses could absorb all kinds of immortal essence. Otherwise, how could Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies work together to activate the damaged Profound Ice House? This was the basic characteristic of an immortal goo house, to gather the strength of all the immortals into one. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also thought of this. To him, Giant Sun's immortal essence was like water without a source. It would be lost no matter how much was used, it could not be replenished. Thus, a more economical method was to gather more goo immortals to act as labor for the immortal goo house. Unfortunately, those southern border goo immortals died too quickly. Or rather, Fang Yuan did not have the time. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had not been refined by anyone, but the great strength true martial immortal zombie broke out of it in advance. This was a huge pity. If I had Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, I would be able to block even that light pillar that wanted to take my life. Fang Yuan was filled with confidence. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was naturally not Heaven Overseeing Tower's match, but Heaven Overseeing Tower's condition was not good. That beam of light had been weakened by the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. It was not as powerful as before. With Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, although it could not be said that, with a house in hand, I own the world. But it was enough to say that, with a house in hand, I can advance and retreat freely, I can move unhindered. With a house in hand, I own the world. The rank 888-point Jianghu Tower could be said to have this point. It was proficient in plundering goo worms and even immortal goo. Rank 8 Refinement Cauldron could also be said to be useful. Compared to the immortal goo house Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, Self-Strength Immortal Goo, All-Out Effort Immortal Goo, and Star Thought Immortal Goo were not so important. As long as he controlled the immortal goo house and had Giant Sun's immortal essence, Fang Yuan could fight rank 8s with his rank 6 bottom-tier immortal zombie status, directly reaching the peak of his life. Chapter 979. What's going on? Where did Graceful Chaotic Duel stage go? Fang Yuan was filled with doubt and disappointment. After rebirth, he had immediately rushed to Yitian Mountain, wanting to take this immortal goo house in advance. But when he explored deep underground, he found that there was no Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, and even that rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was nowhere to be seen. Don't tell me there is another reason for Graceful Chaotic Duel stage's appearance? Now that I have come to take it in advance, the opportunity is not here? Fang Yuan frowned as he muttered in his heart. His guess was right. Back then, Graceful Chaotic Duel stage's appearance was because of Bai Ning Bing. The latter had activated a mysterious immortal goo, and this mysterious immortal goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. Fang Yuan naturally did not know about this. He did not have this immortal goo, so he could not find any traces of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. If Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had been buried deep underground, it would have been discovered by others long ago. How could it wait until now? Helpless, Fang Yuan could only leave quietly. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage could not be taken away. Fang Yuan could only adjust his arrangements and put it aside for the time being to carry out other plans. After leaving Yitian Mountain for a long distance, Fang Yuan cautiously activated Immortal Goo Fixed Immortal Travel. The Immortal Goo's aura was overflowing, a jade green light flashed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared from southern border, appearing in that giant goo formation in Northern Plains Trench. This giant goo formation was a space path goo formation. The space inside was extremely wide. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had used fixed immortal travel to enter this place. This time, after rebirth, he used fixed immortal travel to enter this place again without any problems. Moreover, this time he directly appeared at the center of the goo formation. This was a huge purple sand desolate land. In this desolate land, there were some rare immortal materials with extremely high value. The memories in his mind were still clear. Fang Yuan did not even need to search. He directly went to the crucial areas and picked up the immortal materials. These immortal materials were of extremely high rank. They were all rank 8, and there were even some high-quality ones. The density of the Tao marks was so dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. It was suspected to be the wings of a tiger-striped bee, the fragments of the immemorial desolate beast cloud flower. A total of 18 immortal materials had once again entered Fang Yuan's hands in this lifetime. At the center of the purple sand wasteland, Fang Yuan once again found those compound goo formations in his memories. He carefully checked again. What he found was the same as in his previous life. Fang Yuan left the goo formation behind, but destroyed all the crucial thoughts. Fang Yuan did not intend to leave the life and death immortal aperture revival method to others. Before leaving this place, Fang Yuan took one last look inside in his heart. He knew that outside the purple sand wasteland, there were massive amounts of desolate plants and desolate beast corpses. However, these immortal materials were all superficial. Once they were in his hands, they would all turn into purple sand. Therefore, Fang Yuan did not even bother to look at him. In his previous life, he racked his brains, first joining Zombie Alliance's headquarters, then falling into Blazing Heaven Demonist scheme and arriving at Northern Plains Dark Flow Giant City. After deceiving many immortal zombies, he entered Earth Trench. After a series of schemes and plots, not hesitating to be devoured by the mouth earthworm, he went to the Wuxia octopus's nest and searched painstakingly, taking a risk to tear a corner of the goo formation before entering this hidden space. But in this life, because of his rebirth, he went straight to the main point. His gains were huge, but he spent very little time and effort. The entire process was easy. It was like a dream. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan left this place and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. His refinement of change form immortal goo failed. Not only did he lose the success Tao marks, most of the goo refinement immortal materials were also destroyed. Earlier, in order to prepare for this refinement of change form immortal goo, it could be said that he had emptied his entire fortune to prepare one set of immortal materials. After rebirth, he could be said to be penniless. Now that he had this rare immortal material, it could be said to be timely assistance. This immortal material was extremely valuable. If used properly, it would no doubt be reserved for when Fang Yuan needed to refine a rank 8 immortal goo. But that would take too long. Fang Yuan's current cultivation level was still at the bottom of rank 6. It would be a long time before he could advance to rank 8. Fang Yuan had thought about it thoroughly. He had already thought of how to use these immortal materials. Like in his previous life, when Fang Yuan threw several immortal materials into jewel yellow skies, it immediately caused a commotion among the goo immortals. Even in jewel yellow skies, these immortal materials were rare. They were very popular. Fang Yuan easily exchanged for many of the things he wanted. He fed all of his immortal goo, except for self-strength immortal goo and wisdom goo. Looking at the immortal goo in Fang Yuan's hands. Strength path. Self-strength immortal goo, pulling mountain immortal goo, pulling water immortal goo, iron crown eagle strength immortal goo, eat strength immortal goo. Star path. Star shoot immortal goo, star mark immortal goo, star light immortal goo. Luck path. Connect luck immortal goo, time luck immortal goo, calamity beckoning immortal goo. Other than that, there was his first vital immortal goo, spring autumn cicada, the extremely useful space path immortal goo, fixed immortal travel, the not very useful poison path immortal goo, woman's heart, soul path immortal goo, cleanse soul, wisdom path immortal goo, unravel mystery. In his previous life at this time, Fang Yuan already had change form immortal goo. But after rebirth, change form immortal goo's refinement failed. It no longer existed. As for the rank 9 wisdom goo, Fang Yuan could not refine it. It could only stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for the time being. Thus, whether it was considered Fang Yuan's immortal goo was a matter of debate. Normally, most rank 6 goo immortals only had mortal goo. They did not have any immortal goo. Fang Yuan already had 16 immortal goo, and this was not counting wisdom goo. Thus, the burden of feeding immortal goo was extremely heavy. It had always been on Fang Yuan's mind. This time, after solving the problem of feeding immortal goo, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Land spirit, where is the land spirit? In the secret room, Fang Yuan spoke softly. Master, I am here. Land spirit Little Hu Immortal smiled happily. She suddenly appeared and hugged Fang Yuan's leg. Master, when you were busy, I did not dare to disturb you, but I actually missed you a lot. As Little Fox Immortal spoke, she shook her fluffy snow-white fox tail and added a childish sentence at the end. Although Master has become ugly. Fang Yuan smiled, rubbing Little Hu Immortal's head, instructing her, go instruct the hairy men in the stone nest. From today onwards, they will all refine air sac goo. Yes, Master. Little Hu Immortal immediately agreed. Go now. All right, Master. Little Hu Immortal looked at Fang Yuan reluctantly before disappearing. Fang Yuan willed, activating fixed immortal travel and leaving Hu immortal blessed land. When he appeared again he was already in Langya blessed land. Right now, the land spirit of Langya had not changed its nature. It was still that sage-like land spirit with white hair and a long robe. Why are you here? Did you get the immortal material I wanted? If not, then there is no need to talk about it. The land spirit of Langya saw Fang Yuan and waved its sleeves, its expression cold. At this time, because of Fang Yuan's excessive demands, his relationship with the land spirit of Langya had already fallen to a freezing point. Fang Yuan wanted to seek help from the land spirit of Langya, but the land spirit of Langya's conditions were very harsh. It required Fang Yuan to get it an immortal material. And this immortal material was produced in the ancient Nine Heavens. It was extremely rare in the market of jewel yellow skies. If not for this, the land spirit of Langya would not have asked Fang Yuan to do it. Of course I got it, what do you think this is? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He did not mind the land spirit of Langya's cold attitude. You actually got it? The land spirit of Langya saw the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hands and its expression immediately relaxed. Its tone was filled with disbelief. Evidently, it did not think highly of Fang Yuan. Indeed, this immortal material collection mission had already surpassed the limits of Fang Yuan's abilities. At least, it was like that in his previous life. But in this life, after Fang Yuan was reborn, using the rank 8 immortal materials in his hands, would he be afraid of not being able to purchase something of this level? Fang Yuan handed the poisonous flower petals to the land spirit of Langya, saying, I need to refine a certain amount of exert effort goo, disappointment goo, and a vast number of star thought goo. Fang Yuan already knew. Langya blessed land was very special. Its internal space was so vast that it surpassed many grotto heavens. This was because the land spirit of Langya was going to fuse the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron into the entire blessed land. Here, countless hairy men lived, their numbers were unimaginable. The cloud soil continent in front of them was only a layer of clouds in Langya blessed land. Below this floating continent, there were 3 real continents. Large numbers of hairy men lived on them. They mainly refined goo and selected talents. They lived in peace and contentment. It was peaceful and peaceful. With the help of these hairy men, it was extremely easy for the land spirit of Langya to refine exert effort goo, disappointment goo, and star thought goo. For the sake of the immortal materials, I will help you. The land spirit of Langya agreed before saying, but next time, I hope to see the scales of the half-moon Qilin, at least 30 of them. Otherwise, I will not agree to any of your requests. His tone was still stiff, but his expression was no longer as cold as before. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not continue the conversation. He activated fixed immortal travel and left. He had the life and death immortal aperture revival method as well as the strength path version of Nirvana fire. He could get rid of his immortal zombie status and become a living person. But for the time being, Fang Yuan did not have such plans. After becoming a living person he would only have the potential to improve, but his cultivation level would still be at the bottom of rank 6. After losing his immortal zombie body, his battle strength would fall instead. The worst thing was, Fang Yuan did not have enough lifespan. He could not use the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit of Langya to help him refine exert effort goo and disappointment goo. It was only to prepare for the future. But he was paying immortal materials. The land spirit of Langya was only refining mortal goo. Although the quantity was high, Fang Yuan was still at a loss. But Fang Yuan did not care about this. He had his own plans for the land spirit of Langya. It was just that it was not time yet. Fang Yuan left a small village in Langya blessed land's central continent. There was a tree here that was extraordinary. It was called the Spring Dream Fruit Tree. As expected, it is still here. Fang Yuan concealed his figure. After inspecting it, he was slightly happy. In the previous life he had obtained information from Mo Yao's fake will, but he did not have time to collect the spring dream fruit on the tree. This tree was cut down by someone. Chapter 980. The spring dream fruit tree was a very special plant. It could be any fruit tree, but only an extremely small number of fruit trees could become a spring dream fruit tree. This spring dream fruit tree was located in a farmer's house. The person in charge was an old man called Old Man Chin. Son, you will get married in half a year. I will build a new house for you. The main beam of the house will be this fire date tree. Old Man Chin stood under the tree, patting the tree's hard bark as he said to his son. The son looked at this date tree and gave a thumbs up, saying in satisfaction, Father, this is a good idea. This date tree's age is even older than the history of our village. As long as I can remember, it has already stopped bearing dates. No matter how tall it grows, it is useless. Cutting it down to be the main beam of my new house is perfect. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He was standing not far away, but his figure was concealed. Old Man Qin, who was not even a Gu master, and his son could not detect him. Unexpectedly finding out the reason why the spring dream fruit tree was cut down, Fang Yuan frowned inwardly. This spring dream fruit tree existed by relying on the date tree. A true spring dream fruit tree was a tree that existed in dreams. It did not have a physical body. However, it needed a tree in the real world as a cornerstone in order for it to exist. This fire date tree was thousands of years old. Only such an old tree could be relied on by the spring dream fruit tree. Of course, the exact reason was not just the tree's age. There had to be people living nearby, the dreams of generations of people becoming nourishing the spring dream fruit tree. In history, this was the foot of a volcano. Because the volcano erupted once every few hundred years, large amounts of volcanic ash created fertile soil. Attracted by the natural farmland, there would be people migrating over every once in a while. Gradually they formed villages. Then they were destroyed by the volcano's eruption. The fire date tree was extremely resistant to heat. It could even endure lava, thus it could survive for a long time. If the date tree was cut down, the spring dream fruit tree would be destroyed. But if he wanted to transplant the date tree without the corresponding dream path method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree, Fang Yuan would only get an ordinary date tree. And he would not get the spring dream fruit tree. The method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree. Fang Yuan didn't. It was even impossible for Fang Yuan to harvest the spring dream fruits from the tree. He still needed to refine some dream path mortal goo to collect the fruit. Back then, Mo Yao seemed to have recognized that this tree was extraordinary, but because of his limited knowledge, or because he felt that it was inappropriate to randomly pick it, he kept it. For now, it seems. We also need to protect the living environment of the spring dream fruit tree. With a flick of his hand, Fang Yuan sent 2 streams of will into the minds of old Qin and his son. His son suddenly burst into tears. Dad, let's not cut down this tree. Even if it can't bear dates, I still want to see it. It grew up with me. When I was young, I peed under the roots of the tree. When I was older, I built a swing here. Forget it? Sigh. All right. Old Man Chen's eyes reddened as he nodded emotionally. Then let it continue to grow here. Let's choose another tree. Although it is not as tall, it is enough to be the main beam of a new house. After dispelling the mortal's thoughts, Fang Yuan set up a goo formation here to protect the spring dream fruit tree. But to collect the fruits on the tree, Fang Yuan still needed to refine some corresponding dream path mortal goo. This would take a lot of time. The goo materials of dream path mortal goo were almost all extracted from dream realms. According to my previous life's trajectory, after refining change form immortal goo, I helped Tai Bai Yunxing pass his tribulation, and then the Battle of Langya Blessed Land. After the battle, I used Xianxia's identity to enter Eastern Sea Blessed Land and participate in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. During this process, because of the unexpected collapse of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, I was invited by Crane Gate to attack a fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. After that, Blazing Heaven Demoness came and killed the immemorial desolate beast One Finger Flow Shark. I was schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demoness and returned to Northern Plains to collect the Earth Trench inheritance. After that, I killed He Cheng and was forced to sign a new alliance agreement with Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others to obtain Luopa Valley. Finally, I participated in the Battle of Etian Mountain. This time I succeeded in my rebirth, but my main goal is still the Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. As long as I become the owner of this Immortal Goo House and suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie, my gains will be huge. Although Fang Yuan failed to take the Immortal Goo House in advance, how could one failure shake his determination? Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had not appeared yet, so he could only wait until it appeared. Originally, Fang Yuan's plan was to take the Immortal Goo House and suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. After the alliance agreement's time limit passed, he would use the Immortal Goo House's strength to deal with He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness. He might be able to borrow the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron in Langya Blessed Land to seize their Immortal Goo and obtain the greatest benefits. But it was not possible now. Without the Immortal Goo House, Fang Yuan's strength was clearly weaker than He Lulan's side. No matter how many schemes he had, he lacked strength and could not succeed. After all, He Lulan was a formidable person. She was not someone to be trifled with. This point could be seen from how she killed her own father, then disguised her identity and prepared to enter He tribe. Fang Yuan's original plan was very beautiful, but the reality was very harsh. Fang Yuan deduced the worst-case scenario, If graceful chaotic dual stage appeared at the same time as in the previous life, then he would not be able to secretly take this immortal Gu house. The possibility of this was very high. When graceful chaotic dual stage appears, it will be a grand scene, recreating the battle from that day. If that is the case, then I can only continue to participate in the southern border Gu Immortals duels like in the previous life and enter Etian Mountain personally. This way Fang Yuan would face huge risks in taking the immortal Gu house. He would have to face the southern border Gu Immortals, Shadow Sect and Celestial Court. This was simply taking chestnuts out of the fire. But how could one gain tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but he did not lack an adventurous spirit. The huge benefits had already made him decide to take a risk. He had already been reborn once and had ample experience. If he still did not dare to scheme in this life, then Fang Yuan felt he was simply a coward. Since the spring dream fruit tree is already protected, I can put it aside for now. I will change my plan. I will first cooperate with He Lulan again. Fang Yuan had self-strength immortal Gu, blazing heaven demoness would definitely deal with him. If Fang Yuan had the immortal Gu house in advance, he would not be afraid of blazing heaven demoness. But the situation now was the opposite. If Fang Yuan wanted to take the immortal Gu house, he would probably have to face the southern border Gu Immortals, Shadow Sect and Celestial Court. At this time he needed the strength of others. Tai Bai Yunxing, He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness and others. Especially Blazing Heaven Demoness, with her rank 8 cultivation level, she could greatly increase the mobility of the immortal Gu house. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was also at the disadvantage of being alone and without any help. When Shadow Sect attacked, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were in Shaohun Blessed Land, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their soul path. And Tai Bai Yunxing was still in Eastern Sea. Of course, this was also because Fang Yuan purposely hid it from He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and others and secretly went to Etian Mountain. Even if Fang Yuan turned back into a living person, he would only have bottom-tier rank 6 cultivation level. To become rank 7, he would need to go through 18 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. In total, the Blessed Land would need at least 300 years. This was clearly too late. Of course, he could annex Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, but he had a Strength Path Immortal Aperture, cultivation level was not related to it. Evidently, turning enemies into friends and forming alliances was the most important matter now. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to get rid of He Lulan and the rest, but a lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. He needed to compromise most of the time. In this boundless mortal world, everyone needed to compromise, they needed to learn to compromise. No matter how high one's status was, it was the same. Forsaking small gains for the sake of great benefits, this was the expression of maturity. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan wanted to deal with He Lulan had already left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and was working outside. Her whereabouts were unknown. Fang Yuan could not make a move. But in this life at this moment, He Lulan was still in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She was using her Strength Chi Immortal Gu to help the hairy men in the stone nests to refine air sac Gu. When Fang Yuan found He Lulan, she was in a stone nest. She was holding an information path Mortal Gu in her hands. Her brows were tightly furrowed as she read the information from the investigative Gu. After seeing Fang Yuan, He Lulan waved the information path Mortal Gu in her hands, asking, "Have you heard about the matter of Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from Gu Immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, the other Gu Immortals in Central Continent do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now they are all watching the commotion caused by the 10 great ancient sections." Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply. "We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten Star Form Blessed Land." Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan, sighing internally. This person is truly ambitious. She already had attitude Gu in her hands, but she did not use it. Not only did she hide it from him, she did not even tell her aunt, Fairy Li Shan. If she wanted to deceive her enemies, she had to start by deceiving her own people. But Fang Yuan was also the same kind of person as her. He clearly had Star Form Blessed Land, but he concealed it and kept He Lulan in the dark. In his previous life, if he had not met Blazing Heaven Demoness, this secret would not have been exposed. Precisely because Fang Yuan and He Lulan were the same kind of person, Fang Yuan admired He Lulan, but he was also wary of her. If possible, he would want to get rid of her as soon as possible. But fate was so mysterious. In order to obtain the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage, Fang Yuan decided to deepen his cooperation with He Lulan. Thus, at the next moment, Fang Yuan took out Self-Strength Immortal Gu and placed it on his palm, handing it to He Lulan. Chapter 981. Self-Strength Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's action made He Lulan's heart jump. Plus, this Immortal Gu originally belonged to her, but because she failed her tribulation, she fell into a dream realm and was saved by Fang Yuan. In the end, this Gu became Fang Yuan's reward for saving He Lulan, and was given to Fang Yuan. This self-strength Immortal Gu was very important to He Lulan. Not only because He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked on the strength path, self-strength Immortal Gu was most suitable for He Lulan. Moreover, this self-strength Immortal Gu was refined by He Lulan's mother, Su Xianxia. It was something she left for He Lulan. Thus, self-strength Immortal Gu was extremely important to He Lulan. After He Lulan lost it, she was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She yearned for this Immortal Gu day and night. She wanted to snatch it back from Fang Yuan. But she resisted this urge. On one hand, Gu worms were hard to snatch, they could self-destruct with just a thought. On the other hand, He Lulan was a ruthless person. She deeply understood that in this world, there was an art called compromise when interacting with others. He Lulan and Fang Yuan were natural allies. He Lulan still needed to rely on the Guts Gu trade to assist her cultivation. Cooperation was beneficial for both sides, separation was detrimental, thus He Lulan endured this matter. Besides the first meeting after waking up, He Lulan did not object to Fang Yuan's possession of self-strength Immortal Gu. It was as if she had already forgotten about this matter. She was a shrewd person. But now that Fang Yuan handed over self-strength Immortal Gu and acted like he was returning it to its owner, He Lulan was caught off guard. She could not conceal her desire. However, He Lulan's expression immediately turned cold. His frown deepened and his eyes shone brightly. He stared at Fang Yuan. She had already reacted, and her heart was filled with vigilance. She knew Fang Yuan's character. Just as Fang Yuan admired and feared her, she felt the same way about Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan give self-strength Immortal Gu to me for no reason? This was impossible. So what is he planning? As if he could read He Lulan's mind, Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Don't be nervous. Even though self-strength Immortal Gu is quite suitable for me, I feel that this Immortal Gu is more important to you. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't take what others like, right? He Lulan's eyes flickered with a dark light. She glanced at the self-strength Immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's hands. Before focusing her gaze on Fang Yuan's face, she sneered, "Are you a gentleman? If you have anything to say, just say it." Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. "If I say it directly, I might scare you." He Lulan snorted coldly, "Just say it." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a bright light. He lowered his voice and said, "Then I will not mince my words. I am willing to use this self-strength Immortal Gu to exchange for your attitude Gu." What? He Lulan's body shook, a fierce light shined in her eyes. She almost took a step back. The matter of me obtaining attitude Gu is a secret. How could he know? I even managed to hide it from my aunts. Other than heaven and earth, only I know. He Lulan was shocked. She could not describe it with words. This was her greatest secret, but Fang Yuan exposed it all of a sudden. She could not help but be shocked. Killing intent surged in her chest. She subconsciously wanted to attack Fang Yuan. Silence him. This was the nature of an ambitious person. But at this time Fang Yuan took a step back. This action was simple. But it had a subtle effect on He Lulan. He Lulan was like a startled beast. Fang Yuan took the initiative to pull away. His face was covered with a harmless smile, emitting kindness, making He Lulan feel safe. He Lulan's eyes squinted into a slit, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan. Her expression was cold as ice. Her killing intent did not dissipate, but was instead restrained in her chest. "It seems you really have the legendary attitude Gu." Fang Yuan pretended to observe her expression, suddenly realizing and showing a surprised expression. He Lulan was stunned, her tone containing anger. "You tricked me?" "Of course not." Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, shrugging his shoulders. "Do you still remember my master, Zishan Makoto?" He Lulan breathed in deeply, hearing Zishan Makoto's name again. Her heart was filled with wariness. She knew this Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan was his disciple. Tai Bai Yunxing was also his disciple. Thus, Fang Yuan called Tai Bai Yunxing senior brother. Of course, this was all fake information. Even in the previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness was deceived. "Your master told you?" He Lulan asked. Her killing intent fell to rock bottom. As far as she was concerned, Fang Yuan had a backer behind him. Killing Fang Yuan was hard enough, she could not deal with Zishan Makoto. At this time, Fairy Li Shan had not completely reconciled with Blazing Heaven Demoness yet. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. What do you think? He Lulan snorted coldly, thinking rapidly. Zishan Makoto actually knows my secret. He is truly remarkable and unfathomable. Thankfully, we have an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan has a good plan. No matter how important self-strength Immortal Gu is, it is only rank 6, how can it be exchanged for my attitude Immortal Gu? He Lulan immediately rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion. I have attitude Immortal Gu, it is rank 8. As long as someone wants it, they can wear it and use it. It is a legendary Gu worm recorded in The Legends of Rinzu. You actually want to use a mere rank 6 self-strength Immortal Gu to exchange for my attitude Gu. Hee, aren't you being a little too whimsical? Fang Yuan pondered for a while before saying, then what do you want for me to exchange? Oh. He Lulan immediately replied, her attitude firm and resolute. Fang Yuan's expression sank, his whole body emitted a dangerous aura. He Lulan, think carefully. I need to remind you this is my territory, my Hu immortal blessed land. He Lulan raised her head and laughed. Ha, so what? Don't forget that we have an alliance agreement. Before the agreement ends, allies cannot attack each other. Of course. He Lulan continued. You have your master as your backer, maybe you have already broken the alliance agreement. But do you think I, He Lulan, am a coward who fears death? You are underestimating me. Even if I die here, I will destroy all my Gu worms. At the same time, I will destroy all the resources in Hu immortal blessed land. At the same time, the resources you stored in Hu immortal blessed land. I know them all. After we fight, how many resources will be left? After all, Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before. It will not restore your resources. Fang Yuan laughed involuntarily. In the previous life, he used his death to threaten Blazing Heaven Demoness, showing an attitude of not fearing death. In this life, He Lulan used the same method to deal with him, he had no choice but to accept it. Fang Yuan's expression changed, he laughed loudly and clapped. He Lulan, I do not dare to underestimate you, I was only joking earlier. Using a rank 6 Immortal Gu to exchange for a rank 8? Your joke only shows your greed and stupidity. He Lulan did not give Fang Yuan any face, rebuking him coldly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Then I will add some more weight. For example, if I give up on the contest for Star Form Blessed Land? He Lulan shook her head. Not to mention giving up on the contest, even if you give me Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, I will not exchange them. Attitude Immortal Gu is not a simple rank 8 Immortal Gu. Its usage condition is very low. It does not consume immortal essence, only mental energy. That is to say, I am only a rank 6 Gu immortal. I can use a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Such an Immortal Gu is a peerless treasure, I will not give up on it. Forget about exchanging it for my Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan, you are a smart person. You will not waste your efforts, right? Fang Yuan nodded, sighing. I understand. Then I will take a step back and use this self-strength Immortal Gu. In exchange for your slavery Immortal Gu. He Lulan's brows rose. She had an enslavement Immortal Gu from Imperial Court Blessed Land. At the final moment, she deceived Giant Sun's will. He Lulan became silent. She was very moved by Fang Yuan's suggestion. To her, self-strength Immortal Gu's value was much higher than slavery Immortal Gu. He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan's eyes. My slavery Immortal Gu is only rank 6. You can use rank 6 to exchange for rank 6. But slavery Immortal Gu cannot be used infinitely, there is only one chance. Using my strength to exchange for slavery, don't you feel it is a loss? It is a bit of a loss. Fang Yuan smiled, raising a finger. So I have another condition, I want to borrow attitude Gu for some time. He Lulan did not speak, she fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan wanted to borrow attitude Gu by all means, this made her acutely aware of the importance of attitude Gu to Fang Yuan. But He Lulan was not sure how important it was, she needed to probe it. Thus she refused. I won't lend my attitude Gu. Fang Yuan's expression sank. Then forget it. Saying so, he turned around and left. He Lulan stood on the spot, looking at him coldly without moving. Fang Yuan walked a few steps before turning around with a bitter smile, facing He Lulan again. I only want to borrow attitude Gu for 3 years. 3 years? Not even 3 days. He Lulan's expression was cold, but she was secretly excited. She had already seen a chance to slaughter Fang Yuan. He Lulan concealed it well, but she was still young. while Fang Yuan was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Fang Yuan snorted in displeasure. How could he not know He Lulan's current thoughts? Thus, he threw out his trump card. It seems you don't want to take revenge. Right now there was such a good opportunity to kill He Qing. But I think you don't need it. What? He Qing? He Lulan's eyes shone with a fierce light, her expression changing. Although He Qing was her biological father, the hatred between her and He Qing was irreconcilable. Killing He Qing and taking revenge was the greatest obsession in He Lulan's heart. This obsession was so deep that it even affected her cultivation, turning into a shadow in her heart. In Fang Yuan's previous life, He Lulan killed He Qing and regained self-strength Immortal Gu, dispelling her psychological barrier and finding her true self, using the strength path phantom to turn into her original appearance. She was no longer a burly man. Chapter 982. The negotiation with He Lulan lasted for 6 hours from start to finish. After it ended, even with Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, he felt extremely tired. It was a pity that his immortal zombie body did not have a bright mind to begin with. He had expended a lot of thoughts. He Lulan was not much better, she felt. This negotiation was more tiring than a life-and-death battle. She felt a sense of weakness in her bones, her mouth was dry and her head was dizzy. After the negotiation, Fang Yuan pulled tie by Yun Xingyin, and signed a new alliance agreement with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan returned self-strength Immortal Gu in exchange for He Lulan's slavery Immortal Gu, and also borrowed Attitude Gu for a year. Fang Yuan would also assist He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to provide a chance to kill He Qing. Everyone would continue to compete fairly for star form blessed land. Other than that, Fang Yuan also obtained He Lulan's permission to connect their luck. The new alliance agreement was logical and comprehensive. Even though Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster, she would need several years to unravel it. And most importantly, it took care of Blazing Heaven Demoness. There was a clause in it they could add more allies, but the new allies had to abide by the alliance agreement. Furthermore, both sides could not borrow the strength of outsiders to deal with each other. Both sides had one chance to request for help. Once it was used, the other side had to save them. The compensation afterwards would be calculated according to the situation. The alliance agreement was very strict. There were detailed rules regarding the distribution of benefits. Fang Yuan used He Lulan's wariness towards Zishan Makoto, as well as his previous life's memories, to achieve his goal. People who only knew how to fight. They were just boorish people. Fighting could not solve all problems. Man was the spirit of all living beings, they had deep wisdom. If they used this wisdom only to fight, they would be letting down heaven's gift. After the alliance, Fang Yuan's situation changed greatly. Firstly, He Lulan was Fairy Black Moon. Her luck was strong and could last for a long time. Fang Yuan successfully connected his luck with her. He got rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness. Secondly, he borrowed the rank 8 Attitude Gu. This Immortal Gu was used by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable back then. It was the core Gu worm of the legendary Immortal Killer move Familiar Face. Back then, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was still a rank 6 Gu Immortal, he used this killer move. He deceived 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. He obtained a large number of treasures and caused 2 rank 8s to misunderstand each other, indirectly causing their deaths. Fang Yuan lost Change Form Immortal Gu, but he obtained Attitude Gu, which was many times better than Change Form Immortal Gu. His modified vaguely familiar face killer move's effect would rise to an astonishing level. Right now, Fang Yuan was very confident in deceiving rank 8 Gu Immortals. Lastly was the Blazing Heaven Demoness. In his previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness, this rank 8 Gu Immortal, schemed against Fang Yuan. In this life, Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan and the others had set up a new alliance agreement, which could be considered as blocking Blazing Heaven Demoness' scheme. The Blazing Witch's guilt and love for He Lulan were her greatest weaknesses. With this, Fang Yuan would be able to make use of Blazing Heaven Demoness even if she was unaware. Even if Blazing Heaven Demoness did not join the new alliance agreement, when He Lulan saved Fang Yuan and was in danger, could Blazing Heaven Demoness not take action? It could be said. He Lulan was the best chess piece to control Blazing Heaven Demoness. He Lulan's side is no longer my obstacle. Enemies have become friends. After entering and exiting, my next plan will be even smoother. But He Lulan's group is very astute, they are not easy to fool. They are very satisfied with this new alliance agreement now, but gradually, they will find that I have gained a huge advantage. By then they will be dissatisfied and might even act against me. Fang Yuan had gained an advantage because of his previous life's memories. He did not lower his vigilance towards He Lulan's side. However, when I obtain graceful chaotic dual stage in the future, the situation will be set, the difference in strength between the two sides will be overturned. Even if He Lolan's side is dissatisfied, they will not be able to do anything. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to give up self-strength Immortal Gu. It was still for the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage and the great strength true martial Immortal Zombie. Self-strength Immortal Gu was only a variation of the killer move Myriad Self, it only had rank 7 battle strength. But if he had the Immortal Gu House, Fang Yuan would not even need to fear rank 8s, he would be able to advance and retreat with ease. After getting Attitude Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan placed it in his Immortal Aperture and went to Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya was very surprised. He said to Fang Yuan, "You are back so soon? Did you get the immortal materials I wanted?" "No." Fang Yuan shook his head. Land Spirit of Langya's expression immediately turned gloomy. He shouted coldly, "Fang Yuan, you brat, are you ignoring my words? Before you left last time, I warned you that Langya Blessed Land is not a place you can come and go as you please. If you don't have the immortal materials I want, don't bother me. I will not agree to any of your requests." "Is that so?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had a calm attitude. "What if I want to use that final chance to ask you to help me refine Gu?" Land Spirit of Langya was stunned. Fang Yuan snatched Ma Hongyun's fortuitous encounter and came to Langya Blessed Land with the identity of the inheritor of Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Because of the agreement between Longhair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Land Spirit of Langya had to refine Gu for Fang Yuan 3 times for free. If it was refining mortal Gu, Land Spirit of Langya had to ensure that the Gu refinement succeeded. If it was refining immortal Gu, Land Spirit of Langya could fail, but he had to pay for the Gu refinement materials himself. Fang Yuan used 2 chances. The first time was to refine Stargate Gu. Although this Gu was only immortal Gu, it was a huge help to Fang Yuan at that time. The second time was to refine Second Aperture Gu. During the Gu refinement, Fang Yuan drank 4 types of wine and obtained Divine Travel Gu. Finally, he used Divine Travel Gu and Land Spirit of Langya to exchange for Gruel Mud Immortal Gu. Thus, Fang Yuan still had one last chance to refine Gu. Land Spirit of Langya said sternly, "Kid, what Gu do you want to refine this time?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting Land Spirit of Langya's shoulder. "I was only saying earlier, I don't really want to use the third chance to let you refine Gu." Land Spirit of Langya snorted coldly, slapping Fang Yuan's hand away and patting his shoulder. His expression was filled with disdain. But in the end he did not say anything. As long as Fang Yuan did not use the last chance, he could enter and leave Langya Blessed Land at will. Land Spirit of Langya knew this was Fang Yuan's warning to him, or even a warning. But he could not deny this point, so he was very unhappy. "If you don't want to use the last chance, then quickly leave this place." Land Spirit of Langya shouted in dissatisfaction. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders unconcernedly. "Although I did not get the immortal material you mentioned last time, I brought this with me. But I brought this. Take a look." Land Spirit of Langya's lips curled up. "Kid, you still want to fool me? You think immortal materials are easy to replace? It is impossible for me." Before he finished speaking, he paused. His eyes widened, his gaze intensified as he stared fixedly at the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hands. This immortal material was not simple. It was a rank 8 immortal material that Fang Yuan had picked up from the Earth Trench Gu formation. Land Spirit of Langya's eyes were wide open. This seems to be a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix." Land Spirit of Langya stammered, saying in disbelief. Fang Yuan gave him a thumbs up. As expected of Land Spirit of Langya, that is indeed the case. After I obtained this immortal material, I spent a lot of effort to figure out its origin. Saying so, Fang Yuan handed this immortal material to Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya did not stand on ceremony. He moved like lightning, grabbing the immortal material and placing his eyes on it, inspecting it carefully. Good quality, good quality. It is indeed a fragment of a Cloud Phoenix. This is a rare item. What kind of dog shit luck do you have? You actually got such a treasure. Land Spirit of Langya muttered as he sighed. After looking at it for a long time, his gaze was somewhat dazed. No matter which Land Spirit of Langya it was, they all originated from Longhair Ancestor. Longhair Ancestor was most skilled in Gu refinement. He was also obsessed with Gu refinement. Land Spirit of Langya also inherited this personality. Right now, Land Spirit of Langya looked at the rank 8 immortal material. His mind was filled with emotions. He had been searching for this immortal material for a long time. If he had this, he would be able to fill in the gaps of many immortal goo recipes. There might even be 1 or 2 immortal goo refinement materials. With everything gathered, he could start the goo refinement. Land Spirit of Langia could not care about Fang Yuan. His gaze was fixated on the Cloud Phoenix fragment in his hands, inspecting this immortal material over and over again. His mouth was almost dripping with saliva. Even in Langya Blessed Land, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials. The reason was simple: it was not easy to collect. Like this Cloud Phoenix fragment, its main body was an immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix. This Cloud Phoenix had extremely strong battle strength. It could match rank 8 goo immortals. To collect this immortal material, normally speaking, one had to kill a Cloud Phoenix. Goo immortals were rare to begin with. Rank 8 goo immortals were even rarer. There were only a handful of them. They also had to consider tribulations and their own safety. They would not fight easily. Unless they needed it, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials in the market. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan only took 1 or 2 immortal materials and placed them in jewel yellow skies. He could easily exchange them for all kinds of immortal goo ingredients. Even Land Spirit of Langia's main body, Long Hair Ancestor, did not have the ability to personally collect rank 8 immortal materials. The reason why he agreed to refine goo for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal was because he wanted to borrow the strength of a rank 9 Venerable to help him collect rank 8 immortal materials. Fang Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langia's expression and smiled lightly. He took out another rank 8 immortal material and purposely asked, "Land Spirit of Langia, help me take a look. What is the origin of this immortal material?" Land Spirit of Langia raised his head and immediately let out a loud scream. His eyes were filled with wild joy. "Oh my heavens, isn't this the wing of a tiger-striped bee? Look, such a beautiful halo of Dao marks. The metal path Dao marks on this wing are so dense that we can see the light of Dao marks with our naked eyes. You brat, how can you obtain such a treasure? This is infuriating. I have waited for so many years, but I only have 20 or so pieces with me. I can't even bear to use them." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "If I say that I picked them up, would you believe me?" Saying so, he took action and pulled back the Cloud Phoenix fragment from Land Spirit of Langia's hand. Land Spirit of Langia was caught off guard. After reacting, he immediately howled in pain, feeling like his heart was being dug out. He stomped his feet and shouted, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Fang Yuan had a strange expression. "This is mine. Do you want to snatch it by force?" Land Spirit of Langia's body stiffened. He did not speak and glared at Fang Yuan. Chapter 983. Land Spirit of Langia stared at Fang Yuan, not knowing what to say for a while. These immortal materials belonged to Fang Yuan. He was so anxious that he almost scratched his face. Fang Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langia with a smile. No matter how bad Land Spirit of Langia's attitude towards him was, as long as he had these immortal materials, he would be in control of Land Spirit of Langia. Suddenly, Land Spirit of Langia's eyes turned as he reacted. He was no longer anxious. He sneered, "Humph, you brat, do you think I don't know you? You are a crafty fellow who does not do anything without benefits. Tell me, what kind of advantage do you want from me this time?" Fang Yuan heard this and pretended to be unhappy. "Old sir, you are wrong. I am not here to take advantage of you. I am here to make a fair transaction with you." Land Spirit of Langia was already mentally prepared for Fang Yuan's shamelessness. He raised his eyebrows. "Just say it. Don't beat around the bush with me." Fang Yuan lowered his eyes, staring at the immortal materials in his hands. "Since old sir is so straightforward, I will ask directly. May I ask if you have the immortal killer move Familiar Face?" Land Spirit of Langia was stunned before asking, "How do you know that I have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move?" Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Land Spirit of Langia indeed had it. He was only guessing about this. Back then, Land Spirit of Langia lacked desolate beasts and wanted Fang Yuan to capture one for him. He used the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face as a reward to tempt Fang Yuan. Back then, Fang Yuan asked about Familiar Face. As a result, Land Spirit of Langia's original words were like this: "Familiar Face? You really dare to dream. That is an immortal killer move. The core is the legendary attitude goo. Even if I give it to you, you cannot use it. But this killer move of mine is indeed closely related to Familiar Face. It can be said to be the predecessor of Familiar Face. It is only a mortal killer move, but it is enough for you to use." Land spirits were all very pure. I can't lie. Back then, the Land Spirit of Langia did not directly say that he did not have Familiar Face. He only said that even if he gave it to Fang Yuan would not be able to use it. At that time Fang Yuan was still a mortal Gu master. But now Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal. More importantly, Fang Yuan already had attitude Gu in his hands. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable deceived 2 rank 8 Gu immortals with rank 6 cultivation level. Fang Yuan seemed to be able to do it too. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable found my main body. Request to refine space escape Gu. My main body is also very interested. I have worked with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable for a full 21 years. This world is the time of the 5 regions. In Langya Grotto Heaven time is even longer. The land spirit of Langya had a look of nostalgia. He paused for a moment before continuing. In these 21 years, my main body and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had tried many times but they all failed. After expending Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's life savings, I even had to use my main body's treasury. My main body would not make a losing transaction. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable bought my main body's immortal material treasury. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, this was a set of killer moves. This is one of them. So that's how it is. Fang Yuan nodded and kept this information in mind. Langya Blessed Land had deep foundations indeed, it actually had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's things. No wonder the Shadow Sect wanted to deal with him, and the Celestial Court also attacked this place in his previous life. It wasn't that Fang Yuan hadn't thought about taking advantage of this treasured land, but he wasn't strong enough. If he attacked rashly he would only be asking for trouble. Brat, what do you want familiar face for? Yi, have you experienced the benefits of unfamiliar face? My things. They're all top quality. But unfamiliar face is only a mortal killer move, it is indeed not suitable for your current cultivation level. The land spirit of Langya smiled. Fang Yuan said straightforwardly, I am willing to use a rank 8 immortal material to exchange for familiar face. The land spirit of Langya was still smiling a moment ago. But now he was furious. Brat, do you really think I am a fool? You want to use a rank 8 immortal material to buy Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move? Dream on. Fang Yuan did not mind, he asked warmly, then how much do you want? 10 rank 8 immortal materials. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to have a change of expression. Impossible. How can I have so many? Do you really think I picked them up from the streets? He cried with an air of importance and a blatant falsehood. The land spirit of Langya was hoodwinked. He smiled embarrassedly, then 8. Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open. He shouted, 8. You are robbing me. Back then you told me that the core immortal Gu of familiar face is attitude Gu. Without attitude Gu I cannot use familiar face. I am only using it as a reference to deduce and modify an immortal killer move that suits me. Do you think I will use 8 immortal materials to exchange for a mere familiar face? Fang Yuan shouted loudly, his saliva splattered all over the face of the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya had an embarrassed expression, he took a few steps back. He had been cheated by Fang Yuan many times, he had learned how to bargain. But he clearly lacked experience, he was stopped by Fang Yuan's words. In the end, the existence of the land spirit was only a bit of obsession. Formed from the heavenly power of heaven and earth, it was extremely pure. The fact that the land spirit of Langya could reach this step was already extraordinary. Fang Yuan's eyes were red with anger, he continued to bargain loudly. From his words, familiar face was already devalued, the rarity and value of rank 8 immortal materials were emphasized and raised countless times. The land spirit of Langya was unable to resist, he retreated step by step. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he had been a professional merchant. He had run caravans and built shops, he was extremely wealthy, but in the end he was beaten back to his original state. From then on, he broke the conventional thinking on Earth, he understood that this world was different from Earth, the fist was still the strongest. Eventually, Fang Yuan lowered the price to 5 immortal materials. This was the limit. If it was any lower, the land spirit of Langya would not sell familiar face. The land spirit was simple and stubborn. But the reputation of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was indeed worth this much. The land spirit of Langya would not make a loss, he knew that he would sell it at the factory price at most. Fang Yuan knew he could not do it, he paid 5 immortal materials and obtained familiar face. Mission accomplished. The joy in Fang Yuan's heart was indescribable. Although he had the halo of wisdom to use, it was extremely difficult to deduce familiar face. His wisdom path attainment level was Grandmaster, but transformation path was only at master level. And the familiar face series of killer moves were all transformation path killer moves. Even if I deduced it, it would not be the same. But what I've got now is the original version of Familiar Face. It contains the essence of this move and there are no flaws. Fang Yuan had no more thoughts of staying, he turned around and left after obtaining it. He left Langya Blessed Land and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, using his Immortal Killer move to study it. Familiar Face only had one core, that was the rank 8 Attitude Gu. This move fully used the power of Attitude Gu. It could be said that Attitude Gu was the soul of this move. Without Attitude Gu, no matter what other Immortal Gu were added, it would be difficult to display the profundity of Familiar Face. Other than the Attitude Gu, there were over 20 supplementary Gu of Familiar Face. Among them were 2 Immortal level supplementary Gu, including Change Form Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's refinement of Change Form failed. The second Immortal Gu did not even have an Immortal Gu recipe. This was the only flaw. It seems that back then, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was rank 6, he already had these 2 Immortal Gu. Immediately, Fang Yuan entered the underground cave and used the Light of Wisdom to expend large amounts of star thoughts to modify the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face. A few days later he successfully completed his task. The 2 Immortal level supplementary Gu were removed, over 1,000 Mortal Gu were added in, barely replacing the effects of the 2 Immortal level supplementary Gu. This way the activation of Familiar Face after Fang Yuan's modification was more than 10 times more complicated. The original version of Familiar Face only had over 20 Gu worms. Including the Attitude Gu, there were less than 30. With a small number of Gu worms, the sequence of activation was simple and not complicated, and the activation speed was also fast. Now that Fang Yuan modified it, there were over 1,000 Gu worms, the activation speed was naturally not as fast and convenient as the original version. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan tried to activate the modified Familiar Face. The result of the test made him very satisfied. The modified Familiar Face could reach 60% of the original's power. Losing 2 Immortal level supplementary Gu and exchanging for over 1,000 Mortal Gu, it was already very ideal to reach this level. But the activation was slow, it needed an hour to activate. This was not a big deal, after all, Familiar Face was not used for battle. In my previous life, I refined Change Form Immortal Gu and used it as the core to create the modified Familiar Face killer move. Now that I have the modified Familiar Face, its effect is 100 times better than in my previous life. Rank 7 Gu Immortals can be deceived, but rank 8 Gu Immortals will have to depend on the situation. Fang Yuan estimated. The killer move Familiar Face could be said to be extremely exquisite, especially with Attitude Gu as the core. It not only changed Fang Yuan's appearance on the surface, but also directly affected other people's hearts. Even if Fang Yuan became a stranger, if the other party was hit by this move, they would feel that Fang Yuan was a good friend that they had not seen for many years, or that he looked familiar, giving them a sense of intimacy. After obtaining Familiar Face, Fang Yuan took time to practice it every day. Although Attitude Gu was rank 8, its activation requirement was very low, it only needed the Gu Immortal's mental energy, it did not need to expend any Immortal essence. Thus, the cost of Fang Yuan's practice was not high. Because of his familiarity, he could reduce the time he needed to activate Familiar Face from the original hour to half. The preparation work has come to an end. Next, I will have to wait for Tai Bai Yunxing to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan settled down and stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, occasionally going to the small village where the Spring Dream Fruit Tree was. He continued to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu. He then used these Dream Path Mortal Gu to pick large numbers of Spring Dream Fruits. Chapter 984. Western Desert, Green Heaven Fragment World. The sky was green, cool winds were blowing here, the 4 seasons did not stop. A pure white and magnificent city floated steadily in the sky, reflecting a faint golden radiance. Today humans were the rulers of the world. The once dominant variant human races were now hiding in different corners of the world, struggling to survive. And this Green Heaven Fragment World was the paradise of one of the variant human races, the Feathermen. Immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City was the strongest base of the Featherman race. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City, cheers were resounding in the battle stage. All the Feathermen were cheering the name of one of their own. Yu Fei. Yu Fei. Yu Fei. The original Featherman King had died. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. But just a moment ago the battle had already ended. Dan Yu, the prince of the Feathermen, who was originally the most popular candidate, was actually defeated. The commoner black-haired young man Yu Fei obtained the final victory. I, Yu Fei, have finally realized my life dream. I am the Featherman King. Yu Fei was heavily injured, but he did not care. He raised his head and laughed loudly. He stretched his arms and win-win on his back, enjoying everyone's cheers. He was grinning from ear to ear. His smile was very cheerful, his mouth was wide open, his teeth were exposed. This generation's Featherman King is quite unique, he is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard that he is very ambitious, he wants to develop the Featherman Empire. But after he becomes the Featherman King for some time, he should stabilize. Behind the scenes, the three Featherman Gu Immortals conversed casually, they had smiles on their faces. But right at this moment, an intense attack descended on this peaceful city. Boom! The sacred Feather City shook violently amidst the earth-shattering explosion. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yu Fei was caught off guard, he lost his footing and fell to the ground. He even rolled thrice. Quickly look, this. The Featherman who saw this was the first to notice something amiss, he pointed at the sky. But he stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads, they were shocked to find that above their heads. A huge crack appeared in the greenish sky. Several figures descended from the crack like demonic gods. The three Featherman Gu Immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted, they flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting orders to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful, a powerful enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm and protect our homes. Gu Masters, get into position and occupy the formation course. Activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic and chaos. The Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time. It was like a paradise without any conflicts. The military preparations were very lax. Coupled with the fact that the new king had just been elected, both the military and the people were unable to make a proper response. The other party was so aggressive. The three Featherman Gu Immortals had grim expressions. They held a trace of hope and tried to negotiate peacefully. But the leader of the attackers, Xianxia, gave an order that shattered the three Featherman Gu Immortals' hopes. This old Gu Immortal had a cold gaze. In an extremely cold voice he said, "Begin the attack." The three Featherman Immortals were not their match, they could only retreat to the Immortal Gu House, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City was attacked by the Western Desert Immortals. Battlefield killer moves were unleashed one after another, covering the entire battlefield. Countless mortal killer moves and immortal killer moves were used. When they landed on the Immortal Gu House, they created a huge firework effect. Xianxia had clearly come prepared. He used his methods to stall Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City was like a swamp, it could not escape for now. The Feathermen had been in peace for a long time, now they were in an intense battle of life and death. Their response was not accurate or timely. The three immortals were the same, they lost the chance to escape. 2 days later. Boom. A bolt of lightning shot out, crashing into a section of Sacred Feather City's wall. The city wall was immediately blasted apart, turning into countless Gu worm fragments. The Featherman Gu Masters defending the wall did not manage to escape, their corpses were scattered all over the ground. Smoke and dust rose and a green light flashed in the midst of it. Oh no! The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, who had been fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, had bloodshot eyes. He saw that the wall had collapsed, there was a hole in the defense, he quickly flew over to defend it. The essence of an immortal Gu house was formed from countless Gu worms. This part of the wall had collapsed, the Gu worms were destroyed, it was like a hole had been created in the immortal Gu house. It was like a leaking ship, its defense was greatly reduced. If enemies entered and expanded this hole, they could destroy the entire immortal Gu house. Even though the hole was small now, they could not ignore it and let it develop. Zhou Zhong quickly rushed over to block the hole, he wanted to gain some time for the immortal Gu house to heal itself. However, when Zhou Zhong landed, he heard a sinister laugh. You fell for it. Suddenly 2 figures appeared on his left and right, sandwiching him. It turned out that a corner of Sacred Feather City had collapsed, there was a hole, 2 Gu immortals entered. Scoundrel! Zhou Zhong was furious, he quickly retaliated. But he lost the initiative, after a few rounds he was heavily injured, he was in a precarious situation. Freeze! Outside the city, a Western Desert Gu immortal approached and used an immortal killer move. In an instant, Zhou Zhong was like he was tied up, he could not move. The 2 Gu immortals beside him laughed sinisterly, they attacked together and hit Zhou Zhong's chest. Zhou Zhong coughed out blood, he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into countless buildings along the way, his speed gradually fell, he finally collapsed in a pile of rubble. His body shook slightly, he struggled with all his might. But the effect of the killer move earlier was still there, he had no strength left. Those two Gu immortals attacked again. Zhou Zhong could not help but show a look of despair. Zhou Zhong, persevere, I am coming. At the crucial moment, a majestic figure blocked in front of Zhou Zhong. The strongest expert of Featherman City, First Supreme Elder. Even if the two Western Desert Gu immortals worked together, they could not block the Featherman First Supreme Elder's strength. This First Supreme Elder's cultivation level was almost at the peak of rank 7. Right now he attacked furiously. He had immense power. He was unstoppable. The two Western Desert Gu immortals could not retaliate. They quickly suffered heavy injuries. They quickly escaped towards the hole. However, the final Featherman Gu immortal, Zhengling. He had been manipulating the Immortal Gu house to repair the hole as quickly as possible. The hole was already 80% repaired. It was getting smaller. The two Western Desert Gu immortals rushed to the Immortal Gu house's hole, but they could not escape. They had to stop. They had to destroy the hole even more. But at this crucial moment, every second was crucial. The Western Desert Gu immortals simply did not have time to destroy the hole again. Zhengling, good job. The Featherman First Supreme Elder was overjoyed. Right now, the Immortal Gu house was being repaired. It was already a situation of closing the door and beating the dogs. Once these two Western Desert Gu immortals were killed, the Featherman side's morale would definitely rise. The invading enemies would be intimidated. No one would dare to charge into the Immortal Gu house blindly. But right when the Featherman First Supreme Elder arrived in front of the two Western Desert Gu immortals, a shocking change occurred. On the two Western Desert Gu immortals' faces, his originally panicked expression disappeared, and instead, he revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. At the same time, four Western Desert Gu immortals appeared beside the Featherman First Supreme Elder. Our true target is still you. Die. The leader of the Gu immortals was White Sea Shatua. At this moment, his aura burst out, filling the sky and earth. His might was unstoppable. He had rank 8 cultivation level. The Featherman First Supreme Elder turned pale with fright. He was caught off guard and fell into a dangerous situation. Oh no! The rank 7 Featherman Gu immortal Zhengling, who was controlling the Immortal Gu house, was extremely anxious. He quickly activated the Immortal Gu house to deal with it. Both sides' attention was on the periphery of the Immortal Gu house, the most crucial battlefield. Old ancestor, are you alright? Yu Fei shouted, pouncing towards the heavily injured Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong. The Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong was paralyzed on the ground. Zhou Zhong had been hit by an immortal killer move. The effect had not faded yet. He was lying on the rubble, unable to move. It's the new Featherman King. Zhou Zhong saw Yu Fei inside. He transmitted, leave, this is not a battle you can participate in. But Yu Fei did not care. He pounced towards Zhou Zhong and activated a mortal healing Gu. Old ancestor, I will save you. Zhou Zhong admired Yu Fei's courage. He felt moved but also helpless. He had countless injuries on his body. They were all caused by immortal killer moves. The injuries were filled with Dao marks. Could he only be healed by an ordinary mortal Gu? But at the next moment, Zhou Zhong's eyes protruded as he stared at Yu Fei in front of him. You are not Yu Fei, you. Zhou Zhong shouted angrily. He wanted to resist but his body could not move. He did not shout. Fang Yuan had sealed his voice. That's right, the moment the Immortal Gu house was destroyed, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to come here from northern plains. Near the loophole, the Immortal Gu house's control fell to rock bottom. Fang Yuan did not let anyone discover him. Next, he found an opportunity, and while the two sides were fighting intensely with their attention focused on the crucial battle, he immediately moved out, disguising as Yu Fei and successfully approaching Zhou Zhong. Right now he was silently activating Slavery Immortal Gu. Zhou Zhong resisted intensely, the intensity increasing. But a moment later his resistance vanished. He was successfully enslaved by Fang Yuan. At once he became Fang Yuan's subordinate. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan was exhausted. He was extremely tired. He ordered Zhou Zhong, quickly replace Zhengling and take over the control of Sacred Feather City. Yes, master. Zhou Zhong dragged his heavily injured body and flew towards the center of Sacred Feather City. Elder Zhengling, hurry up and support the First Supreme Elder. I will control the Immortal Gu house. Zhou Zhong shouted. Zhengling was overjoyed. The Featherman First Supreme Elder's situation was very bad. Even though he was controlling the Immortal Gu house, the whole of Sacred Feather City was being held back by the enemy's methods. He could not display his true strength. Rather than using Sacred Feather City's strength, Zhengling might as well reinforce him personally. Are your injuries all right? Zhengling was about to move, but he showed some hesitation. Quick. Look at the situation now. Even if I die, I will defend the Immortal Gu house. Zhou Zhong was covered in blood as he shouted. Chapter 985. Bam bam bam. A series of explosions resounded like thunder in one's eardrums. Each explosion caused the whole of Sacred Feather City to shake intensely. Fang Yuan stood in the ruins, feeling the tremors of Sacred Feather City. His body was hidden in the rumbling dust. Enslaving Gu immortals is thousands of times more difficult than enslaving beasts. Fang Yuan sensed the pressure on his soul. Enslaving other life forms would place a burden on the Gu master's soul. Back in Northern Plains, during the Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan commanded countless beasts, but not all of them were enslaved. He enslaved myriad beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, 100 beast kings, and others to control the entire beast army. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Wild beasts did not have much intelligence, so Fang Yuan enslaved many. But earlier when Fang Yuan enslaved Zhou Zhong, it was completely different. Zhou Zhong had intelligence and spirituality. Even though he did not fail in enslaving him, it placed a heavy burden on Fang Yuan's soul. After all, Zhou Zhong was a Gu immortal. A rank 6 slavery immortal Gu could only enslave rank 6 Gu immortals. This is all thanks to Zhou Zhong being a featherman. He is not a pure human, his spirituality is slightly lower. If I enslaved a pure human Gu immortal, I might have failed already. Even though I cultivated soul path, my soul had a foundation. But that was the limit of mortals. For Gu immortals it was quite shallow. After enslaving Zhou Zhong, my soul has completely lost its spirituality. The young man who moved like he was flying has now become an old man with a heavy burden. My battle strength has fallen sharply. It would be good if I could use even 20% of my original strength. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Any Gu path that was formed could be said to be broad and profound. Enslavement path was the same. At Gu immortal level, it had extraordinary abilities that outsiders could not grasp. To put it bluntly, Fang Yuan was an outsider. He did not know any enslavement path immortal killer moves. If he did, with slavery immortal Gu, this situation might not be so bad. He had only used slavery immortal Gu in a superficial manner. But with his previous life's experience and the deduction of the light of wisdom, he obtained great success. Master, I took over Sacred Feather City. Right now, Zhengling was already rushing towards the Immortal Gu house wall. We need to reinforce First Supreme Elder. Zhou Zhong's voice suddenly entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan licked his lips excitedly and subconsciously clenched his fists. He ordered in a low voice, "Kill the real Yu Fei first." He was now in Yu Fei's appearance, and the real Yu Fei was his biggest flaw. Very soon Zhou Zhong's voice was heard again. Yu Fei is dead. He's turned into ashes. Now only Zhou Zhong controlled Sacred Feather City. It was easier than flipping one's palm. Very good, try your best to control the Immortal Gu house and escape the battle. Fang Yuan continued to give orders. This time after a long while Zhou Zhong's incomparably weak voice sounded, "I'm sorry master, I can't do it. The entire Immortal Gu house has already been locked down by the enemy's method." Fang Yuan snorted coldly, his eyes flashing fiercely. As expected, it's still the same. In his heart he wasn't too disappointed. In the previous life, he schemed and made the Feathermen commit suicide, obtaining the Featherman Gu immortal Zhengling's soul. Zhengling had personally participated in the Battle of Sacred Feather City, and it had not been long, even though his memories were very clear. His soul was not tampered with by a soul path great expert like Shuesongzi. Fang Yuan easily soul searched him. He obtained all of his memories. It was this memory that made Fang Yuan feel like he had personally experienced the Battle of Sacred Feather City. Thus, he could grasp the timing so precisely, sneaking into the Immortal Gu house and enslaving Gu immortal Zhou Zhong while the two sides were fighting. There were many opportunities like this, but this was the best opportunity. Zhou Zhong was controlled by an immortal killer move and could not move. This gave Fang Yuan a huge advantage. From Zhengling's soul, Fang Yuan learned that this Immortal Gu house Sacred Feather City was locked by the enemy and could not move. But for a person like Fang Yuan, if he did not try it himself he would not be satisfied. After trying he could not snatch this Sacred Feather City. Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing, watching the situation develop. Like in his previous life, Zhou Zhong dragged his injured body and barely managed to control the Immortal Gu house, freeing Zhengling's battle strength. Zhengling went to reinforce First Supreme Elder, fighting White Sea Shadua and the rest. This intense battle was the most crucial one in the entire Battle of Sacred Feather City. The result was the same as in Fang Yuan's previous life. White Sea Shadua and the rest were forced to retreat through a loophole. First Supreme Elder was heavily injured, he was targeted by the Western Desert Gu Immortals. As for Zhengling, he was in a better state. After this battle, the Immortal Gu house was repaired, there were no more loopholes, its defense was perfect again. But the Featherman First Supreme Elder died in the city from his heavy injuries. After losing their strongest battle strength, the two Featherman Gu Immortals held on for a night. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they decided to give up the Immortal Gu house and retreat. They gathered all the Feathermen and activated the Immortal Killer move Heaven's Wish. I wish for my Feathermen to survive. I wish for my Feathermen to be free. I wish for my Feathermen to have a world. The Western Desert Gu Immortals watched as the Feathermen left. Once the Feathermen left, they would obtain the complete Immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. This was the first time Fang Yuan was experiencing Heaven's Wish. He sensed a majestic white light sweeping him and the Feathermen into a tunnel filled with white light. His body was like a piece of wood in a whirlpool, spinning continuously. After several minutes, the surrounding white light vanished. Fang Yuan landed on solid ground again. He felt dizzy, he almost fell to the ground. The surrounding mortal Feathermen. He was already lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. Only the two Featherman Gu Immortals, Zhengling and Zhou Zhong, were standing vigilantly. Fang Yuan shook his head. It seems that after enslaving Zhou Zhong, my main body's battle strength is no longer worth looking forward to. Where is this place? The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong looked around. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling's expression changed. He said, "Oh no. This is a human Gu Immortal's immortal aperture blessed land. We are being treated as an earthly calamity. It has descended here." Tai Bai Yunxing was in the lead, while He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were on his left and right. They flew towards the Feathermen. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan helped Tai Bai Yunxing undergo tribulation, he did not invite them. But in this life, Fang Yuan wanted to use this earthly calamity to teach them a lesson. Thus he invited them to help him. Tai Bai Yunxing was expressionless. But he was shocked and joyful inwardly. He thought, back then when Fang Yuan told me that he could predict this calamity and told me what to do, I did not dare to believe him. But now it seems that everything is going as he expected. I will definitely survive this calamity. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked. A Featherman calamity was a rare thing to begin with. But Fang Yuan could actually predict it so accurately. What did that mean? One of the main reasons why heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were hard to pass was that they were hard to predict. Fang Yuan had this ability now. He was a divine weapon for passing tribulations. As long as one made preparations before the tribulation, the success rate would be raised to a terrifying level. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling's heart had already sunk to rock bottom. In the previous life when he saw Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, he felt disdain towards them. But in this life, Rank 7 Fairy Li Shan, Great Strength True Martial Physique He Lulan, and Tai Bai Yunxing arrived together, especially when the three of them did not conceal their immortal Gu auras. They gave Zhengling a huge mental pressure. There was nothing much to say next. After Tai Bai Yunxing displayed landscape as before, the Featherman Gu Immortal's threat towards Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture was extremely weak. In the previous life with just Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's strength, they played the Feathermen around in circles. This time, not only did they gain powerful reinforcements like He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, even Zhou Zhong and Yu Fei were traitors. After a duel, Zhengling was killed again, but Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest did not force the Feathermen. This was a mistake that Fang Yuan had made in the previous life. He would not make it again in this life. These Feathermen were different from the Feathermen in the market. They lived in the immemorial Green Heaven fragment world, they were isolated from the rest of the world, they had the nature of the ancient Feathermen, they would rather commit suicide than lose their freedom. Thus Tai Bai Yunxing did not restrict them, he pretended to discuss with them. Under the leadership of Zhou Zhong and Yu Fei, the Feathermen were all moved to star-form blessed land. With these Feathermen, Fang Yuan's Western Desert development would reach a new level, his future would be bright. This was not his only gain. Afterwards, He Lulan asked him about the matter of deducing the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan purposely smiled bitterly asking, "Do you think I have this ability? Don't forget, Zishan Makoto is my master, similarly Tai Bai Yunxing is also his disciple." He Lulan thought, as expected this ability is too strong, it is not something that Fang Yuan can have. So it was Zishan Makoto who did it? Unknowingly, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan became even more wary of Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan had given them a warning, it would be very beneficial for him to control blazing heaven demonis in the future. But after enslaving Zhou Zhong, the burden on his soul was very heavy, even refining Dream Path Mortal Goo was a huge burden. This made Fang Yuan's desire towards Luopa Valley even stronger. If Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain could belong to him, then even if he was an outsider of Soul Path, his soul foundation would grow rapidly. But now was not the time to go to Luopa Valley. In the previous life, He Cheng's soul fell into He Lolan's hands. Through soul searching, she obtained a lot of information and shared it with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew that Luopa Valley had been transformed into a secret stronghold by Shadow Sect. There were countless Gu formations set up, the defense was extremely tight. Even in the previous life, when the central continent Gu immortals led by Feng Jioga attacked, Luopa Valley was empty. With just these Gu formations, they could last until Qin Bai Sheng and the rest returned. Right now, almost all of Shadow Sect's Gu immortals were in Luopa Valley. It was more terrifying than a tiger's den. Fang Yuan had to wait for the right time. Chapter 986. Fang Yuan had a lot of patience. After helping Tai Bai Yunxing pass the tribulation, Fang Yuan refined Dream Path Mortal Goo and picked the Spring Dream fruits, while also increasing his business of Guts Goo and Eerie Fire Dragon Python. Very quickly, his monthly profit greatly exceeded that of the same period in his previous life. It actually broke through the 2,000 mark. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, in his previous life, Fang Yuan had to spend a lot of time to investigate thoroughly before he could choose a suitable trading partner, especially in the Western Desert. But in this life, because he had retained his experience, Fang Yuan easily contacted the buyer, which saved him a lot of time and steps, greatly bringing forward the time to profit. Secondly, the hairy men in Fang Yuan's stone nest were freed and used to refine Guts Goo. It was not like his previous life, where he had to refine Star Thought Goo and other non-profitable Goo worms. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had no plans to relocate Stellar Form Blessed Land. He had already formed a new alliance with He Lulan and the others. They might need to migrate in the future, but it was not urgent now. Fourth, with the Feathermen forming caravans to conduct trade, Fang Yuan was able to quickly see great results in the Western Desert. The usefulness of the Feathermen was starting to show. But Fang Yuan was only testing the waters, he did not send out these tens of thousands of Feathermen. In this area he had a long-term plan. He wanted to make use of this population to increase the number of Feathermen, and in the future he might even be able to trade Feathermen slaves. In terms of slave trade, Feathermen might not be as good as hairy men, but they were much better than Rockmen. Especially the Western Desert forces. The number of Feathermen sacrificed every year was not small, the demand for Featherman slaves was always high. Fang Yuan developed patiently, while accumulating Immortal Yuan Stone, he did not forget to accumulate Gu Refinement Immortal materials. As time passed, Langya Blessed Land was once again invaded by powerful enemies. The land spirit of Langya knew that the enemy was coming at them fiercely. He had no choice but to ask for help, sending letters to both Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. In this life, because of Fang Yuan's meticulous planning, Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture did not suffer much damage. After receiving the letter, the two went to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was filled with boundless clouds and mist. It was so dark that one could not even see his own fingers. Up in the sky, not seeing the sky. The ground could not be seen. This is the 12 cloud confounding formation, the land spirit of Langya introduced in a low voice, and these people are the invading enemies. With a wave of the land spirit's sleeve, a few images appeared in front of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Qin Bai Sheng Jianghu He Cheng Shuesong Zi Helang Zi Huifeng Zi and the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie were all there. It's them? Fang Yuan pretended to be surprised. You know these people? The land spirit of Langya immediately asked. Fang Yuan nodded. His expression was solemn. These people are very strong even though their leader, Qin Bai Sheng, only has rank 7 cultivation level, he can fight rank 8 Gu immortals. The land spirit of Langya was shocked. So strong? Fang Yuan pointed at the others. This is Fairy Jianghu, she has dark limit immortal Gu. This is the Gu immortal elder He Cheng of the current Northern Plains Superforce He tribe. He has an immortal Gu house in his possession. And Shuesong Zi, don't think that he only has rank 6 cultivation level, he is a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, his backer is rank 8 Old Ancestor Shuehu. And this is Helang Zi, he is a transformation path Gu immortal with great battle strength. Back then, when Old Ancestor Shuehu wanted to recruit him, he did not accept it. This is Huifeng Zi, he is a wind path great expert, his wind path attainment level is unfathomable, he is publicly recognized as the fastest person in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. He had once escaped from many rank 8 Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan's every word. The land spirit of Langya's mood became heavier. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, the land spirit of Langya's expression was extremely solemn. He pointed at the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal. I did not expect the enemy to be so strong. Then who is this Gu Immortal? Fang Yuan naturally knew about his background, but he showed a puzzled expression. He pondered, this person is concealing his face and has an immortal killer move. He seems to be very mysterious. Let me make a deduction. Saying so, he pinched his fingers, starlight shone from his body, he let out the aura of an immortal Gu, looking very serious. At this moment, the land spirit of Langya was deceived. He could not help but think, in the past I have looked for Fang Yuan many times to deduce immortal Gu recipes for me. But this is the first time I am seeing him make a deduction. I am not sure what immortal Gu he is using, but from the looks of it, his wisdom path attainment level is not low. The starlight on Fang Yuan's body gradually faded, his expression was grim as his eyes shined with bright light. Amazing, this mysterious Gu Immortal has a huge origin. He is actually an immortal zombie. Moreover, he has the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. You deduced it so quickly? The land spirit of Langya was quite surprised. At the side, Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled, of course. Fang Yuan's attainment level is a wisdom path grandmaster. Wisdom path grandmaster? The land spirit of Langya's heart shook, he sized up Fang Yuan with a new gaze. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, he said to the land spirit of Langya in a low voice, the enemy is so strong, I am afraid we will be in danger. The land spirit of Langya chuckled, no matter. As long as we persevere for some time, I can capture any Gu Immortal alive. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, he pretended to be curious as he probed the land spirit of Langya. It seems you have strong reinforcements on your side. The land spirit of Langya had a smug smile on his face, he did not want to say anything, but he suddenly changed his mind, he probed Fang Yuan instead. You are actually a wisdom path grandmaster at such a young age? To speak the truth, this is really out of my expectations. Why don't you deduce how confident I am in dealing with the enemy this time? Fang Yuan naturally knew that the land spirit of Langya's confidence was in the rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron. But next he pretended to deduce, pretending to be in a difficult situation. Eventually he admitted defeat. I cannot deduce anything. To speak the truth, I have tried to deduce Langya blessed land in the past, but I gained nothing. This time is no exception. Ha ha ha. The land spirit of Langya laughed loudly, he patted Fang Yuan's shoulder proudly, but did not say anything else. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense, rank 8 refinement cauldron was naturally the same. Such a defensive method. Not only could it defend against attacks, it also had the ability to resist deductions of others. Fang Yuan pretended to fail, this was within the expectations of the land spirit of Langya. In his opinion, this was expected. Because no matter how outstanding Fang Yuan was, he only had rank 6 cultivation level. No matter how mystical an immortal Gu was, it could not compare to the rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron. I cannot deduce anything, that is for sure. But if I deduce anything, I am afraid the land spirit of Langya will be wary. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. Land spirits might be stubborn or naive, but they were not without intelligence. Especially when the land spirit of Langya's main body, long-hair ancestor, had a good friend, Immortal Yi Yen, when this legendary person was alive. This person was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. The doctrine of 3 venerables was also very famous in history. Thus, the land spirit of Langya was very clear about the abilities of a wisdom path Gu Immortal. If Fang Yuan deduced anything, it would have clearly surpassed the abilities of a rank 6 wisdom path Gu Immortal. This would definitely arouse the vigilance and suspicions of the land spirit of Langya. He would think like this, how can just Fang Yuan deduce anything? Clearly there is someone capable behind him. And this great expert is very powerful. He can actually break through my refinement cauldron's defense and deduce the arrangements in the blessed land. Thinking of this, the land spirit of Langya was naturally very vigilant and guarded against Fang Yuan. After all, the land spirit of Langya was formed from long-hair ancestor's obsession. And long-hair ancestor was a hairy man, towards humans and even other variant humans he was always on guard. This could be seen from his previous life, when the land spirit of Langya changed his temperament and speech. The reason why Fang Yuan could get close to the land spirit of Langya. The main reason was because he had inherited a certain inheritance of thieving heaven demon venerable. Due to the agreement between his main body and thieving heaven demon venerable, the land spirit of Xianxia had to help Fang Yuan 3 times to refine goo worms for him. If not for this, how could Fang Yuan, as a human, get close to the land spirit of Xianxia? Although Fang Yuan had star-thought immortal goo and all-out effort immortal goo to refine all along, he did not want to waste the last goo refinement opportunity. It was to get close to the land spirit of Xianxia at all times. The land spirit of Xianxia had lived in this blessed land for countless years. His interactions with the outside world, other than jewel yellow skies buying and selling immortal materials, was only through Mo Tansang. He knew the principle of treasuring a treasure would cause trouble, thus he had always been low-key. At the same time, he had a natural distrustful attitude towards other people. Fang Yuan was not strong in the past, the land spirit of Xianxia was not too wary or suspicious of him. But when he gradually displayed his extraordinary side, the land spirit of Xianxia would naturally be vigilant and uneasy. How could he allow someone to sleep on his bed? In the past, Fang Yuan was just a little rabbit, but now that he displayed his wisdom path grandmaster cultivation level, Fang Yuan could be said to be a venomous snake. Next, the development was the same as in the previous life. Fang Yuan was arranged by the land spirit of Xianxia to guard a cloud building. But before this, Fang Yuan suggested to gather He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to participate in the battle. Tai Bai Yunxing also vouched for him. But the land spirit of Xianxia rejected it. Fang Yuan fought Xuesongzi, but this time he did not use the previous life strategy, he did not sneak attack Xuesongzi, he fought openly. Even though he was much more famous than in the previous life, the results were not great. Fang Yuan was only in a deadlock with Xuesongzi. Not long after the Shadow Sect arrived, Fang Yuan retreated. There was no benefit in killing Xuesongzi. He had immortal goo and lifespan goo, but they were hard to snatch. It was better to let him go and let him deal with the Central Continent goo immortals in the future. Fang Yuan had also thought of reminding the land spirit of Xianxia to make arrangements and use Refinement Cauldron to take down the Shadow Sect group. But after thinking about it, he rejected this idea. Firstly, he had to get rid of the Shadow Sect group, the risk was huge. Qin Baisheng was extremely strong, Fang Yuan had no confidence in him. The Shadow Sect seemed to have a secret connection with Zombie Alliance, the situation here was very complicated. Secondly, even if he got rid of the Shadow Sect group, Fang Yuan's gains would not be ideal. Refinement Cauldron had the greatest effect. If they won, the land spirit of Xianxia would get the most loot. The Shadow Sect base, Luopa Valley, would be visited by the Central Continent goo immortals. Fang Yuan would not be able to get it. Thirdly, Fang Yuan still needed the Shadow Sect group of Northern Plains to resist the Central Continent goo immortals. Although he did not know how the Central Continent goo immortals found the Shadow Sect group after investigating Fang Yuan, this was the situation that Fang Yuan wanted to see the most. If he killed the Shadow Sect group, it would be clearing the obstacles for the Central Continent goo immortals. If the Central Continent goo immortals found Fang Yuan, what would Fang Yuan do? Finally, Fang Yuan guessed from the blazing glory lightning brilliance body that the mastermind behind the Battle of Etian Mountain was likely the Shadow Sect. If he killed them, there would be a huge impact. An unprecedented accident would occur during the Battle of Etian Mountain. If there were too many accidents, it might affect Fang Yuan's arrangements and make his preparations useless. Thus, in the Battle of Xianxia Blessed Land, Fang Yuan planned to let nature take its course. Chapter 987. Damn it, it had to happen at this time. Qin Baisheng clenched his fists, looking at the situation, he was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Retreat. After a while he sighed and ordered. Why are we retreating? Fairy Jianghu was shocked. Luopa Valley was attacked. It was those Central Continent goo immortals who were investigating the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Qin Baisheng transmitted. How did they find out about us? Don't tell me, it is Providence. Fairy Jianghu's body shook. Providence is vast, it is likely so. But earlier we made a huge move to prepare for our final plan, but Providence obstructed us. When we reach Etian Mountain in the future, who knows how terrifying this Providence's obstruction will be. Qin Baisheng sighed. The conversation between the two happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. They were secretly transmitting their voices so no one else knew what they were talking about. Soon, under Qin Baisheng's orders, Shadow Sect's group left Xianxia Blessed Land. They retreated. Tai Bai Yunxing let out a breath of air. Damn it. He escaped again. He Lulan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Fairy Li Shan was silent, her brows were tightly furrowed, she had a worried expression. The hairy Mangu immortals first cheered, but soon they felt sorrow. In this battle not only were there bloody sacrifices, there were even traitors. The world was unpredictable, the tragedy of life and death was happening right in front of them. These hairy Mangu immortals who only cared about Gu refinement were greatly agitated. Langya Land Spirit released the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. His eyes were scarlet red. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the direction that Qin Bai Sheng and the rest left in. These guys, they really think we hairy men are easy to bully. One day, our great hairy man race will use your blood to wash away today's humiliation. This battle was because of Fang Yuan's inaction. It was the same as in the previous life. First, Fang Yuan and the rest guarded the mortal Gu House cloud building, but the Shadow Sect easily broke the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. One of the Inkman Gu immortals was instantly killed by Qin Bai Sheng, losing his life. The land spirit of Langya's original plan to stall for time had been seriously destroyed. He had no way out. He was so anxious that he kept walking around in circles. In his previous life, it was at this critical juncture that the land spirit of Langya transformed. But in this life, taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Yuan immediately suggested for the land spirit of Langya to use ancient battle formations. The land spirit of Langya was at a loss when he heard the news. He quickly accepted it. Ancient battle formations were different from the current mainstream battlefield killer moves. The Dao marks of the ancient battle formations were much less harmful to the blessed land than the mainstream battlefield killer moves. The land spirit of Langya had no other choice but to use Heavenly Giant Solar. At this time, Fang Yuan suggested, "How can we block them with just the few of us? We need more manpower." But the land spirit of Langya was hesitant. He had more than 10 hairy Mangu immortals secretly, but they were all behind the scenes, controlling the rank 8 immortal Gu House refinement cauldron. Especially, he even sensed that there were traitors among them. Fang Yuan had already expected the land spirit of Langya's reaction. He suggested that he had trustworthy helpers around him. The land spirit of Langya frowned. He was against others. He would rather fewer people know about Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan smiled. "Land spirit, don't worry. What is our relationship? I need to keep it a secret for you. I will not leak the blessed land's information. I only need to summon them. Arrange them in Heavenly Giant Solar and let them fight. After that, you can just give them some compensation." The land spirit of Langya did not want to agree, but Qin Bai Sheng and the rest attacked fiercely. Even with Heavenly Giant Solar, they were forced to retreat. The land spirit of Langya was helpless. He could only listen to Fang Yuan's suggestion. This way, Fang Yuan sent He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan into Heavenly Giant Solar, causing this ancient battle formation's power to rise sharply. However, He Cheng had the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. It could resist Heavenly Giant Solar. Qin Bai Sheng's 5-finger fist heart sword was extremely sharp. Heavenly Giant Solar suffered heavy injuries repeatedly. The situation was only delayed for a while before it deteriorated again. The land spirit of Langya had no choice but to rob Peter to repair Paul. He sent the hairy Mangu immortals and refinement cauldron into Heavenly Giant Solar. In the intense battle, the other side of the land spirit of Langya was stimulated. After sending 3 batches, Qin Bai Sheng finally found a chance. He activated the traitor and removed refinement cauldron. Eventually, he snatched many core immortal Gu from refinement cauldron and retreated. He brought Xuesong Zi and the 2 exposed hairy Mangu immortal traitors. After the battle, Fang Yuan lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunxing. He asked him to bring He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan away. He did not stay for long. This way, he completed one of the contents of the new alliance agreement that he had signed not long ago. He had already provided a chance for He Lulan to kill He Cheng. But the latter did not capture him. That did not mean that Fang Yuan did not follow the rules of the alliance agreement. Even though He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had a lot of questions and curiosity towards Langya blessed land after the incident. But Fang Yuan did not answer any of them. The alliance agreement did not state that all information had to be shared selflessly. Since Fang Yuan already knew about it, how could he shoot himself in the foot? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were helpless. They felt that Fang Yuan was very mysterious. His background could not be underestimated. He was actually connected to such a mystical existence. They could not help but think of Fang Yuan's master, Zishan Makoto. They had many wild and fanciful thoughts. First, he borrowed Attitude Gu, and now he used Langya blessed land to deal a blow to He Lulan's side twice. This made Fang Yuan even more confident in dealing with Blazing Heaven Demonis. At the same time, it was a small preparation for him to ally with He Lulan and the rest to take down Langya blessed land. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to take Langya blessed land for himself. But many times ideas were beautiful but reality was cruel. This could be considered as Fang Yuan's insignificant preparation for any future mishaps. Land Spirit of Xianxia turned into his second personality. Like in his previous life after the battle, he prepared to relocate Xianxia blessed land. At the same time, he reformed Xianxia sect, and invited Fang Yuan to be an external supreme elder. Fang Yuan agreed. Speaking of the rewards for this battle, Fang Yuan did not ask for the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu. He asked Land Spirit of Xianxia for a large amount of support. At some point in the future, if Fang Yuan was in danger, Xianxia sect would need to send Gu Immortals to save Fang Yuan immediately. This way Fang Yuan brought Xianxia blessed land's hairy man Gu Immortals along with him. Land Spirit of Xianxia gave Fang Yuan a sect mission. He was to go deep into the icy plain and contact the alliance of the Rockmen and Snowmen. As long as you complete this mission, I will give you a portion of the Immortal Gu recipes. As long as you have enough sect contribution points, you can use these contribution points to exchange for the Immortal Gu recipes you want. Land Spirit of Xianxia did not forget to entice Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed. Can I look at these Immortal Gu recipes first? Of course. After looking at them, even with Fang Yuan's vast knowledge, he was moved. Xianxia blessed land only had dozens of Immortal Gu, but the number of Immortal Gu recipes was hard for Fang Yuan to estimate. At least, Land Spirit of Xianxia showed Fang Yuan 200 of them. Fang Yuan soon saw many Immortal Gu recipes that suited him. He asked, "Can I choose other missions?" But he was rejected by Land Spirit of Xianxia. My Xianxia sect has just been established, there are many things to do, of course there are people to deal with. But this mission is the most dangerous, so I will give it to you. Anyway, if you die, I won't feel any heartache. Hairy Man Gu Immortals cannot die easily, they are truly on the same side. Land Spirit of Xianxia could only speak the truth. Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry, but also felt somewhat relieved. But don't worry, I want to create the Hairy Man world, you variant humans will need help. I also have a transformation path method to let you abandon your human body and turn into a hairy man. When you truly become a hairy man, I will open up the Immortal Gu inventory, you can use your contribution points to borrow or exchange Immortal Gu. Ah. Land Spirit of Xianxia patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, encouraging him. But this kind of encouragement was a bit too direct. Fang Yuan did not mind. His first question was whether familiar face and becoming a hairy man, could he fool Land Spirit of Xianxia? But soon he discarded this thought. Not to mention the fact that familiar face he had now was only an incomplete version. And the original familiar face was obtained from Land Spirit of Xianxia. Even though he was direct, it did not mean he was stupid. I will definitely not consider becoming a true hairy man. Humans are the true masters of this world, it has been like this since the remote antiquity era. This is the general trend, how can it be changed? Back then, even Long-Hair Ancestor, who was the Land Spirit's main body, had to hide his true identity. Now he is only a land spirit, what tricks can he come up with? Wishful thinking. Fang Yuan was not optimistic about Xianxia sect's future. In the 500 years of his previous life, Xianxia sect was taken over by the Celestial Court, this was the final outcome of Xianxia blessed land. Even if there were changes in the future, if it was not the Celestial Court, it could be other Gu Immortals or organizations. Humans would always be the rulers, the status of variant humans would not change. Fang Yuan's plan had always been to gain benefits from Xianxia blessed land. Land Spirit of Xianxia turning into his second personality had both advantages and disadvantages for Fang Yuan. But at least this time there were more benefits for Fang Yuan. The original Land Spirit of Xianxia was quite conservative, he would not create Xianxia sect and recruit Fang Yuan as an external supreme elder, he would not agree to help Fang Yuan when he was in danger. The battle of Xianxia sect ended, the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley began. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he recuperated while refining Dream Path Mortal Gu. At the same time he stockpiled Gu refinement immortal materials, preparing to refine Immortal Gu. A month later he picked all the spring dream fruits and refined a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu. The quantity was much higher than in his previous life. Chapter 988. Eastern Sea Yulu Blessed Land. With like in his previous life, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were led by a scenic blue immortal zombie, Shanan Jiang, as they passed through Yulu Blessed Land's entrance and entered. Brother Tai Bai, we meet again. Ah. Shark Demon saw Tai Bai Yunxing and showed a warm expression. He took the initiative to welcome him and patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder. Tai Bai Yunxing had not been in Eastern Sea for long, but with man as before and landscape as before, he had made quite a name for himself. Earlier, Tai by Yunxing helped Shark Demon's group attack Yulu Blessed Land. His man as before Immortal Gu was of great help to them. Shark Demon greeted him and turned his gaze to Fang Yuan. This must be Brother Tai Bai's good friend, Wisdom Star Qindao? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's good friend, then you are my good friend as well. I am just a lone cultivator, I do not dare to call myself that. Fang Yuan nodded, smiling humbly. He had a tall and straight posture, with a feather fan and silk handkerchief. He had the appearance of a handsome young man. His skin was white and clean, he had a tall nose bridge and thick eyebrows, his eyes were like deep pools. Right now, Fang Yuan had a smile on his face, he looked like a handsome young man, he was very pleasing to the eyes. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was Xianxia, but in this life he was Wisdom Star. Familiar Face's power was much stronger than vaguely familiar face in his previous life. Shark Demon and the rest could not see through Fang Yuan's true appearance in the previous life, it was even more impossible in this life. Shark Demon's wife, Su Baiman, looked at Fang Yuan and said, I heard that you cultivate Wisdom Path as your main and Star Path as your secondary, you were recommended by Sir Tai Bai. I wonder if you can display your skills here? In the previous life, Fang Yuan pretended to be Xianxia. To the outside world, he called himself Star Path as his main and Wisdom Path as his secondary. But in this life, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment had already reached Grandmaster level. Even without Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, he was very confident. Therefore he might as well separate the major and minor sections. They swapped places. Fang Yuan nodded and said to Shark Demon and the others, It's reasonable for everyone to test my cultivation. Then I will show you my skills and give you my comments. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was very humble, but in this life he spoke very politely, but his expression was full of arrogance. Shark Demon and Su Baiman looked at each other and couldn't help but look forward to it. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart was filled with worry, but he did not show it. Among the immortals, Bu Dan's face was gloomy. The arrival of Fang Yuan. His position in the team was in jeopardy, and his interests were seriously violated. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled, one hand was behind his back while the other held a feather fan, he waved it leisurely in front of his chest. He looked around, taking in the sights around him. Right now it was still the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Thus when he looked around, it was a vast expanse of white ice and snow. Every once in a while. Here a huge icy rain would fall and form countless snow monsters, causing huge trouble for everyone. Fang Yuan only looked for a while before saying, I've deduced it. Shark Demon and the rest were shocked. They had thought that Fang Yuan was preparing some immortal killer move, to think that he had finished it so quickly. Su Baiman complimented him even more politely, Your Excellency's cultivation is indeed impressive, to be able to remain so calm and collected. You actually deduced the flaw of this battlefield killer move without making a sound, you are truly admirable. Not at all. Not at all. Fang Yuan waved his hand and smiled, Madam, you are exaggerating. To deduce the flaw of this battlefield killer move, I need to spend some effort. But that was not what I deduced earlier. Immediately an immortal zombie asked, Then what did Sir deduce? Fang Yuan answered calmly, I deduced some information about battlefield killer moves. For example, this battlefield killer move that we are in is called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Hearing this answer, all the immortals were stunned. Immediately Shark Demon frowned, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had a vicious nature, he was about to act up when Su Baiman secretly stopped him. Gu Immortal Budan scoffed, Qindao, are you playing with us? Who doesn't know the name of this battlefield killer move? It is called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. To think that you have such guts despite your low abilities, you actually dare to trick Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Su Baiman laughed, easing the atmosphere, Budan, shut up. I think Brother Qin is only joking, he is about to use his true method. Fang Yuan shook his head, Madam, this is what I deduced. Su Baiman's expression froze, his gaze slowly turned dark. What? Shark Demon snorted coldly, he could no longer hold back, he stared with wide eyes as he walked forward fiercely. At this time Tai Bai Yunxing stepped forward, blocking Fang Yuan and Shark Demon. He cupped his fists toward Shark Demon, smiling bitterly, Lord Shark Demon, it was my fault. I did not say it clearly, but this Brother Qin has such a personality, he always leaves half of his words unsaid, I have been troubled by this for a long time. Shark Demon's expression eased, he looked at Fang Yuan. My Brother Qin, just tell me everything that you have calculated. Tai Bai Yunxing pretended to be distressed and said. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, Everyone, I have indeed deduced the origin of the battlefield killer move. But it is not only freezing rain frozen earth. Below this freezing rain frozen earth are Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth and Unmoving Troops. Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth and Unmoving Troops. Is this true? Shark Demon was immediately attracted by Fang Yuan's words. His eyes shined as he stared at Fang Yuan with anticipation. Fang Yuan waved his feather fan leisurely. I deduced it personally, how can it be false? Shark Demon and Su Baiman immediately transmitted their voices. Shark Demon was overjoyed. Madam, if this Wisdom Star's deductions are accurate, then his Wisdom Path attainment is truly amazing. Su Baiman agreed, that's right. Earlier we invited several Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, but it was very difficult to deduce the battlefield killer move. I didn't expect this person to give me an answer so quickly and silently. Shark Demon pondered, we need to wait and see. Maybe he is just speaking without thinking, pretending to be mysterious? If the deduction is wrong, what use is it? Su Baiman thought about it before rejecting. I think the possibility is not high. Firstly, Tai Bai Yunxing has a steady nature, he praises this person highly. If this person really has Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment, it is understandable that he deduced the battlefield killer move. Secondly, we can verify this. As we progress step by step, we will be able to prove his answer. If he wants to deceive us, he would not be so unwise as to give information that can be easily determined. Madam is right. Just as Shark Demon and Su Baiman were conversing secretly, Budan could not wait any longer. He sneered at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you are really astute, your deduction is very good. As long as the freezing rain frozen earth does not break, how can we know that your deduction is correct? Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He had trampled on this Budan in his previous life. He had framed him before, it seemed that he could not avoid it in this life. Fang Yuan did not want to complicate matters, but he could not do anything about Budan taking the initiative to appear in front of him. At this time, Shark Demon smiled. Sir Chin, Budan is being unreasonable, please do not blame him. Although he is being unreasonable, he is speaking the truth. The thing that I deduced will indeed take some time before I can verify it. Fang Yuan nodded, admitting it frankly. Su Baiman chuckled softly. For some reason, although this is the first time I have met you, I feel that I have met you before. I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity and trust. So even if I cannot verify it, I still believe you. Haha, many people have said that. Fang Yuan boasted shamelessly. Not at all modest. But there was indeed no need to be modest. This was the effect of familiar face. Shark Demon continued, Sir Chen. We are trapped in the freezing rain frozen earth, please help us, sir. Break this move one day earlier, and you will be able to see the next level one day earlier. I'll also be able to see the next level a day earlier and help Mr. verify the contents of your deductions and clear your name. Fang Yuan laughed. Lord Shark Demon, you are wrong. I'm very confident in my deduction. I don't need any verification at all. It is just that you do not trust me and need verification. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued, Since you want me to help, we should talk about the remuneration first, right? Shark Demon frowned. Fang Yuan's attitude made him unhappy. After all, Fang Yuan was only rank 6 while he was rank 7, it was already an offense for a rank 6 to have such an attitude towards a rank 7. In his previous life, Fang Yuan sucked up to Shark Demon and wanted to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, thus he was very polite to him. But in this life, Fang Yuan had already obtained the Earth Trench inheritance. Why would he need to join Zombie Alliance? Shark Demon wanted to attack Yulu Blessed Land because he needed Fang Yuan's help. Fang Yuan naturally had to use his identity to obtain more benefits. After some discussion, Shark Demon offered a high price. Fang Yuan gladly accepted and started to move. Although he did not have Star Thought Immortal Gu, he was different from his previous life, he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster now. Even if he used Mortal Gu, he could use them in countless ways. Most importantly, he had already unraveled this battlefield killer move in his previous life. Therefore, when he made a move, the effect was immediate, and it even caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise and praise from time to time. In his previous life, Fang Yuan only focused on unraveling this battlefield killer move, freezing rain frozen earth. But in this life, Fang Yuan dealt with it with ease, he placed most of his attention on learning. Be it his previous life or this life, Fang Yuan did not have a single battlefield killer move. He was deeply interested in any battlefield killer move. As time passed, Fang Yuan's understanding of this battlefield killer move, freezing rain frozen earth, became deeper and deeper. What were the core immortal Gu of freezing rain frozen earth? How many were there? and how many supplementary mortal goo were there? Fang Yuan gradually understood them. Only how these goo worms worked together and how many methods they could be used. Fang Yuan could not find them all in a short period of time. Every once in a while, freezing rain and snow monsters would attack, but Shark Demon and the rest would take the initiative to protect the environment for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not make the same mistake as in his previous life. He did not increase the power of freezing rain frozen earth. Instead, because he repeatedly unraveled it correctly, the battlefield killer Mu's power weakened. As for Budan, he was already cowering dejectedly. He did not dare to compete with Fang Yuan. The wisdom path attainment that Fang Yuan displayed was many times deeper than in his previous life. In the previous life, Budan was indignant, but now he saw the huge gap between him and Fang Yuan. He lost his fighting spirit and became dejected. Eventually, when Fang Yuan almost used up all of his star-thought mortal goo, he stopped. Freezing rain frozen earth had already been unraveled by 60%, only 40% was left. Brother Qin, why did you stop? Shark Demon asked anxiously. Fang Yuan smiled. Haste makes waste. I'm a little tired, let's stop here for today. Shark Demon was furious, but he needed Fang Yuan's help. He could not do anything about it, he could only force a smile on his face. Sir is right, I need to rest well. How about this, sir is a guest, why don't you come to my shark sea? My shark fishing feast is one of a kind in the East Sea. The other Goo immortals gasped, they looked at Fang Yuan with envy and jealousy. Chapter 989. At the shark fishing banquet, the fragrance of wine permeated the air, delicacies filled the table. After seeing Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment, Shark Demon and Su Baiman were very polite and enthusiastic towards Fang Yuan. As they toasted, Shark Demon called over many female Goo masters. Gentlemen, how can there not be music in this banquet? These are the servants that my hall nurtured. They all have Goo master cultivation level and are proficient in transformation path. Their performance of the Sea Demon dance has been praised by many Goo immortals. Today I will invite you to appreciate it. These female Goo masters were all beautiful like flowers, they had graceful figures. At this moment the music started, the female dancers danced, their sleeves fluttered in the wind, they were beautiful and alluring. Suddenly the music changed from gentle to hurried, the female Goo masters changed their forms, they grew fish tails and turned into mermaids swimming in the air. The music changed again, it became lively and lively. The female Goo masters changed their forms according to the music, they grew 2 shells on their backs and danced like clam girls. When the music started to have metallic sounds, the female Goo masters' hands turned into the pincers of prawns and crabs. As they danced, the wind blew and they looked very heroic. The music changed 18 times, the female Goo masters also changed 18 times, they danced in different styles, it was an eye-opener for Fang Yuan. Eastern Sea has a myriad of styles, it is truly different from Northern Plains' bold and unrestrained beauty. Tai by Yunxing praised generously. Shark Demon saw that Fang Yuan did not speak, he asked, I wonder what Mr. Chen's opinion is? It is truly beautiful. Fang Yuan said, but he found it funny inwardly. In his previous life, his wisdom path attainment was not high, even when he suppressed Budan, he relied on schemes and traps. But in this life, Fang Yuan displayed great strength, Shark Demon and Su Baiman treated him warmly. In his previous life, although Fang Yuan participated in the shark fishing banquet, he did not have this song and dance to liven things up. In this life he had this performance. It showed how much Shark Demon cared about Fang Yuan. After the dance, the female Goo masters retreated. Su Baiman said with a smile, I wonder if Mr. Chen and Mr. Tai Bai have any questions. Which maid did he fancy? As long as the two of you say it, I will make the decision and give it to you. I'm old. Thank you, madam, for your concern. Tai Bai Yunxing politely refused. Fang Yuan said, I've heard of the shark fishing banquet. Instead, I'm more interested in the sharks outside the hall. Su Baiman was slightly disappointed in his heart, but he still smiled and said, it seems that the two sirs are not lucky enough to choose maids. But this was a shark in the sea. But I can't make the decision. They are all my husband's pets. Since the two of you are interested, how can I not give them to you? Whenever there was a shark fishing banquet, he would give some sharks as a gift. However, there's another rule here. I wonder if the two of you know about it? Shark Demon asked. Of course I know about it. Fang Yuan nodded, he waved his feather fan in front of his chest. But I still need to confirm it with Master. No matter what we catch or how much we catch, they all belong to us? Of course, as long as the two of you do it yourself. Shark Demon nodded and replied. There was no hesitation. Fang Yuan smiled. Then let me deduce which shark is the most precious in this shark sea? But if I can really get it, I hope the two of you will be willing to part with it. Mr. Qin, do whatever you want. Shark Demon laughed. He wanted to probe Fang Yuan's true abilities. Fang Yuan pretended. He pinched his fingers and deduced. At once, starlight shone on his body. It was dazzling. After a while, starlight shone everywhere, filling the hall. In an instant there was the sound of bells. It was too wonderful for words. The starlight was dazzling. The aura of Immortal Gu spread out, causing Shark Demon and Su Baiman to be moved. They secretly transmitted their voices to discuss. This wisdom star Qindao is truly amazing. I wonder if husband has noticed he has already used 3 different Immortal Gu. I wonder what kind of wisdom path Immortal Gu they are. What they did not know was that Fang Yuan was only putting on an act. It was just a facade. The starlight slowly dissipated. Sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead. He closed his eyes and rested for a while before slowly opening them. His eyes were shooting out starlight that was over 3 meters long. The light was so bright that people could not look at him directly. To think that Shark Demon and Su Baiman have such powerful methods. They actually used the power of enslavement path to restrain a rank 8 one-finger flow shark. It is truly amazing. Although I deduced it, my methods are too shallow and I am unable to capture this beast. There is nothing I can do. Earlier I was still speaking arrogantly. Now that my abilities are lacking, I hope the 2 lords will not laugh at me. Shark Demon and Su Baiman's bodies shook. Resourceful star Qindao even figured out this secret. This. At once, this rank 7 Gu immortal couple stared with wide-opened eyes, fixedly staring at Fang Yuan, disbelief frozen on their faces. After a few breaths of time, Shark Demon and Su Baiman reacted, their emotions slightly calming down. Su Baiman sighed, "Today I finally know Sir Chen's power. The one-finger flow shark is our husband and wife's greatest secret. Mr. Chen might not know this, but in order to prevent this matter from being calculated by others, we husband and wife went to great lengths to ask Song Jiadan to help us conceal this matter." Shark Demon continued, "Twin polar plate armor pill, Nangong Hid Huan and Dragon Head Tortoise returned from Adversity Sea. In the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world, Song Jiadan is publicly recognized as one of the 3 most outstanding wisdom path Gu immortals. Brother Chen's method can actually break Song Jiadan's defense. Doesn't this mean that Brother Chen's wisdom path attainment is already comparable to Song Jiadan's?" Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He seemed to have accidentally faked it. He quickly waved his hand trying to salvage the situation. "I am ashamed. I cannot compare to Song Jiadan. I had also performed exceptionally earlier. If I were to face Song Jiadan himself, there would be no chance of victory." Shark Demon's upper body leaned forward. He stared at Fang Yuan. "I have finally seen Sir's method. But, earlier in Yulu Blessed Land, why did I not see Sir activate the Immortal Gu?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "Wouldn't activating the Immortal Gu expend immortal essence? The cost would increase. I'm not a wealthy person like Lord Shark Demon. Moreover, using Mortal Gu can also unravel the battlefield killer move. It is just that the time needed is slightly longer. Why not?" Shark Demon was greatly moved. Fang Yuan did not care about time, but he did. He had accepted a mission from Zombie Alliance to attack Yulu Blessed Land. As time passed, Zombie Alliance's higher-ups would urge him. If he did not make much progress, he might be replaced by someone else. Thus, Shark Demon and Su Baiman were under a lot of pressure. "Sir, you do not know that I am an impatient person. In order to avoid problems, the faster we attack Yulu Blessed Land, the better." Shark Demon laughed heartily, continuing, "It seems that the price I offered earlier did not satisfy Sir. Sir Chin, state your price. I will try my best to satisfy it." Fang Yuan shook his head and smiled. "It is best to slow down when attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Lord Shark Demon, don't you know the value of battlefield killer moves?" "Of course I do. I also know the true value of Yulu Blessed Land is not just these battlefield killer moves. It is the method to use the Dao marks in the Blessed Land to set up battlefield killer moves. But these methods can be learned from the land spirit after attacking the Blessed Land." Shark Demon answered. "What if there is no land spirit?" Fang Yuan asked. The possibility is very small." Shark Demon hesitated. "Even if it is small, it is still possible. Lord Shark Demon has been attacking Yulu Blessed Land for so long. Have you seen the land spirit?" "I don't think so. Thus, the safest method is to slowly attack and understand all these battlefield killer moves." Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. Shark Demon was getting angry. He continued to persuade Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan was insistent. Shark Demon could not turn hostile. He needed Fang Yuan's help. He could only endure it. Fang Yuan was fearless. He raised the price. and only agreed when Shark Demon reached his limit. After resting for a few days, Feng Yuan followed Shark Demon into Yulu Blessed Land again. This time he used Star Thought Immortal Goo and spent many days to help Shark Demon unravel the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth killer move. As for this Star Thought Immortal Goo, it was quite strange. After Feng Yuan was reborn, he tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo for the first time, and he actually succeeded. But the truth was, Immortal Goo refinement was not so simple. The reason why Star Thought Immortal Goo was refined was because of Feng Yuan's extensive practice in his previous life. Maybe after connecting He Lulan, Feng Yuan's luck became better. This was one of the reasons why the Goo refinement succeeded. Feng Yuan had already started to stockpile immortal materials. He was preparing to refine rank 6 all-out effort Goo when the time was right. Time flew by and several months had passed. With Feng Yuan's help, Shark Demon's invasion of Yulu Blessed Land was much smoother than in his previous life. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield and 8 Doors Labyrinth, they were all unraveled by Feng Yuan. After using Star Thought Immortal Goo, Feng Yuan no longer lacked Star Thoughts. He had already grasped Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield and 8 Doors Labyrinth. Even though Feng Yuan did not have the corresponding Immortal Goo, he could not create any battlefield killer move. But this was already a huge gain. Feng Yuan had a deep understanding of battlefield killer moves. As long as he used the Light of Wisdom, given time, Feng Yuan was confident that he could use these Immortal Goo to create his own battlefield killer move. Finally, Feng Yuan faced the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops again. He finally encountered a problem. Unmoving Troops was the final round of Yulu Blessed Land. It involved Wisdom Path and was very difficult. Adding on that, Feng Yuan did not have any experience in unraveling it in his previous life. His progress was very slow. Feng Yuan gave up. He did not join Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon could not order him. Of course, the main reason was that Central Continent was in chaos. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattered. Countless fragment worlds fell on Central Continent. In his previous life, Feng Yuan obtained Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster attainment levels in the Dream Realm of the Fragment Worlds. But the Dream Realm was not fully explored by him. In this life, Feng Yuan was looking forward to it. If he fully explored the Dream Realm, how much would his gains be? Would his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels rise again? Or the attainment levels of other paths? Chapter 990. Several days later, Feng Yuan appeared in a nameless valley in Central Continent. A certain fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here. It was still stable for now. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had sent Goo Immortals to guard this valley. Seeing that Fengyang had brought Feng Yuan here, their expressions turned ugly. This time, it was all thanks to Feng Yuan's rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level, otherwise they would not have been able to obtain such a huge benefit. The fragment world here was just enough for a bottom-tier rank 6 Goo Immortal to barely enter. But among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, where could there be a Goo Immortal with such low cultivation level like Feng Yuan? Thus, Feng Yuan was the only one who was in high demand. Crane Gate made full use of the competition rules of the 10 great ancient sects to bring them into the Grotto Heaven fragment world. Like in his previous life, Fairy Bai Qing took care of Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong. Feng Yuan nodded in agreement, but he was thinking in his heart, should he kill Feng Kim Hong? Because Spirit Affinity House did not announce the death of Feng Jioga. According to Feng Yuan's information, he knew that Feng Jioga had gone missing in Northern Plains. But thinking about it, Feng Yuan gave up on this idea. Even if Feng Jioga died in my previous life, the 100 days battle in this life has not ended yet. Anything is possible. Moreover, Feng Jioga's death in my previous life has not been confirmed yet. Most importantly, the reason why I wanted to kill Feng Kim Hong was because I wanted to snatch her Dream Wings Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, even if she is immortal, she can make the Immortal Goo self-destruct with just a thought. Even if I am a Goo Immortal without special methods, I cannot snatch it. If I deal with her now, Feng Jioga is still at her peak. She will definitely be attacked by Spirit Affinity House and other super forces. This is courting death. Go in. The others have already entered, and since your cultivation is the highest, you've been arranged to be the last, Fengyang said in a low voice. There was no helping it. If Feng Yuan entered in advance, the other 9 sects were all Mortal Goo masters and could not compete with Feng Yuan. Of course. From this, one could see the weakness of the Crane Gate. If Crane Gate was as strong as Spirit Affinity House, it would not be difficult for Feng Yuan to be first. The fragment world of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was right in front of Feng Yuan. It was a scene of a blue lake. It was like a torn half of a painting, suddenly inserted into the small valley overgrown with bushes. This was not a complete blessed grotto heaven. Fang Yuan stepped into it. The next moment he was in the fragment world of the starry sky grotto heaven. Looking back, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were still in the valley. He was no longer in the same world as Fang Yuan. These Gu immortals' gazes were either gloomy or envious. There was no helping it, their cultivation levels were too high, they had countless Dao marks. If they forcefully entered, they would directly break this fragile fragment world. This lake is huge. I remember that in my previous life, the desolate beast dragonfish was hiding near the island in the middle of the lake. It was influenced by immortal Gu. It became very violent and berserk. I have lost self-strength immortal Gu now. I cannot use strength path giant hand. It is not as convenient to capture it now as in my previous life. Fang Yuan recalled as he flew out. Similar to his previous life, some elite Gu masters of Heaven's Envy Manor were still trapped on the island in the lake. Around the island, the lake water was dangerous and violent. The desolate beast dragonfish was causing huge waves. Fang Yuan descended from the sky, using an immortal method. After some effort, he successfully captured the dragonfish. Other than the desolate beast dragonfish, there were also over 600,000 ordinary dragonfish. After leaving behind the stunned Gu masters of Heaven's Envy Manor, Fang Yuan flew towards the dream realm. He arrived at the dreamland. Feng Kim Hong had already led the 4 Gu masters of Spirit Affinity House to occupy this dream realm. Feng Yuan, I've been waiting here for a long time. Feng Kim Hong smiled. Her facial features were like a painting, her skin was as white as snow, and she was calm and confident. Feng Yuan also smiled. Before this trip, I have already told you. Your mother asked me to take care of you. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll try my best to make things convenient for you, but there's a price for taking care of you. What can you give me? Feng Kim Hong was prepared and was about to speak. Feng Yuan interrupted her. If you want to use an immortal zombies method to regain a human body as a bargaining chip, then forget it. I've already found a suitable method. Of course, it's not the 10 extreme physique ascension method that you told me before. Feng Kim Hong was taken aback. She did not expect Feng Yuan to find a suitable immortal zombie reincarnation method so quickly. How about this? I know that Spirit Affinity House's research on dream realms is ahead of the other 9 great ancient sections. I only need the recipe of a dream path mortal Gu. I'll let you guard this dream realm and explore it for some time. How about that? You have dream wings immortal Gu. Don't tell me you don't know the recipes of some dream path mortal Gu. Feng Yuan suggested. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, if Spirit Affinity House's representative, Feng Kim Hong, wanted to occupy this place, she would have to face the challenge of any sect. Only after winning 2 out of 3 rounds could she get rid of the opponent's right to occupy this place. Feng Kim Hong had the immortal Gu that Fairy Bai Qing gave her, as well as her will and immortal essence. But she was immortal after all. She could not defeat an immortal zombie like Feng Yuan. Feng Kim Hong had a bitter expression. Feng Yuan, your request is too much. Everyone knows that I have Dream Wings Immortal Gu. But you have severely underestimated the value of Dream Path Mortal Gu recipes. I have indeed used some Dream Path Mortal Gu before, but those were all secret experiments. I planned to use them with my Dream Wings to create an immortal killer move. Unfortunately, they all failed. And these Dream Gu were given to me by the sect. I do not know any Dream Path Mortal Gu recipes. Change your request. For example, Strength Path Mortal Gu recipes. At this time, Dream Realms had not appeared on a large scale yet. Dream Path was still being explored and had not taken shape. Even though Dream Path Gu worms had appeared, they were limited. To truly form a mature path like Dream Path, just Dream Wings Immortal Gu and Dream Travel were not enough. Only a path that everyone could cultivate could be called a path. Dream Path had just started to develop, it was showing signs of progress. In the 5 regions, only super forces had spare time to research it. Thus, the Gu recipes of Dream Path Mortal Gu were extremely valuable. Feng Yuan did not persist. He knew, even if Feng Kim Hong knew the Gu recipes of Dream Path Mortal Gu, he would not give them to him. The reason why he made this request was for his true motive. Feng Yuan said, then how about this? I need information on Sword Immortal Bo Qing. You might not know, but this person is a legendary figure in your Spirit Affinity House. Give me his information, don't try to fool me with the information on the market. Feng Kim Hong thought, this Feng Yuan is underestimating me. Even though I am a mortal Gu master, I have been in contact with the world of Gu immortals since young. How can I not know Bo Qing's name? However, why does Feng Yuan want Bo Qing's information? He thought again, Bo Qing is already dead, so what if I agree to his request? It is easy for my mother to get this information. Even if it involves Spirit Affinity House's secrets, I have a sense of propriety. I will not foolishly hand over all the information to Fang Yuan. After thinking about it, Feng Kim Hong nodded in agreement. But Fang Yuan continued, this dream realm is something that Crane Gate must obtain. How long you can explore it will depend on the amount of information you give me. You can send a letter now and ask your mother to prepare. I want to see the goods in 2 hours in Central Continent time. Then I will give you more time according to the quality of the information. Feng Kim Huang's heart sank. She knew that Fang Yuan was not so easy to fool. She was the treasure of her parents. She naturally had Immortal Gu and a large number of information path Mortal Gu to let Fairy Bai Qing know about Feng Kim Huang's condition. After a while the two finally came to an agreement. Fang Yuan left the dream realm directly. In this blessed land, even though he had subdued the desolate beast dragonfish, he still had a desolate beast hidden essence turtle and a desolate plant nethergrass to collect. 2 hours later in Central Continent time, several days had passed in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment world. Fang Yuan subdued the hidden essence turtle and nethergrass. Like in his previous life, he released some rockmen to search for valuable goo worms or goo materials in his place. He returned to the dream realm, where Feng Kim Hong could not conceal her dispirited and irritated mood as she handed him the first batch of information. Fang Yuan looked through it and nodded repeatedly. This information was very detailed, worthy of being the internal information of Spirit Affinity House. In my previous life, when Central Continent's falling heavenly river changed, many Gu immortals gained benefits, but I could not interfere. In this life I have my previous life's experience and insights. I do not need to make many deductions. I can save a lot of time and energy. Maybe I can explore falling heavenly river. Fang Yuan thought in his heart while commenting. Although this information is detailed, it doesn't touch on many secrets. According to our previous agreement, I will give you 3 days. Of course, this time refers to the time in the fragment world. Feng Kim Hong nodded, sighing inwardly. She had overestimated herself and underestimated the difficulty of this dream realm. Until now, even though she had Dream Wings Immortal Gu, she could not get through the first layer of the dream realm. She had thought that she could explore this dream realm in 6 to 7 days and obtain a huge improvement. But the cruel reality gave her a resounding slap in the face. If I had known this would happen, I would have insisted on the price. But now this information can only be exchanged for 3 days. This time is not even enough for me to fully recover from my injuries. Sigh. Feng Kim Hong sighed deeply again. Fang Yuan was well aware of her condition, but he pretended not to know and left again. But secretly he returned to the other side of the dream realm and entered it. With his previous life's experience he was very familiar with it, and with his ample preparations this time, he had a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu. He could use Unravel Dream many times. The first layer of the Beastman Wind Not Grass Dream Realm and the second layer of the Astrolabe Chessboard Dream Realm were all broken by Fang Yuan. He finally arrived at the third layer of the Dream Realm. This was a dream realm that he had never been to in his previous life. On the willow shore, the lake's surface was like a mirror. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, a female immortal was gently playing the zither. You are finally here. She looked at Fang Yuan, her eyes shining brightly as a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Fang Yuan's body shook. Chapter 991. This was the third layer of the dream realm. The night sky was gentle, stars were sparse in the sky. The lake was calm. The moment Fang Yuan entered the dream realm, he was already in the pavilion at the center of the lake. His gaze was fixed on the female immortal in the pavilion. He was very surprised. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Since ancient times, among the 10 venerables, only Red Lotus Demon Venerable was mysterious and unfathomable. His appearance could not be verified. The others, however, had names and appearances. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the second venerable in history. She was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, and also the second generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. Her great achievements, her voice and appearance were naturally widely known, thus Fang Yuan recognized her at first glance. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was tall. She wore a long blue dress that dragged on the ground. She had long black hair that extended all the way to her waist. Her eyelashes were thick and long. Her eyes were like the moon in a well. They were tranquil but had a hint of spirituality and mysteriousness. Her skin was as white as snow. She was looking at Fang Yuan with an eerie expression. Her hands were gently stroking the zither in front of her. You are finally here. She spoke slowly. Her voice was gentle like the beautiful night sky. Interesting. Who am I acting as in this dream realm? Fang Yuan looked at his own attire and found that he was in his original appearance. This made Fang Yuan quite surprised. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Earlier, in the first layer of the dream realm, Fang Yuan was a child who had encountered misfortune. In the second layer of the dream realm, he was a mortal youngster seeking immortality. Why did he return to his original appearance in the third layer of the dream realm? Before I entered the dream realm, I had been activating the immortal killer move Familiar Face. But now, even this killer move has failed. Could it be that this dream realm is so deep that my soul has unknowingly become addicted? As Fang Yuan thought of this, he became even more vigilant. He had just explored the first two layers of the dream realm. He knew clearly that this was a dream, it was not real. But if his soul was completely addicted, he would lose this knowledge and feel that everything was real. Just like back then. He Lulan fell into a dream during her tribulation. The dream continued to cycle, but she was unable to extricate herself. In this dream, I discovered my original appearance. This is a sign that my soul is in a trance. It seems that the third layer of the dreamland is not a trivial matter. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless and was on full alert. But star constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have seen through Fang Yuan's thoughts. You don't have to be afraid. Listen to my song. As soon as she finished speaking, her fingers, which were as tender as spring onions, moved. Under her control, the strings produced a melodious and beautiful sound. It was as slow as a spring and it was pleasant to listen to. Then she opened her mouth and began to sing in an ancient rhythm. Fang Yuan heard her sing. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, the road of life is full of troubles. Broken sword sinks into sand. The rise and fall of the ancient times, the unceasing heavenly river surges. Worry, the night is long and dreamy, where can I rest in peace? How many spring and autumn does it take to change a person's heart? Only providence is boundless. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sang in the night. Her voice was like a clear spring that flowed into the deepest part of Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Hearing this, he felt that this song was like a prophecy. It had deep meaning, but he could not understand it in the short term. After star constellation Immortal Venerable finished her song, her figure dissipated. A mysterious smile hung on her lips the entire time. Fang Yuan's concentration was completely focused. But in the next moment, the dream suddenly dissipated. What's going on? Why did this dream realm vanish? Outside the dream realm, Feng Kim Hong, who was recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes, shocked and suspicious. Fang Yuan concealed himself in time. He did not expose himself. He quietly left this place, feeling very surprised. How can this be? Before I explored the third layer of the dream realm, it vanished on its own. What kind of dream is this? Why is it so strange? Even with my 500 years of experience, I have never heard of such a dream realm. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He vaguely felt that this dream realm was very special. It seemed to have a very important meaning to him. In the dream, what did star constellation Immortal Venerable sing? What did she want to tell me? Fang Yuan tried to recall but could not remember anything. It was like a normal person waking up from a dream. Even though they knew it was a dream, they could not recall the details of the dream. Fang Yuan thought hard. He even used wisdom path methods, but he could not recall the content of star constellation Immortal Venerable's song, only that slow zither music was reverberating in his mind. Almost at the same time in southern border. Shadow Sect's headquarters, Life and Death Blessed Land. Life and Death Blessed Land had the door of life and death, and in front of this door there was a dream realm. Old Man Inkstone held 9 rank 8 immortal goo as he entered the dream realm calmly. The moment he entered, Old Man Inkstone felt an intense killing intent that was as cold as winter. Kill, kill, kill. A man in a black robe with bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair pounced at him. At once, Old Man Inkstone could not move at all. If anyone was here and saw this man in a black robe, they would cry out in shock, "Spectral Soul Demon Venerable." At the next moment, Old Man Inkstone was forced out. His soul was injured. After returning to his body, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm was much more difficult than star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm that Fang Yuan explored. Old Man Inkstone had only entered the first layer of the dream realm, but he was already forced to play the role of a character in the dream. And this character was the enemy that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable killed. Old Man Inkstone tried countless times, but he was killed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable the moment he entered the dream. He could not react in time. But I have already left the immortal goo in the dream. Now it is time to activate the killer move. Old Man Inkstone ignored his injuries. His right hand that was as dry as wood opened up, revealing another immortal goo in his palm. This immortal goo was refined by Central Continent's Yumu Chun. It was rule path and was called reality. Reality immortal goo was activated by Old Man Inkstone using his immortal essence. It turned into a silver light that flew into the sky at an incredible speed. In the air, it kept flying around the dream, dragging out a long silver tail that stopped in midair. It did not dissipate. Rise. Old Man Inkstone thought in his mind. Countless goo worms flew out of his immortal aperture, surrounding Spectral Soul's dream realm. They formed a formation in the air. Hundreds and thousands of mortal goo, all of them rank 5. They used reality immortal goo. There were also 9 immortal goo left in the dream realm as the cores, forming a mysterious immortal killer move. An hour later, Old Man Inkstone's face turned purple gold. Most of the immortal essence that he had accumulated in his life had been expended. All of his goo worms were destroyed. Only a silver cocoon of light was left. The cocoon was huge. It completely covered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm. Old Man Inkstone let out a breath of turbid air. His body shook. He almost fell to the ground. He was extremely tired but also had a gratified expression. He looked at the silver cocoon in front of him, muttering, "Next, I just have to wait for the nurturing to succeed." Several days later, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan laughed loudly, walking out of the underground cave. He succeeded. After spending a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he finally created an immortal battlefield killer move. This move was called Star Soul Battlefield. It used Cleanse Soul, Star Mark, Star Shoot, Starlight and Star Thought as the cores. Even though the explosive power was not strong, it was endless. It could expend a lot of the enemy's battle strength. The light of wisdom is truly amazing. If I had to deduce it myself, I might not even be able to deduce it in 3 years. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. This Star Soul Battlefield might only have over 600 goo, including immortal goo. But the truth was, the coordination and usage of goo worms were extremely complex. Thus, Fang Yuan needed at least 5 minutes to set up this Star Soul Battlefield. This time was not long. Compared to other battlefield killer moves, it was still below average. Normally speaking, battlefield killer moves needed a lot of time to set up. In his previous life, Fairy Li Shan fought against He Tribe's 4 old-timers Green City Rampage. She used the immortal battlefield killer move Pear Garden in Mountain. She had already started preparing it when she was lying in ambush earlier. In terms of trapping enemies, my Star Soul Battlefield cannot compare to Pear Garden in Mountain. But the battlefield has countless ways to wear them down. It is far superior to Pear Garden in Mountain in this aspect. After all, this Star Soul Battlefield mainly uses Battle Soul Battlefield as a reference. With Star Soul Battlefield, Fang Yuan wanted to find a suitable opponent to test it on. He quickly thought of that One-Finger Flow Shark. One-Finger Flow Shark has rank 8 battle strength and has 3-time path immortal goo. My Star Soul Battlefield cannot trap it. Moreover, to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark, I have to deal with Shark Demon and Subaiman at the same time. Fang Yuan immediately dispelled this unrealistic idea. He could of course cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness. According to this time, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness had already exchanged letters many times, reaching an initial understanding and some common understandings. Fang Yuan could rely on his status as He Lolan's ally to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark. It was highly possible. However, Fang Yuan did not choose this method. Even if he succeeded in dealing with the One-Finger Flow Shark, Fang Yuan would not be able to compete with Blazing Heaven Demoness in terms of battle spoils. He would only get a small portion of the benefits. And it was also impossible to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to kill Shark Demon and Subaiman. Although Fang Yuan was not a member of Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness was. Due to the Zombie Alliance's agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness could at most suppress Shark Demon and Subaiman. She could not take their lives. However, I still need to find Blazing Heaven Demoness. If I don't find her, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan might still conceal Blazing Heaven Demoness' existence and use her as a surprise weapon to deal with me. If I take the initiative to find her, I will cut off this layer of hope of He Lulan and the others, and also act as a deterrent to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan then returned to Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's Shark Demon couple had been anxiously waiting for Fang Yuan for a long time. In this life, because of Fang Yuan, their progress in attacking Yulu Blessed Land was greatly advanced. But the final obstacle, biting your troops, was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Shark Demon and the others had no idea where to start. They could only look at the immortal goo fluttering in front of them and sigh. Shark Demon's desire towards Fang Yuan could be imagined. But Fang Yuan did not want to pay any attention to him. Rather than cooperating with Shark Demon, it would be better to help Blazing Heaven Demoness take over Yulu Blessed Land. Chapter 992. The sky was blue, there were only a few clouds. Fang Yuan floated in the sky looking afar. He saw a vast sea and sky, the sea was blue, there were no waves, it was a grand sight. This was the unique sight of Eastern Sea, it was completely different from the mountainous southern border. When Eastern Sea was calm, it was quite similar to the bold and unrestrained northern plains. When huge waves appeared on the surface of the sea, it would be dangerous and violent, and the resemblance to northern plains would vanish. Eastern Sea had a lot of water, it had many changes. It was precisely because of this change that this magnificent scenery was created, and it also brewed the unique cultural styles. Fang Yuan waited patiently. The sea area below him was small, it was the territory of Zombie Alliance, Budan's private sea area. But Budan had already been chased out, the one occupying this place was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, the rank 8 Fire Path Immortal Zombie Blazing Heaven Demoness. A while ago, Fang Yuan's letter to Blazing Heaven Demoness had already been sent to the bottom of the sea. But there were no movements in the sea. Who are you? Such guts, you dare to disturb me at the most crucial moment of the Gu refinement. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan was shocked, he had already activated his investigative methods, but Blazing Heaven Demoness' movements were untraceable, Fang Yuan could not sense her. She actually got close to him, and even before she spoke, Fang Yuan did not sense anything. On the surface, Fang Yuan was calm and collected. He turned around and bowed. I am Fang Yuan, greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan? Blazing Heaven Demoness' eyes shined with bright light. These last days she had been in a good mood. Because she and Fairy Li Shan had resumed their correspondence. In the letter, Fairy Li Shan expressed her understanding for He Lulan. Earlier she was not really refining Gu. She only received an information path mortal Gu. The Gu's message was friend of He Lulan. This made Blazing Heaven Demoness curious and wary, she concealed herself and got close to Fang Yuan to probe him. Fang Yuan did not sense anything, he only had rank 6 cultivation level. This made Blazing Heaven Demoness' wariness lower. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a strong personality, she immediately accused Fang Yuan of disturbing her Gu refinement, she wanted to take the initiative to force him. But she did not say anything. Blazing Heaven Demoness' words made Blazing Heaven Demoness admire Fang Yuan a little more. Fang Yuan nodded, that is me. Saying so, he deactivated Familiar Face, turning from Resourceful Star's image back to his immortal zombie body appearance. Blazing Demoness' pupils dilated slightly. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed, this rank 8 attitude Gu really is. I Gu Demoness Gu, Dao is. Gu. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, Wisdom Star Qin Dao is me, but I am not just the Wisdom Star. Gu and she and was she. Gu. Gu Demoness and Demoness. She had long coveted Yulu Blessed Land. Hence, he had been secretly paying attention to and collecting information on Shark Demon. The Blazing Heaven Demoness had long since learned about Fang Yuan's disguise as the Resourceful Star Qin Dao. If I did not have Wisdom Path attainment, how could I create Imperial Court Blessed Land alone? The Blazing Heaven Demoness. I wonder if you are interested in Yulu Blessed Land? Fang Yuan revealed his intentions. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled, what do you think? Fang Yuan smiled and said calmly, if you are not interested, I would not have come here. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed, is this also what your master, Zishan Makoto, wants? Fang Yuan did not deny it. With my ability, as long as I have some time, I will be able to break the final battlefield killer move in Yulu Blessed Land. However, it's up to you to push Shark Demon and Subai Man out. If he did not have Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan might not have the confidence. But with Wisdom Path Immortal Gu and the unmoving battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan would not have a hard time taking it down. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression turned grim. Fang Yuan controlled the tempo of the conversation, she finally felt impatient. Words are no proof. She said coldly. Just because you say you have the ability, does that mean you have the ability? How can I trust you? The anger of a rank 8 Gu Immortal was not a small matter, the atmosphere became heavy. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had expected Blazing Heaven Demoness to have such a reaction. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience and knew about Blazing Heaven Demoness. Know yourself and your enemy and you will never be defeated. Precisely so, Fang Yuan took the initiative in the conversation. It is easy to make Lord believe in my ability. I will show my incompetence first. Saying so, Fang Yuan used his fingers to make deductions. At once, starlight appeared on his body, immortal goo auras fluctuated. More than 10 breaths of time later, Fang Yuan stopped pretending. He sighed to Blazing Heaven Demoness. A rank 8 great expert is truly not easy to deduce. This is your excuse for failure? Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. Of course not. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. I have already deduced that Lord has already contacted people in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and is preparing to expel Shark Demon and Su Baiman. I'm afraid Budan has already been captured by you, right? First subdue him, then release him and let him use immortal goo materials to bribe Su Baiman. By then, you can find an excuse to steal the goo materials, and you can openly find trouble with them. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard this and her expression changed. She was extremely shocked. She did not expect Fang Yuan to deduce her plan in such a short time. She was a rank 8 goo immortal. Even though she cultivated Fire Path, she had methods to defend against Wisdom Path goo immortals' deductions. Why was this method so useless in front of Fang Yuan? No wonder this person could make my sister wary and make little Lan suffer. No, that might not be the case. Maybe this was deduced by Zishan Makoto. He is just putting on a show in front of me. Blazing Heaven Demoness calmed down. She was not an ordinary immortal zombie. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were not easy to fool. Good, since you have such ability, I have a problem to solve now. Before she finished speaking, Blazing Heaven Demoness grabbed with her hand. Flames rose and enveloped Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He once again experienced Blazing Heaven Demoness' domineering nature, but he was not worried that she would harm him. Because Heilolan's attitude immortal goo was in his hands. If Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to kill Fang Yuan, was she not afraid that Fang Yuan would fight to the death and destroy attitude immortal goo? Fang Yuan did not resist. He was grabbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Next, Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted. She turned into a blazing rainbow that tore through the sky. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with a fiery red color, unable to move. He did not know how long had passed, but suddenly the flames in front of him disappeared. Fang Yuan found that he was in the middle of a wilderness. The plains stretched as far as the eye could see. Green grass covered the whole field. They were cute and fresh. There were few trees in the field. They had a wide field of vision. The most eye-catching thing was a palace not far away. This palace had azure gold carvings. On the surface were images of seas, the sky, mountains, and so on. This was the rough style of the remote antiquity era. The overflowing aura of immortal goo showed how extraordinary this palace was. This was an immortal goo house. At this moment, many goo immortals were standing in groups on the field, surrounding this immortal goo house from all directions. There were also some goo immortals. They were floating in the air, far away from the immortal goo house. But no matter which goo immortal it was, their gazes were focused on Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fang Yuan. Earlier, a blazing rainbow descended from the sky. It had a grand momentum. It was hard not to notice. Blazing Heaven Demoness rank 8 goo immortal aura was even harder to ignore. With such a high-profile appearance, Fang Yuan, who came with her, was also targeted by countless gazes. I am Song Chi Yuan. Greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Kai Xiong greets you. To be able to see Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness personally, it is my honor as Ruolai. Soon, 3 goo immortals acted as representatives, speaking. Even though they did not have as much cultivation as Blazing Heaven Demoness, but they represented Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruolai Clan. These 3 clans of Eastern Sea were super forces. They were also the main force that fought for Ascending Heaven Plane in his previous life. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness could not be too arrogant. She nodded lightly at the 3, saying loudly, I have heard of old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. I came here to try it. Go ahead. The 3 clans were silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke casually, but the 3 clans did not dare to be careless. Not mentioning Blazing Heaven Demoness rank 8 cultivation level. Behind her was the colossal force known as Zombie Alliance. If Zombie Alliance also wanted to interfere in Ascending Heaven Plane, then Ascending Heaven Plane's situation would be in huge turmoil. Lady Blazing Heaven comes from Northern Plains. You are a guest. How can my Song family be lacking in etiquette? This one is untalented, so let me accompany you. Song Chi Yuan took the initiative to slowly fly over. Brother Chi Yuan is right. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness has just arrived. Kai Xiong is willing to explain to you. Kai Xiong had just finished speaking when Ruolai Gei also flew to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at the 3 immortals. She did not chase them away, letting them stand beside her. Ascending Heaven Plane's location determined that Zombie Alliance could not reach it. There were many super forces in Eastern Sea, but only 3 were truly fighting for the hegemony here. These 3 clans fought openly and secretly, but when Blazing Heaven Demonis, a powerful external force, suddenly appeared, they allied together to resist Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis did not need to guess to know that these 3 clans had already sent an urgent message. Soon, there would be rank 8 experts appearing to control the situation here. But Blazing Heaven Demonis also knew that even though Ascending Heaven Plane was good, she could not touch it. Even though she was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, if she tried to take over Ascending Heaven Plane, not only would Zombie Alliance not support her, she would also offend the 3 super forces. Blazing Heaven Demonis had a domineering nature, but she was not stupid, she was very intelligent and knew how to compromise. Otherwise, in Fang Yuan's previous life, she would not have made that new alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. Chapter 993. Wisdom Star. This is Ascending Heaven Plane, one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. The Legends of Renzu has records of it. This place is filled with space path Dao marks. Not only are they irregular, they are also complex and ever-changing. Since you are confident in your wisdom path methods, show me Tian Nan's inheritance. Blazing Heaven Demonis said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. He already knew Blazing Heaven Demonis' intention. His wisdom path methods had just been exposed not long ago. Even He Lulan and the rest did not know. Since Blazing Heaven Demonis wanted to take down Yulu Blessed Land, she had to personally probe Fang Yuan's wisdom path abilities. If Fang Yuan had good strength, she would trust Fang Yuan and place the responsibility of taking down Yulu Blessed Land on his shoulders. If Fang Yuan was just an idiot, Blazing Heaven Demonis would find someone else to help him. As for Fang Yuan, he was useless, he could only stay at the side. Wisdom Star. Why does this name sound familiar? Since this person is favored by Blazing Heaven Demonis, he must have some ability. Humph. Ascending Heaven Plane space path Dao marks are not only complex, they are constantly changing. Our 3 clans are restricted by them, our progress is slow. With his own strength, how is that possible? Song Qi Yuan, Kai Xiong and Rua Lai Gui conversed secretly. They watched as Fang Yuan landed on the ground and walked towards the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan. Not just the 3 of them, the other Gu Immortals' gazes were also focused on Fang Yuan. In Song Clan's camp, there was a young girl dressed in white, her immortal light was like snow, she was the pearl of Song Clan, one of the beauties of Eastern Sea, Song Yishur. Wisdom Star Qin Dao. At this moment, Song Yishur stared at Fang Yuan without blinking, she had a curious expression. I know this person. Recently, Shark Demon tried to take down Yulu Blessed Land, he tried all ways to ask for this person's help. Previously, Qin Dao helped Shark Demon unravel several battlefield killer moves, his progress was extremely fast. But for some reason, Qin Dao suddenly ignored Shark Demon. Strange. Shika-chan, why do you know so much about Qin Dao? But speaking of which, this kid was indeed elegant and graceful. You are extraordinarily handsome, people will have a good impression of you at first glance. A female Gu Immortal Elder of Song Clan teased Song Yishur. A blush flashed across Song Yishur's face as she explained, Qin Dao once revealed one of Shark Demon's secrets, and in order to protect this secret, Shark Demon once asked Uncle Song Jiadan for help. That's why I value him. This was different from his previous life. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had disguised himself as Xianxia. It was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. But in this life, since he had rank 8 attitude Gu and familiar face, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to make full use of this killer move. Changing into a good-looking face could make people lower their guard, making it easier for Fang Yuan to act. Song Clan's Gu Immortals heard this and their expressions changed. Song Jiadan was the pride of Song Tribe, he was publicly recognized as one of the 3 Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan could actually break Song Jiadan's method, just this alone. Just this alone was enough to show how amazing he was. At once, Song Clan's Gu Immortals looked at Fang Yuan with different gazes. Fang Yuan walked in front of everyone. After taking 5 or 6 steps, he slowly came to a halt. He had a calm expression on his face, but he was secretly concentrating on something. Ascending Heaven Plane was not simple. These secluded domains of heaven and earth often had their own mystical properties. For example, Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were filled with soul path Dao marks, while Ascending Heaven Plane had countless space path Dao marks. Because of these space path Dao marks, Ascending Heaven Plane could connect to the immemorial 9 heavens. Even mortals could enter the immemorial 9 heavens through Ascending Heaven Plane. However, After Renzu's children wreaked havoc in the 9 heavens, they destroyed many immemorial heavens. Even Ascending Heaven Plane was affected. Ascending Heaven Plane was no longer as safe as the immemorial era. The space path Dao marks here were complex like countless spider webs. And they were still changing. Even though Ascending Heaven Plane looked peaceful on the surface, it was actually filled with danger and killing intent. Even if a Gu Immortal was here, they would suffer terrifying damage from the space path Dao marks if they were not careful. Blazing Heaven Demoness brought me here to test my wisdom path ability, and also to suppress me. She is probably still suspecting that I am relying on Zishan Makoto, that I have no wisdom path method and am only a messenger. After all, the things I deduced are all dead or already established facts. Only the environment here, which is constantly changing, can truly test my wisdom path abilities. It was no wonder that Blazing Heaven Demoness was suspicious. After all, Fang Yuan's wisdom path method was too sudden. Moreover, he was an immortal zombie. It was not that there were no wisdom path immortal zombies, but it was very rare for them to have such powerful wisdom path methods after becoming immortal zombies. In Fang Yuan's mind, star thoughts collided and fused with each other. With star thought immortal Gu, he no longer lacked star thoughts. This gave Fang Yuan endless confidence. After calculating for a while, he continued to move forward, towards the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 11 steps, Fang Yuan stopped again. At this moment he was still 300 steps away from the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan, but he had already caught up to the Gu Immortal at the end. This Gu Immortal came from Ruo Lai clan. Seeing that Fang Yuan was on par with him, he laughed, not minding it. Fang Yuan continued his deductions. The space path Dao marks here were formless and traceless. He had to make deductions. The distance that he had deduced earlier had already been completed. Fang Yuan had to move and stop from time to time to make deductions. It was not worth it to deduce a longer distance in one go. Because the space path Dao marks were constantly changing, sometimes they changed rapidly, sometimes they changed slowly. If the distance was too long halfway through, the later half of the journey would change. The results that he deduced after so much effort would be in vain. I need to display my value and participate in Yulu Blessed Land. I will need to display my wisdom path abilities. It seems that my name, Wisdom Star, is going to become famous in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with starlight. He had already gained some understanding during his deductions. 15 minutes later, he surpassed most of the Gu Immortals on the ground, getting to the front. Wisdom Star Qin Dao. Kai Xiong stared at Fang Yuan's back as he muttered. How old is he? At this attainment level, he is at least a wisdom path grandmaster. Ruo Lai Guei gritted his teeth. Song Chi Yuan sighed to himself. It is a pity that my Song clan Song Jiadan could not come personally. Otherwise, this inheritance would have been obtained by my Song clan long ago. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very satisfied. Such an achievement was enough to take down Yulu Blessed Land even in the huge Eastern Sea. At the same time, Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but feel shocked. How many years has it been since Fang Yuan became an immortal? He not only cultivates strength path, but also has such deep wisdom path attainment. And from my sister's letter, he seems to have displayed impressive enslavement path attainment in the Imperial Court contest. With such a disciple, his master, Zishan Makoto, must be extraordinary. It is about time. I am about 108 steps away from the immortal Gu house. Even though I can continue moving forward, I am already at the front. If I shorten the distance, I might attract trouble. Fang Yuan assessed the situation. With Blazing Heaven Demoness, he could easily take down Shark Demon and Su Baiman. But against Song clan, Kai clan, and Ruo Lai clan, Blazing Heaven Demoness alone was too weak. The space path Dao marks here increased in number as they got closer to the inheritance, and they were changing rapidly. Thus, the difficulty of deductions rose rapidly. With just Fang Yuan's ability, he could not reach the immortal Gu house. Especially after 80 steps, he needed wisdom path killer moves. The wisdom path killer moves here were not defensive methods like Star Fog Concealment, nor were they offensive moves like Hataru. They were used for deductions. Fang Yuan did not have such a foundation. But he had Wisdom Gu. Even though he did not subdue Wisdom Gu, he could use the Light of Wisdom. With just this Light of Wisdom, he could leave countless wisdom path killer moves that were used for deductions far behind. If he had the Light of Wisdom, Fang Yuan would have broken through long ago. He would be at least 50 steps away, not 100 steps away. The Light of Wisdom could not be exposed. Even if Fang Yuan obtained the inheritance, he would not be able to leave today. The 3 super forces were eyeing this place. How could they let Fang Yuan leave after taking advantage of them? Thus, Fang Yuan stopped and looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness snickered to herself, this Fang Yuan knew his place. Not to mention that Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, even if she had rank 8 cultivation level, she would not dare to covet the things here. She had wanted to retreat long ago. But retreating without fighting was troublesome. Song Clan, Kai Clan and Ruo Lai Clan, these three super forces viewed Ascending Heaven Plain as their exclusive territory. Blazing Heaven Demoness barged in. If the three clans did not take a firm stance, even more people would covet her. And for Blazing Heaven Demoness, if she left early, the three super forces would pursue her. She might as well stay and deal with this matter first. She had to fight rank 8 Gu Immortals. Sure enough, not long later, the three clans rank 8 Gu Immortals appeared. They formed an alliance and negotiated with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness was alone, but her aura was not weak. She took the initiative to fight. The four immortals flew to White Heaven. Nobody knew of their sparring. After the sparring, Blazing Heaven Demoness landed and laughed heartily, leaving Ascending Heaven Plain with Fang Yuan. In contrast, the three rank 8s of Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan had wariness and seriousness in their eyes. They conversed secretly. I have heard that Northern Plains Gu Immortals have extraordinary battle strength, far surpassing Gu Immortals of the four regions. Today's battle with Blazing Heaven was as expected. Even though she is an immortal zombie, she has incredible battle strength. We need at least 2 people to resist her. Great Grandmaster Fire Path attainment level? This woman cannot be underestimated. Back then in Northern Plains, she destroyed a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, thus she is called Blazing Heaven Demoness. She has a shameless nature. Even though she retreated, in my opinion, we need to be more vigilant. That makes sense. Chapter 994. East Sea Bipolar Strait. The sound of the waves penetrated through the thick fog and faintly reached the strait. Song Jedon sat cross-legged on the cliff with his eyes closed. His lower body was made of gray stone. His upper body was that of an old man, covered in wrinkles and extremely old. Suddenly his eyelids twitched. He sensed the token of Song Clan's first supreme elder, rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Chi Yuan. With a thought from Song Jedon, the fog surged and revealed an empty tunnel. A moment later, 2 figures walked out from the tunnel. A man and a woman, both Gu Immortals. The female immortal was dressed in white, like a lotus fairy, pure and moving. Her spirited eyes looked around with a hint of liveliness. The male immortal was a middle-aged man. He was mature and steady. He walked behind the woman. Clan Uncle Jia Dan. Song Yishir shouted from afar. Song Jedon wanted to reveal a trace of a smile, but in the end he could not. He could no longer move and the muscles on his face were completely stiff. His wisdom path cultivation was very unique. He could use providence to deduce matters and objects. It was usually very accurate. However, there were advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that Song Jedon would lose his freedom from then on. His lower body would be petrified, and he had already become one with the bipolar strait. When his lifespan was exhausted, his entire body would turn into a piece of stone, without any signs of life. In the end, Song Jedon could only say slowly and expressionlessly, "Little Shi, cousin Xiachi, long time no see." The ones who came to the twin polar straits to visit Song Jia Dan were the Song Clan Song Yishir and Song Xiachi. Uncle Jia Dan, this is the token grandfather gave me. Please take a look. Song Yishir first handed the token in her hand to Song Jia Dan. After Song Jedon confirmed that there was no mistake, he nodded and asked, "What do you want to calculate this time?" Song Xiachi opened his mouth and said, "This time. We're here for the Tian Nan inheritance in the Ascending Heaven Plain." Song Jia Dan pondered, "There are many chaotic space path Dao marks in Ascending Heaven Plain and they are constantly changing. If I can't be there in person, I can't adapt to local conditions." He calculated the path and time. But Ruo Lai and Kai Clan did not have any powerful wisdom path Gu Immortals. "I believe that with my wisdom path immortal Gu, you won't be able to escape. We should be able to come out on top." Song Yishir smiled lightly and said, "Uncle Jia Dan, there has been a new change in the Ascending Heaven Plain." Song Yishir then explained how the sky-scorching Demoness and Fang Yuan had barged into the Ascending Heaven Plain. Song Jia Dan immediately understood the purpose of Song Yishir and Song Xiaqi's visit and said in realization, "So you want to hire this resourceful star to help the Song clan obtain Tian Nan's inheritance? Not bad." Wisdom Star was not a member of Zombie Alliance. He was a good friend of Tai Bai Yunxing. He was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Because the Earth Tide had come to the East Sea. Since he can work for Zombie Alliance, naturally our Song family can also hire him. His wisdom path attainment is quite good. If our Song clan is a step slower and the other two clans get it first, we will be in a passive situation. Xianxia said. That's why you came here this time to ask me to divine the matter of this resourceful star, continued Song Jiadan. Song Yishe nodded repeatedly. I really can't hide anything from you, uncle. That's right, since we're going to hire resourceful star, we need to know him well. After all, he was not one of their clansmen. Most importantly, the other party is also a wisdom path Gu Immortal. If he tries to scheme, not only will our Song clan suffer a loss, we will also suffer a huge loss. We will also lose face. So this time, I hope uncle can use your methods to see if you can suppress this Northern Plains wisdom path Gu Immortal. Song Jiadan lowered his eyes. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but this resourceful star Qindao was able to break the method I used on Shark Demon, and was also able to shine in Ascending Heaven Plane. This means that he not only has wisdom path attainment level, he also does not lack wisdom path immortal Gu. If I rashly make deductions on such a wisdom path expert, it might go against the rules of us wisdom path Gu immortals. If I am not careful, I might attract the other party's enmity and create a strong wisdom path enemy for our clan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan disguised as Xianxia because he peeked at Song Yishe bathing. Thus, Song Jiadan had a reason to appear. In this life, Fang Yuan disguised as Wisdom Star. He did not leave behind any evidence, and most importantly, he displayed superior wisdom path methods, causing Song Jiadan to feel wariness towards him. Song Yishe and Song Xiaqi looked at each other. The former did not speak while the latter spoke. Everything has its pros and cons, it is just a matter of choice. Before we came, we had already discussed with First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder, we would like to ask Cousin Jiadan to make a move. Song Jiadan nodded. Even though he was a wisdom path Gu immortal, he was not the decision-maker of the clan. Since that was the case, he did not hesitate anymore. After preparing for a while, he made his move. A long while later, Song Jiadan slowly opened his eyes, showing a trace of fatigue. I cannot deduce it. What, uncle? You are one of the 3 strongest wisdom path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea, how can you not deduce it? Don't tell me this Qindao is really so strong in wisdom path, he is already on par with cousin. Song Yishe and Song Xiaqi were very shocked. Song Jiadan shook his head. The human heart is limited, providence is hard to predict. Maybe this Qindao is really amazing, he blocked all of my deductions. Or maybe he is not in Eastern Sea. If not in Eastern Sea, where else? The earth tide has already subsided, there is still a long time before the next earth tide. Song Yishe was very confused. Every immortal aperture is a small world, it is isolated from the outside world. My cultivation level is only rank 7, it is not strange that I could not deduce it. Is that so? Song Yishe muttered, feeling a little dejected and disappointed. Song Jiadan's tone changed, saying, I am more concerned about Ascending Heaven Plane itself. This place can connect to White Heaven and Black Heaven, it is a strategic location that people covet. This time, even though Blazing Heaven Demoness retreated, she did not lose her prestige. In this way, it would fuel the flames of greed in some people with ulterior motives. Eastern Sea's lone immortals and demonic cultivators need to be careful. As for the other righteous path super forces, even though they cannot directly interfere, they can still disrupt Ascending Heaven Plane's situation. This is the greatest danger that is currently lurking. Cousin is truly insightful, your words make sense. Song Xiaqi's expression changed as he nodded. Song Yishe also showed some worry on her face. If you want me to deduce why Star Qindao, I might as well deduce this matter. Don't worry, as long as we follow my arrangements, we will be able to attack the invading lone immortals and demonic cultivators. We can even use their strength to weaken Ruo Lai clan and Kai clan. Song Jiadan said confidently. Central Continent. Who immortal blessed land. Star fog concealment. Fang Yuan willed as he activated an immortal killer move. Immediately, a hazy starlight fog appeared. It slowly flowed out of his second immortal aperture. Soon the starlight fog covered Fang Yuan's whole body, so that his features were blurred. Outsiders could only see Fang Yuan's figure through the starlight fog. The modified star fog concealment seems to have succeeded. Fang Yuan inspected it and was overjoyed. This star fog concealment could defend against other people's deductions against him. Fang Yuan left Ascending Heaven Plane. After negotiating with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and used the Light of Wisdom. He modified the original star fog concealment. The original star fog concealment had 2 core immortal Gu, one of them was Star Thought Immortal Gu. The modified Star Fog Concealment also had 2 core Immortal Goo. Star thought Immortal Goo was still among them, the other was replaced by Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo by Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment level, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, which he could not use earlier, could now be put to good use. After my trip to Ascending Heaven Plane, the name of Wisdom Star Qingdao will soon spread throughout Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal world. At that time they will deduce me. There will definitely be many Goo Immortals looking for information about Wisdom Star. Familiar Face is a transformation path killer move, it can disguise oneself. But it cannot deal with deductions. With Star Fog Concealment now, I will be much safer in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan thought. Of course, Star Fog Concealment had its limits. Firstly, its defense was only against other people's deductions, it could not defend against earth, water, wind, fire, or physical attacks. Secondly, its cores were only 2 rank 6 Immortal Goo, even a rank 7 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal's deductions could only block them for a while. Then it would collapse. Finally, Star Fog Concealment did not need to be activated continuously. The star fog produced by this move was a layer of defense. As long as the star fog did not dissipate, it could defend against deductions. It was a layer of defense as long as the star fog did not dissipate. This layer of star fog is filled with Star Path and Wisdom Path Dao marks. It is these disorderly Dao marks that can block deductions from the outside world. Even if Song Jiadan tries to deduce me, the star fog can block them for a while. I will be alerted and have enough time to use fixed immortal travel to hide in my immortal aperture. Once he entered the immortal aperture, he would be in a different world. Even a rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Expert could not do anything if they wanted to deduce it. First was the battlefield killer move Star Soul, then Star Fog Concealment. Fang Yuan's 2 shortcomings were fixed. Next, he would refine the rank 6 all-out effort Immortal Goo. At the same time, he would wait patiently for Blazing Heaven Demoness to make her move. In my previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already pushed aside Shark Demon and Su Bai Man, but the timing was wrong, she could only go to Northern Plains. In this life, with my influence, the progress of Yulu Blessed Land was greatly advanced, she made her move earlier. There should be enough time. I hope that Yulu Blessed Land's gains this time will not be as disappointing as the Dream Realm in the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment. Earlier, even though Fang Yuan broke through the 2nd layer of the Dream Realm and reached the 3rd layer, he had reached the same progress as in his previous life. Be it Wisdom Path or Star Path attainment levels, they had risen slightly, but they were still at Grandmaster level. Most importantly, the 3rd layer of the Dream Realm was very strange. Fang Yuan could not understand it. The 3rd layer of the Dream Realm dissipated naturally, it did not give Fang Yuan any gains in attainment level. In the Dream Realm, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recited a poem. Fang Yuan could not remember it no matter how hard he tried. Days passed. Blazing Heaven Demoness finally established a good relationship with Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. It was similar to in his previous life. She used Budan to take the initiative to push aside Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Fang Yuan did not participate in this process. He only took action when Blazing Heaven Demoness attacked Yulu Blessed Land. Just like he expected, even though the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops was mystical, without anyone controlling it, it was like an empty formation. Fang Yuan expended a lot of energy and immortal essence to break through the final round, completely taking over Yulu Blessed Land. There is only one strength path Immortal Goo, don't think about it, this is my gift to Little Lan. According to our agreement, you can take 2 rank 6 Immortal Goo. But this Star Path Immortal Goo, even though it is rank 6, it is on the list of the top 10 mystical Goo, it has high value. If you choose it, you will not be able to choose any other Immortal Goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fang Yuan. Chapter 995. Central Continent, Star Form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was focused, he was refining all-out effort Goo meticulously. Large numbers of immortal materials had already melted into a lump of liquid. The yellow-brown liquid floated in the air. Fang Yuan willed as his second vital Goo, the rank 5 all-out effort Goo, was thrown into the liquid. Rise. Soon after, Fang Yuan shouted and stretched out his palm, his 5 fingers spread open as he grabbed at the ground. Crack crack. With a loud sound, the soil and rocks on the ground flew, enveloping the liquid and forming a ball of soil. This was a refinement path killer move, it was an earth path killer move. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had exchanged for it from Land Spirit of Xianxia. This was a small benefit of joining Xianxia sect. Of course it was not free. Fang Yuan had also deduced an Immortal Goo recipe for Land Spirit of Xianxia, it was about 30% complete. This refinement path killer move was not at Gu Immortal level, but it was very useful. After Fang Yuan modified the all-out effort Immortal Gu recipe, he used this refinement path killer move many times during the Gu refinement process. Blood refinement killer move, blood refinement snake. Fang Yuan's body shook, blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, ears and other orifices. The blood did not stop, it turned into 7 snakes that slithered around, hissing and hissing. The 7 blood snakes climbed onto the soil ball. The soil ball coiled into a snake ball. Fang Yuan threw mortal goo one after another, the blood snakes opened their mouths and swallowed. Every time it swallowed a goo worm, its snake body would sink a little deeper into the soil ball. Over 2 hours later, the blood snakes completely fused into the soil ball. The surface of the earthen ball was covered with densely packed crimson snake scales. The entire earthen ball seemed to have a life of its own. The crimson snake scales constantly flickered with a faint light. It was as if the soil ball was breathing. Fang Yuan used fire to roast it again. These were 3 different colored flames, roasting the snake scale soil ball. In the blue flame, the flickering light on the soil ball became longer, a layer of white frost appeared on the red snake scales. Fang Yuan used the green flame again. After the barbecue, the glimmer on the earthen ball became livelier, and a thin layer of moss grew out of the frost. Finally, Fang Yuan used some kind of yellow flame. In the flames, the moss on the surface of the earthen ball hardened. The blood cocoon had turned brown. The blood cocoon was decorated with specks of golden light. It was as if Xianxia had joined in. The yellow flame roasted the earthen ball for the longest time. After roasting it for an entire day and night, the entire brown ball of earth finally turned into a pure gold color. After reaching this step, it finally came to an end. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He had obtained a precious breather, and then rested for 2 days and 2 nights. After recovering, he took out the golden earthen orb. Originally, the brown earthen ball was as big as a wash basin, but after being roasted to a golden color, the earthen ball was only slightly bigger than a baby's head. The next step was crucial. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and activated a specific goo worm to attack the golden ball. With a bang, the golden earthen ball exploded. Countless golden powder immediately spread out, covering a radius of 3 miles. I failed? Fang Yuan's expression sank. His gaze that was filled with anticipation dimmed. The sky was filled with golden powder, but there was nothing left. If he had succeeded, he would have formed a semi-finished immortal goo. But unfortunately he did not succeed this time. The immortal materials, immortal yuan stone, and countless mortal goo that he had invested earlier had all gone to waste. The only gain was that Fang Yuan gained some experience in goo refinement. The next time he tried it, he would be able to refine it. The next time he tried, he might be slightly more proficient. Sighing, Fang Yuan quickly returned to his normal state of mind. He calmed down. Refining immortal goo was not easy, the success rate was too low. It was normal to have such a failure. Next, he had to accumulate more immortal materials and try again. Fang Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada in his previous life, and after experiencing star-thought immortal goo in this life, his mental fortitude in this aspect rose sharply. After resting, he used fixed immortal travel to leave the blessed land, arriving in southern border. The night was deep. Fang Yuan flew all the way to the clouds. Above the clouds, the stars were even clearer and more dazzling. Star eyes. Fang Yuan had obtained this immortal goo recently. It was his harvest from Yulu blessed land. Fang Yuan activated this immortal goo. Immediately, his pupils turned into whirlpools that rotated continuously. A formless attraction force pulled the starlight in the night sky towards Fang Yuan's eyes. Rank 6 immortal goo star eyes, ranked 10th in the list of 10 mystical goo. This was an investigative immortal goo. Fang Yuan did not lack investigative methods, but after thinking about it, he still chose this immortal goo. Because this goo's investigative ability had already surpassed most investigative immortal killer moves. Using star eyes, Fang Yuan could turn the stars in the night sky into his own eyes for observation. The starlight in black heaven shone on the 5 regions. As long as the starlight shone on a place, Fang Yuan would be able to investigate it. Fang Yuan could stay in central continent and use the starlight in the night sky to observe southern border, northern plains and other places. Thus this goo was ranked 10th. What a pity if there were no drawbacks, this ranking could rise by 2 or 3 places. Star Eye's immortal goo's drawback was that it could not be used immediately. Before using it, there was a process of communicating with the stars. This was what Fang Yuan was doing right now. The whirlpools in his eyes became slower as the starlight was filtered and eliminated. Eventually, the starlight turned into countless threads that tangled together, forming a thumb-sized starlight thread. One in his left eye and one in his right eye, a total of 2 starlight threads. These 2 starlight threads were connected to Fang Yuan's pupil, while the other was connected to a star in black heaven. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended one after another. Star Eye's immortal goo continued to be activated. A mysterious force passed through the starlight thread and spread all the way to the end. Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open, but his vision was filled with darkness. But as Star Eye's immortal goo continued to be activated, he could barely see a faint blue dot in the darkness. Time passed and soon a night had passed. Fang Yuan's vision was still filled with darkness. But at the center, the blue dot had already expanded by a lot. As time passes, this blue dot will become bigger and bigger. It will gradually restore the full appearance of the star. I hope the star I chose is slightly smaller, otherwise I will need a lot of time and effort to completely transform it into my own. If the star was slightly smaller, the time needed for Fang Yuan to completely transform it into his own would be much earlier. Even though the small star's starlight was dim, the large star's starlight had more penetrative power. But Fang Yuan would rather it be like this. He wanted to quickly realize the wondrous use of Star Eye's immortal goo. The sky gradually turned white. Fang Yuan finally stopped. He counted in just one night, he had used up 8 beads of immortal essence to activate Star Eyes. Star Eyes is 10th, the drawback is that it consumes too much. To refine one star, it is no less than 10 rank 6 immortal goo refinements. Fortunately, I can handle this. Let's not talk about my star path attainment level. I am already a grandmaster and have the light of wisdom. Star Eyes can be used with other immortal killer moves. It has a wide range of usage. Most importantly, if Star Eyes and fixed immortal travel are used together. Fang Yuan's thoughts spread out. He could not help but smile as he thought of the wondrous use. Blazing Heaven Demoness must have known this. That was why she used Star Eye's immortal goo. Undeniably, fixed immortal travel and Star Eye's immortal goo were very compatible. In the following days, Fang Yuan tried to refine all-out effort immortal goo while thinking about the battlefield killer move that Fairy Yulu left behind. The most important content was how to construct the battlefield killer move in the immortal aperture without damaging it. At the same time, Fang Yuan used his free time to use Star Eye's immortal goo to refine the stars in black heaven. Furthermore, he had been paying close attention to the outside world's information. Time passed as Fang Yuan cultivated. Northern Plains, Central Continent, and other places were not much different from his previous life. But in Eastern Sea, Ascending Heaven Plains situation had changed. In Fang Yuan's previous life, large numbers of lone cultivators and demonic immortals barged into Ascending Heaven Plain, messing up the situation that Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan had painstakingly maintained. During this process, Seven Seas Snake Lady even mocked and ridiculed Song Yishur, causing her to exterminate the small village by the sea and kill Li Xiaoyao's ancestors. But in this life, these lone immortals and demonic cultivators were jointly attacked by Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan. Before they could change the situation, they fell apart. The reason was that Blazing Heaven Demoness had brought Fang Yuan to roam around. The 3 Gu immortals were alerted. When the 3 clans fought among themselves, they restrained themselves even more. Once an external force tried to interfere, the 3 clans would immediately join hands. Fang Yuan was most concerned about Luopa Valley. He knew that 100 days battle was happening in Luopa Valley. The Central Continent Gu Immortals led by Feng Jioge were fighting against the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals led by Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan wanted to find out what the situation was like, but he did not have the ability to do so. He could only set up some investigative Gu worms within 100 li of Luopa Valley. This distance was already very dangerous. If he got any closer, he would be discovered by the Gu Immortals of both sides. Be it Central Continent or the Shadow Sect, they were not to be trifled with. They were fighting for their lives in the valley. They would definitely be worried about a third party taking advantage of them. They would definitely make many investigative and counter-investigations, setting up battlefield killer moves, setting up Gu formations and other preparations. This life is different from my previous life. I purposely left Shuesong Zi alive to increase the strength of Shadow Sect's side. There will definitely be some changes in the situation of the 100 Days battle. In his previous life, Shadow Sect failed, but some people managed to break through. And even though Central Continent won, they lost Feng Jioge. It could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. Fang Yuan was also very curious about the result of the 100 Days battle in this life. But before the outcome was decided, he did not want to get involved. Without self-strength and without refining all-out effort Gu, he did not have much confidence in his battle strength. Unknowingly, time passed. 3 days had passed since the end of the 100 Days battle in his previous life. Feng Yuan pinched his fingers and deduced, he was already squatting in northern plains, patiently waiting. Chapter 996. 2 figures broke out of Luopa Valley, one at the front and one at the back. They were the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and He Cheng. Feng Yuan had a thought, his gaze followed the two but he did not chase after them. After a while, the Central Continent Gu Immortals did not come out of Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan guessed, it seems that even though I purposely kept Xianxia, I only delayed the result by 3 days. Shadow Sect still lost, so far, only the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and He Cheng managed to escape. Actually, this result was not strange. The key to the outcome of this battle was still Feng Jiugu and Qin Baisheng. Feng Yuan kept Xianxia, but a mere Xianxia did not have much effect on these two. I wonder what will happen in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley in this life? Feng Yuan thought as he chased after them. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie escaped rapidly, his speed was extremely fast, his body turned into a black line in the air as he flew forward. Who is it? Suddenly the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie stopped, his eyes spewing fire. Tai Bai Yunsheng appeared with a sneer on his face. You finally came, today you will die without a doubt. A mere rank 6 humph. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance's killing intent erupted as he charged at lightning speed. Boom. He hit Tai Bai Yunsheng fiercely, the latter turned into a lump of bubbles and dissipated on the spot. It's fake. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie's heart shook. He's just a rank 6, he actually dared to stop me, a rank 7. The most important thing is, how did he know my location? Is he a pawn recruited by Central Continent and Northern Plains? He did not participate in the 100 Days battle earlier because his battle strength was too low, he could not be of use? Or did he just arrive? Or do the Central Continent Gu Immortals not trust him? This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance was an immortal zombie. But his wisdom path attainment was high. Almost instantly, countless thoughts flashed in his mind. He realized the reason behind Tai Bai Yunsheng's arrival. He is only rank 6, I have rank 7 cultivation level, I still have 40% of my battle strength. He is not my match and has the aura of a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Therefore it was the most likely possibility. It's to stop me and slow down my escape. Take your time. There's no hurry. Tai Bai Yunsheng's illusion appeared again. This illusion was extremely lifelike. Previously, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance had been careless and had mistakenly thought that it was the real body. But now, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance activated his divination technique and with a single glance, he found some clues. He sneered and fled. Tai Bai Yunsheng's battle prowess wasn't strong, and he didn't have any powerful means of escape, so he could only cause chaos. However, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance didn't care. He had seen through Tai Bai Yunsheng's intentions and was focused on escaping. Where do you think you're going? You shall stay here today. Feng Yuan finally caught up to him. He had fixed immortal travel and arranged for Tai Bai Yunsheng to create havoc. Both sides used information path methods to monitor the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. They could definitely catch up. If not for the fact that Feng Yuan did not want to expose fixed immortal travel and his identity in front of the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, he would have arrived long ago. Seeing Feng Yuan arrive, Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart jumped. Next, it was the crucial moment. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie's heart jumped when he saw Feng Yuan. He was so scared that his whole body shivered. Feng Jioga. He cried out in shock. As it turned out, Feng Yuan had already used familiar face to disguise himself as Feng Jioga. His battle strength was only at the peak of rank 6. And because he enslaved the Featherman Gu Immortal, his battle strength fell greatly. If they fought, he would not be able to use his full strength. However, Feng Yuan had a trump card. This trump card was the Star Soul battlefield. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was only at rank 7. After going through the 100 Days battle and breaking out of the encirclement, it would be good if he could use half of his remaining battle strength. In this situation, as long as he forced the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie into Star Soul battlefield and used the battlefield to whittle down the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, Feng Yuan would likely win. Ignore He Cheng, he is like a stray dog. I'm afraid that like in my previous life, the Immortal Gu house is already lost in Luopa Valley. Otherwise, why did the Central Continent Gu Immortals not chase after him? He is injured and only has one dark arrow Immortal Gu, he is not a threat. And this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is a crucial person. Qin Baisheng and Jianghu are trying to protect his life. During the Battle of Etian Mountain he was a member of the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Battle Formation, he was one of the formation corps. He has a heavy responsibility, he will not die easily. In my previous life, old ancestor Shui who captured him alive, he was waiting for Zombie Alliance's reinforcements. Thus, there is a high chance that I can capture him. As long as I capture him, I can soul search him. The secrets of Shadow Sect will be exposed in front of me. Of course, if his soul is tampered with, he will be like Shui Songzi in my previous life. Then even if I kill him, it will cause a huge disruption to Shadow Sect's plans. Fang Yuan had ulterior motives. Shadow Sect was a huge force. If he wanted to take graceful chaotic duel stage, he would have to face this mysterious and powerful Gu immortal force. With Fang Yuan's shrewdness and ruthlessness as well as his aggressive nature, how could he not take the initiative to find trouble with Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan was not going to wait passively. This time he seemed to be targeting the weak spot of a venomous snake. He made his move. Is it really Feng Jioge? The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie saw that Fang Yuan was getting closer. He suddenly had a thought. He was a core member of Shadow Sect. Qin Baisheng's plan was not hidden from him. Before the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie broke out of the encirclement, he had seen Qin Baisheng use the terrain to drag Feng Jioge, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei into the space of thieving heaven's true inheritance. After that, Qin Baisheng would destroy himself and use the winds of assimilation to get rid of Feng Jioge and the rest. Why was Feng Jioge here now? The possibility was very small. Because Shadow Sect had already found out. Zhao Lianyun had been secretly sent back to Central Continent. As for Spirit Affinity House, they had a thieving heaven true inheritance. They were naturally anxious to bring Zhao Lianyun back. Unless one of Feng Jioge, Ao Shui or Ling Mei is also an otherworldly demon. But we have already investigated this before. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought quickly, thinking about Tai Baiyunqing's illusion, he became even more suspicious of this Feng Jioge. Thus he escaped while activating an investigative immortal killer move. After probing he broke out in cold sweat. This is the real Feng Jioge. At once, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie wished he could grow 70 or 80 wings to help him fly. My familiar face can deceive even rank 8 Gu immortals. How can you see through it? Furthermore, I have star fog concealment to protect me. That is to say, even if you use wisdom path methods to deduce my true appearance, you will need some time. With star fog concealment, familiar face's flaws were reduced by more than half. Furthermore, if the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie deduced Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan sensed that the star fog was decreasing, he was not a fool, he would continue to use the immortal killer move star fog concealment to resist the deduction and continue to conceal the truth. Unless the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie had very strong wisdom path methods that could make star fog concealment useless. But the possibility was too low. At least, from the information that Fang Yuan obtained from his previous life's He Lulan, this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not display any wisdom path abilities during the 100 Days battle. Familiar Face's power was displayed to its fullest at this moment. Even though it did not have offensive strength, the grand blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie with one of the 10 extreme physiques and rank 7 battle strength was scared half to death by Fang Yuan. It escaped in panic. It had strong movement abilities. It had at least 2 immortal killer moves that were used for movement. Fang Yuan's flying speed could not keep up with the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. But Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan had already used wisdom path methods to memorize his surroundings. As long as he saw the direction that the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was escaping in, Fang Yuan would teleport there and block its path. This way, Fang Yuan chased and blocked its path at times. Under the encirclement, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was gradually forced to a specific location. Over there, Fang Yuan had already set up many Gu worms. Half of the Star Soul battlefield had been set up. As long as he got there and activated his immortal Gu, he would only need a few breaths of time to completely open the Star Soul battlefield. Once the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was trapped in the Star Soul battlefield, he would be trapped. But right when the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was forced into Fang Yuan's trap, he suddenly turned around and used an immortal killer move to attack Fang Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense crimson flames surged towards Fang Yuan. The temperature in the air rose rapidly before the flames even reached him. Fang Yuan could already feel the intense heat. His eyebrows and hair turned yellow instantly. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. he had to retreat. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie laughed loudly. "Scoundrel, you actually dared to deceive me." Fang Yuan sighed to himself. There were no loopholes without a plan. And his biggest loophole was that his flying speed was not fast enough. During the 100 Days battle, Feng Jioge displayed lightning speed, but Fang Yuan could not do the same. This loophole made the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie even more suspicious. As his suspicions grew, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie started to guess Fang Yuan's motives. Not only did he have strong battle strength, he also had a meticulous mind. Even as an immortal zombie, he was not burdened by his body, he was extremely shrewd. Fang Yuan's scheme almost succeeded, but at the last moment he failed. Now the situation was reversed. It was Fang Yuan's turn to be in deep danger. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's flying speed was much faster than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan had enslaved a Featherman Gu immortal. The situation was not looking good. After dodging the flames with difficulty, Fang Yuan was in a sorry state. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie hated Fang Yuan's deception. He was extremely furious. He charged towards Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan became spirited. He laughed loudly. "Blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, you fell for it. Everyone, my mission is complete. I will leave the rest to you." Chapter 997. Seeing that the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie flew away, Fang Yuan relaxed. He immediately flew in the opposite direction. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, it was best not to expose this goo. After all, fixed immortal travel was too obvious. Once it was exposed, even if one was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, they would be able to deduce Fang Yuan's true identity. "I have fixed immortal travel, many Gu immortals know about it. Sigh, if they did not know about this, it would be much more convenient for me to act." Fang Yuan flew towards the location where the battlefield killer move was set up. After a while, he arrived at his destination. There, Tai Bai Yunxing had been waiting for a long time. The tactic of luring the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie failed. Fang Yuan said solemnly. Tai Bai Yunxing let out a sigh of relief. "In my opinion, this is a good thing. After all, with just the two of us, it is very dangerous to deal with a rank 7 Gu immortal. Actually, Fang Yuan, you don't need to be so anxious. Central Continent has not discovered us yet, right? Even if he discovers us, Master won't just stand by and watch. Don't forget, we still have fixed immortal travel in this huge world. Where can't we go? We can develop in peace and accumulate our strength. Why must we be the first in everything and put ourselves in danger?" Fang Yuan sighed. He shook his head and did not speak. Fang Yuan did not tell Tai Bai Yunxing about the immortal Gu house. It was not that he did not want to develop in peace, but the situation did not allow it. Tai Bai Yunxing was not like the reborn Fang Yuan. Only the reborn Fang Yuan knew how deep the waters of the Gu immortal world were. Once the truth about 88-point Jianghu Tower was exposed, the suppression from the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was far more severe than Tai Bai Yunxing could imagine. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to develop in peace, he could not do so. His trade would definitely be destroyed. As long as the Celestial Court releases false information, he would tell the world that Fang Yuan had obtained extraordinary benefits from 88-point Jianghu Tower, that he had countless immortal Gu as well as Giant Sun Immortal's luck path true inheritance. Then no matter where Fang Yuan went, he would be suppressed and hunted down. After all, this was not a great era where dreams were rampant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan, who possessed Giant Sun's true inheritance, would be able to defeat him. He would become the focus of the Gu immortal world. But Fang Yuan was at the bottom of rank 6 cultivation level. He would become the target of countless people. At that time, Fang Yuan, who lacked combat strength, could only wander around like a stray dog. Even if they wanted to develop, they wouldn't be able to. Don't forget, there were still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. He would come looking for trouble with Fang Yuan. But if he had the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage, the situation would be different. Rank 8 battle strength was the peak of the Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan, who was at the bottom of rank 6 cultivation level, could be hunted down by the whole world. Then Fang Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength, could only be targeted by rank 8 Gu immortals or super forces with immortal Gu houses. Even if they had strength, they would need time, energy and most importantly, confidence in plotting against Fang Yuan. Thus there were two situations. The difference was like heaven and earth. Tai Bai Yunxing saw that Fang Yuan was silent and consoled. "Fang Yuan, aren't you forcing yourself too much? There is no need to be like this. Actually, you can change your way of life. We are already immortals, can't we enjoy life once in a while?" I am enjoying life. Fang Yuan glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing before raising his head to look afar. After waiting for a while, that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie still hasn't caught up. This person is very calm. With his intellect, he should quickly realize that I had deceived him and that I was just pretending. But this person did not lose his rationality because of anger, instead he focused on escaping. Oh you. Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, sighing, but this goo formation you set up is really good, it is very interesting. It covers an area of tens of thousands of li, it is the largest goo formation I have ever seen. Moreover, while I am inside, I can control goo worms from all over the place and create illusions. What is even more precious is that the goo worms that make up this goo formation are all mortal goo. Where did you get them? Did you get them from Yulu Blessed Land too? Fang Yuan nodded but did not admit it. He had not only obtained Star Eye's immortal goo from Yulu Blessed Land, he had also obtained Fairy Yulu's cultivation insights. Using the light of wisdom and the inspiration he gained from this, Fang Yuan designed this extremely large goo formation at the last moment. Fang Yuan said, so what if it covers an area of tens of thousands of li? Think about the 88-point Jianghu Tower, it covers the whole of northern plains. And this goo formation is actually very fragile. The reason why the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not break it was because he was busy escaping and did not have time to care about it. Alright, pack up, we are going to chase after He Cheng. Fang Yuan's scheme against the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not succeed, the other party was too astute and calm. But Fang Yuan would not let He Cheng go. Fang Yuan had already arranged for the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong to follow He Cheng. He instructed him to follow him and avoid fighting. The process of chasing after He Cheng was very smooth. Even though He Cheng had high cultivation level, he was injured and only had Dark Arrow immortal Gu, he had also gone through 100 days of battle. Fang Yuan used the same trick, setting up a trap. This time he did not disguise as Feng Jioga, he disguised as Kanyang Laojun. He Cheng was exhausted from escaping, he fell into the trap. Fang Yuan had been waiting for a long time, he activated his immortal Gu and activated Star Soul Battlefield. The pitiful He Cheng was constantly being worn down by Star Soul Battlefield, he had no choice but to surrender. Fang Yuan had a thought, he did not take his life, he chose to capture him alive. Just like this, He Cheng became the first dazzling achievement in the creation of Star Soul Battlefield. He Cheng had great value, at least if he sold him to He Lulan, she would be willing to be slaughtered by Fang Yuan. But before that, Fang Yuan had to conduct a detailed soul search on He Cheng. In his previous life he had obtained a lot of information from He Lulan, but how could it compare to Fang Yuan doing it himself? Bringing the captive He Cheng, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He rested while observing Northern Plains situation. My next target is Luopa Valley. Once I have this valley, together with Danghun Mountain, my soul foundation will advance rapidly. The aftereffects of using slavery immortal Gu will disappear quickly, my battle strength will also recover rapidly. Fang Yuan had a deep desire for Luopa Valley. Back then he chose to exchange for slavery immortal Gu because of Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan wanted to take Luopa Valley, but he needed to wait for some time. After soul-searching He Cheng, Fang Yuan knew that Shuesongzi had already died during the early stage of the 100 Days War. The situation in the middle stage was similar to his previous life, but towards the end, it was almost the same. I don't know what kind of means Qin Bai Xing used to bind Feng Jioga's limbs. Right now, Luopa Valley is already occupied by Central Continent's Gu Immortals, it is not the best time for me to go. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He never lacked patience. Soon, Northern Plains situation changed, Fang Yuan's attention was drawn over. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped and sneaked into Earth Trench, but found that old ancestor Shui who was stealing the immortal zombie's body. An intense battle erupted. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was captured, old ancestor Shui whose matter was exposed, Zombie Alliance was furious. Even though the 100 Days War ended a few days later than in his previous life. But old ancestor Shui whose matter still happened. This made Fang Yuan feel some regret. He did not want Blazing Heaven Demonis to return to Northern Plains so early. If Blazing Heaven Demonis, He Lulan, and Fairy Lishan worked together, Fang Yuan's side would face huge pressure. Next he wanted to sell He Cheng for a good price. But if Blazing Heaven Demonis helped He Lulan, Fang Yuan would be in a much more passive position. What happened next was no different from his previous life. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance ordered Blazing Heaven Demonis to go to Northern Plains and defend Dark Flow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demonis was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, she was responsible for this. Even though she knew that Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel to keep it a secret, she chose to go through the regional wall with the 2 rank 8 immortal zombies and the others. Fang Yuan took the initiative to propose a plan to Blazing Heaven Demoness, telling her that this was a plan that he had deduced using wisdom path methods. After Blazing Heaven Demoness heard it, she praised, "This is a great plan, I like it. Old Ancestor Xuehu is hard to deal with, but he has a huge weakness. He lacks immortal materials to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Tell me, with your personality, what do you want from me by proposing this plan?" Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know that this plan was something that she had thought of after returning to Dark Flow City in her previous life. Fang Yuan told her about his desire for a strength path immortal zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated for a moment, but considering Fang Yuan's deep background, she reluctantly agreed to Fang Yuan's request. Fang Yuan did this to be safe. If he failed in obtaining the immortal goo house and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie body, he still had a way out. Time passed quickly in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan investigated carefully in Central Continent. He found out that the Central Continent goo immortals in Northern Plains had returned. It is time to obtain Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan mobilized Tai Bai Yunxing and Zhou Zhong. Using fixed immortal travel, they went to the depths of Luopa Valley. He had been here in his previous life, and in this life after soul-searching He Qing, he knew about the situation inside Luopa Valley. Thus, it was very convenient for him to come here. At this time, Hui Fengzi, who had surrendered to Central Continent, was still waiting outside, monitoring and preventing outsiders from discovering Luopa Valley. But little did he know that Fang Yuan had already entered the valley. Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain. Fang Yuan had just activated this immortal goo and was about to store Luopa Valley in his immortal aperture when a change occurred. There was a song lingering in his ears. This was the song that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had sung in the dream realm. The song was lonely, the hero was in dire straits, life was full of difficulties. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly rivers surge. Sorrow. Spectral night is long and dreamy, where can one rest in peace? Things change and hearts shift, only providence is boundless. This time Fang Yuan heard it clearly. At the same time, a wave of information flowed into his mind. Fang Yuan's shock was indescribable. This Luopa Valley actually has a thieving heaven true inheritance. Chapter 998. Even the person in question, Fang Yuan, did not know why. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears again, he inexplicably gained some information in his mind. This information told him that thieving heaven's true inheritance was hidden somewhere in this Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. At the same time he was suspicious. Could this be a trap left behind by Central Continent's goo immortals? There is no thieving heaven true inheritance, but a wisdom path method used to influence the minds of enemies who infiltrate the valley? Fang Yuan quickly calmed down, he started to inspect his body and his surroundings. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice appeared suddenly and disappeared quickly. Fang Yuan inspected himself, he did not find anything wrong. He then inspected his surroundings. There were many goo formations set up in Luopa Valley. There were also many remnants of goo formations. However, Fang Yuan did not find any wisdom path goo formations. He lowered his head and pondered. He felt that even though there was something fishy about this matter, it was still very believable. What? Firstly, it was because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. Secondly, the information told Fang Yuan that he needed to use open door goo to enter thieving heaven's true inheritance. I am already a wisdom path grandmaster. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot affect me. Not to mention that among Central Continent's goo immortals, the only wisdom path goo immortal, Old Oracle, is already dead. Actually, the way to prove it is true is very simple, I need to check it out myself. Fang Yuan made up his mind, he carefully approached his destination. On the way, he bypassed 4 goo formations and even unraveled 3. Central Continent's goo immortals set up a large number of goo formations around Luopa Valley. This was because they had been attacking Shadow Sect from the outside for a long time. When they attacked the valley, the goo formations set up by Shadow Sect's goo immortals. They were all destroyed by the Central Continent goo immortals. After the battle, Central Continent's goo immortals officially occupied this valley. By then, the intense battle had already ended, there was no need to set up any goo formations. Adding on Fang Yuan's rising wisdom path attainment, these goo formations could not obstruct him. A moment later, he arrived at the location indicated by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. Fang Yuan observed for a long time, He was not in a hurry to activate open door goo. In the end he didn't find any clues. It was very safe here. At the very least, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort and means. None of them managed to detect anything. After confirming again and again, his eyes shone, finally making up his mind and activating open door goo. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also used open door goo in Luopa Valley, but it had no effect. Fang Yuan had always thought that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements were already destroyed by the Shadow Sect. But this time, not long after Fang Yuan activated it, something strange happened. A door of light suddenly appeared in midair. Then a beam of light shone on Fang Yuan, who was ready for battle. Fang Yuan was shocked. After thinking for a moment, he allowed the light pillar to suck him in. At the next moment, Fang Yuan entered the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space. This space was empty. It was very vast. Behind him was the door of light. It did not disappear because he had entered and it was still there. However, the size of the light door was getting smaller and smaller. If it shrunk to its limit, it might vanish. The sound of wind could be heard from not far away. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze to take a look. His body shook slightly. Winds of assimilation, he exclaimed. His gaze was filled with wariness. He was very clear of the power of the winds of assimilation. This wind could assimilate everything and grow him. Back then, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by the winds of assimilation. At this moment, dozens of winds of assimilation formed a tornado pillar, moving slowly in the True Inheritance space. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, pulling apart the distance between him and the winds of assimilation. After a few hundred steps, Fang Yuan calmed down and started to observe this True Inheritance space. To think that there is a space here. Is that strange information real? Fang Yuan was vigilant. He was still suspicious of star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. He was not in a hurry to search for some true inheritance in this True Inheritance space. Instead, he concentrated on closed door goo. If open door goo can enter, then closed door goo can close door goo? Fang Yuan activated closed door goo. Sure enough, at the next moment, the shrinking light door in his vision vanished. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He activated open door goo again. Under the effect of this rank 5 mortal goo, a brand new light door formed in front of him. Fang Yuan stepped through this light door, leaving Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance space and returning to Luopa Valley. This means that the information should be real. No, more accurately speaking, the parts regarding open door goo and closed door goo should be real. Fang Yuan could not help but feel anticipation. He entered the True Inheritance space again. According to the information, although these winds of assimilation are real, they are harmless to me. And I have to get rid of these winds of assimilation to trigger the inheritance of the True Inheritance. Fang Yuan carefully got close to one of the winds of assimilation, revealing his true form and extending his 8 thick arms. He slowly extended one of his arms into the tornado pillar. Suddenly, the deep roaring winds of assimilation dissipated completely. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He muttered, "Unbelievable. These winds of assimilation can assimilate everything, but in this True Inheritance space, they are restricted to this extent. Even if the Gu Immortal who set this up is not Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable just based on this method, he is definitely an unparalleled great expert." Although one of the winds of assimilation disappeared, Fang Yuan was not careless. Every time he touched the wind pillar, he was extremely cautious. If anything went wrong, he would retreat at lightning speed. Every time he moved a certain distance, he would use open door goo and closed door goo to keep the light door closest to him. This way, even if something happened and he could not use fixed immortal travel in time, Fang Yuan could travel through the light door at an even faster speed and return to the outside world. Under Fang Yuan's hard work, the winds of assimilation disappeared one after another. They disappeared one after another. After a while, all that was left was the tornado pillar in the center. Fang Yuan looked at it and found, this tornado pillar was not only the largest, it was also the fastest. The sound of the wind whistled in Fang Yuan's ears. He could vaguely hear something. There seemed to be something hidden at the center of the wind pillar. Don't tell me Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance is inside the wind pillar? Fang Yuan could not help but guess. He stretched out his finger and touched this dark green wind pillar. The winds of assimilation suddenly vanished. A person appeared. This person was sitting cross-legged in the air, wearing a red and white robe. He let out a weak trace of rank 8 aura. Feng Jioga. Fang Yuan shouted. He subconsciously retreated. But Feng Jioga reacted faster than him. He abruptly opened his eyes, which shot out an inch of light. After the dazzling light swept past Fang Yuan's body, Feng Jioge turned into a rainbow light and moved at lightning speed, passing through Feng Yuan's body and entering the light door. The entire process happened in less than a blink of an eye. Feng Yuan reacted. His first action was to activate closed door Gu. As the light door closed, Feng Yuan's heart that was in his throat finally calmed down. Why is Feng Jioge here? Could it be that the place he was trapped in was this true inheritance space? Since he is here, where are the others? Qin Bai Sheng, where are Ao Shui and Ling Mei? Feng Yuan quickly checked, but the true inheritance space was empty. There was only an information path mortal Gu floating in front of Feng Yuan. This information path Gu worm was left behind by Feng Jioge. After Feng Yuan picked it up. After finding nothing wrong, he injected his divine sense into it. Feng Yuan, so you are an otherworldly demon. I will keep this secret for you. You want to ask me why I know you? Because I am Feng Kim Huang's father. You saved my life today, I will return it to you in the future. After I leave, you will be the only one left in the true inheritance space. You will inherit Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Until we meet again. Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan touched this letter Gu. He had a complex expression. He sighed, placing this letter Gu into his immortal aperture. At this time, the entire true inheritance space started to dim. The originally bright light turned into darkness in the blink of an eye. In this darkness, there was only a faint light left. It was where Feng Yuan was standing. A man's voice filled with magnetism could be heard from the darkness. Wanderer from afar. You are the same as me, a pitiful person who has no home to return to. My name is Ben Jie-sun, people call me Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Actually, I am just a wanderer who wants to return home. This world is like a cage of despair. If you also want to go home, then accept this gift from me. I believe it will definitely help you. But if you want to return home, you will need to rely on your own hard work. Also, this gift is called Ghostly Concealment. At the next moment, Feng Yuan appeared in Luopa Valley. His whole body was covered in a layer of gray light. Feng Yuan ignored this gray light. He activated his investigative and defensive methods, staying alert of his surroundings. Feng Jioge did not appear. It seems that his injuries are extremely severe. He does not even have 5% of his battle strength left. If not for this, he might have attacked me in the true inheritance space. But this person is indeed clear about gratitude and grudges. He will repay kindness and take revenge for hatred. His biography after his death also proved this point. He said he wanted to repay me for saving his life. I am afraid it is true. Feng Yuan pondered. Thinking of this, Feng Jioge did not attack Feng Yuan directly. It might not be because he did not have enough battle strength, but because Feng Yuan had saved his life. No matter what, Feng Yuan had profited greatly this time. Showing kindness to Feng Jioge, this huge favor might be of great use in the future. Obtaining ghostly concealment, even though Feng Yuan did not know what use it had, but it was still the Thieving Heaven inheritance. Other than these two, there was also this Luopa Valley. Feng Jioge might have already left Luopa Valley. Now is the best time to take this valley. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan decided to act. Chapter 999. Hui Fengzi was shocked and furious. Even though he did not surrender willingly, he was forced by the situation. But since he had joined a Central Continent force, he could only work for Central Continent for the time being. Since the Central Continent Gu Immortals placed him here and ordered him to guard Luopa Valley, they had naturally arranged many methods on him. Hui Fengzi was controlled by others. For his own safety, he had to stand up and stop Feng Yuan from taking Luopa Valley. But when he saw Feng Yuan, the furious Hui Fengzi's body shook as he shouted in fear, "Feng Jioge!" Feng Yuan glanced at him plainly with a plain expression. The Central Continent Gu Immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Thus, they had to arrange some backup plans in Northern Plains. As astute as Feng Yuan was, how could he not consider this? Therefore, before he collected Luopa Valley, he changed into Feng Jioge's appearance. So the Central Continent Gu Immortals arranged for Hui Fengzi to stay here. It seems that Central Continent's methods are not bad. They made this Northern Plains' fastest person go against his will to protect Central Continent's benefits. Furthermore, looking at his expression, did he not see Feng Jioge leave earlier? Is Feng Jioge still in this valley? No, that is not possible. During the 100 Days battle, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals have already broken out. Feng Jioge knows this is a dangerous place. His injuries are extremely severe. Even though he wants to repay me for saving his life, he is indeed in a hurry to escape. In the true inheritance space, he did not even say a word to me. One must be vigilant against others. Feng Jioge's decision was very wise. After all, Feng Yuan was not Zhao Lianyun. In the previous life when Zhao Lianyun appeared, Feng Jioge took the initiative to instruct. In this life when it was Feng Yuan's turn, Feng Jioge kept quiet. Needless to say, if Feng Yuan knew of Feng Jioge's existence, he would have attacked. Even if they killed one Feng Jioge, they would not be able to obtain his immortal goo. Obtaining his soul and searching his soul was also a great fortune. Furthermore, if they captured Feng Jioge alive, be it extorting Spirit Affinity House, or Feng Jioge's enemies, it would be a huge deal. Feng Jioge's injuries are extremely serious. He was deeply vigilant. He didn't say a word to me. Perhaps after leaving Luopa Valley, he had also discovered Hui Fengzi, but he did not greet him. Firstly, he didn't know that Hui Fengzi had surrendered. Secondly, even if he knew that Hui Fengzi had surrendered to Jianghu state, he was still afraid of internal strife among the 10 ancient sections. After all, the human heart was unfathomable. And Feng Jioge's current state. We can no longer take the risk. Feng Yuan's expression didn't change, but his mind was already racing. In the short span of a few breaths, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. It's true. Hui Fengzi secretly used some methods. After verifying the authenticity, he let out a sigh of relief. Feng Jioge was the leader of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. If he took Luopa Valley, Hui Fengzi would have no reason to stop him. This subordinate greets Lord Feng Jioge. Hui Fengzi obediently flew over and bowed towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan nodded. I understand what happened. I have already understood it. Protect me, do not disturb me when taking Luopa Valley. It was a short sentence, not much was said. But he had already explained some problems in advance, to prevent Hui Fengzi from having more suspicions. Yes, Lord. Hui Fengzi quickly nodded. Like this, under Hui Fengzi's loyal protection, Feng Yuan successfully took Luopa Valley. This is Luopa Valley. Even though it has been taken, there are still many blessed lands left. You will continue to guard this place, do not make any mistakes. Before leaving, Feng Yuan told Hui Fengzi solemnly. Hui Fengzi did not suspect anything, he quickly acknowledged. Feng Yuan slowly flew away from this place. Since Feng Jioge has already escaped, it means that Qin Baisheng has already been defeated. Hui Fengzi looked at Feng Jioji's back and sighed in his heart at Feng Jioji's strength. Hui Fengzi was not surprised at this result. After all, he knew that Qin Baisheng was heavily injured. Hui Fengzi suddenly thought, oh no. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other, there is internal competition. Feng Jioge is only a member of Spirit Affinity House, I have no reason to stop him from taking Luopa Valley, but I need to spread this information to the other 9 sections. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate, he quickly used his information path method. Prince's impatience soon received his message. Feng Jioge is still alive? Not only did he come out, he even took Luopa Valley. Prince's impatience could not contain his joy, he laughed heartily. Furthermore, after Feng Yuan left Hui Fengzi, he flew quickly and met up with Tai Bai Yunxing and the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong after he was relatively safe. These two had already been arranged by Feng Yuan to stay far away, they were prepared for emergencies. At the same time, he had been communicating with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. If there was any danger, he would inform them. Adding on the relationship between He Lulan and Blazing Heaven Demonis, even if a rank 8 Gu Immortal appeared, Feng Yuan could barely deal with them. Of course, the current situation could not be any better. Feng Yuan alone successfully took Luopa Valley. And He Lulan was not like in his previous life, she did not have He Cheng's soul, she could not know of Luopa Valley's existence. Feng Yuan planned to get rich silently, he would not tell them about Luopa Valley's matter. Fairy Li Shan had once suppressed Feng Yuan could not tell them about Luopa Valley. Once they knew, with Blazing Heaven Demonis' domineering attitude, she would definitely demand something from Luopa Valley. Even if I want to use Luopa Valley to transact with them in the future. That will be when my soul attains great completion. Feng Yuan returned to Star Form Blessed Land, he placed Luopa Valley there. He Lulan often went to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She wanted to use Strength Chi Immortal Gu to help the hairy men refine Air Sac Gu. Thus, it was not wise to place Luopa Valley in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The matter of Luopa Valley came to an end, but Feng Yuan's mental state was still unsettled. Luopa Valley's gains far surpassed his expectations, but the process was far beyond Feng Yuan's control of the situation. He lost control of the situation. Feng Yuan hated this feeling, he felt waves of unease. In thieving heaven's true inheritance, Feng Yuan obtained ghostly concealment. Feng Yuan inspected his body, he found that his soul was wrapped in a layer of Tao marks. But what was the true use of ghostly concealment? Fang Yuan still had not figured it out. Fortunately, he had already joined Langya's sect. Thus, Fang Yuan personally went to Langya Blessed Land to ask about Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Land Spirit of Langya did not conceal anything, he did not make any requests, he told Fang Yuan a lot of information. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has many inheritances, but there are only 10 true inheritances. The inheritance you obtained earlier made me promise to refine Gu 3 times. These are not true inheritances. Every Thieving Heaven true inheritance. They are all peerless treasures. They are the essence of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's cultivation. Even chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven if they obtain them. But there is only one standard for every true inheritance. That is, the inheritor must be an otherworldly demon. According to rumors, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has 2 defensive killer moves called Divine Concealment. The use of Divine Concealment is to block all deductions of thoughts, wills and emotions. As for Ghostly Concealment, it has always been very mysterious. I do not know much about it. It seems to be related to the soul. You are suddenly interested in Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's information? What? Did you obtain some clues about Thieving Heaven true inheritances? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. You guessed right. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. Land Spirit of Langya sighed. If I had Divine Concealment, Langya Blessed Land would become a true paradise. It would no longer be harassed by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. It is a pity that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable arranged 10 true inheritances in the past. They are extremely secretive. Until now, I have not heard of anyone obtaining his true inheritance. His true inheritances come in pairs. Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment are a pair. Inheriting one of them will give you clues to the other. Fang Yuan, if you can obtain Divine Concealment and contribute it to Langya sect, I will make you the second Supreme Elder. In the whole of Langya sect, you will only be below me, you will have great authority. Furthermore, you can also obtain a rank 7 Immortal Gu from my treasury for free. Ah no, at least 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan nodded. The change in Land Spirit of Langya's nature was indeed very beneficial to him. At least, if it was the previous Land Spirit of Langya with his conservative nature, he would not have promised Fang Yuan such benefits. However, if I obtain Divine Concealment, it will be Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable stole everywhere. Nobody could deduce his location. Wasn't it because of Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment? This inheritance is countless times more precious than 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with joy. Land Spirit of Langya had an awkward expression before laughing, resolving the awkwardness. You are right. Actually, I have not finished speaking. Not only are there 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu, there are also countless Immortal Gu recipes and even immortal killer moves, all sorts of secrets, inheritance clues and so on. You can check them all. How is it? Is this reward enough? That's more like it. When I obtain Divine Concealment, I will return. Fang Yuan obtained the information he wanted. He did not linger in Langya Blessed Land. He turned around and left. Langya Land Spirit's eyes were wide open as he looked at Fang Yuan's back, muttering, "This guy, he might really have some clues. If I obtain Divine Concealment, what do I have to worry about? Wow. Even if he becomes the second Supreme Elder, the other Hairy Mangu Immortals will only listen to me. Wah." I accidentally blurted out the words in my heart again. Land Spirit of Langya covered his mouth, looking at Fang Yuan anxiously. Fang Yuan was already used to this. He laughed internally. If it were any other force or organization, he might be on guard and be careful. But after joining Langya sect with such a leader, it was simply too easy. I heard everything you said, Wang Yao said. Fang Yuan waved his hand at Land Spirit of Langya without turning back, activating fixed immortal travel and leaving Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya was left behind with a dejected expression, stomping his feet in hatred as he mumbled, "Damn it! Damn it!" After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he fell into deep thought. I am a transmigrator. Even though my body is born here, my soul is an otherworldly guest. Thus, I am an otherworldly demon. I have the qualifications to inherit Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Earlier, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's words seem to imply that he is also an otherworldly demon. Inheriting Thieving Heaven's true inheritance is both difficult and easy. The key is only one point, that is my identity as an otherworldly demon. No wonder Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable set up this true inheritance and spread clues everywhere. I was curious earlier why the clues of Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu were so easily obtained. But after I obtained ghostly concealment, there are no clues of divine concealment. This means that divine concealment has already been obtained by someone else? Chapter 1000. Fang Yuan still had many questions. He consulted the land spirit of Langia, but it did not give him the answer he wanted. As for ghostly concealment, Fang Yuan still did not have any concrete clues. Up till now, he only knew that ghostly concealment targeted the soul. Concealment of God is already so extraordinary. The ghostly concealment that is on par with it shouldn't be too far off. Actually, compared to ghostly concealment, I'm more concerned about that song. Every time he thought of this, Fang Yuan would subconsciously frown. The poem that star constellation Immortal Venerable sang in the dream realm was very strange. Logically speaking, the poem originated from a dream and should have nothing to do with reality. But Fang Yuan's experience in Luopa Valley showed that this poem had a great practical meaning. It was almost a prophetic poem. Speaking of predictions, this has always been the forte of wisdom path great experts. For example, Immortal Yen prophesied about the three venerables. Is this a prophecy dream realm left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan guessed. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in wisdom path. After her death, she left behind a method to scheme against 3 demon venerables and protect celestial court. Such dazzling battle achievements made her position in wisdom path as firm as a mountain, and future generations could only look up to her. Her dream was special, and it was not surprising that it had the function of prophecy. Moreover, although Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life at that time, the dream path was developing rapidly and was in full swing. There were countless dream realms that had yet to be fully explored. It wasn't strange that Fang Yuan didn't know about such a special dream. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out. Life is full of misfortunes. The first line of this poem should be talking about Luopa Valley's thieving heaven, true inheritance, and Feng Jioga. What's the second sentence? Broken swords sink into the sand, rise and fall through the ages. The endless heavenly river surges. Fang Yuan murmured. Heavenly river? Falling heavenly river? Broken sword sinks into sand? Are you talking about the #1 swordsman, Bo Qing? It has already been countless years since he lost his life to the calamity. When he rose, the 5 regions all had their eyes on him. When he was defeated, there was no corpse left and the light dissipated. It can be said to be the rise and fall of thousands of years. After experiencing Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan had already memorized the entire poem. The more he calculated, the more he felt. The second line of the poem was related to sword immortal Bo Qing. Combined with the memories of his past life, Fang Yuan's determination to explore the falling sky river became even firmer. He had always wanted to go. Even though it was dangerous, the corpses of the ancient and primordial level wild beasts and desolate plants at the source of the falling heavenly river were all excellent immortal ingredients. Even though it could not compare to the rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials that Fang Yuan obtained in Earth Trench, it was still not enough. But the amount of immortal materials was extremely huge, and the total value was even higher than what Fang Yuan had gained in the Earth Trench. Even though he had fallen to the bottom of the heavenly river, a large number of Gu immortals died. But at the initial stage of the exploration, almost every Gu immortal made a huge profit. It was a huge windfall. It seems that immortal zombie Bo Qing's appearance has great value. However, now was not the best time to explore. Firstly, there is no pattern when the sword lights erupt, just a graze and you will be injured, it is too dangerous. Secondly, there are countless ancient and immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants living at the bottom of falling heavenly river. There are turbulent undercurrents and whirlpools everywhere. It is extremely dangerous. Even though Fang Yuan had the modified immortal killer move Familiar Face, this move had its limits. Fang Yuan could only transform into a human form at the moment, he could not transform into beasts or other species. The original version of Familiar Face could change anything. What? Because Fang Yuan had not refined Change Form Immortal Gu. Change Form Immortal Gu was the core of Familiar Face. Once he had Change Form Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could transform into other species and break away from the shackles of only being able to disguise as a human. But even with Change Form Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could not enter the bottom of falling heavenly river. Besides ancient and immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, there were countless dangerous natural traps in falling heavenly river that could take Fang Yuan's life. Only when Bo Qing's sword lights finished erupting would falling heavenly river be cleansed by the sword lights. The beasts and plants would be cleared, and the natural traps would also be destroyed. This was the best chance to enter the bottom of falling heavenly river. For the time being, Fang Yuan could only wait, there was no better way. Back to Prince's Impatience. Rank 8 Gu Immortal. Prince's Impatience was one of the peak existences in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. But his true identity was a Central Continent spy arranged by Spirit Affinity House for many years. He had infiltrated Northern Plains when he was a Gu Master. He ascended to Gu Immortal along the way, becoming a genuine Northern Plains Gu Immortal. On one hand, it was because of Spirit Affinity House's support; on the other hand, it was his own hard work and talent that allowed him to reach his current level. Prince's Impatience was loyal to Spirit Affinity House. He was clear about Feng Jioge's strategic importance to Spirit Affinity House. During the period when Feng Jioge was missing, he had been extremely worried. When he received Hui Fengzi's message and learned that Feng Jioge had appeared, he was overjoyed. However, he did not know that the Feng Jioge in this message was Feng Yuan in disguise. He waited for a few days but did not see Feng Jioge. I am Spirit Affinity House's leader in Northern Plains. Since Feng Jioge has escaped, why didn't he come to find me? Did he encounter some strong enemy or trouble? Prince's Impatience knew about Feng Jioge's battle strength, but he also knew about the intense battle between Feng Jioge and Qin Baisheng. Feng Jioge had been trapped for so long, and only now did he appear. This information itself hinted at Feng Jioge's sorry state. But since Feng Jioge has escaped, why didn't he come to find me at the first moment? Right now, the other Central Continent Gu Immortals have already returned. If he wants to return to Central Continent, he might not be able to do it alone. He needs to borrow my strength. Does he not trust me? Prince's Impatience was puzzled when he received a letter from Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. The letter stated that several days ago, Zhao Lianyun had successfully obtained divine concealment, and also learned that ghostly concealment was the thieving heaven true inheritance in Luopa Valley. Since Prince's Impatience could become rank 8, he was naturally a perceptive person. After receiving the letter, he suddenly understood. So that's it. He heaved a long sigh. A world with people. There would be conflicts. No matter how united an organization was, there would be internal strife. Feng Jioge had been domineering for too long. He had definitely caused dissatisfaction among Spirit Affinity House's internal forces. This dissatisfaction erupted when Feng Jioge went missing. Just by looking at the date when Zhao Lianyun obtained divine concealment, Prince's Impatience knew that someone was intentionally stalling for time. He immediately understood Feng Jioge's plan. It seems that Feng Jioge is restraining himself. He wants to see who in the sect is plotting against him. Or perhaps he has already seen through them, but he could not find an excuse to suppress them. He wants to use this chance to grab hold of their weakness. He will send these people into the abyss. Thus, there's no way Feng Jioge would come to me so soon. Because he knows that he cannot influence me, I will immediately send this news back to the sect. But I am the safest here. I am the force he needs to rely on to return to Central Continent. He was not a man without wisdom, but a hero with a strategy. Outside there is Shadow Sect. Inside there is internal strife. He is likely to be injured. Even if he does not come here, he will definitely get close to me. If anything happens, he will be able to ask for help from me in time. Thus, if I search, I should first search the surroundings. Thinking of this, Prince's Impatience's eyes flickered with bright light. He immediately moved. When a rank 8 Gu Impatience searched with all his might, the results were extraordinary. Soon, Prince's Impatience found Feng Jioge. Haha, brother Jioge, you made me search for so long. You made me look for you for a long time. He was extremely happy as he patted Feng Jioge's shoulder and laughed loudly. I hope brother Crown Prince will not blame me. Feng Jioge's expression was still pale. I understand. Prince's Impatience nodded. Let's go. My grotto heaven is the safest place to recuperate. This Feng Jioge was naturally not Feng Yuan in disguise. The two entered the grotto heaven and talked. They knew that someone else was involved in the matter of Luopa Valley. Prince's Impatience was slightly angry. Hui Fengzi did not do his job well. He should be punished. As for the Gu Immortal who took Luopa Valley, he might be from Shadow Sect. Feng Yuan's image flashed in Feng Jioge's mind. He did not speak. Prince's Impatience continued. When I saw you, I sent a message back to the sect. The fact that you came back alive is the best news I've ever received. I can't let my sister-in-law and niece wait for me in sorrow. When you recover, I will hold a celebration banquet for you for 7 days and 7 nights before arranging for your return to Central Continent. At that time, we will drink to our heart's content. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. He knew what Prince's Impatience meant. To Prince's Impatience, he was in Central Continent. He was half an outsider. He had to consider the rise and fall of the sect and its benefits. Feng Jioge wanted to suppress the other Gu Immortals and other sects. If it was too intense, it would cause internal friction in the sect. Prince's impatience did not want to see this. But when he thought of his wife and daughter, Feng Jioge's heart softened. Never mind. Brother Crown Prince is truly considerate. Feng Jioge cupped his fists, his words were very subtle. Hearing this reply, Prince's impatience laughed even more happily. When the news spread to Spirit Affinity House, the higher-ups cheered. Feng Jioge's disappearance gave these Gu immortals a lot of mental pressure. When Feng Jioge was around, they had subconsciously neglected his importance. This time, his disappearance made Spirit Affinity House's Gu immortals realize the importance of Feng Jioge to the whole of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Hong stopped crying and smiled. Fairy Bai Qing also had a smile on her face. Some were happy while others were sad. Feng Jioge did not die? We will not have a good time in the following days. Su Hao and Li Juning had heavy moods. They purposely delayed and did not report the news of Zhao Lianyun, although it was not obvious, anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Even if Feng Jioge could not find any evidence against them when he returns, he would definitely be dissatisfied with Su Hao and Li Juning. It was natural for him to suppress them. Feng Jioge's news was sent to Spirit Affinity House in advance. There was naturally no higher-ups meeting. There was also no Fairy Bai Qing investigating Bo Qing. However, the matter of Bo Qing's immortal zombie reappearing still happened unstoppably. Swords traversed Central Continent. Countless sword lights shocked mortals and immortals. When the sword lights calmed down, countless Gu immortals started to rush to the source of falling Heavenly River. But before them, Fang Yuan had already arrived at the scene of the incident. Chapter 1001. This is the immemorial desolate beast Myriad Eyes Clear Bull? Fang Yuan looked at falling Heavenly River. A sinking bull head attracted his attention. He quickly went over and used his methods to fish up this bull head. Immemorial desolate beasts were powerful life forms that could rival rank 8 Gu immortals. Myriad Eyes Clear Bull had a huge body. Just this bull head was the size of a hill. And it was very heavy. Fang Yuan had pulled out Luopa Valley before, but just this bull head was heavier than Luopa Valley. Most of this bull head's weight is on the bull's horns. Amazing, this bull horn was cut off by the sword light, only half is left, but it is still so heavy. Fang Yuan was inwardly tongue-tied. This bull horn was a rank 8 immortal material. It was filled with metal path and earth path Dao marks. And this bull skin was very rare, it had a lot of water path Dao marks. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan only had the bull's head part of the hide. If it was the bull's myriad eyes striped hide, not only would it have water path Dao marks, it would also have light path Dao marks. It would be great for making investigative immortal Gu. However, the pair of eyes on the bull's head was where the essence of the 1,000 eyes clear bull lay. This bull's eyes were dark and deep, they had a lot of dark path Dao marks. When Fang Yuan obtained it, there were still many wild dark path mortal Gu inside. Most of them were rank 5, they had not escaped yet. The eyes of the 10,000 eyes bright bull could not see. They were blind to begin with. The myriad eyes clear bull's true organs for seeing were the eye patterns on its thick bull skin. This was very mystical. For a rank 8 life form like this, the Dao marks on its body had formed a mystical life instinct. For example, the 10,000 Li mouth boa was also an immemorial desolate beast. It had the powerful ability to regrow broken limbs. And what gave it this ability were the mystical Dao marks on its body. Only by destroying these Dao marks could it truly kill the 10,000 Li mouth boa. But the 10,000 Li mouth boa was a life form that lived in the depths of earth trenches or earth abyss. It did not exist in Falling Heavenly River. The life forms in Falling Heavenly River mainly used water path, with earth path, metal path, wind path, light path, and dark path as supplementary paths. There were very few fire path life forms. This is the right arm of the ancient desolate beast Icefall Divine Ape. This is the tail of an ancient desolate beast, Snow Mud Crocodile. What is this? Whatever, I'll put it away first. Fang Yuan was prepared for this and quickly plundered everything. These were all broken limbs and body parts. There were some that Fang Yuan could recognize and some that he couldn't. There were many ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants. There were only a few primordial beasts. But this was a rank 8 immortal material. It was also extremely valuable. Every time Fang Yuan made a discovery, he could not help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. Good heavens! This looks like a life and death Kunpeng. Fang Yuan exclaimed. When he was about to collect all the immortal materials floating on the river, he found the 19th rank 8 immortal material. It was a gray fish the size of a ship. It does not have fins, but in the fin area, there were Taoist markings of feathers and wings. Life and death Kunpeng is a rule path immemorial desolate beast. It is extremely special. Its body was filled with life and death Tao marks, and it had two life forms. One was a fish, the other was a bird. As a fish, it lived for 8,000 years. After dying, it turned into a bird and lived for another 8,000 years before truly dying. This life and death Kuan Peng looks like it is about to turn into a bird. It is probably over 7,000 years old. Fang Yuan sighed. Even though humans were the spirit of all living beings, their lifespan was very short. Especially immemorial desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. They could live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Not to mention the plants and trees. The most famous example was Northern Plains Kumu Mountain. It was not a mountain but an old earth tree. This tree had over 1,000,000 years of history. It was extremely huge, that was why it was called a mountain. Compared to it, even primordial origin Immortal Venerable, who had the longest lifespan, was only 25,000 years. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, who had the shortest lifespan, was only 3,000 years. He was not even a fraction of the old earth tree's age. This life and death Kuan Peng. Its corpse was relatively intact, only the fish head was cut off by the sword light, but the entire fish body was still intact. Furthermore, it had life and death Tao marks. This special rule path Tao mark was very rare in the world. Thus, it was even more valuable. This life and death Kuan Peng is probably my biggest gain this time. After keeping the life and death Kuan Peng in his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan sighed to himself. At this time, the blood in falling heavenly river was boiling. Large numbers of fierce beasts and even some immemorial level water plants. They were all fighting over these broken corpses and limbs. Fang Yuan did not have enough battle strength. He could only rely on his sharp eyes and quick hands to collect the immortal materials that floated out of the river. But from time to time, some immortal materials floated out. Most of these immortal materials were collected by Fang Yuan. Some were intimidated by the ferocious beasts in the water. Fang Yuan wisely did not fight with these beasts for food. Gradually, the situation under the river was in chaos. These severed limbs and minced meat were also excellent food for these creatures. As their food dwindled, they started to fight and kill each other. Sometimes, the corpses of some dead ancient desolate beasts would float out of the river. Fang Yuan took the chance to take advantage of them. He really made a fortune. As time passed, Fang Yuan's gains became lesser and lesser. The risk of picking up immortal materials also became higher. He was hesitant. On one hand, he wanted to stop and leave. On the other hand, he wanted to explore the river. After all, the second line of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's poem seemed to be referring to immortal zombie Bo Qing. But all of this was just his guess. He was not too sure. Right at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears again. Her voice was lonely, a hero in dire straits. Life is full of troubles. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times. Endless heavenly river rumbles. Sorrow. Spectral night is long and dreamy. Where can I find peace? Things change and hearts change. Only providence is boundless. As the song faded, a second mysterious message appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Sword Immortal Bo Qing, Mo Yao's remnant soul. Fang Yuan was shocked. Bright light shined in his eyes. So what if I take a risk? As long as I obtain Sword Immortal Bo Qing Sword Path Immortal Gu, even if I cannot display its true power, I can still obtain a quasi-immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan was very decisive. He immediately left this area of the river and dove into the river far away. Because the sword lights had swept through the area, and because almost all of the fierce life forms were fighting in that river, Fang Yuan's diving was very smooth. In fact, he even picked up many natural immortal materials, like snow mud, refractory water, Chilean ice, and so on. Arriving at the place where the mysterious message pointed him, Fang Yuan slowly stopped in the river. He took out Mo Yao's fake will. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Mo Yao's fake will was furious at first, but it was soon weakened by Fang Yuan's methods. It was defenseless and could only let Fang Yuan do whatever he wanted. There seems to be providence in it. Mo Yao, your fake will cause me to collapse 88-point Jianghu Tower. I will take it back today. Mo Yao's fake will was restrained by Fang Yuan. It slowly dissipated as an intense aura spread out. Sensing this aura, a pillar of light appeared, an unparalleled sword chi soared into the sky. Fang Yuan almost retreated in shock, but the sword chi did not affect him. It only cleared the surroundings and was very gentle to him. In the pillar of light, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's immortal zombie body slowly appeared. Fang Yuan held his breath, his eyes fixed on Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. The latter did not open his eyes, they were still shut. This meant that Mo Yao's remnant soul inside the zombie body was still in a daze. This remnant soul had only sensed a familiar aura, and was lured by Fang Yuan's method, appearing earlier. His whole body was shrouded in sword light. Fang Yuan could only get 3 steps closer. This distance was already the limit. If he got any closer, Fang Yuan would not be able to conceal himself. After all, he was only relying on Mo Yao's remnant fake will from back then. And this fake will had already been weakened by Fang Yuan many times. Basically, I cannot use any other methods now. I can only use Mo Yao's will to disguise my aura and lure the immortal goo out of immortal zombie Bo Qing's body. Fang Yuan was very careful, afraid that he would wake the other party up if he made any big movements. Actually, the most effective method was to take away all of immortal zombie Bo Qing's rank 8 immortal essence. That way, no matter how many immortal goo he had, no matter how powerful they would have no origin. However, there was also the possibility of special existences like Dream Wing's immortal goo. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had been dead for a long time. His immortal aperture's dead land had already dissipated. If not for the dense sword light surrounding his body, Fang Yuan could even capture him alive. But reality did not go as Fang Yuan wished. The dense sword light protected immortal zombie Bo Qing. If it offended him, he would be struck by the destructive sword light. According to the mysterious information in his mind, Fang Yuan acted according to the method. He soon obtained an immortal goo. This immortal goo was like a goose egg. The eggshell was translucent. From the outside, one could see a dense jade-green light inside. As it got closer, Fang Yuan could feel a bone-chilling coldness coming from this immortal goo. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Although he did not know what immortal goo this was or what use it had, the strong aura of the immortal goo told him that this was a rank 7 immortal goo. What kind of person was Bo Qing back then? Even in history, he had the highest battle strength below venerable. Although he was not invincible in the world, it was still easy for him to suppress Jianghu's state. The immortal goo he used were probably not rank 6. They were at least rank 7, and his core sword path immortal goo were definitely rank 8. If not for that, he would not have such terrifying battle strength in history. Fang Yuan used Mo Yao's aura to carefully wrap around this immortal goo. He then used wisdom path methods to seal it layer by layer. These seals were very weak, they could only deceive. They deceived this immortal goo's consciousness, making it think that it was still in its owner's hands and had not fallen into someone else's hands. Fang Yuan could not touch this immortal goo for now. He kept it in his immortal aperture. Next, he did the same thing to Bo Qing using his methods. Chapter 1002. This immortal goo was only the size of an adult's index finger. It was silvery white in color, shining with a dazzling luster. It was shaped like a centipede, but the centipede's 100 feet were covered with soft hairs. This looks like sword eyebrows immortal goo? Fang Yuan thought for a moment, and an idea flashed through his mind. This was one of the pieces of information he learned from the information given by Feng Kim Hong. Sword immortal Bo Qing had a rank 7 immortal goo Jian Mei. It was not an offensive goo but used for sword path cultivation. When a goo immortal uses it, it can transform the goo immortal's eyebrows. Every thin eyebrow was engraved with a sword Dao mark. Dao marks had a huge amplification effect on the power of immortal goo. No matter how thick or short a person's eyebrows were, if one were to really count them, there would definitely be quite a number of eyebrows. This immortal goo is very valuable, but to me it is better than nothing. After all, I do not walk the path of sword path. Fang Yuan also used Mo Yao's aura to cover this immortal goo, storing it carefully. A moment later, the third immortal goo appeared in front of Fang Yuan. This immortal goo was quite special. Its shape was uncertain. It looked like a snake, but it also looked like a sword. Its entire body seemed to be a light blue translucent liquid. After it was lured out, it flew around Fang Yuan's surroundings. The liquid formed the shape of a blade, vivid and lifelike. However, due to the constant movement of the sword, the blade was as smooth as silk, yet it gave Fang Yuan an extremely sharp feeling. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body's defense was not bad. But when this immortal goo revolved around his body, everywhere he went, Fang Yuan could feel a splitting sensation coming from the skin closest to it. Combining the information, Fang Yuan guessed that this immortal goo should be rank 7 wave sword goo. According to Spirit Affinity House's historical records, back then, sword immortal Bo Qing had tried to kill him. He was preparing to raise this wave sword goo to rank 8. But he failed. The goo refinement failure caused Bo Qing to suffer heavy losses. The rank 7 wave sword goo was completely destroyed. But later, Bo Qing spent a lot of time and effort to refine the rank 6 wave sword goo. After that, he worked tirelessly to raise the rank 6 wave sword goo to rank 7. The fourth immortal goo. It was the flying sword goo. From the outside, It had the appearance of a silver-winged dragonfly. This rank 7 Immortal Gu was one of Sword Immortal Bo Qing's most commonly used Immortal Gu in battle. He used this Gu as the core, along with other Immortal Gu and a large number of Mortal Gu. He created many sword path killer moves that left a deep mark in history. For example, Invisible Flying Sword Killer Move, Sky Flying Sword Killer Move, Chasing Flying Sword Killer Move, 10,000 Li Flying Sword Killer Move, the 5th Immortal Gu. It was an Immortal Gu used for movement called Sword Escape Gu. It was shaped like a bee with golden needles. Once it was activated, its body turned into a sharp sword that pierced through space and moved forward. Its speed was almost on par with Chi Escape Immortal Gu of the same rank. In Bo Qing's life, there was one such example among the countless illustrious military achievements. When he was rank 7, he fought against a Gu Immortal of the same rank. After 3 rounds, the Gu Immortal was no match. He used the rank 7 Chi Escape Immortal Gu to escape. Bo Qing chased with Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Although he did not chase, the distance did not increase. Next, Bo Qing used the Immortal Killer move. One of the core Immortal Gu of this move was this Sword Escape Immortal Gu. With one move, the enemy's head flew off. Life and death were decided. After collecting the 5 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan did not want to end here. He continued to attack the sleeping Bo Qing Immortal Zombie. Mo Yao's fake will was limited. He had already expended 65% of it. I wonder what Immortal Gu will be next? Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation and nervousness. It was like he was dancing on the tip of a knife. If Immortal Zombie Bo Qing woke up, it would be very disadvantageous to him. But Fang Yuan already knew that the one occupying the corpse was Mo Yao's remnant soul. He had methods to deal with it. With his glib tongue, it was not impossible to deceive the Immortal Zombie and remnant soul. What he was afraid of was that once Immortal Zombie Bo Qing woke up, he would be furious and not give Fang Yuan any time. He would directly kill him. Fang Yuan naturally would not take the initiative to awaken Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. He would not entrust his life to other people's reactions. This time he activated the Immortal Gu, but there was no reaction. This was the longest time in history. More than half an hour had passed, but there were still no clues. Could it be that Immortal Zombie Bo Qing no longer has any Immortal Gu? That should not be possible, right? If he only has these Immortal Gu, how could he activate the sword light that covered the whole of Central Continent and had unparalleled might? After a full 2 hours, there was not much Mo Yao's fake will left in Fang Yuan's hands. He suddenly had a thought. He had set up many investigative Mortal Gu and Gu formations near the shore of Falling Heavenly River. Suddenly, a large number of Mortal Gu and Gu formations were pulled out one after another. Other Gu Immortals are coming. Fang Yuan's expression sank. Earlier, Fang Yuan had been picking up immortal materials on the river surface. He had been delayed for a long time. Thinking about it, it was not strange for a Gu Immortal to come now. But if this Gu Immortal discovered the abnormality at the bottom of the river and approached Fang Yuan, then Fang Yuan would be in trouble. Fang Yuan was not worried about this Gu Immortal, but Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. After all, outsiders did not have Mo Yao's fake will and did not know the situation. What if they woke up Immortal Zombie Bo Qing and let the latter see that Fang Yuan was stealing his Immortal Gu? The result was obvious. It was very likely that Fang Yuan would not even have time to speak before he was killed by Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Mo Yao's fake will is almost completely used up. I need to leave in time. After all, I need to continue concealing my aura on the way. So I cannot completely use up Mo Yao's fake will in front of Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Fang Yuan was too close to Bo Qing. If he directly activated fixed immortal travel, the Immortal Gu's aura would definitely wake up Mo Yao's remnant soul in Bo Qing. He would be courting death. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. The 6th Immortal Gu finally appeared in front of him after a long time. This Immortal Gu's appearance was very simple. It was like a bubble. It was fluttering and did not look impressive. But the aura it emitted caused Fang Yuan's eyes to widen involuntarily. This was a rank 8 Sword Path Immortal Gu. No wonder it took so long to hook it out. But what Immortal Gu is this? At once, Fang Yuan could not figure out what this rank 8 Immortal Gu was. He did not have time to think. He immediately used the previous method, keeping it in his immortal aperture. Leave quickly. This time, his gains were already huge, far exceeding Fang Yuan's expectations. Huge gains, a huge pot full, these were not enough to describe his gains. In comparison, the gains in the Earth Trench inheritance could not even compare to this. Next, Gu Immortals who came to explore Falling Heavenly River. There would be more and more of them. If they woke up Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, thus he could not stay here for long. The process of leaving Falling Heavenly River was very smooth. That Gu Immortal who came had rank 7 cultivation level, he had already digested the shock in his heart. At this moment, his attention was attracted by the fierce battle between the fierce beasts in the river. From time to time, there would be top-quality immortal materials. They would float to the surface. Then they would be swallowed by the surging waves. This Gu Immortal wanted to snatch these flesh and limbs, but he was hesitant and did not dare to make a move. After all, the best time had passed. If he wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, the risk would be huge. Fang Yuan left Falling Heavenly River far away, his heart relaxed slightly. Just as he was activating fixed immortal travel, his body suddenly shook. I remember now. This rank 8 immortal Gu is likely the legendary wisdom sword Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with wild joy. This immortal Gu was created by Bo Qing. Back then, even though he had outstanding battle strength, he suffered a lot from Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. To deal with Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, he created Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu is not just a Sword Path Immortal Gu, it also contains Wisdom Path profundities. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately decided that when he subdued these Immortal Gu in the future, he would choose this Gu first. Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level. This gave Fang Yuan a vague realization. As long as he obtained Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu and used it, Fang Yuan's gains would not be as simple as a rank 8 Immortal Gu. His Wisdom Path methods would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. There would be a huge qualitative change. After safely returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan realized another important point. Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance, Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level, Rank 6 Star Thought Gu, Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Gu, and Rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Unknowingly, my Wisdom Path future seems to have become brighter. With the current situation, Strength Path and Time Path are more helpful to me. But in terms of prospects, Wisdom Path's prospects are far greater than Strength Path and Time Path. These Immortal Gu that he obtained were all arranged by him. Large numbers of Mo Yao's fake will were created by Fang Yuan and used as consumables to temporarily seal these Immortal Gu. As long as the will was not asleep and was thinking, it would expend a lot of energy. Back then in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Mo Yao's fake will relied on Happy Will Immortal Gu to strengthen itself. The more it expended, the more it replenished. Even though Fang Yuan did not have Happy Will Immortal Gu now, he had other methods. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Creating Mo Yao's fake will was easy for him. But this required countless mortal Gu of different types. Fang Yuan had to spend some time to prepare them. And not long ago in Falling Heavenly River, things happened suddenly. Fang Yuan was pressed for time. He could not create Mo Yao's will. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that his gains were unimaginable. The opportunity to steal other people's Immortal Gu was extremely rare. Because under normal circumstances, Immortal Gu could self-destruct with just a thought. Fang Yuan took advantage of Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's slumber. And in history, only Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was able to steal the Immortal Gu of a Gu Immortal when they were awake. The prophecy dream realm left behind by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is so amazing. What true meaning does the next few lines of the poem contain? Fang Yuan thought of the reason for this huge gain. He was both doubtful and expectant. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, life is full of troubles. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly river roars. Sorrow, spectral night is long and dreamy, where can one rest in peace? Things change and hearts shift, only providence is boundless. Fang Yuan knew the true meaning of the first 2 lines, but what did the last 3 lines prophesy? This was too vague. Fang Yuan could not make any guesses at the moment. Chapter 1003. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, give up, this Immortal Gu cannot be saved. By Qin Tian urged. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not reply. At this moment, his hands were clasped together, emitting a warm orange light. An Immortal Gu was almost cut in half. It was hanging on by the orange light. Its aura fluctuated, it was very unstable. Lian Jiuxing also had a worried expression. He was a refinement path great expert. In his opinion, this Immortal Gu had already been sentenced to death. Even Lian Jiuxing could not save it. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was determined to try. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Any Gu Immortal at his level, even if they cultivated one path, they would be proficient in one path and knowledgeable in 100 paths. He had no shortcomings. He could use Wisdom Path to imitate the specialty of other paths. He could even surpass them by taking a different path. Right now, Lian Jiusheng could not do anything to this immortal goo, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had wisdom path methods. He had a trace of hope. But this method, in Bai Qin Tian's and Lian Jiusheng's opinion, was too risky. If there was a slight mistake, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would suffer a backlash. His Dao marks would become chaotic. Not only would he be heavily injured, he would not be able to use any immortal goo for 30 years, otherwise his injuries would worsen. Swoosh. Suddenly, a sharp and formless sword chi shot out from the immortal goo. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not even react, but fortunately, this formless sword chi only brushed past his ear, cutting off a strand of his white hair. Bai Qin Tian jumped in fright. All right. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression eased. He let out a breath of turbid air, saying in relief, I pulled out the sword chi in the goo, this immortal goo can be saved. Ever since falling heavenly river burst out with countless sword lights. They swept through central continent. A sword light with extraordinary sharpness, like in his previous life, it pierced through celestial court and cut Heaven Overseeing Tower into two. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord urgently called back Bai Qin Tian, Lian Jiusheng and Bai Tsang Shui. After the four immortals discussed, Bai Tsang Shui went to the bottom of falling heavenly river to investigate the situation, while the other three immortals used the sword chi to corrode Heaven Overseeing Tower. The injuries did not worsen. He hurriedly repaired it. Soon, under the illumination of the orange light, the immortal goo in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's hand recovered at a visible speed. Lian Jiusheng's eyes shined as he clapped. Pagoda Lord, your method of sacrificing your emotions to repair the immortal goo is a wisdom path method. It was truly unique. He actually came back from the dead. Amazing. But, why do you have to take such a risk? This is only a rank 6 immortal goo, our celestial court has a lot of it, we can refine it again. On the other hand, if you are injured and unable to fight for 30 years, it will be a great loss to the celestial court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head, saying slowly, I don't know why, but recently, ever since the start of the Refinement Path Convention, there has been a strange phenomenon. I felt something was wrong. It was as if there was a hidden danger brewing somewhere. Once it happened, there would be terrifying consequences. We have just repaired fake goo once, it can display half of its power. But just as I was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower, a sword light slashed at me. Heaven Overseeing Tower was split into two. Is this all a coincidence? Bai Qin Tian and Lian Jiusheng looked at each other, their expressions turning solemn. I won't hide it from you, I have had this feeling recently as well. Bai Qin Tian said solemnly, but this feeling only started when I repaired fake goo. Lian Jiusheng also said, so it was not just me who sensed it. I had thought that my junior disciple had met with a calamity, causing me to sense it. But now it seems that it is not so simple. Tower Lord, you are a wisdom path goo immortal who controls Heaven Overseeing Tower. Your feeling is stronger than ours, I am afraid something is really going to happen. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the immortal goo that was being repaired in his hand. Thus, I am willing to take the risk to repair this immortal goo as soon as possible. Although this is not the core immortal goo of Heaven Overseeing Tower, saving it will solve the biggest problem of Heaven Overseeing Tower's injuries. We can repair Heaven Overseeing Tower as soon as possible and use its power to deduce the truth with our senses. Also, Bo Qing died in the tribulation back then, why did he suddenly appear now? There seems to be a close connection between the two. Next, I will continue to use this method to repair other immortal goo. During this process, I need to be fully focused and single-minded. If Fairy Bai Tsang Shui replies, you two need to inform me immediately. Bai Qin Tian and Lian Jiusheng replied, understood. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's matter continued to spread as time passed, it affected Central Continent and the Celestial Court. While Central Continent's goo immortals were focusing their attention on falling Heavenly River, Fang Yuan had already obtained the greatest harvest and was cultivating on Danghun Mountain. Right now he was standing at the peak of Danghun Mountain, waving his hand and releasing tens of thousands of souls. These souls were mostly beast souls like rabbit souls, goat souls, horse souls and so on. Wolf souls, tiger souls and other fierce beast souls were slightly smaller. There were also plant souls, while variant human souls and human souls were the least in number. Actually, the transaction of souls had always existed. Because in this world there were many soul path goo immortals. Soul path goo worms had appeared since the immemorial antiquity era, but they did not form into a system. Only with the rise of a goo immortal could soul path be created and flourished. This goo immortal was one of the 10 venerables in human history, spectral soul demon venerable. He was the founder of the Soul Dao, and he was also the one who brought the Soul Dao to the pinnacle of history by himself. In his era, among Tengu masters, almost half of them chose to cultivate Soul Path. In Soul Path cultivation, the soul was one of the most important resources. To refine Soul Path Gu worms, most needed souls as Gu materials. To refine Soul Path Gu worms, spectral soul demon venerable slaughtered and hunted souls. Thus, in history he had the highest killing nature among venerables. And the prosperity he brought to Soul Path also caused his era to be filled with slaughter. The world was dark and unstable. Because many Gu masters and Gu immortals also cultivated Soul Path, they naturally slaughtered and hunted souls as cultivation resources. It was also in that era that the transaction of souls was created. It was done openly and openly. After that, spectral soul died and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared. This benevolent Immortal Venerable did not compete with others, he loved peace. As he grew up, he knew about the suffering of the people, he knew about the harm spectral soul caused. Thus, when he became an Immortal Venerable and became invincible in the world, the first thing he did was to suppress Soul Path. Soul Path Gu masters thus decreased in numbers, the transaction of souls was forced to go underground. The 5 regions in the world started to recuperate, their killing nature was eliminated, the unrest also gradually subsided. The most touching thing was that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not use force, he used virtue to convince people, he used his actions to influence them. Thus, even now, even in Jewel Yellow Skies, the largest and most free market in the world, the transaction of souls was very rare. Fang Yuan's souls were obtained by Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. Ever since Fang Yuan and He Lulan cooperated, they were in charge of the transaction of souls. It saved Fang Yuan a lot of trouble. They were the local tyrants of Northern Plains, especially Fairy Li Shan. She was the third in command of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. She had Mountain Pledge Gu and a wide network. These souls immediately met with disaster when they landed on Danghun Mountain. After being cleansed and shaken by Danghun Mountain, the souls shattered, turning into countless soul essences that fused into the mountain. Not long later, because of these soul essences, a new batch of Guts Gu would be produced on Luohun Mountain. Normally speaking, the stronger the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. At the same time, the higher the intelligence of the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. This batch of souls is only ordinary. Because there are few fierce beasts and no desolate beasts, there are very few variant human and human souls. The number of Guts Gu produced will not be many. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind as he started to walk on Danghun Mountain. This batch of souls did not come from Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. Fang Yuan obtained them himself. He was different from before. He did not need Fairy Li Shan's help, nor did he need to make a move personally, he could obtain souls stably. Of course, it was not from Jewel Yellow Skies but from Western Desert. Western Desert was the most developed place in the 5 regions for commerce. Over there, Fang Yuan was no longer a newcomer who was unfamiliar with the place, he had already cooperated with Western Desert's Xiao clan for some time, he had obtained a certain degree of recognition and obtained the crucial token. Western Desert's Xiao clan was a super force, it was not hard for them to obtain souls. But if the soul transaction was exposed, Xiao clan would never admit to it. The soul transaction could not be exposed and Xiao clan was a righteous path force after all. Fang Yuan obtained souls from Western Desert's transaction. It was naturally to guard against He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness. Although he had signed an alliance agreement with them, it did not mean that from now on Fang Yuan did not need to guard against them. Fang Yuan had the heart to guard against others, but Fang Yuan also had the heart to harm others. If Fang Yuan started to cultivate his soul, it would definitely attract the suspicion of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan did not want to leave any clues for them. If he secretly used Guts Gu to cultivate, it would definitely cause the number of Guts Gu to decrease drastically. To make up for this flaw, Fang Yuan secretly sent in his own soul to fill the gap. The precious Guts Gu were easily obtained under Fang Yuan's feet. Fang Yuan did the same. Once Guts Gu left Danghun Mountain, they would immediately be destroyed. But if they used the air sac Gu that Fang Yuan invented, they could be packaged and sold. After expending a large number of Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's soul had grown to its limit. If it continued to grow blindly, his soul would collapse on its own. Fang Yuan felt that even his immortal zombie body had a feeling of being squeezed. It was like an adult wearing clothes that were a size smaller than his youth clothes. Chapter 1004. Actually, the limit of an immortal zombie soul capacity was higher than an ordinary body of flesh and blood, it was just that it lacked the effect of nourishing the soul. Only a living body of flesh and blood could nourish the soul. In a dead body the soul would wither. The main reason why Fang Yuan's soul could last until now was because of the guts goo. Other than that, he also used some other soul path methods to nourish it. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable caused great damage to all living beings in the world, his soul path also flourished for an era. Countless outstanding soul path experts appeared and created a vast number of soul path methods. Even after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era, there were still many precious soul path methods that were passed down to benefit future generations. I do not cultivate soul path. Soul path goo immortals have soul path Dao marks in their bodies. They can allow their bodies to contain stronger souls. After realizing that he had reached his limit, Fang Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and went to Star Form Blessed Land. Luopa Valley was placed here. Fang Yuan entered Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley had been modified by Shadow Sect. It was completely different from before. But after Fang Yuan asked Tai by Yunxing to take action, Luopa Valley regained its original environment. Luopa Valley's terrain was complex. It was like a maze. The legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu was trapped in a maze and could not find a way out. Fang Yuan imitated Renzu and came to Luopa Valley. He directly let his soul leave his body. A wave of gray-white fog spread out. This was the famous fog. Fang Yuan's soul was shrouded by the fog. It gradually loosened. After the fog passed, a wave of eerie wind blew. This was the famous Luopa wind. The eerie wind was like blades. Fang Yuan's soul was cut by the wind blades. Countless wounds were created. The unparalleled pain made Fang Yuan almost go crazy. This pain was rooted in the depths of his soul. It was 10,000 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. Fang Yuan raised his head and roared, but he lacked a body. He could only let out sharp soul cries. After enduring for a while, Fang Yuan struggled to realize that he had reached his limit again. He wisely chose to retreat, and his soul returned to the immortal zombie body. With the protection of the immortal zombie body, the power of the fog and the Luopa wind was greatly reduced. Instantly, it dropped by a large margin. Fang Yuan was able to safely leave Luopa Valley. He checked his soul. After experiencing the fog and the ravages of the lost soul wind, Fang Yuan's soul had shrunk by a large margin. It was clear that he had suffered considerable damage. If he stayed any longer, it wouldn't be to the extent where his soul would scatter and scatter. But the enslaved Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. It was probably going to get out of control. This was because the soul was the cornerstone of a slave. If the soul was severely wounded, the slave's effects would be greatly reduced. This would give the enslaved a chance to resist and escape. I wonder how the Ren ancestor managed to stay in Luopa Valley for such a long time back then. Fang Yuan sighed and returned to Danghun Mountain. He continued to use Guts Gu. Guts Gu might be a mortal goo, but it was indeed a legendary item. Using it to treat the injuries on the soul would produce instant results. Very soon, the injuries on Fang Yuan's soul completely disappeared. He was completely healed. At this moment, Fang Yuan inspected his soul again. Very clearly, he found that his soul was at least twice as condensed as before. Moreover, the soul itself seemed to be coated with a layer of oil, emitting a faint eerie light. He then sensed the burden on his soul caused by enslaving the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. It had also shrunk by 30%. Earlier in Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan had suffered inhuman torture and pain. It was all worth it. Because in Luopa Valley the impurities in his soul were removed. It was like a piece of iron being forged and smelted countless times, before finally turning into steel. The quality of his soul immediately rose to a new level. And on Danghun Mountain, Guts Gu continued to be expended. The soul was growing at an unimaginable speed. The quantity was rising steadily. Luopa Valley refines the soul. Danghun Mountain strengthens the soul. Qualitative and quantitative changes combined together, the soul's foundation grows by leaps and bounds. This huge success came so quickly. No wonder in my previous life, after He Lulan and Fairy Lishan obtained Luopa Valley, they went back and forth between Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley all day to increase their soul foundation. They're getting a thrill from cultivating. Fang Yuan sighed. He wanted to imitate He Lulan and Fairy Lishan, but he still had many things to do. The most important thing in front of him was the Battle of Tian Mountain and the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Undeniably, the stronger Fang Yuan was, the higher the chance of him obtaining Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage at the crucial moment. Fang Yuan could only try his best to think of every possibility, to arrange every important matter in a more reasonable manner. He squeezed out every minute and second he had, seizing every minute and second to cultivate. Finally, Fang Yuan received news of the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage appearing. What's going on? I set up many methods near Yitian Mountain, but they were actually silently taken out by someone. Fang Yuan took some time out of his busy schedule to personally investigate southern border. But he did not find any valuable information. Just like in his previous life, Yitian Mountain repeatedly showed an intense battle from ancient times. In the intense battle, the mysterious Gu Immortal with the red lotus mark on his forehead used the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage to suppress the rank 8 enemy with great strength true martial physique. This Gu Immortal has a red lotus mark on his forehead. Is it related to Red Lotus Demon Venerable? When I was reborn, I had already failed, but in the river of time, a red lotus suddenly appeared, turning my defeat into victory and successfully reborn. What is the relationship between the red lotus in the river of time and this mysterious Gu Immortal? Fang Yuan was confused. He could only shake his head and leave. He still had many things to arrange. Graceful chaotic duel stage might have appeared, but there was still some time before the Battle of Yitian Mountain. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had to at least get rid of the repercussions of enslaving the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. Through Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan's soul foundation had risen sharply, while Zhou Zhong's soul was still at the same spot. After removing the burden of enslaving the Gu Immortal, I can easily sneak into Yitian Mountain and secretly refine the Immortal Gu House. The body nourished the soul, and the soul was filled with intelligence, producing thoughts, wills, emotions, and thinking. The increase in soul foundation was greatly beneficial to Fang Yuan's refinement of the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. Besides the aspect of the soul, if I can make Bo Qing's sword path Immortal Gu my own, my battle strength will also rise greatly. That would be even better. Although he had tried several times with all-out effort Immortal Gu, he had not succeeded. At this moment, Fang Yuan's rebirth plan had reached the final juncture. He resolutely gave up on the refinement of all-out effort Immortal Gu. He did not want to struggle in this pit. During this final period of time, Fang Yuan did his best to make preparations. Central Continent. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing left Falling Heavenly River and slowly rose. Below his feet, Falling Heavenly River's surface was surging with waves, crashing against the shore and sweeping up piles of snow. The blood was already gone. Countless fierce beasts in the river felt Bo Qing's aura and scurried away in fear. At the bottom of Falling Heavenly River, a large number of Gu Immortals lost their lives. Even Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu Immortal by Zhang Shui was not spared. I lost many Immortal Gu. My battle strength is going to fall. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing spoke in a low voice. What should we do now? At this moment, standing beside him were Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, Shadow Sect's envoy Lan, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, Blood Path Demonic Immortal Song Zixing who was known as Blood Dragon, as well as Hairy Man Refinement Path Gu Immortal Yu Mu Chun. For some reason, this situation was different from his previous life. In his previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing died at Bo Qing's hands. But now both of them were alive. Maybe this was Fang Yuan's plan, using Mo Yao's fake will to lure out Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun did not speak. Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child spoke. Next, Song Zixing, Yu Mu Chun, and I will work together and use an immortal killer move to teleport the four of us to Central Continent's northeast area to attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had already made arrangements. In his previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing died. Only Yu Mu Chun was left. He could not use this powerful immortal killer move. But now it was different. In Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was furious and shocked. He looked at the four immortals led by Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, attacking one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. He could no longer watch. Because he, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, was a Gu Immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect. In Heavenly Lotus Sect, he had many disciples and grand disciples. Right now, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Heavenly Lotus Sect was in danger. Only Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, recalling Lian Jiusheng and Bai Qintian. There is a huge change at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River. Bai Zhang Shui has already died. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing has awakened and is attacking Combat Immortal Sect. We need to quickly go and save them. The two immortals were extremely shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained a huge amount of information. Go. The two immortals' shock only lasted for a moment. But soon they reacted. The three immortals walked into Celestial Court's teleportation Gu formation, arriving at Heavenly Lotus Sect's headquarters at the next moment. At this time Bo Qing and the others had just arrived. Beside them, the remnant light of the teleportation immortal killer move had yet to dissipate. The two Gu immortals looked at each other, their battle intent surging. What happened? Heavenly Lotus X Gu Masters and Gu Immortals were still confused. Fight. A super battle of rank 8s erupted, Central Continent, Hu Immortal blessed land, underground cave. Success. Fang Yuan looked at the Gu formation in front of him, his eyes shining with joy and regret. These last days he had been using the light of wisdom to make deductions. He had obtained a powerful Gu formation to refine Bo Qing's sword path Immortal Gu. This Gu formation actually used the light of wisdom as the core. It used Mo Yao's fake will as well as poison path Immortal Gu woman's heart and wisdom path Immortal Gu unravel mystery to refine Bo Qing's Immortal Gu. Chapter 1005. Southern Border Etian Mountain. Fang Yuan walked barefooted, taking big steps. His appearance had changed greatly. His muscles were bulging, his chest was exposed, his hair, beard, chest hair, and even the hair on his legs and legs were very thick. Its fur was an earthy yellow color, and its clothes were almost tattered. His cheekbones were protruding, the joints of his fingers and toes were much thicker than a normal person's. His nose bridge was short, his two nostrils were facing outwards. The nose hairs inside were also very thick, as if they were rushing out of his nostrils. Don't be fooled by this ugly appearance. It was carefully chosen by Fang Yuan based on his previous life's memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, the original owner of this appearance had joined Etian Mountain at this time. But after Fang Yuan revived, he secretly killed this person. Fang Yuan replaced him and came to Etian Mountain. The sun had just risen, there was a thin layer of fog. Etian Mountain was still very quiet. Birds chirping could be heard from time to time in the forest. At this time, the righteous and demonic battle had not even started yet. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan disguised his identity and joined Etian Mountain, it was already the time when the righteous and demonic paths were fighting intensely. Even the foot of the mountain was guarded by demonic path lackeys. But in this life, Fang Yuan appeared several months earlier. At this time, Xiaoshan had just been exiled by Xiao clan, he, Zhou Xingxing and Sun Peng who had created Etian village not long ago. Fang Yuan walked past the foot of the mountain but did not see anyone. After climbing halfway up the mountain, he finally saw a glimpse of Etian village through the gaps of the lush forest. Etian village was still under construction, it had not been completed yet. Who is this person? Which Gu Immortal's pawn is he? He does not seem to be a pure human, he seems to have hairy man bloodline. Humph, this bastard, I'm afraid no one will choose him as a pawn, right? Far away, the southern border Gu Immortals discussed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked calmly, he was confident and calm. In his previous life he used familiar face. These southern border Gu Immortals could not see through it. In this life he had used the immortal killer move that used attitude Gu as the core, familiar face. If this was seen through, it would be strange. He strutted along. He walked toward the mountain peak. After a while, when he approached Etian village, he was finally stopped by someone. The newcomer was a rank 3 demonic Gu master. But the person Fang Yuan was disguised as was also a rank 3 Gu master, so he did not dare to be careless. He asked seriously, "Who are you?" Fang Yuan cupped his fists and said rudely, "I am Huang Sha. I heard about Hero Zhao's matter, so I came to seek shelter with you." The rank 3 demonic Gu master's body shook. He wasn't shocked by the name of Yellow Sand, but Fang Yuan's voice was too loud. "Alright, lower your voice. What are you yelling for? Since you know the name of the leader, then follow me to pay respects to him." The rank 3 Gu master picked his ears and left. Fang Yuan snorted. He tried to catch up. His physique was larger than normal people, he took big steps, in just 3 steps he had caught up to the former. The demonic Gu master was unhappy, he stretched out his hand and pulled Fang Yuan back. "Why are you running so fast? If you want to join Etian village you need to know the rules. Do you understand? First come first serve, my position is higher than yours. Follow behind me." Oh. Fang Yuan quickly nodded his head, showing his bulky physique. He had a large physique and a small brain. "We need to focus on the construction of this building. If someone attacks in the future we need to defend this place. We need to set up at least 100 iron snake vine Gu." Xiao Shan pointed at a place, instructing the Gu master beside him. At this time, he heard someone shouting, "Big chieftain, your fame has spread throughout the 4 seas and the entire southern border. Now another hero has joined us." Xiao Shan heard this and was overjoyed, turning around to look. He saw Fang Yuan. The joy in his heart dissipated, he was slightly disappointed. but at the same time he had a joyous smile on his face. He quickly walked forward, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder. Such a strong man. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, cupping his fists. You are hero Xiao? I am here to join you. You have guts. You dare to go against the righteous path. Saying so, Fang Yuan gave Xiaoshan a thumbs up, saying, just based on this I am convinced I am willing to follow you, but you have to feed me 3 meals a day. Xiaoshan saw that Fang Yuan was so boorish, he felt even more disappointed. But on the surface he did not show it. He praised Fang Yuan and gave him a mission on the spot. After Fang Yuan left, Xiaoshan called Zhou Xingxing asking, this Huang Sha, what is his origin? I'm not sure. Zhou Xingxing thought about it, smiling. Big brother, what kind of person are you? You come and go as you please. How can such a minor character enter your eyes? I happen to know this person. His father is human, his mother is hairy man. He was born as a slave who mined sand and rocks on the sand mountain. In the end he obtained an inheritance on the sand mountain and became a Gu master. Later he occupied a part of the river with a water path Gu master. They became known as the White Sand Generals. Later they were defeated by Tai Clan Gu masters. White General died, but this Huang Sha escaped. His whereabouts are unknown. To think that he admires Big Brother's fame, he came to join Etian village. So that's it. I remember now, there was indeed news of the White Sand Generals attacking Tai Clan's merchant ship. Xiaoshan nodded. His expectations towards Fang Yuan fell to rock bottom. They even dared to attack Tai Clan's merchant ship. This showed that these two were rash and did not use their brains. Moreover, this Huang Sha actually had hairy man bloodline. Xiaoshan looked down on him even more. Variant humans like hairy men, feathermen, and snowmen were all slaves of humans. How could human Gu masters treat them equally? If Fang Yuan's cultivation was rank 4 or 5, Xiaoshan might be able to break the prejudice and pay attention to Fang Yuan. But this Huang Sha that Fang Yuan was disguised as was only rank 3. Even though rank 3 was higher than ordinary Gu masters. But in this Etian village it was not eye-catching. Thus Xiaoshan soon threw this Huang Sha to the back of his mind. Fang Yuan was working at the construction site. Right now I have already joined Etian Mountain. I was sent here by Xiaoshan to build Etian village. This shows that this person does not care about me. Very good, this is the goal I want to achieve. So far, everything is going smoothly. If Fang Yuan's cultivation was higher and Xiaoshan paid attention to him, he would have a heavy responsibility in the upcoming righteous demonic battle. If he did not carry out this task he would expose himself. If he did he would waste time. If his cultivation was lower, he would become cannon fodder and be sent to the front lines to attract firepower and waste the enemy's primeval essence. After a few battles between righteous and demonic, he would be sacrificed. Only with rank 3 cultivation it would not be high or low, he would be a small leader. He would not be given an important task, and it would not be strange for him to survive in the battlefield. The forbidden zone for immortals on Etian Mountain only targeted immortal apertures. It did not target immortal Gu. In his previous life at this time Fang Yuan was still deducing a method to seal the immortal aperture. But in this life he directly grasped this method and joined Etian village several months in advance. Even though his immortal aperture was sealed, his body was still an immortal zombie. During the day Fang Yuan did some manual labor at the construction site. It was easy. At night, when everyone else was asleep, he was still energetic, secretly refining the graceful chaotic dual stage at the bottom of the mountain. Graceful chaotic dual stage suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie. It was unbreakable. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had no soul fluctuations. From the looks of it, it seemed like his soul had completely perished. But with his previous life's memories Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He did not probe the great strength true martial immortal zombie, instead he focused on transforming his battle will. The southern border Gu immortals who participated in this duel had to use these mortal Gu masters as pawns to make them fight intensely, so that their battle will could resonate with each other. The pure battle will in the immortal Gu house would be transformed into the Gu master's personal battle will. But Fang Yuan was here personally, and was also a wisdom path grandmaster. He did not need to do this. Even if he did not fight, he could increase the battle will in his mind and transform the immortal Gu house's battle will. His efficiency was several times that of ordinary Gu immortals. As long as Fang Yuan transformed the battle will in these immortal Gu houses into his own battle will, then he would complete the last step that the rank 8 immortal zombie could not complete back then, that was to refine the immortal Gu house and become its true owner. Thus, if Fang Yuan wanted to successfully seize graceful chaotic dual stage from these southern border Gu immortals, there was still a hurdle. At the final juncture, The pure battle will in the Immortal Gu house would be divided and transformed by everyone. But there could only be one winner. Thus, these battle wills would compete with each other and engage in an intense battle. In this fierce battle, any loser would vanish into thin air. There could only be one winner. I am a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. I have a huge advantage in the battle of battle will. Moreover, I will definitely take the lead and transform my battle will several times faster than others. The more battle will I transform, the more advantage I will have in the decisive battle in the future. As long as I follow the plan, there is no doubt that I will obtain the Immortal Gu house. I am just afraid of an accident. While Feng Yuan was thinking, the other southern border Gu immortals were also having their own thoughts. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder was paying close attention to the battlefield of Tian Mountain. He had barely survived the previous tribulation. And the next tribulation was approaching. He had no hope, but with the appearance of the Immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage, this Gu immortal saw a trace of light in the darkness. Thus, in this unprecedented duel, he staked everything he had. He had bet almost all of his assets. His stake was the highest among all the immortals, and according to the rules of the duel, one of the chess pieces he chose, Shao Shan, became the first Gu master to ascend Tian Mountain. Shao Clan's first Supreme Elder also became the first person among the southern border Gu immortals to transform the battle will in the Immortal Gu house. I must succeed in this contest for the Immortal Gu house. I cannot fail. If I do not have the Immortal Gu house, I will have no chance of surviving this tribulation. Chapter 1006. But looking at it now, I have made a good start. I have converted the most battle will among them. As long as I maintain this advantage, the Immortal Gu house will be mine. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder cheered himself on, but he was also clear. The biggest problem was how to maintain the current advantage. According to the bet, the second would be Wu Clan's Gu immortal, Wu Dangji. This female immortal of Wu Clan was also a very shrewd person. She would rather sacrifice some of her cultivation to allow her chosen pawn to enter Tian Mountain early. I hope Shao Shan will not disappoint me. Shao Clan's ancestors' wish was precisely what the other southern border Gu immortals did not want to see. Now that Shao Clan's ancestor had already established an early advantage, the southern border Gu immortals wanted to see Shao Shan defeated or even killed, so as to disrupt Shao Clan's ancestors' advantage and give them a chance. Wu Shentong arrived near Tian Mountain. Everyone, this time I am carrying the clan's heavy responsibility on my shoulders. I will not hesitate to eliminate the demon's den. He pointed at Tian Mountain with a solemn expression and surging battle intent. There were many Gu masters around him. Among them, 3 had the highest cultivation, rank 4 Gu masters. One was Wu Clan's elder, his personal bodyguard, Wu Shentong. The other 2 were clan leaders of Wu Clan's clans. Wu Shentong was a rank 4 peak stage enslavement path Gu master. He was thin and pale, coughing from time to time. He was like a sick scholar who could not even withstand the wind. But no one dared to underestimate him because he cultivated enslavement path. This path could always fight one against many. On Tian Mountain, the strongest person is Shao Clan's original leader, Shao Shan. Below him are Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, 2 demonic path Gu masters. These 3 are all rank 5 Gu masters. In my opinion, we should slow down and invite some righteous path experts to hold the fort. This will not only be safer, we can also fight and not let these demons escape. One of the rank 4 clan leaders suggested. Wu Shentong's expression sank. He wanted to do this, but this mission was forced by the clan, and there was a time limit. It was so harsh and rushed. Wu Shentong could not help but wonder if he had become a sacrifice in the clan's political struggle. He had done his best to rely on his connections to recruit these people around him. Wu Shentong would never understand the truth of Tian Mountain. The Gu masters who were usually high and mighty. They were all used as gambling tools by Gu immortals. He naturally did not know that at this moment, countless southern border Gu immortals were looking at him with expectant gazes. You don't have to persuade me. As long as everyone protects me, even if they have rank 5 battle strength, how long can they last against the beast horde? Once their primeval essence is depleted, the merit of killing a rank 5 will be yours. Moreover, since I'm personally making a move, I'm naturally confident. Don't tell me that I'm courting death? Wu Shentong was also a person with means. This short sentence dispelled everyone's hesitation and boosted their morale. Speed was the most important thing in war, and what they were aiming for was the effect of surprise attacks. A moment later, under the command of Wu Shentong, the entire mountain of beasts charged up Tian Mountain. At this time, Tian village was still under construction. The demonic path Gu masters were in a panic, They were used to fighting alone, even though Xiao Shan and the others tried to organize them. They did not see any results in the short term. Xiao Shan was extremely anxious, thinking, Etian village has just been built, there is still less than half of it left before it can be completed. This is the first time we are clashing with the demonic path. Etian village is like a flag, it cannot fall. Once it falls, our morale will fall, it will be like being hit in the head, we will not be able to raise our heads. If we lose our momentum, who will take the initiative to submit to me in the future? Thinking of this, Xiao Shan quickly ordered the demonic path Gu masters to defend Etian village to the death. Xiao Shan's thoughts were indeed insightful, but he had greatly overestimated the coordination of demonic path Gu masters. If demonic path Gu masters fought alone with righteous path Gu masters, they usually won more than they lost. But if there were many of them in a battle of equal numbers, the righteous path usually won. Without coordination, the demonic path Gu masters were just a mob. Facing the huge beast horde, they did not defend themselves, they immediately fell into the situation that Wu Shintong wanted to see the most. At first, large numbers of wild beasts died under the attacks of the demonic path Gu masters. But soon, the overwhelming attacks of the demonic path Gu masters started to weaken and become sparse. After all, mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence. The wild beasts broke through the blockade of firepower and attacked the demonic path Gu masters. The demonic path Gu masters' casualties were increasing, the situation was tilting towards the righteous path. Good fight. Amazing! The southern border Gu immortals looked at the battlefield with joy in their eyes. Xiao Clan's ancestor had a grim expression as he stared at Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan was also an experienced person, he knew he could not let the situation continue like this, he quickly shouted, Rank 5 and Rank 4 Gu masters, follow me, we will go down the mountain and kill the enslavement path Gu masters. The rest of you retreat as you fight. In this situation, the demonic path had suffered huge losses. Although the righteous path had few Gu masters, they did not lose a single person. Everyone knew that a single person would not be able to gain any benefits. Only by relying on each other could they carve out a bloody path and have a chance to escape. Xiao Shan's words were quickly answered by everyone. The difference was the Rank 4 and Rank 5 Gu masters gathered around Xiao Shan with joy in their hearts. As for the remaining Rank 2 and 3 Gu masters, their faces were pale. The people who broke out of the encirclement were strong, even if they were not strong enough, they could escape by themselves after breaking out of the encirclement. But the Gu masters who stayed in the mountain were surrounded by beast groups, there was no way to escape, they could only wait for reinforcements. Only Fang Yuan, although he had a ferocious expression on his face, was calm on the inside. Even if the beast group expanded by 100 times, they could not pose any threat to Fang Yuan. Moreover, he was a reborn person, he knew how the situation was developing. Sure enough, the following development was similar to his previous life. In this sudden battle, the demonic path Gu masters advanced against the beast group, many Gu masters died in battle along the way. But in the end, they still reached Wu Shintong. Xiao Shan, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, the 3 Rank 5 Gu masters were forced into a desperate situation, they attacked the righteous path's defensive line. After an intense battle of life and death, the righteous path lost 2 Rank 4 Gu masters, while Wu Shintong retreated with heavy injuries. Wu Clan's Rank 4 elder tried his best to stop them. At the crucial moment, a group of flying birds came to their aid. The demonic path's plan to kill Wu Shintong did not succeed. They could only retreat to Etian Mountain helplessly. That night, Xiao Shan gathered the remnants of the demonic path army in a cave. He was bathed in blood, his eyes were red as he shouted with a hoarse voice, Wu Shintong is not dead, he is truly a threat. As long as he is alive, we will have to face the fearless charge of the beast groups. We have to kill him, otherwise Etian village will never be rebuilt. After Xiao Shan finished speaking, there were very few people who responded. The demonic path Gu masters had just lost, their morale was very low. One of the Rank 3 Gu masters said dejectedly, Leader, let's retreat. The righteous path is too strong, it is natural that we cannot win. As long as there is life there will be hope. Let's leave this dangerous place first, in the future we can go to another mountain and rebuild Etian village, it is possible. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Shan's eyes shined with a sharp light, his body moved as he attacked. He raised his blade and killed the demonic path Gu master who spoke, shouting, This person has shaken our morale, his death is not to be regretted. Anyone who dares to retreat will end up like him. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing immediately stood up and walked to Xiao Shan's sides, looking at everyone with hostility. The demonic path Gu masters were intimidated by Xiao Shan's aura. They spoke one after another, willing to fight to the death. Xiao Shan's expression softened. I know it is not easy for all of you, you are all heavily injured. But no matter how heavy your injuries are, they are still better than our comrades who sacrificed themselves today, right? Everyone rest in this cave tonight. Tomorrow morning, we will gather everyone's strength and charge down the mountain. We will not rest until we kill Wu Shintong. Everyone quickly agreed. Fang Yuan was also among them. His wounds were still bleeding. Of course, this was just a disguise, it was not worth mentioning. The night sky was getting darker, the cave was not big, there was not enough space for the demonic path Gu masters to sleep. Xiao Shan had purposely chosen this cave, it was convenient for everyone to monitor each other. Even if someone needed to relieve themselves, they had to do it in the cave. Soon the cave was filled with the stench of blood, sweat, and feces. The demonic path Gu immortals tossed and turned, they were worried about tomorrow's battle, they could not sleep. Only one person was snoring, it was Fang Yuan. His snoring echoed throughout the entire cave. Xiao Shan was sleeping with his eyes closed. When he heard this sound, he slowly opened his eyes. After seeing Fang Yuan, he laughed lightly and said loudly, "This heartless fool." His voice attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Shan continued, "Everyone don't worry, I have complete confidence in tomorrow's battle. That Wu Shintong has already been heavily injured by us, he will definitely die tomorrow. I, Xiao Shan, swear that I will not run away if I go against my oath, may the heavens strike me down, I will be hated by all." The demons' morale was boosted, they admired Xiao Shan's heroic spirit. But they did not know that Xiao Shan was wholeheartedly trying to subdue the immortal Gu in his body, and obtain Xiao clan's ancestors' approval. Unless he was at the end of his rope, he would not leave this place. Xiao Shan treated these demonic path Gu masters in the cave as his chess pieces. And he himself was a chess piece of Xiao clan's ancestor, but he did not know it. On this night, as a chess player, Xiao clan's ancestor was also anxious and worried. He was anxious. After today's battle on Yitian Mountain, after the results were out, he left his residence and went to a certain mountain peak. He had been standing in the mountain wind for a long time. Master, Xiao clan's ancestor is asking for an audience, but you refuse to meet him. He is a rank 7 Gu immortal, he has already been standing outside the cave for over 2 hours. If this drags on, it won't be good, right? Lu Xuanfeng cautiously asked. Chapter 1007. His master, rank 7 lone immortal old man Wuxia, was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Hearing Lu Xuanfeng's voice, he did not move, his eyes still closed. After a long while, Xiao clan's ancestor spoke again, his voice transmitting into the cave. Brother Wuxia, I am willing to take out another 10 heavenly dragon pearls, please help me this time. Old man Wuxia slowly opened his eyes, saying to Lu Xuanfeng, Disciple, go to Yitian Mountain first and resolve this crisis for Xiao Shan. Lu Xuanfeng quickly knelt down, kowtowing 3 times towards old man Wuxia. Master, disciple is going. Although he said so, Lu Xuanfeng was still kneeling on the ground, showing no signs of getting up. Old man Wuxia laughed, with your crafty nature, you are too careful. Saying so, he blew a breath of cold air towards Lu Xuanfeng. The cold air seeped into Lu Xuanfeng's stomach, lingering there. This immortal Gu can save your life. Go. Lu Xuanfeng was overjoyed, kowtowing 3 more times, he stood up and said with a cheeky smile, Disciple is actually thinking for Master's sake. It's fine if I lose my life, but Master will have no one to serve you in the future, what will you do? Disciple is indebted to Master, I have not even repaid him, how can I die so easily? Go. Old man Wuxia sighed, waving his hand at Lu Xuanfeng. Wu Shintong led the beast group to attack Yitian Mountain. Yitian village had just been built when it was destroyed. The demonic path's morale fell, Xiao Shan was determined to counterattack. But that night, rank 5 demonic path Gu master Lu Xuanfeng infiltrated the righteous path camp and killed Wu Shintong, bringing his severed head to Yitian Mountain. Xiao Shan was overjoyed. He said to Lu Xuanfeng, Brother Lu is righteous, we have to thank Brother Lu for saving all of our lives. Lu Xuanfeng was an astute person. He quickly cupped his fists, saying sincerely, Brother Xiao is too kind. I only picked up a bargain. If not for Brother Xiao and the others fighting bravely and heavily injuring Wu Shintong, how could I have taken his life so easily? If there are 10 parts to this contribution, I only take 1, the remaining 9 belongs to everyone. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that Lu Xuanfeng was much more pleasing to the eye. Xiao Shan's heart sank. He did not manage to kill Lu Xuanfeng by flattering him, so he quickly changed his words. Stabilize Lu Xuanfeng and rope him into Tian's stronghold. Just like this, the Righteous Path's first wave of attacks collapsed under the attacks of Xiao Shan, Lu Xuanfeng and the others. Fang Yuan hid at the side and did nothing. From the beginning to the end, he looked on coldly and did not arouse any suspicions. He recalled the information he had gathered in his previous life. It seems that in this life Wu Shintong is heavily injured but not dead. Xiao Shan's situation is critical. The Xiao clan's old ancestor behind him also went to ask Wuxia Lao to take action. This old man Wuxia is a famous itinerant immortal of the southern border. He had a grudge with the Wu clan. The Xiao clan's old ancestor also invested heavily, causing him to increase the stakes at the last minute, pushing Lu Xuanfeng to Yitian Mountain in advance. As for the Wu clan's female immortal Wu Dangji, she was schemed against and her chosen chess piece lost his life. Although she converted a lot of battle intent, she suffered the greatest loss. The battle between the righteous and demonic sides of Yitian Mountain is actually led by the contest of southern borders Gu immortals. Mortals are like ants. Let them scheme against each other. After this battle, the battle intent I converted has already surpassed Xiao Shan. I have become the number one. Like this, Fang Yuan made a huge profit silently. The battle intent that was converted in the dark increased, but no one noticed it. Time passed, the second battle between righteous and demonic erupted. In the first battle, Wu Dangji suffered a loss. She was not resigned to it. Old man Wuxia raised the stakes at the last minute. Why couldn't she? Thus, she chose another person and joined forces with Shang clan's Gu immortals, not repeating the previous mistake of fighting alone. Landing on the battlefield of Yitian Mountain, Wu clan sent Gu masters to attack Yitian Mountain again. At the same time, Shang clan's two newly advanced elders, Yan Tu and Zhu Kai Bei, also joined them. Both sides challenged each other at the foot of Yitian Mountain. Both sides won and lost. They were in a deadlock. At this time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang went up the mountain together, joining Yitian village. These two Gu masters were not simple. They were famous flying masters in southern borders Gu master world. Yitian village thus gained the upper hand, forcing the Righteous Path to retreat. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang, the Righteous Path invited a female Gu master, Hong Feiyu. She was also a flying master but belonged to the Righteous Path. However, it was difficult for Hong Feiyu to fight against two flying masters of the demonic Dao alone. At the moment of life and death for Hong Feiyu, Shang clan's reinforcements arrived. It was white light swordsman Wei Yang. With Shang Yanfei's help, Wei Yang's aptitude rose. His cultivation reached rank 4 initial stage. In this battle, not only did he save Hong Feiyu, he also established his reputation. After Hong Feiyu retreated with heavy injuries, he fought against Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang alone, finally stalling for time until the Righteous Path's reinforcements arrived. Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was recognized by the righteous and demonic paths, entering the ranks of flying masters. Southern Border's 3 flying masters became the 4 great flying masters with Wei Yang at the head. With Wei Yang's addition, the righteous and demonic battle fell into a deadlock again. However, as Second Zombie King went up Yitian Mountain, Enslavement Path showed its might again. The Righteous Path lacked an Enslavement Path expert like Wu Shintong. They had no choice but to retreat. Thus, the second battle between righteous and demonic ended. Behind the scenes, the southern border Gu immortals schemed and schemed. It was something that mortal Gu masters could not imagine. The only person who understood the situation on Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan, was also silently making a fortune, turning a blind eye to it. He had used Huang Sha's identity and met Wei Yang on the battlefield. This was Shang Yanfei's capable general. He had once taken care of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing in Shang Clan City. At this moment, Wei Yang had made huge progress. While Fang Yuan had already become an immortal, it could be said that things had changed. After this battle, Fang Yuan's converted battle will was already far ahead. The scale was so huge that even if all the southern border Gu immortals battle will were added together, it would still be slightly inferior to Fang Yuan's. Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. Rumble, explosions and explosions could be heard endlessly. The surrounding 100,000 li had turned into a barren land. Sand was flying everywhere. There were also deep pits in the wasteland burning with flames. Chunks of glaciers were piled up and traces of lightning were scattered about. There were also rivers of blood that flowed wantonly on the battlefield. Because of the rank 8 battle, the original mountainous terrain was completely changed. It was completely changed. And this was the location of Heavenly Lotus Sect's base. It was a famous mountain with deep natural Dao marks. Otherwise, the messy battlefield scene would be even more serious. After a round of battle, the Shadow Sect Immortals led by Sword Immortal Bo Qing retreated a distance, breathing roughly. Looking ahead, there were 3 Immortal Gu houses floating in the sky. One was Canary Pavilion, small and exquisite. One was Yuyang Palace, beautiful and magnificent. But the Shadow Sect Immortals' gazes were focused on the Immortal Gu house at the center. This Immortal Gu house was rank 8, it was called Heavenly Pool. From the outside it looked like a pond, it was not big at all, it could even be said to be the smallest Immortal Gu house in the world. But in this Heavenly Pool, there were green lotuses and blooming lotuses. Or closed. Inside each lotus, there was an immortal aperture blessed land or grotto heaven. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Heavenly Pool. This was the foundation of Heavenly Lotus Sect, created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Its greatest use was to store immortal apertures. If we don't take down Heavenly Pool, Heavenly Lotus Sect's losses will not even be severe. Song Zixing said solemnly. But it is too hard to take down. Among the 10 venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was most skilled in healing and recovery. This Heavenly Pool has inherited his style. If it is not destroyed in one attack, it will be able to recover in a short period of time. It can even recover. Yu Mu Chun's expression was grim. 7-star child Immortal Zombie shook his head. Not just Heavenly Pool, the other 2 Immortal Gu houses are also in a difficult situation. And Bo Qing is his greatest weakness. He is already in the enemy's hands. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's greatest weakness was Mo Yao's remnant soul in his body. This remnant soul was like a wooden barrel. Its greatest weakness was too easy to target. In the previous life, Bo Qing died because of this. His soul was destroyed by Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals. In this life, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing even lost Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. This Gu was Bo Qing's trump card against Wisdom Path methods when he was alive. After losing it, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was even more restricted in battle. He was in a passive state. Let's go. We have achieved our goal of delaying them. 7-star child Immortal Zombie retreated first, he turned into a rainbow and left. Bo Qing and the rest followed closely behind. Escaping from fate and attacking the 10 great ancient sects, you are so daring, your crimes are unforgivable. You still want to leave? Heavenly Lotus Sect's 3 Immortal Gu houses chased after them. From Heavenly Pool, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice could be heard. It was filled with anger and hatred. 7-star child's expression changed slightly. He said to the other Gu Immortals, "In this situation, we can only let one person sacrifice his life to stall for time for the rest to escape." "I'll go." Immortal Zombie Bo Qing immediately spoke. "I'll go. Green, Blue and Song Zixing, your battle strength is higher than mine. It will be of great help to our plan." Yu Mu Chun had a plain expression. He stayed behind. The 3 immortals' gazes flickered. They did not hesitate and quickly retreated. Only Yu Mu Chun was left behind. "A mantis trying to stop a chariot? You overestimate yourself. Hee, demonic path people are skilled at betraying their friends. You think you can stop us? Who gave you such arrogance?" The righteous path Gu Immortals shouted furiously. The 3 Immortal Gu houses charged over. Yu Mu Chun showed a smile as if he was facing death calmly. "You think we have no arrangements?" Saying so, he landed on the ground. A huge Gu formation flickered with dazzling light. The news of this battle could not be concealed by Central Continent. After Fang Yuan learned of it, his gaze flickered. This matter was too different from his previous life. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was not dead. This way, Fang Yuan, who stole his Immortal Gu, was definitely a thorn in his side. Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into his sealed immortal aperture. Inside there was a mysterious Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was one of the gains Fang Yuan stole from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. But the truth was, this Immortal Gu's original owner was not Bo Qing, it was Mo Yao. Precisely because this Immortal Gu was filled with Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan could use Mo Yao's fake will to refine this Immortal Gu so quickly. As for the other Sword Path Immortal Gu, their true owner was Bo Qing. They contained a large amount of Bo Qing's will. Thus, when Fang Yuan used the same Gu formation to refine these Immortal Gu, he would need to spend a lot more time. Forget about these Sword Path Immortal Gu, they will not be able to make it in time for this battle. As for this mysterious Immortal Gu, I have been investigating it these last days, but even with Land Spirit of Langia, I did not gain anything. Right now, righteous and demonic have fought for the 6th time. The scale of my battle will in the Immortal Gu house is probably over 30 times the total number of Southern Border Gu Immortals. If I were to fight with them now, I would be able to wipe out the Southern Border's battle intent in less than the time it takes for an incense to burn. Even among Southern Borders Gu immortals, there were many who had wisdom path attainment. But so what? Not mentioning Fang Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, just the scale of his battle will was enough to give him an absolute advantage. Southern Borders Gu immortals had already lost all hope, there was no chance of victory. It could be said that these Gu immortals were no longer a concern. But Fang Yuan was still filled with worry. After so long, there is still some pure battle will left in the immortal Gu house. I wonder how many of them there are left. Can I make it in time? Fang Yuan raised his head to look at the sky. In the sky was dark and hazy. Fang Yuan could not help but feel some pressure in his heart. The pure battle will in graceful chaotic duel stage far surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. His original plan was to collect the immortal Gu house and leave in a carefree manner. But now time had already dragged on. When would it end? Chapter 1008. Time passed, more than a month passed. In Southern Border, be it the Gu immortal world or the mortal world, all of their attention was focused on one place. This place was Yitian Mountain. Under the incitement of the Gu immortals behind the scenes, countless righteous path and demonic path Gu masters joined the two sides. The seventh righteous and demonic confrontation had already ended. The demonic path used a scheme to cut off the righteous path supply line. When the righteous path was in danger, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally led the troops and used gourmet food box Gu to reward the troops, foiling the demonic path scheme. Southern Borders super forces Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, Xia clan and others, all of their clan leaders appeared and joined the battlefield. In this battlefield, rank 3 Gu masters were like bystanders, the rarely seen rank 4 Gu masters were everywhere, while rank 5 Gu masters were the main battle strength. Life and death blessed land. Spectral soul demon Venerable's dream realm had completely dissipated. 7-colored light shined dazzlingly, forming a cocoon of light. Crack crack. A series of crisp sounds came from the cocoon of light. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon of light. Old Man Inkstone had a haggard expression, but his gaze was filled with joy. Under his ardent anticipation, the cocoon of light finally exploded. A naked young man appeared in front of Old Man Inkstone. He floated in the air with his eyes closed as if he was in deep sleep. Old Man Xianxia hurriedly took a few steps forward, using his hand to caress the young man's robust body, from his thighs to his chest and then to his cheeks. Old Man Inkstone could not conceal his excitement. His fingers were trembling as he stroked the young man. He muttered, "Success. I really succeeded. I recreated Renzu's method, using the dream realm to create a brand new 10 extreme physique. This is the moment of history." Ah. Old Man Inkstone laughed before calming down. You were born from the dream realm, you created something from nothing. You used rule path become true immortal Gu. Let's call it the pure dream reality seeker physique. Saying so, Old Man Inkstone flipped his palm and took out a lump of soul. This soul was as black as ink and immediately flew into the pure dream reality seeker physique. Elder Inkstone waited for a moment. There was still no movement from the pure dream reality seeker physique. His brows furrowed even tighter. What's going on? Still not waking up? It doesn't make sense. He quickly inspected it and after a while, he let out a long sigh. Looks like this pure dream reality seeker physique is indeed flawed. There were many dream path Dao marks on his body, they actually formed a force in his body. Any soul that entered it, they will gradually fall into a deep sleep and their memories will be erased. What should we do? Elder Inkstone paced around anxiously. The lifespan of the pure dream reality seeker physique is already decreasing. Time was limited, so I didn't have enough time to study it in detail and solve this problem. What should I do? After a long time, the pure dream reality seeker physique finally opened his eyes slowly and woke up. He looked at Elder Inkstone in ignorance. Then he looked around, his eyes wide open, revealing an incomparably naive expression. Elder Inkstone felt regret. He had spent a lot of effort and methods to finally awaken the soul in the pure dream reality seeker physique, resolving the flaw of the soul falling into a deep sleep. But the memories contained in the soul were almost completely gone. But it doesn't matter. The pure dream reality seeker physique body is a consumable to begin with. The quick increase in rank 9 battle strength is the trump card to protect the core. As long as this plan succeeds, the pure dream reality seeker physique body's flaw is nothing. What's the big deal? Thinking of this, Old Man Xianxia faintly smiled, a pair of black eyes staring at him, sizing him up, his tone difficult to hide his appreciation. Good. Pure dream reality seeker physique body, you are my greatest achievement in researching dream path. Many of Bo Qing's immortal goo were stolen, his battle strength fell. You will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation. Who are you and who am I? Who am I? Wuxia asked curiously. You are me, I am you. I am Elder Inkstone, and you shall be called Wuxia. Elder Inkstone chuckled. Next he waved his sleeves, countless thoughts poured into Wuxia's mind. Wuxia felt a surge of information flowing into his heart. Elder Inkstone continued, remember you only have 18 hours to live. Every 2 hours your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Time is limited, I will only teach you one immortal killer move. Although it has no offensive power, it is the peak of Dream Path in the current 5 regions, it is at the forefront of the current era. Even those Celestial Court Goo Immortals are far behind. As the saying goes, one move can dominate the world. You need to comprehend it well. When you become a Goo Immortal, I will give you a complete set of Goo Worms, you need to practice it then. Southern border Etian Mountain. Fang Yuan, who was recuperating on the bed, suddenly shook, he opened his eyes. A look of pleasant surprise flashed in his eyes, but it soon became calm again. He looked around, there were many injured people on the beds chatting. Some healing Goo masters were moving around the injured, some were healing them, while others were checking if their injuries were worsening. The air was filled with the smell of blood, lingering in the air for a long time. After the 7th righteous and demonic confrontation, Etian village's sick area was filled with injured people. Now that both sides had stopped fighting, both righteous and demonic sides were licking their wounds and recuperating. Thus there were fewer and fewer injured people in the sick area. Most of them recovered from their injuries and walked out on their own. But a portion of them were too injured to recover and died here. People loved life and hated death. This sick area became a place that demonic path Goo masters avoided. However, Fang Yuan did not mind it at all. He purposely got injured, he also disguised his injuries as if they were serious. Familiar face could even deceive rank 8 Goo Immortals, not to mention these mortal Goo masters on Etian Mountain. This was the best place that Fang Yuan had found to convert the pure battle will of the immortal Goo house. It was only in this place that he could openly lie down, calm down, and transform his battle intent almost constantly. Even though there were people coming and going, they could not threaten Fang Yuan, who was a Goo Immortal. Fang Yuan's strategy had shown results at that moment. After spending so much time, the battle will of graceful chaotic duel stage has finally been completely converted by me. Next, it is time to eliminate the battle will of other Goo Immortals. I am the sole ruler. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, he did not hesitate and immediately took action. Inside the immortal Goo house, his battle will created a tsunami that instantly drowned the other battle wills. The battle wills of these southern border Goo Immortals were fighting for themselves, they could not react in time and were engulfed and destroyed by Fang Yuan's battle will. At once, Fang Yuan poked a hornet's nest. The southern border Goo Immortals were shocked and furious, some screamed, some flew out of the cave, some were dazed, not daring to believe this was real. They communicated and immediately understood that someone had not participated in the bet. He had secretly converted his battle will and deceived all the southern border Goo Immortals. The southern border Goo Immortals' anger and hatred could not be extinguished even if 3 rivers were poured into them. All their previous efforts had been for naught. The plot to plot against others now seemed like a joke. Who is it? Who dares to trick us like this? Find him and kill him. He is openly challenging the whole of southern border's Goo Immortal world. Not just kill him, I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive, I will extract his soul and torture him for 1,000 years. The southern border Goo Immortals had aggressive auras as they surrounded Etian Mountain. They could no longer hide their traces, countless overwhelming auras rose rapidly and enveloped the whole of Etian Mountain. The righteous and demonic path Goo masters were dumbfounded. What is happening? Immortals, are they immortals? Such powerful auras, they are the legendary Goo Immortals. To think that I would be able to witness it in my lifetime. So many immortals, is this a scheme of the righteous, demonic, path? The Goo masters of both sides fell into chaos, their respective camps were filled with commotion. It is useless. There is a forbidden zone here, you don't have the immortal aperture sealing method, how can you enter? Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. But on the surface he had a panicked expression, he acted like the people around him. At this crucial moment, Fang Yuan could not be careless. The forbidden zone could keep Goo Immortals out, but it only targeted the immortal aperture, it did not affect immortal Goo. This meant that Goo Immortals could attack Etian Mountain from afar. Who is it? Come out. You have the guts to take our things but don't have the guts to admit it? The Gu immortals were flustered and exasperated, their shouts were like thunder that resounded in the world. Even Etion Mountain was shaking from these shouts, not to mention the mortal Gu masters. Including the rank 5 Gu masters, many of them had pale expressions and were shivering. Fang Yuan's disguise did not reveal any flaws. After getting rid of the other battle wills, he immediately led the battle will army and started to take over graceful chaotic duel stage. This process needed some time. However, Fang Yuan was not worried that the southern border Gu immortals would attack without saying a word. 4 righteous path Gu immortals, they had to protect their reputation and would not commit such a massacre. Among the demonic path Gu immortals, some placed their immortal Gu on their pawns, like how Shao clan's ancestor left immortal Gu on Shao Shan. Immortal Gu were very fragile, even a child could crush Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada. If they disregarded everything and attacked Etion Mountain, these immortal Gu would be destroyed. As for lone immortals like old man Wuxia, his beloved disciple Lu Xuanfeng was trapped on Etion Mountain, how could he easily make a move? More and more Gu worms fell into Fang Yuan's hands. The secret of the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage was revealed in Fang Yuan's mind. So this immortal Gu house is a time path immortal Gu house, it can use the power of time path to seal any attacks from the outside world and then use it. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, what an ingenious idea. Chapter 1009. The specific reason could no longer be verified. All in all, the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage had suppressed the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie for so many years, the two had reached a delicate balance. The immortal Gu house was almost ownerless, it was filled with pure battle will. Right now, Fang Yuan had completely turned his battle will into his own, and even pushed out the other southern border Gu immortals. Since rebirth, he had planned for a long time, and his wish had finally been fulfilled. Fang Yuan was filled with joy. But at the same time he could not help but feel nervous. Faster, faster. Fang Yuan urged himself inwardly. Even though the battle will was his, he still needed some time to take over the immortal Gu house. At this time Fang Yuan was at his weakest. If any of the southern border Gu immortals took things too hard and directly attacked Etion Mountain, Fang Yuan would have no choice but to resist and be exposed. The southern border Gu immortals were flustered and exasperated, anger and hatred filled their hearts. If they really found Fang Yuan, they would definitely attack together and tear Fang Yuan into pieces, turning him into bone paste. Their feelings were completely understandable. After all these months, these Gu immortals had put in all their effort to fight for first place, they had used all sorts of methods to seize the immortal Gu house. But in the end, the hope in their hearts crumbled. The immortal Gu house that they yearned for day and night had already become someone else's. If Fang Yuan followed the rules of the bet and defeated the immortals step by step, the immortals would have time to accept this fact. But Fang Yuan was sneakily ignoring them, leaving them at the side. This act of seizing the immortal Gu house, in the eyes of the southern border Gu immortals, was no different from robbery, it was extremely treacherous and shameless. What did their efforts count for? It was completely useless. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not attack, they used all sorts of investigative methods. In just a short while, Fang Yuan felt dozens of ripples sweeping past his body. He was naturally even more nervous, his muscles and tendons were twitching uncontrollably, his hair was standing on end. Even though he had the immortal killer move familiar face. But it was only an improved version. Even if it was the original version, it could not guarantee that Gu immortals would be able to decipher it. Fang Yuan was very confident in deceiving rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals. But in terms of deceiving a rank 8 Gu immortal, he was not very confident. Time ticked by. It flashed across Fang Yuan's mind. In Fang Yuan's mind, all kinds of thoughts were surging like a tidal wave. As the immortal Gu house was gradually taken over by Fang Yuan, the internal structure of graceful chaotic duel stage was clearly displayed in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan made use of his time, trying his best to identify these immortal Gu and mortal Gu. Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment was a huge help to him at this crucial moment. Using these immortal Gu and mortal Gu, Fang Yuan deduced all sorts of aspects of the immortal Gu house. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage. In a very short period of time, he had grown from nothing to something, advancing by leaps and bounds. I did it. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. At this moment he had finally succeeded, completely taking over the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage. This immortal Gu house had completely become his. Fang Yuan could move this immortal Gu house with just a thought. Bam. Right at this time the ward's door was kicked and smashed. Xiao Shan, Lu Zuanfeng and the other rank 5 Gu immortals led a large group of people. They charged in with a fierce aura. This, and that, they are all suspicious characters. Kill them all. Xiao Shan was filled with killing intent. He pointed at the 3 beds and shouted. It turned out that the southern border Gu immortals were not only frantically investigating, they had also sent their own pawns to the camps of the righteous and demonic sides. They launched a bloody purge. Anyone who was suspected by the Gu immortals would be killed so as to provoke the mastermind Fang Yuan, who deserved to be cut into pieces. The southern border Gu immortals were anxious. Even if their identities were exposed, they could not care less about the truth of the Battle of Etian Mountain. Although they did not see through my familiar face, I am still suspected? Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. Among the 3 suspects that Xiao Shan had pointed out, Fang Yuan was one of them. Looking at the rank 5 Gu master Sun Pang who charging towards him with a sinister smile, Fang Yuan's heart was calm. He was not nervous at all. Of course, on the surface, Fang Yuan still showed a confused and angry expression, shouting, "What are you doing? I am not a spy of the righteous path. I don't care if you are or not." Sun Pang who shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan and kicking Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan's chest immediately caved in, his heart ruptured and large amounts of blood gushed out. Fang Yuan gave a miserable cry, raising his hand to counterattack. But he was sent flying by Sun Pang whose punch. Bam! Fang Yuan's corpse crashed into the wall and slid down, collapsing on the ground. His eyes were wide open as he died on the spot. Let's go to the next area. After dealing with this, Xiao Shan waved his hand and led everyone away in an imposing manner. What was left were the panicking wounded and the corpses of 3 unlucky people. Fang Yuan naturally did not die. This was only a disguise. The disguise of familiar face, although limited to a human form, could easily show the appearance of death. Fang Yuan still needed some time. Taking over the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage was not enough. There was still one more thing for Fang Yuan to deal with. That was to suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie. There was still a lot of immortal essence left in graceful chaotic duel stage. Fang Yuan activated the Immortal Gu House and combined with his battle will, forming a grand force that attacked the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The slumbering rank 8 immortal zombie suddenly opened its eyes and resisted intensely. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. It is not so easy after all. He was not surprised. Because in his previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had taken the initiative to come out. The great strength true martial immortal zombie's reaction was also one of the scenarios that Fang Yuan had deduced. The strength path 10 extreme immortal zombie was something that Fang Yuan had to obtain. Fang Yuan would not let it go so easily. He had prepared many methods to deal with this situation. But just as he was about to make a move, tribulation clouds rumbled in the sky. The ground also started to shake. The southern border Gu immortals were uncertain. They shouted, "What is going on? This seems to be the sign of a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Why would a calamity and tribulation descend for no reason? Is someone undergoing tribulation again? Who cares who is undergoing tribulation? What I am most concerned about now is to find that thief who stole the Immortal Gu House." Fang Yuan was also very surprised. It is not time yet, how could it be early? Oh no, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity has already descended. Is Shadow Sect still far away? Fang Yuan knew that the situation was bad. He could not help but hesitate. The calamity and tribulation started early. Is it the influence of my rebirth? Shadow Sect is mysterious and powerful. Should I retreat? Actually, at this time, giving up on the great strength true martial immortal zombie was not a bad idea. After all, in this world there was not only the great strength true martial immortal zombie here, there was also He Lulan. Even if He Lulan and Fang Yuan had signed an alliance agreement. But as long as the alliance agreement's time limit was up, or information path methods were used to break the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan could deal with He Lulan. In the past, Fang Yuan did not have the strength to deal with He Lulan. Because He Lulan had Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness behind her. But now, Fang Yuan had the Immortal Gu House. As long as he did not care about his immortal essence, he could suppress these 3 female Gu immortals, no matter if they were rank 7, rank 8 or even one of the 10 extreme physiques. With the Immortal Gu House in hand, Fang Yuan was filled with confidence. However, it would be a pity if I give up. This is a rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. Even if she tries to harm He Lulan, that is in the future. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? How can I guarantee that it will succeed? The alliance agreement was just signed. If I give up on this place and deal with He Lulan, I am afraid a long delay will lead to trouble. Just as he was hesitating, a change occurred in the sky. Old Man Inkstone appeared, leading the 10 extreme Gu Immortals to form the 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. The southern border Gu Immortals were heavily surrounded. After a moment of shock, they became even more furious. A Gu Immortal shouted, "Who are you? Are you the one who caused the Immortal Gu House?" A rank 8 Gu Immortal snorted coldly, "Cowards, show your true face if you dare. I want to see who dares to scheme against me in southern border." Old Man Inkstone looked at the deities of southern border and sneered in disdain. He then turned around and looked at Wuxia. "I have told you everything I need to tell you, remember it well." Wuxia blinked innocently, nodding, "Go and die, don't worry about me." He had only been born for 12 hours and his cultivation level had reached rank 6, becoming a Gu Immortal. But towards the world and the concept of life and death, he was still very ignorant. Old Man Inkstone shook his head helplessly. His original intention was naturally not to create such a helper. "It is a pity that my human path attainment cannot compare to Renzu. Renzu's 10 extreme physiques can live forever. The pure dream reality seeker physique I created can only live for 18 hours. Even though I have gotten rid of the weakness of the soul hibernating, the memories in the soul will still be gradually erased by the dream path Dao marks. This way, even if he forcefully imparted knowledge to Wuxia, it would be useless. The more he imparted, the faster he would forget them. Only by letting him remember them would there be a slight effect." Old Man Inkstone concealed the regret in his heart. "I will go now, but before I die, I will make a divination for you. Be careful of your own people." Old Man Inkstone said his final words as his body turned into a cloud of sand, dissipating in the wind. Along with his soul, many Shadow Sect Gu Immortals sacrificed themselves, sending their souls into the formation. The 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation had been greatly perfected under the heroic sacrifices of many Gu Immortals, reaching 90% completion. Southern Borders Gu Immortals had already tried to break this formation. Now that it was 90% complete, these Southern Border Gu Immortals were shocked and shocked. Above their heads, the 1,000-pearl light tribulation descended from the sky. Southern Borders Gu Immortals temporarily gave up on breaking out. They turned to deal with the incoming tribulation. To be continued. Chapter 10:10. Shadow Sect also came earlier? Fang Yuan looked at the sky, speechless. Although he wanted to act earlier, after putting it into practice, he realized that the plan was perfect, but the reality made him helpless. In his previous life, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals only appeared after the Southern Border Gu Immortals resisted several waves of calamities and tribulations. But in this life, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals also set up the 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation ahead of time. Since this formation was formed, Fang Yuan was no longer in a hurry to retreat. The reason was simple. The worst situation had already occurred. Like in his previous life, Fang Yuan's fixed Immortal Travel Immortal Gu was also ineffective in this formation. A 90% complete 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. Even the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage would have to spend a lot of effort to break out. Fang Yuan had resolved many battlefield killer moves, especially in Eastern Sea's Yulu Blessed Land. He had broken many of them. But the battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land were exquisite, but without anyone controlling them, they were inanimate objects. Even if someone was controlling them, their strongest state could not compare to even 1% of this 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. Fang Yuan was not a formation path Gu Immortal, nor was he proficient in formation path, but he still had this level of insight. If he went out now, he would definitely become the target of everyone. The Southern Border Gu Immortals would not let Fang Yuan off, and the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals would not let the Immortal Gu House be taken away by Fang Yuan. Suppress the great strength true martial Immortal Zombie, then look for an opportunity to use the Immortal Gu House to forcefully break out. Fang Yuan placed most of his attention on the great strength true martial Immortal Zombie. The sudden appearance of the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals helped Fang Yuan to a certain extent. If not for their appearance, the Southern Border Gu Immortals would have placed their attention on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's mental and physical pressure eased. He had more energy to deal with the great strength true martial Immortal Zombie. What shocked Fang Yuan was that this Immortal Zombie still had a lot of strength left. Facing Fang Yuan's relentless attacks, he activated his Immortal Gu and roused his battle intent. The resistance was extremely firm and intense. For a moment, Fang Yuan was actually at a loss for words. This Immortal Zombie is very astute. Earlier he used battle will to refine the Immortal Gu House. The result was a failure. Perhaps due to exhaustion he fell into a deep sleep. He was accumulating power in his slumber, probably hoping to awaken one day and make use of his previous accumulations. Fang Yuan guessed. He couldn't help but admire his opponent. If it was a strength path great strength true martial immortal zombie, it would not have this method. But this immortal zombie was very different. He had such great talent in strength path, but he actually abandoned it and cultivated wisdom path. No one knew what he was thinking. But Fang Yuan was clear that it was his wisdom path methods that allowed him to forcefully create a loophole in this situation where he was bound to lose. Maybe this immortal zombie woke up. He had woken up and fallen asleep many times. That was how he managed to accumulate so much fighting spirit. But in his slumber, the immortal Gu house purified his fighting spirit. If not for Fang Yuan's interference, according to this development, this immortal zombie would definitely be able to escape. Not only could he escape, he could even obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. Unfortunately, his plan had failed. Fang Yuan had gotten it first. While Fang Yuan was dealing with this great strength true martial immortal zombie, the situation on Etian Mountain was also developing rapidly. Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation, Profound Dark Flying Frost, Desolate Beast Calamity, Dragon Roar Tribulation, For Blazing Clouds Tribulation, Snow War Tribulation Lightning. A series of calamities and tribulations. Just like in his previous life, they were getting more and more terrifying. Southern Borders Gu Immortals suffered heavy losses. It was not that they did not try to break out. But how could they break out of the 90% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation? Just like in his previous life. They thought Wuxia was the greatest weakness, but in the end they were hit by lead soul into Dream Immortal Killer move and had to return in defeat. Afterwards, they placed their hopes on the calamities and tribulations, hoping that they could destroy the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. But Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals took the initiative to attack. As time passed, under the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage, the great strength true martial immortal zombies' resistance became weaker and weaker. When Fang Yuan gradually saw hope, the southern border Gu Immortals were already in complete despair. Almost all of them were dead. If they were not killed by the 10 extreme immortal zombie battle formation, they were drowned by the terrifying calamities and tribulations. Only 2 rank 8s were left. They were heavily injured and were running around like headless flies in the gaps between the calamities and Shadow Sect's attacks, struggling at death's door. At this point, Fang Yuan was also helpless. It was not that he did not try to help these southern border Gu Immortals. He had not completely suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie yet. He naturally hoped these southern border Gu Immortals could stall for some time. Not long ago, he had secretly transmitted to these Gu Immortals, trying to inform them of Wuxia's power. But the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had already covered the surrounding 10,000 li of Etian Mountain. Not only did it restrict space, it also muted sound. Fang Yuan could not think of a way. Fang Yuan also tried other methods, but they all failed. After a few attempts, Fang Yuan wisely gave up, focusing his attention on the great strength true martial immortal zombie again. At the same time, at a higher place in the sky, there was a tall and pure white tower floating quietly. Immortal Gu House, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Tower Lord, the southern border Gu Immortals are almost all dead. Should we make a move? Bai Qintian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick. Using Heaven Overseeing Tower, his gaze penetrated the battlefield below and reflected in his mind. Such a powerful formation. This formation looks like an ancient battle formation, but it is actually set up using the Tao marks of the 10 extreme physiques. It uses humans as the formation, but its essence is a battlefield killer move. But this formation has a weakness, it lacks the final strength path 10 extreme immortal zombie. If the 10 extremes gather, it will be troublesome. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord evaluated. No wonder these people from Shadow Sect are trying all sorts of methods to obtain that great strength true martial immortal zombie below the mountain. Lian Jiuxing realized at once. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stroked his beard. It is not easy to obtain the great strength true martial immortal zombie. We need to get past the obstacle of graceful chaotic dual stage. Let's not rush to make a move. Bo Qing and the rest have not appeared yet. We have 13 Gu Immortals and 1 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. But we have to travel through the 5 regional walls in White Heaven. Our conditions are not complete yet. The other party has yet to make a move, let them be busy for a while. Even though the southern border Gu Immortals are exterminated, aren't there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? That person did not stay down there and wanted to come out, he has angered Providence. This grand calamity and earthly calamity will be even more terrifying towards the end. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. This was different from his previous life. In his previous life he saw the great strength true martial immortal zombie appear. He had no choice but to kill it quickly. But in this life, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was suppressed by Fang Yuan and could not move. It did not appear. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. Even though he had 12 companions with him, they were all like-minded people with rank 8 cultivation level. But Heaven overseeing Tower Lord did not dare to be rash. Celestial Court is not making a move yet. Far away, Bo Qing looked at the sky with a solemn expression. In his previous life he was forced into a corner and could not attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He could only attack Combat Immortal Sect, but Shadow Sect's arrangements were all useless. But in this life there was a difference. Envoy Blue 7-star child immortal zombie was not dead. Together with him Yumu Chun and Song Zixing, they formed an immortal killer move, allowing Bo Qing to quickly appear in Heavenly Lotus Sect. Attacking this sect was also Shadow Sect's plan. Bo Qing and the rest stalled for some time before retreating. But Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was not easy to fool. He felt uneasy. Once he returned to Celestial Court, he used Heaven overseeing Tower to make deductions. He also deduced the crucial location of Etion Mountain. He quickly gathered Gu Immortals and even brought out Heaven overseeing Tower, rushing here without stopping. Since he is not making a move, we will go first. Song Zixing's voice came through an information path. Gu Worm. Bo Qing nodded. Let me go first. At the next moment, bright light soared to the sky. A huge immortal Gu house appeared in everyone's vision. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was surprised. This immortal Gu house was hidden in the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. He did not know what method it used. He had not detected it earlier. Under everyone's gazes, the immortal Gu house flew to the sky and crashed towards Etion Mountain. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. His eyes were shining with a cold light. Immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City. He gritted his teeth, to think that at the crucial moment Sacred Feather City, which originally belonged to the Featherman Gu Immortals, would appear here. The moment this city appeared, Fang Yuan felt uneasy. Now that he saw this huge immortal Gu house pouncing towards him, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He was extremely unwilling. He was about to succeed. He only needed a bit more effort. The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was already in danger. He could not hold on for much longer. But now he had to stop. Sacred Feather City directly crashed towards him. Fang Yuan had to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to resist it. If the immortal Gu house was not activated, its battle strength could not be displayed. The degree of activation was different, the amount of immortal essence expended, and the battle strength was also different. Even Heaven overseeing Tower, a rank 9 immortal Gu house, would be sliced off by Bo Qing's sword light before it was fully activated. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage rise? Fang Yuan shouted in his mind. He stopped disguising himself and showed his true body. Etion Mountain instantly collapsed. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was like a crimson meteor, flying towards the sky. It was also a space path Gu Worm. It burst out with an intense formless force. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan was sucked into Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. At this moment, Fang Yuan was officially in control of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. A mere Sacred Feather City. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly. He waved his hand and a cloud of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence flew out. Rank 9 immortal essence from Giant Sun Immortal? This was not just for show. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was originally covered in crimson light. After the yellow apricot immortal essence was expended, this crimson light was like a volcano erupting, shooting out 50 to 60 feet. What? Bo Qing, who was controlling Sacred Feather City, cried out in shock. With an earth-shattering explosion, Sacred Feather City was sent flying by Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Large numbers of city wall bricks fell down, turning into Gu Worm corpses in the air, scattering with the wind. Without any suspense, Fang Yuan defeated Bo Qing in one move. Chapter 10-11. Fang Yuan repelled Sacred Feather City. He naturally did not know that immortal zombie Bo Qing was controlling it. Using this chance, Fang Yuan maneuvered Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, making a turn in the air before crashing down on Etion Mountain. Along the way, calamities and tribulations rained down on Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, creating loud noises. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's defense was enough to withstand the calamities and tribulations. It charged down without a care. Right now, Etion Mountain had already collapsed, turning into ruins. The demonic path Gu masters on Etion Mountain naturally suffered heavy casualties. As far as the eye could see, it was a tragic sight to behold. and it was a scene of misery. Fang Yuan glanced at them, not looking at these ant-like mortals anymore. His eyes shined with a cold light. The situation was already like this, he could not let it go. He had failed to suppress it earlier, but Fang Yuan still had a chance. Great strength, true martial immortal zombie, you are mine. Graceful chaotic duel stage was about to charge down, when suddenly, a second immortal goo house blocked Fang Yuan's path. This immortal goo house was black in color, emitting a metallic luster. Its appearance was also that of a castle. But it was not a glorious sacred city like Sacred Feather City, it was a battle fortress made of steel. For example, if Sacred Feather City was an elegant royal noble young master, then this immortal goo house was an iron-blooded general in heavy armor. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. He had to make full use of every second. The more time he had for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie, the more he could recover to his peak state. Boom. With a deafening sound, the two immortal goo houses collided fiercely. A majestic wave of chi suddenly exploded. It swept in all directions. As the air wave spread, mountain rocks were shaken. The corpses of goo masters were mixed in. The two immortal goo houses fell into a deadlock. Despite graceful chaotic duel stage's momentum, this iron fortress immortal goo house was barely able to resist it. Both sides were competing. The iron fortress immortal goo house was slowly retreating. Graceful chaotic duel stage was losing strength. Graceful chaotic duel stage is a rank 7 immortal goo house. This one is likely also rank 7 and is specialized in defense. Fang Yuan had a flash of realization. He sighed, knowing that the golden opportunity was fleeting. Although he tried his best to grasp it, he was unable to do so due to the enemy's obstruction. This period of time was enough for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie to break free from Fang Yuan's suppression and recover. Fang Yuan's attempt failed. He immediately decided to retreat and leave this troublesome place. Turning around, the graceful chaotic duel stage soared into the sky. Fang Yuan did not fly directly into the sky. Instead, he fiercely crashed towards the southeast. The third and fourth immortal goo houses appeared one after another. These two immortal goo houses were small. One was covered in bloodlight and was shaped like a war chariot, while the other was filled with eerie energy and had gray tiles and white walls. 4 immortal goo houses surrounded Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage. Fang Yuan charged left and right. Obstructed by the 4 immortal goo houses, he could not use his full strength and could not charge out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Inside graceful chaotic duel stage, Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He had not expected this. Shadow Sect actually made such a huge move. An immortal goo house was already a rare item. Shadow Sect actually took out 4 immortal goo houses at once, not sparing any price. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? Although the situation was disadvantageous to him, Fang Yuan was still as calm as ice. The enemy was extremely strong. But the situation had not reached despair yet, because one side had not made a move yet. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky from time to time. He was waiting. Since Shadow Sect made their move in advance, would the Celestial Court not be able to deduce it? Even if they did not, according to this time, it should have arrived. When the Celestial Court's goo immortals make a move, the situation would become chaotic, and Fang Yuan would have a chance to take advantage of it. But why are the Celestial Court's goo immortals still not making a move? Fang Yuan's thoughts changed, and he took the initiative to suppress graceful chaotic duel stage's power. The immortal goo house that was erupting with red light was like a strong and vigorous man, gradually turning into a withered old man. At once the situation changed. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage was suppressed by the 4 immortal goo houses. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the dazzling white light in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes gradually faded. He had just used Heaven Overseeing Tower to make a deduction, and it had just ended. There was a cold smile at the corner of his lips. The one controlling the graceful chaotic duel stage is an otherworldly demon. Surname Guyue, name Fang Yuan. The destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower was actually done by this person. This person seems to have an unclear relationship with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Don't look at how he is being suppressed now, he is just putting on an act to lure us into making a move. Then it seems that this Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect are friends or foes. Is their intense battle just a show? Lian Jiuxing asked in confusion. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I am not interested in the relationship between Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect, it is not important at all. Since he wants to lure us into making a move, then let us make a move. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation below is the crux of the enemy's plan. I have already deduced that they have already obtained the final crucial immortal zombie. Everyone, follow me to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy the formation. We will foil the enemy's scheme. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's call was filled with battle intent. The celestial quartz goo immortals beside him had solemn expressions as they moved together. A pillar of light burst out, directly attacking the 10 extreme formation. I had wanted to use Fang Yuan to numb the celestial quartz goo immortals and stall for time. It seems that this shallow scheme cannot deceive the celestial quartz goo immortals. Let's move. Envoy Blue 7-star child immortal zombie, ordered after observing the situation of the shadow sect. Good, the celestial court is finally making a move. Fang Yuan was just about to be happy when he saw 3 immortal goo houses appear. A pavilion with red bricks and green tiles. A pavilion with white light fluttering in the wind. An altar with golden light flickering in the wind. The 3 immortal goo houses worked together to block Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack. Fang Yuan did not know what to say. Since when were immortal goo houses so worthless? They were moving out one by one. What were they trying to do? The bad feeling in Fang Yuan's heart intensified. He had thought the Battle of Etian Mountain was a deep pond. But he did not expect. This was actually an ocean. The waters here were too deep. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, a battle of this scale could only be counted on one hand. Good. Sacred Feather City, Indestructible Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar. 7 immortal goo houses were forced out by my attack. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded from within Heaven Overseeing Tower. He revealed the names of the Shadow Sect's immortal goo houses one by one. His voice was like thunder that resounded in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. Now, I will show you the true power of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord roared, shaking the heavens. Rank 9 Immortal Goo House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Activated at full force. Without any warning. The sky turned white. The world turned white. Even Fang Yuan, who was inside graceful chaotic duel stage, could only see white at this moment. It was all light. White light. It filled the world, the earth, all directions, the universe and the sky. This light seemed harmless. Fang Yuan did not even feel a trace of danger. What kind of attack is this? When the white light dissipated, Fang Yuan came back to his senses. He took a look. His whole body shook. In the sky, the broken walls of the immortal goo houses were falling down. These broken bricks and tiles gradually turned into countless goo worms as they fell. Not a single goo worm survived. The corpses of these goo worms. They floated in the wind and scattered everywhere. The most peculiar thing was, from the outside. These dead goo worms had no injuries, but they did not have any aura. The 3 immortal goo houses closest to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, and Golden Altar had already collapsed. As for the remaining immortal goo houses, they were all heavily injured. But overall, Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage suffered the least damage. Did the Celestial Court purposely stop attacking me? A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind before he denied it. Otherworldly demon. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord took a look at graceful chaotic duel stage before turning his gaze to the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. That attack earlier was a peerless attack formed from the activation of Fate Immortal Goo. This was an attack that contained the power of Fate. If it was not fated, it could not be obtained no matter how hard you tried. Don't beg for it. If fate wants you to lose, you have to lose. This was an attack that could not be blocked. Originally, it could have broken the 10 extreme formation, but the 3 immortal goo houses disregarded their own sacrifices and endured the attack. In contrast, Wuxia had already flown out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. His original position was taken by the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. After being suppressed for so many years, such a huge commotion came out the moment I escaped. I like it. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie raised his head and laughed. Suddenly, he pointed at Heaven Overseeing Tower in the sky, shouting, "Little bastards of the Celestial Court, come and entertain me with my rebirth." The 100% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was completely activated. Dark clouds appeared, covering the entire battlefield and spreading out rapidly, as if there was no end to them. The 10 extreme immortal zombies were hidden in the dark clouds and fog, vanishing without a trace. Countless immortal apertures were drawn out by the mystical power of the formation like specks of starlight. These immortal apertures were left behind by the southern border Gu immortals after they died. The immortal apertures went deep into the dark clouds and gathered together. Countless Gu worms, both immortal Gu and mortal Gu, flew around in the dark clouds. At this point, Fang Yuan finally realized something. So this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation's true essence is a refinement path formation. What is Shadow Sect trying to refine? They are actually using the immortal apertures of southern border Gu immortals as Gu materials. This method was simply unheard of. The high and mighty Gu immortals were now ants, casually executed and used to refine Gu. Even Fang Yuan, with his previous life's 500 years of experience, had never seen such a scene. Shadow Sect was a mysterious organization, hidden in the back of history. Its true objective, the plan that had been plotting for countless years, was finally revealed at this moment. Chapter 1012. You actually activated this formation right under our noses. Even if you were once invincible in the world, you are already dead now. So be it if you do not care about us. Such a heaven-defying action, Providence is clear, how can we let you succeed? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord roared, once again combining the strength of the Celestial Court's immortals, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack. Hold on. The Shadow Sect immortals, who had expected this, activated their immortal Gu houses and charged into the sky. The world turned white. An attack from fate could not be defended. After regaining his senses, Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face turning purple and gold. Even though he was an otherworldly demon, he was still restricted by this world. The injuries he suffered were only slightly less than others. Looking again, Fang Yuan found that Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot and Nightmare Castle, these 3 immortal Gu houses, had completely broken apart, turning into fragments that fell from the sky. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage, even though it was inside the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, also suffered heavy damage. Over 1,000 mortal Gu died, 2 immortal Gu were heavily injured and on the verge of death, they could not be used anymore. 3 of the 7 stage corners were also destroyed. But Fang Yuan was cheering in his heart. He hoped that Celestial Court's side would continue to exert their strength and break this 10 extreme formation. Once there was a gap he could escape. The situation was becoming clearer. Evidently, Celestial Court's Gu immortals were here to target Shadow Sect. If Fang Yuan escaped now, Celestial Court's Gu immortals might not be able to make a move. Under Fang Yuan's anticipation, Heaven Overseeing Tower, which was floating in the sky, once again shone with white light. The light became thicker and thicker. When it reached its limit, it would erupt with Fate's attack again. By then, the 10 extreme formation would be broken without a doubt. A gust of wind blew as Sacred Feather City charged towards Fang Yuan. You are not going to deal with Celestial Court's Gu immortals, but instead come to deal with me. Fang Yuan sneered but did not fight the other party head-on. He craftily controlled graceful chaotic duel stage, dodging all around, waiting for the Celestial Court's Gu immortals to attack again. Suddenly, Heaven Overseeing Tower shook violently. All of a sudden, the accumulated white halo exploded and completely disappeared. Heaven Overseeing Tower's body was covered in wounds. The Celestial Court Gu immortals inside the tower. They even vomited blood, suffering from the backlash. Within Sacred Feather City, 7-star child immortal zombie's voice resounded, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you fell for our trap. At this moment in Sacred Feather City, there were more than 10 Shadow Sect Gu immortals, led by 7-star child immortal zombie, Boqing immortal zombie, and Wuxia. Even though the other 6 immortal Gu houses were destroyed, Shadow Sect's Gu immortals used some space path methods to escape. They gathered in the final immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. After all, they had the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation and the Shadow Sect had been planning for a long time. They had the geographical advantage, so it was not surprising that they could achieve this. How can this be? Fang Yuan was bewildered at this sight. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Celestial Court Gu immortals reacted one after another. Heaven Overseeing Tower is a rank 9 immortal Gu house. How could it be so heavily damaged? Earlier, Shadow Sect did not make a move. Heaven Overseeing Tower itself had a problem. There is a traitor in our Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was grim. He stared at Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng. After Sword Immortal Boqing awakened, his sword light rampaged in Central Continent, cutting Heaven Overseeing Tower. To prevent the sword chi from corroding more Gu worms and causing greater damage, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower with Bai Qin Tian and Lian Jiusheng. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord himself had no problem, but the person who had the problem. It was definitely Bai Qin Tian and Lian Jiusheng. After getting Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's reminder, the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals reacted in time. They pulled away from the two suspects and surrounded them. Wait. How can I be a traitor of Shadow Sect? Bai Qin Tian was furious. He tried to explain, to join Celestial Court we need to go through layers of tests and tests. Celestial Court has been established for 3 million years, when has there ever been a traitor? This might be a method of Shadow Sect. The most urgent matter now is to destroy this refinement path formation. We need to hurry and destroy this refinement path formation. We cannot fall for Shadow Sect's delaying plot. Bai Qin Tian had a sincere expression. He could not conceal his anxiety. Ha! Lian Jiusheng suddenly laughed out loud. His eyes darkened as he scanned the surroundings. His tone was frigid as he said, "It's precisely because it was created 3 million years ago that even the strictest tests and tests are outdated. How hard is it to infiltrate Celestial Court?" Lian Jiusheng, you. Bai Qin Tian shouted, taking a step back in shock. So Lian Jiusheng is a traitor. Are you Lian Jiusheng or him? The Celestial Court Gu Immortals felt like they were facing a great enemy, but no one acted rashly. In this world there has never been a Lian Jiusheng. Even if you want to stop me from being a rank 9 Immortal Gu house, you will have to get past me first. Saying this, Lian Jiusheng died. A gust of fresh green wind blew out from his body. Winds of assimilation. After his identity was exposed, Lian Jiusheng actually committed suicide and destroyed his immortal aperture, forming the winds of assimilation. Such a heroic act, just like Qin Bai Sheng. The winds of assimilation could assimilate everything, it was no small matter. But thankfully this was the interior of the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. The winds of assimilation had not formed yet. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord and the rest were flustered as they suppressed the winds of assimilation. But Lian Jiusheng's death was not as simple as this winds of assimilation. Since there was an enemy traitor in Celestial Court, was it just Lian Jiusheng? Was there someone else? The United Celestial Court Gu Immortals were now facing a crisis of trust. Celestial Court's inspection methods have not been improved for many years. With that person's methods, it is not impossible to sneak into Celestial Court. A Celestial Court Gu Immortal said solemnly. Is Heaven Overseeing Tower heavily damaged? More people were concerned about this question. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head. 40% of Heaven Overseeing Tower has already been destroyed. The previous attack cannot be used again. If we use it forcefully, Heaven Overseeing Tower will collapse first. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said this and heaved a long sigh. If not for Fate Gu's incomplete state, Shadow Sect would not have succeeded in this. Needless to say, this traitor planted by Shadow Sect was truly amazing. Lian Jiusheng had concealed himself for 1,000 years, nobody suspected him. Once he took action, he temporarily erased Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method. Of course, Shadow Sect still made use of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's battle results. If Fate Immortal Gu was intact, Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack could be unleashed at will, there would be no backlash. Everyone, the traitor has been exposed, why are you still surrounding me? Bai Qin Tian said impatiently. The Immortals reacted at this point, they apologized and dispersed the encirclement. But the Celestial Court's Immortals did not let go of their wariness towards Bai Qin Tian. They even glanced at the other Gu Immortals with faint suspicion and wariness. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord saw this and was shocked. He quickly tried to maintain the situation. Everyone listen to me, don't be suspicious of the traitor. Lian Jiusheng was just exaggerating. If he could really continue to conceal himself, why would he expose himself? If Celestial Court had many traitors, they would have destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower long ago. Why would they only do this? The Immortals were shaken, they reacted. So close, we almost fell for that person's provocation. Tower Lord is right. This is already Shadow Sect's limit. If Lian Jiusheng could really resist our Celestial Court's investigative method, why would he expose himself and use a suicidal attack? He had no confidence in it. This shows that our method is effective. Let's not think about how Lian Jiusheng infiltrated Celestial Court for now. The urgent matter now is the formation below. Right now, even though Heaven Overseeing Tower has lost its strongest attacker, we still have hope. As long as we cooperate sincerely, the power of a rank 9 Immortal Gu house can still destroy the enemy's scheme. The Immortals were all experienced people. After the discussion, they were united as one and their morale was high. Heaven Overseeing Tower was activated by the Immortals. It crashed down like a meteor. Shadow Sect did not block it. They opened a hole in the formation and let Heaven Overseeing Tower enter. Fang Yuan wanted to go out but was obstructed by Sacred Feather City. Thus, inside the formation, the three Immortal Gu houses fell into a chaotic battle. Even though Rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower was heavily damaged, it was still the Overlord. It charged around with unstoppable momentum. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals used Sacred Feather City and the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation to barely contend with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan controlled Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, focusing on dodging from beginning to end. Compared to before, Fang Yuan's situation was much better. Because Shadow Sect and Celestial Court both suffered heavy losses. Because Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon, he suffered the least losses among the three. No rush. Shadow Sect and Celestial Court have irreconcilable conflicts. They will fight intensely in the future. When they weaken each other, that will be my chance. Right now, preserving our battle strength is the most important task. Fang Yuan thought. No need to be anxious. As long as we are inside this formation, the other party will need to focus their strength on Heaven Overseeing Tower. The longer we stall, the stronger the calamities and tribulations, the higher our chance of victory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the situation and said to the Celestial Court Immortals. Stall. Inside Sacred Feather City, 7-star Child Immortal Zombie shouted. Yumu Chun added, that's right, we having Wuxia. The longer we stall, the stronger his cultivation level will be, the more powerful his Dream Path killer moves will be. Dream Path transcends this era, even Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot defend against it. Against Dream Path attacks, it is almost defenseless. You are talking about me. Wuxia stared with wide eyes, pointing at himself. Yumu Chun nodded. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would not be able to calculate your true situation. The only worry is that the higher your cultivation level, the higher the level of lead soul into dream you can use. But this immortal killer move, the stronger it is, the more goo worms it requires, and the more complicated the activation process will be. You need to use it properly. You cannot make any mistakes. Wuxia took a deep breath and waved his hand nervously. Uncle, your entire body is covered in hair. Now that you mention it, I'm a little nervous. Coincidentally, Shadow Sect, Celestial Court and Fang Yuan's side all wanted to stall for time. But who will have the last laugh? Search the color, read the following chapters. Chapter 10-13. Bam bam bam. Bolts of lightning struck down incessantly. The previous wave of lightning had yet to dissipate when the next wave of lightning shot down. The entire sky was like a deep blue forest. Dark clouds filled the air in this forest that was completely formed by thunder and lightning. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation had already turned into a lump of dark clouds. There were no traces of the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombies inside. Fang Yuan's plan to attack the formation core was also foiled. In this dark cloud, 3 meteor-like Immortal Gu houses revolved around each other, colliding from time to time or unleashing powerful attacks. Both sides were patiently waiting for their own opportunity to appear, to see whose tactic would succeed. The power of the calamities and tribulations continued to increase. The 10 Extreme Formation was gradually unable to hold on. The dark clouds were continuously bombarded by the tribulation lightning, and a lot of it was destroyed. But it had not weakened to the extent that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord wanted. Because of the three sides restraining each other, the opportunity that Fang Yuan was waiting for was still nowhere to be seen. Alright, I have rank 7 cultivation level now. Inside Sacred Feather City, Wuxia spoke happily. Good, deal with Fang Yuan first and seize Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. 7-star Child immediately replied. Wuxia nodded. Shadow Sect had specially designed this lead soul into Dream Path for him. They had also prepared a set of goo worms. Every level of cultivation would have a corresponding lead soul into Dream. Why did they deal with Fang Yuan first and not the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals? Firstly, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level. He was easier to deal with. Moreover, he had Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. If they dealt with him and seized Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, they would be able to fight Heaven Overseeing Tower. Secondly, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were also stalling for time. They did not exert much pressure on Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's Immortals gradually realized this and decided to make use of it. Thirdly, quickly deactivate the system that teaches you how to be a human. Wuxia was only rank 7, but this rank 7 lead soul into Dream was not enough. Against rank 8 Gu Immortals it was still lacking. If the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals received the move in advance, they would have more time to understand this killer move, they would be able to break it more easily. Wuxia had a serious expression on his face as he slowly activated Lead Soul into dreams. Don't be nervous, take your time. You can do it, good luck. The Shadow Sect Gu Immortals were even more nervous than Wuxia himself. Rank 7. Dream Path Killer Move, Lead Soul into Dream. Under the Immortals' expectant gazes, Wuxia did not disappoint them, he successfully activated a Dream Path Killer Move. The power of Soul Lead into Dreams was formless and incorporeal as it charged straight towards the graceful chaotic duel stage. Fang Yuan was caught off guard, he fell into a dream realm after getting hit. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable played the zither and played softly. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, it is difficult to stop the road of misfortune. The broken sword sinks into the sand, the rise and fall of the ages. The endless heavenly river surged. Sorrow, the night is long and the soul is dreaming, where can I find peace? Providence is the only thing that changes the heart in the spring and autumn. Just like the previous 2 times. This time, Fang Yuan inexplicably received a new piece of information in his mind. The night is long and the soul is dreaming, where can I find peace? Spectral night is dreaming. So this is the true face of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's body and mind shook intensely. Strange. At the same time, in Sacred Feather City, Wuxia scratched his head, showing a strange expression. What is it, did it not succeed? The other immortals quickly asked. Wuxia's performance affected everyone's hearts. Wuxia shook his head, the other party has indeed fallen into a dream, but the effect of this immortal killer move. It seems to be different from what I expected. The Shadow Sect Gu Immortals relaxed. Wuxia, this is the first time you are using the rank 7 level Lead Soul into Dream. It is normal that the actual result is different from what you expected. Since it succeeded, let's seize this opportunity and seize this immortal Gu house. Sacred Feather City suddenly moved, changing directions and directly charging towards graceful chaotic duel stage. At the same time, the dark clouds rumbled intensely, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation also cooperated with Sacred Feather City's movement. However, just as Sacred Feather City was about to collide with graceful chaotic duel stage, Wuxia suddenly opened his eyes wide, shouting, "Oh no!" He broke free. Lead Soul into Dream would have a miraculous effect on other Gu Immortals. But against Fang Yuan it was not very effective. What? Because among the immortals present, only Fang Yuan's dream path attainment was second only to Wuxia. It was because he had reborn from his previous life 500 years ago, and had the ultimate immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. But this move was only rank 6, Lead Soul into Dream was rank 7, a level higher. According to common sense, Fang Yuan should not be able to break free. But the dream he had fallen into was very strange. His heroic wife was about to counterattack. It seemed that because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, the difficulty was very low. If Unravel Dream could not be used once, he would use it many times. In any case, Fang Yuan had a lot of Dream Path Mortal Gu, he could use them many times to form the killer move Unravel Dream. The action of collecting the spring dream fruits at this moment gave Fang Yuan a huge reward. But when Fang Yuan broke free from the dream, it was already too late. At the next moment, the immortal Gu house, graceful chaotic duel stage, was sent flying. Fang Yuan could not stand steadily, he directly fell inside the immortal Gu house. But he had already regained his senses, he quickly activated graceful chaotic duel stage to fly up, causing Sacred Feather City's suppression of the immortal Gu house to fail. What's going on? How could he escape? This is Lead Soul into Dream. The Shadow Sect Immortals shouted, many of them looked like they had seen a ghost. This situation was really unexpected. Wuxia scratched his head, saying anxiously, let me try again. Immortal killer move, Lead Soul into Dream. Fang Yuan was hit again. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Fang Yuan, her eyes were like pools of water, she had a faint and mysterious smile on her face. She stroked the zither with both hands. This time he did not recite a poem. The sound of the zither was ethereal and clear, beautiful and pleasant to listen to, but Fang Yuan had no time to enjoy it. He knew that he was in a dream again, so how could he dare to stay? He quickly used Unravel Dream several times to leave this dream realm. What's going on? Wuxia cried out within Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City had just approached the graceful chaotic duel stage when Fang Yuan had already woken up. He controlled the immortal Gu house and escaped. Sacred Feather City's situation was much more serious than the graceful chaotic duel stages. In terms of speed, it was slightly weaker. One more time. Seven-star child's face was gloomy. He had a guess in his heart. However, he did not give up so easily. And Wuxia hurriedly nodded and began to prepare again. Damn it, so troublesome. The other party's dream path attainment is ahead of us by a generation. Even if I am inside an immortal goo house, I cannot defend against it. It hits me every time. Fang Yuan's expression was not any better than seven-star child's. The times were always progressing. During the immemorial antiquity era, olden antiquity era, and remote antiquity era, the overall strength of the human goo immortal world. Not stronger than now. Of course, rank 9 venerables were a special case, they were not counted. In Fang Yuan's previous life, dream realms emerged endlessly and dream path flourished. Many superforces immortal goo houses also added dream path goo worms. They were quite effective in defending against dream path. But the graceful chaotic dual stage that Fang Yuan had now came from that mysterious goo immortal of the past. It was even more ancient than now. It naturally could not defend against lead soul into dream. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Inside Sacred Feather City, Wuxia shouted, ethereal extreme path. How is it? The immortals' gazes were gathered on Wuxia's face. Wuxia nodded with certainty. He went in. Kill. Bo Qing shouted. Sacred Feather City approached graceful chaotic dual stage again. But graceful chaotic dual stage was extremely dangerous. It actually dodged again. What's going on? Didn't he go in? Why is his reaction faster than last time? Seven-star child frowned. He went in. No, he came out again. Wuxia stammered. The immortals were speechless. Inside graceful chaotic dual stage. Old Bai, at the crucial moment we still need to rely on our own people. Fang Yuan had just escaped from the dream realm. He patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder. It turned out that at the previous moment, Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would not let this go. They would definitely drag him into the dream realm again. Although he could escape from the dream realm, it would take some time. And during this period of time, graceful chaotic dual stage could not be controlled by anyone. This gave the other party a chance. Thus, Fang Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yunxing over to help him. The reason why graceful chaotic dual stage escaped earlier was because Tai Bai Yunxing was controlling it. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless had both space path and fixed immortal travel could not be used. But before Fang Yuan came, he had already placed Tai Bai Yunxing into his immortal aperture. As for He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, they were hidden in Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan, you really went too far this time. Tai Bai Yunxing controlled the immortal goo house as he clicked his tongue. Even though he had already observed the entire battle through Fang Yuan's eyes and ears, this involved Shadow Sect and Celestial Court, this old man was still shocked beyond words. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. The other party has dream path methods, they might try to deal with you. Call Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan out. At the next moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan appeared. The expressions on their faces were very complicated and most of them were shocked. Looking around, He Lulan said, Fang Yuan, you really know how to court death. Her tone carried faint admiration. Fairy Li Shan said, Oh Fang Yuan, you have dragged us into the fire pit this time. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, waving his hand as he said boldly, What are you afraid of? When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. With you guys helping me, the other party cannot do anything to me. With the protection of the immortal goo house, there might be a chance to reap some benefits. After this, you will all be rewarded. He Lulan nodded, not saying anything else. Her eyes flickered with bright light as she sized up graceful chaotic dual stage. Fairy Li Shan held her breath. Because of the new alliance agreement, her movements were restricted. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used Etion Mountain and graceful chaotic dual stage to deceive them into Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. But to think that the development had far surpassed Fairy Li Shan's imagination. Looking at the battle outside through the immortal goo house, this famous goo immortal who had made a name for herself in Northern Plains felt her heart pounding. Just like what Tai Bai Yunxing had said, Fang Yuan had gone too far this time. How could Fairy Li Shan's heart not pound? Chapter 10:14. Fairy Li Shan, can you immediately contact Blazing Heaven Demoness? Fang Yuan's gaze penetrated the immortal goo house as he looked at the battlefield, asking. With the current situation, the more reinforcements they had, the better. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not join the new alliance. This was probably the plan of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to guard against Fang Yuan. But at this moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were both trapped. Were they afraid that Blazing Heaven Demoness would not help them? Fairy Li Shan understood that she had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap again. She rolled her eyes at Fang Yuan and immediately tried. After a while, her face turned slightly pale as she shook her head and said, "No, this 10-terminal formation is really powerful. You can even block my information path techniques." Fang Yuan nodded and did not speak. He thought to himself, "It seems like I can only contact this strong reinforcement by breaking through the formation." Actually, even if Blazing Heaven Demoness arrived, Fang Yuan would not be at ease. He placed her inside the Immortal Gu house. If they were not placed inside the Immortal Gu house, it would be too dangerous outside, it would be unjustifiable. The Blazing Heaven Demoness did not think about it for now. With the reinforcements of He Lulan, Tai by Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan, the Shadow Sect was unable to deal with Fang Yuan. And against Heaven Overseeing Tower, Wuxia with rank 7 cultivation level was not enough. During the stalemate, the heavenly tribulation gradually strengthened. The heavenly tribulations came one after another without any repetition. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from the sky, and a bright light burst forth. Pa 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 series of crisp sounds rang out. Tens of thousands of Vajra pearls suddenly fell from the sky. Grand Tribulation Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals were all moved. Haha, this is the relic Vajra Tribulation. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, a Gu Immortal from the Celestial Court stroked his beard and laughed, exposing this tribulation. This tribulation had already surpassed the scope of the 10 catastrophes. Calamities like the Snow War Tribulation Lightning were only within the scope of heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. As for this relic Vajra Tribulation, it was a tribulation that was a level above the heavenly calamity and earthly calamity. After a Gu Master becomes an immortal, they would be surrounded by calamities and tribulations. According to one's immortal aperture's time, calamities and tribulations would occur at certain intervals. Calamities and tribulations are interdependent. If they could not, the Gu Immortal would die. If he could overcome it, his foundation would increase greatly, and his cultivation would rise. Among them, the rank 6 Gu Immortals had Green Grape Immortal Essence. An earthly calamity every 10 years and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 3 heavenly tribulations he reached rank 7. Rank 7 Gu Immortals with Red Date Immortal Essence. An earthly calamity occurred every 10 years. A heavenly tribulation every 50 years. A catastrophe every 100 years. After 300 years he reached rank 8. As for rank 8 Gu Immortals, their immortal apertures would condense White Lychee Immortal Essence. A heavenly tribulation every 10 years and a great tribulation every 50 years. 10,000 tribulations in 100 years. After 3 myriad tribulations, he became an invincible rank 9 Gu Immortal. Earthly calamity, heavenly tribulation, grand tribulation, myriad tribulation. The power of the calamities and tribulations increased from small to large. The earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation were already very difficult, and the grand tribulation was even more terrifying. Countless Gu Immortals lost their lives because of this, their immortal light faded forever. This was something that Gu Immortal experts would always remember. Constantly thinking about it, guarding against the difficulties of cultivation day and night. As for the 10,000 tribulations, there was a saying in the cultivation world. It was called beyond 10,000 tribulations. There was basically no Gu Immortals who could pass them. Once they passed 1 myriad tribulation, it would be a supreme glory. Gu Immortals would admire them. In the long history of humanity, there were only 10 people who had passed 3 myriad tribulations. They were the 10 venerables. Sword Immortal Bo Qing had passed 2 myriad tribulations. He was favored by the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions. He had a chance of becoming a Sword Path Immortal Venerable. During the 3rd attempt he failed once. He narrowly escaped death. When he tried again he died. The current old ancestor Xuehu of Northern Plains. He wanted to pass the first myriad tribulation by all means, thus he did not hesitate to pay any price. He refined fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu bitterly. As for Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang, they were still a distance away from the first myriad tribulation. Even though they were not young, they actually had time path methods to slow down their immortal apertures. Some Gu Immortals feared heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. They could even pay a huge price to completely cut off the tributaries of the river of time in their immortal apertures. This way, the time in the immortal aperture would stop completely, the calamities and tribulations would not approach. But this way, the immortal aperture would not be able to produce immortal essence. If they did not pass calamities and tribulations, the Gu Immortals' Dao marks would not increase greatly, their cultivation level would also stagnate. Furthermore, time path methods to slow down time had drawbacks. They could not stop the time in the immortal aperture for a long time, they had to pay a huge price. But in the current Gu Immortal world, in order to prepare for tribulations, most Gu Immortals would use time path methods to slow down the time in the Immortal aperture. Even the experts among Gu Immortals were no exception. This was because the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the calamities and tribulations they faced, they were even more dangerous. The rank 8 Gu Immortals of Celestial Court were usually in deep sleep. This sleeping method was one of the best delaying methods in the world. For rank 8 Gu Immortals, they would face a huge test of life and death every 50 years. This was a grand tribulation. Right now, the first grand tribulation was descending from the sky. Relic Vajra tribulation. Even though it was not targeted at them, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were overjoyed. They could not help but show wariness. The Vajra pearl smashed into the dark clouds. The dense dark clouds immediately thinned at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the top layer of dark clouds melted like snow being splashed by boiling water. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's Immortals had grim expressions. They frowned deeply. Amazing. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals smiled. They had also used the delaying tactic. It was finally effective now. We don't need to make a move, we might be able to defeat the other party. Ah. Bai Qin Tian laughed loudly. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a deep gaze. He spoke in a respectful tone as he sighed. Even though the other party was extremely strong for a time, how can he be stronger than this world? Humans should revere heaven and earth. Compared to heaven and earth, even a Gu Immortal's ability is nothing. Even rank 9 Gu Venerables, which one can obtain immortality. Revere heaven and earth, follow the will of providence, that is the path of cultivation. Facing the might of the Grand Tribulation, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was gradually unable to hold on. The cannot block formation was controlled by someone. It was naturally more flexible than those battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land. The dark clouds opened, letting the Vajra pearls enter the formation. Clap clap clap. The Vajra pearls hit the 3 immortal Gu houses inside the formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord snorted coldly. He knew that his side had fallen into the Shadow Sect's trap, so he made Heaven Overseeing Tower share the burden for the Shadow Sect. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was naturally unwilling. But there was nothing he could do. Inside the formation there was nothing he could do. He could only activate the Immortal Gu house to dodge. Heaven Overseeing Tower has Fate Immortal Gu, one of the main materials to refine fate. This was providence, and these calamities and tribulations were also the will of the heavens. Heaven Overseeing Tower monitored the world. It was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Therefore it was under the calamity. The damage it suffers is naturally much less than other immortal Gu houses. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said. The meaning behind his words was very clear. He was still carrying out the delaying tactic. When the 10 extreme formation revealed a flaw, he would activate the immortal Gu house and deal the decisive blow. Regarding this, the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals had no objections. This is bad. Right now, we need to share more of the pressure, otherwise the 10 extreme immortal zombie formation will not last until the end. So what if it is a myriad tribulation? We are already on Dongfang Naganori for this heaven-defying action. We have foreseen many things. The appearance of the myriad tribulation is also within our expectations. Sacrificing the other immortal Gu houses and leaving only Sacred Feather City was used for this moment. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals revealed a resolute aura. They had resolute expressions. Above Sacred Feather City, a hazy light shone. This kind of light seemed to be pink, but in reality, it was pure white light with a slight pink halo at most. The strange thing was this light. Anyone who saw it would feel warmth in their heart. But in essence this was not a type of light. Instead, it was the situation when the wish power dissipated. Every immortal Gu house. Even though they took care of all aspects, they all had their own specialties. For example, Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Its specialty was to capture, raise and enslave desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. If it could raise its rank, it could also subdue immemorial desolate beasts. Rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower could use the offensive of fate. No target could defend against it or be immune to it. Unfortunately, it was restricted by rank 9 Immortal Gu Fate. It could not be activated now. As for Sacred Feather City, the Immortal Gu house that Shadow Sect wanted to take over by all means. It naturally had its own specialties. Its specialties were that it could absorb the wish power of the Feathermen. It would automatically refine wish power Mortal Gu. This Sacred Feather City had existed for a very long time. It was occupied by the Feathermen. Generation after generation of Feathermen lived in the immemorial Green Heaven Fragment world. They had a vast amount of wish power Mortal Gu. Even though the immortal killer move Heaven's Wish power was expended a lot, there was still more than half that could not be used. Or rather, the Feathermen had no other way to use it. They did not, but Shadow Sect had a huge origin and a long history. They naturally had some. At this moment, the Wish Power Mortal Goo in Sacred Feather City were being activated without caring about the consequences. Wish Power Goo was a one-time expenditure goo. With the support of Wish Power, all aspects of Sacred Feather City rose greatly. It flew around and blocked the relic Vajra tribulation, helping the 10 extreme formation to bear a huge burden. Such a powerful tribulation, in just a short time, graceful chaotic duel stage is about to collapse. Hey, Lulan cried out in shock. Fairy Li Shan's face was pale, her gaze wavering. Such a terrifying tribulation, if she faced it alone, she would only be able to endure 2 or 3. And in this tribulation, there were tens of thousands of Vajra pearls, and there were still more to come. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Haha, I was waiting for this moment. I will let you see the true power of graceful chaotic duel stage. Absorb it. At the next moment, thoughts exploded in his mind like fireworks, starlight shined brightly. All his attention and concentration was placed on graceful chaotic duel stage. This immortal goo house could temporarily seal external attacks using time path methods. It could then use it to deal with the enemy. But this method needed to be used wholeheartedly. It involved a huge amount of the Goo Immortal's mind. Fang Yuan could not understand the situation of the Immortal Goo House earlier. He could not be distracted and control the Immortal Goo House to move and deal with enemies while activating this method. But now, with the help of Tai Bai Yunxing and the others, and Sacred Feather City was busy dealing with the Grand Tribulation, Fang Yuan could finally find the time to activate Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage's special ability. Chapter 10-15. Under Fang Yuan's control, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage burst out with dazzling red light again. The red light was dozens of feet long, burning like a blazing flame. A mysterious power spread within the fire. Any Vajra Tribulation pearl that landed on the Immortal Goo House was swept away by the red light and sealed inside. With the rank 9 Immortal Essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage could unleash its greatest strength. Crack crack crack. The entire Immortal Goo House shook intensely, cracking noises could be heard. Absorbing the relic Vajra Tribulation was still very difficult. After all, this was a grand tribulation. But in the end, Fang Yuan still succeeded. More and more Vajra pearls were controlled by him and sealed inside Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. But Fang Yuan also paid a huge price for this. After fighting for so long, I did not even use 30% of the Giant Sun's Immortal Essence that I used. After absorbing 100 Vajra pearls, Giant Sun's Immortal Essence was completely expended. Giant Sun's Immortal Essence was expended rapidly, causing Fang Yuan to be inwardly shocked. But now was not the time to feel heartache. He used another handful of Giant Sun's Immortal Essence. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage was full of power. Not only was it unscathed in the Grand Tribulation, it even absorbed a lot of Vajra pearls, increasing its strength by a lot. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 Immortal Goo House. Not only did it have shocking defense, it also had Fate Immortal Goo guarding it. It had a defensive effect against calamities and tribulations. And Fang Yuan's Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage also displayed extraordinary power under the support of Giant Sun's Immortal Essence. Displaying the profundities of time path, its strength increased instead of decreasing. After this wave of Grand Tribulation, only Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City suffered the most severe damage. Even if they lost a huge number of Wish Power Mortal Goo, they could not compare to Fang Yuan and Celestial Court. Relic Vajra Tribulation. It lasted for half an incense stick's time before coming to an abrupt end. The 3 Goo Immortals had no time to rest. The second wave of tribulations descended. Rings of light lit up in the sky, and countless giant deer galloped out of the rings of light. Each of these deer was the size of an elephant, and their bodies were translucent, seemingly made of white light. Immemorial Desolate Beast Heaven Fate Light Deer. This was a calamity formed by a primordial desolate beast. Each immemorial desolate beast could battle rank 8 Goo Immortals. There were a total of 22 light deer that had pounced down. That was to say they had 22 rank 8 battle strength experts. Without a doubt, even on these deer of light. Without any wild immortal Goo, this wave of Grand Tribulation was much more terrifying than the first wave. The deer herd galloped towards the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless array. Instantly, the expressions of the Shadow Sect Immortals changed. The 10 terminal formation quickly opened up and let half of the deer herd in. The Destiny Luminous Deer has 9 colors, corresponding to the primordial 9 heavens. These light deer are all white light deer. Seems like they live in the daytime. The Destiny Radiant Deer originally had a gentle temperament. There are often wonderful legends of carrying people into the sky. I didn't expect that under the influence of Providence, these light deer are full of fighting spirit and madness. Even though the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals did not want to get involved, they were involved and could not avoid it. He was also affected. Fang Yuan controlled the graceful chaotic duel stage, retreating as he fought. These light deer were living beings, he could not use an immortal Gu house to seal them. Graceful chaotic duel stage could seal attacks. They were all objects of earth, water, wind, and fire. Using the profundity of time path, graceful chaotic duel stage. That was how it came to be. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had collected many Vajra pearls earlier, he used them now. The light deer were forced to retreat. In the second wave of the heavenly tribulation, the celestial court situation was the best, followed by Fang Yuan. The Shadow Sect, however, had the heaviest pressure, they were in a dangerous situation. At the crucial moment, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing stood up. He activated ancient and modern sword path killer moves like Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Their power was unstoppable, it made people's hearts palpitate. More than half of the Destiny Light Deer fell under the sword lights, dying on the spot. Even wild immortal Gu were of no use. Even though Bo Qing was dead, his immortal zombie body was filled with unimaginable sword path Dao marks. With the amplification of these Dao marks, even if it was the same killer move, Qin Bai Sheng and Bo Qing would have completely different effects. The difference was like heaven and earth. Immortal zombie Bo Qing persisted bitterly, finally allowing the Shadow Sect to survive the second wave of the Grand Tribulation. But the dark clouds in the sky were already extremely thin, the 10 immortal zombies could no longer hide, they could be vaguely seen. This formation has already been weakened to its lowest point, charge out. Fang Yuan shouted. Graceful chaotic duel stage shot out Vajra pearls, they crackled as they tried to break the formation. On the other side, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord also saw this was a good opportunity, he added fuel to the fire, Heaven Overseeing Tower also activated. What do we do? Inside Sacred Feather City, Wuxia held his head, feeling helpless. The other Shadow Sect Gu Immortals also had grim expressions. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. They were at the juncture of victory or defeat. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was completed without regrets. Whether it was success or failure, there was no third outcome. Once the formation was broken, it would definitely crumble. There is no other way, we can only sacrifice Zombie Alliance. 7-Star Child heaved a long sigh, making his decision. Zombie Alliance, which was spread across the 5 regions, was actually only a subordinate sect of Shadow Sect. It was like how the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent meant to the Celestial Court. It was just that Shadow Sect was extremely mysterious. Many of Zombie Alliance's higher-ups might not know about this secret hidden in the deepest part of Zombie Alliance. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was the greatest plan that Shadow Sect had painstakingly and meticulously planned. At this moment, the Shadow Sect immortals had no choice but to sacrifice Zombie Alliance to maintain this situation. Their backup plan was activated, figures after figures flashed out of the 10 extreme formation. They were the immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance. Rank 6, Rank 7, Rank 8 and so on, their numbers were astonishing. This is... In graceful chaotic duel stage, He Lulan, Tai by Yunxing and the rest stared with wide eyes, exclaiming in unison. Zombie Alliance is indeed backed by Shadow Sect. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord frowned, his killing intent surged as his gaze turned cold. Good. Let's get rid of these things that go against Providence in one fell swoop. But unexpectedly, these immortal zombies that flashed out did not have any consciousness, they were like puppets. Before Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord made a move, they actually sacrificed themselves and turned into a part of the 10 extreme formation. Big sister. Fairy Li Shan cried out. Among these immortal zombies, she saw a blazing heaven demoness figure. But this rank 8 immortal zombie was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She had no consciousness and was expressionless. Under Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's eyes, blazing heaven demoness also turned her body into immortal material along with these immortal zombies and fused into the formation. After obtaining these immortal zombie bodies filled with Dao marks as well as countless immortal Gu and immortal apertures, the 10 extreme formation's dark fog instantly surged, surpassing its original peak and reaching an unprecedented state. It almost covered the entire sky. Fairy Li Shan shed tears of sorrow on the spot. He Lulan was silent. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed. The rank 8 reinforcements that he was looking forward to had already died in front of him. Who could have thought that Zombie Alliance and Shadow Sect had such a relationship? Even if someone had seen through the truth, who would believe it if they said it? The overlord of super forces that were spread throughout the 5 regions, the huge Zombie Alliance was actually just a setup that Shadow Sect had placed on the table. Earlier, Shadow Sect issued a mandatory mission to refine the Gu formation. I'm afraid it was to plot against Zombie Alliance's members. Tai Bai Yunxing realized at once. He felt a chill in his heart at the sinister intentions of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's expression was unsightly. Earlier, I had also guessed the relationship between Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. But I did not expect it to be like this. My previous life's memories misled me. After all, Zombie Alliance was a super force that was still alive during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Such a huge move. Almost all the immortal zombies of the 5 regions were killed. They were used as immortal materials to fill this 10 extreme formation. What is that person trying to refine? Could it be the legendary eternal life Gu? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was also extremely unsightly. The immortals of the celestial court behind him also had worried expressions. Even though they were knowledgeable and had high authority, they could not help but be stunned by the shocking move of Shadow Sect. From this moment onwards, the super force with the most Gu immortal members, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed in the 5 regions, vanishing into thin air. From this moment onwards, the super force with the most Gu immortal members, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed in the 5 regions, vanishing into thin air. A sharp sound pierced everyone's eardrums. The time was up. The 3rd wave of the Grand Tribulation descended. The 3rd wave of the Grand Tribulation descended. Providence was ferocious. No matter what Shadow Sect wanted to refine, it was clearly a heaven-defying item that had already incurred the wrath of heaven and earth. Even heaven and earth would not allow its creation. The 3rd wave of the Grand Tribulation was even stronger than the previous 2 waves added together. In the sky, sharp raindrops started to fall. Each raindrop was only half an inch long. They were extremely sharp and had the power to pierce through everything in the world. Grand Tribulation absolute piercing rain. The 10 extreme formation was heavily damaged again. The dense dark clouds that were still rumbling earlier seemed to have been hit by a heavy stick. They could not even raise their heads. Fang Yuan used the same trick again, using Giant Sun's immortal essence to activate graceful chaotic dual stage to absorb the Grand Tribulation arrow rain. But this time he could clearly sense that the difficulty of dealing with it was much higher than before. After enduring for a while, graceful chaotic dual stage was pierced in many places. A large number of Gu worms were sacrificed. If this continues, this immortal Gu house will only last for 15 minutes. He Lulan shouted, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also did not have a good solution. Even though he was already using his full strength, allowing graceful chaotic dual stage to absorb many attacks, he still could not protect himself. And the arrow rain that he was dealing with was only 10% of the total. Most of the arrow rain was blocked by Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, one could see how terrifying the Grand Tribulation was. With such a life-threatening danger, the days of rank 8 Gu immortals would not be easy. The 3rd wave of the Grand Tribulation ended. Sacred Feather City and graceful chaotic dual stage broke apart. The remaining Gu worms were collected by their respective Gu immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower was covered in wounds. Not only were they several times deeper than before, even a corner of the tower had completely collapsed. Everything is over. The final victor can only be my celestial court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord raised his head and laughed, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack. This was an attack that carried the power of fate. It could not be dodged or blocked. Chapter 1016. Everything is over. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood proudly in Heaven Overseeing Tower, overlooking the entire battlefield. In his vision, Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City was already in ruins. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, and others were lying on the ground. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was also in ruins. The Gu Immortals' corpses inside were all in pieces. The Yin fog dissipated and pillars of light shot down from the sky, dazzling and shining brightly. This is the result of going against Providence. Ah! Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed towards the sky. But after laughing for a while, he frowned, feeling suspicious and uneasy. That's not right. Heaven Overseeing Tower was already plotted against. It could no longer use its strongest attack with the power of fate. Why did it clearly erupt again earlier? Also, I could not help but laugh earlier. This is not my usual behavior. What is going on? Right at this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord faintly heard some faint calls from the horizon. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, wake up! Quickly wake up! Wake up. Am I not awake now? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was very surprised. Doubts rose in his heart. Suddenly, his body shook as he realized the truth. Oh no. I was plotted against. Everything that happened earlier was not real. I am currently in a dream realm. The moment he thought of this, he felt even more uneasy. The enemy had been defeated too easily. Especially Shadow Sect, after all, they were backed by that person. Furthermore, the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals had also disappeared. He was the only one left in the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower. I'm sure I am in a dream realm. But how do I leave this place? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was very anxious, even though he knew he was in a dream. But he did not have Fang Yuan's unravel dream method. Thus, he was unable to extricate himself from the dream realm. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord fell into a deep sleep. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, he was snoring loudly. He was lying on the floor, surrounded by a group of Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not only old. Furthermore, he was very tired. Earlier, in order to repair Fate Immortal Gu, he had to refine Gu consecutively. Next, he rushed to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. Next, he had to defend Heavenly Lotus Sect and engage in an intense battle with Bo Qing and the rest. Finally, he discovered the mastermind behind Shadow Sect and mobilized Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Activating Heaven Overseeing Tower, he entered the day without rest. He rushed towards southern borders Etion Mountain. Furthermore, he controlled the Heaven Overseeing Tower to engage in continuous battles. Therefore, once he entered the dreamland, his entire body would relax, and his snoring would be especially loud. His sleep was extremely deep. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals surrounded Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, pouring water and burning him. He shouted himself hoarse and used all sorts of methods, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord still could not wake him up. This was the power of the Dream Dao. He was ahead of the rest of the world by an era. Even this group of rank 8 Heavenly Court Gu Immortals felt a sense of helplessness. The scene was quite comical. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the battle was in full swing, the sky was dark and the calamity was rolling. Heaven Overseeing Tower floated in midair, motionless. Inside the tower, Celestial Court's Immortals were extremely anxious, while Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's soul was deep in the dream. There were no effective methods. At most, they could use some wisdom path methods to transmit to his mind. Let Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord awaken by himself. On Shadow Sect's side, the solemn atmosphere from before was swept away, becoming much more relaxed. Wuxia, well done. This is the power of Dream Path? Truly amazing. Huff. After enduring for so long, your cultivation level has finally risen to rank 8. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals surrounded Wuxia. Some relaxed. After all, the situation earlier was too dangerous. Some sighed at the power of Dream Path. Some patted Wuxia's shoulder, praising him. After fighting for so long, pure dream reality seeker physique Wuxia's cultivation level had undergone a qualitative change, becoming a rank 8 Dream Path Gu Immortal. Thus, he could use the rank 8 Immortal Killer move Lead Soul into Dream. After 2 failed attempts, he used this killer move for the 3rd time and finally succeeded, putting Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord into a dream. The effect was immediate. Heaven Overseeing Tower stopped moving, and Shadow Sect's pressure was greatly reduced. 7-Star Child asked, "How long will Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord be trapped for?" Wuxia replied, "He is a rank 8 Gu Immortal who has passed one myriad tribulation. After all, the dream realm can only trap him for 5 minutes. But even if he comes out, I can use the killer move to lead his soul into dream." Very good. Yen sure didn't waste his efforts in creating you. 7-Star Child sighed. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower started to move again. What is going on? Shadow Sect's Immortals were shocked. Someone looked at Wuxia. Did Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord come out? Earlier, Wuxia's attack on Fang Yuan failed, and Fang Yuan entered and exited the dream, causing Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals to lose confidence. But this time, Wuxia shook his head, saying with certainty, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is still in the dream. It seems that other Celestial Court Gu Immortals are controlling him. That's right, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals saw that they could not wake up Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, so they took over Heaven Overseeing Tower. Although Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sleeping, the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower did not belong to him alone. Ever since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died, this Heaven Overseeing Tower became Celestial Court's public property. Now that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sleeping and unconscious, the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals naturally had the authority to control this Heaven Overseeing Tower. But soon Heaven Overseeing Tower stopped moving again. This scene was witnessed by Fang Yuan and the rest. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan showed puzzled and angry expressions. What is Celestial Court doing? Fang Yuan had a heavy expression. It seems that Shadow Sect is using Dream Path methods. Like how they dealt with me earlier, they are targeting Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. But, why didn't they target Celestial Court's Gu Immortals directly? What is the point of thinking about this now? We no longer have immortal Gu houses to protect us. Shadow Sect has also lost Sacred Feather City. Only Celestial Court still has Heaven Overseeing Tower. But they are also being obstructed by Shadow Sect. We are in a precarious situation. Fang Yuan, try activating fixed immortal travel again? Tai Bai Yunxing had a worried expression. It is useless. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing deeply. It seems that we are going to die here. He Lulan smiled bitterly, but her eyes shined with a sharp light as she clenched her fists. It is a pity that He Cheng is not dead yet. I have not been able to avenge my mother even in death. Fang Yuan glanced at her but did not say anything. After the third Grand Tribulation, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage and Sacred Feather City were destroyed, only Heaven Overseeing Tower remained. Celestial Court was Fang Yuan's hope. But now that hope was gone. Not to mention the fourth Grand Tribulation, even if the 10 Extreme Formation was activated, Fang Yuan's group would not be able to withstand it. Are we truly at the end of the road? Fang Yuan inspected Spring-Autumn Cicada. The time was too short, it had not recovered much and could not be activated a second time. At this time, the melodious sound of a zither could be heard in the sky. It was clearly daytime now. But the sky was suddenly filled with countless starlight. The zither sound directly entered the formation and entered the Gu Immortals' hearts. Oh no. The 10 Extreme Formation also supports Sound Path, but even the formation cannot block this zither sound. This is the fourth Grand Tribulation, Zither Heart Tribulation. And the starlight in the sky is so bright even in daytime. This is the fifth Grand Tribulation, Star Flow Tribulation. How can it be so dangerous? The fourth and fifth Grand Tribulations are actually here. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals cried out in shock. Celestial Court and Fang Yuan's group were all thrown to the back of their minds. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The power of the Grand Tribulation. The power increased as it was activated. The fourth Grand Tribulation, Zither Heart Tribulation in terms of power, surpassed the first three Grand Tribulations combined. And the fifth, Star Flow Tribulation. It was even stronger than Zither Heart Tribulation, Absolute Thorn Rain, Immemorial Light Deer Calamity and Relic Vajra Tribulation. What in the world is Shadow Sect refining? To actually incur the wrath of heaven, sending down such a terrifying calamity. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan, and others were all puzzled. The two Grand Tribulations had not descended yet and were still brewing. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals had grim expressions. They had barely survived the first three Grand Tribulations. But now the fourth and fifth Grand Tribulations had arrived. Anyone could feel the deep malice of the heavens. It did not want to give Shadow Sect any chance of survival. What should they do? For a moment, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals were at a loss. Their immortal Gu houses were already destroyed. The 10 Extreme Formation was also dealt a heavy blow in the third Grand Tribulation. Even if they sacrificed all their Gu Immortals, they might not be able to block these two Grand Tribulations. It seems that we are going to die under the Grand Tribulations in the end. He Lulan sighed deeply. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, but he did not think so inwardly. No matter what Shadow Sect wanted to refine, they first formed the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, then killed the Southern Border Gu Immortals, using their immortal apertures and immortal bodies as refinement materials, then sacrificed all of Zombie Alliance's members, turning them into nourishment. Of course, there was also the loss of 7 immortal Gu houses. The price Shadow Sect paid was simply unheard of. If Fang Yuan had not seen it personally, he might not have dared to believe it even if he heard about it. Since they paid such a price, Shadow Sect would absolutely not let this go. Zither music suddenly resounded, coiling around people's hearts. The Immortals' expressions changed, they felt the world spinning, some even fell down. The Zither Heart Grand Tribulation was slowly activating. In the sky, starlight surged down like a blue tsunami, covering 100,000 li and pressing down heavily. Star Flow Grand Tribulation. Shadow Sect's Immortals showed unswerving determination. They supported each other and charged up. Only Wuxia was left to deal with Heaven Overseeing Tower alone. Fang Yuan and the rest landed on the ground, their expressions were pale, they could not block the Zither Heart Grand Tribulation's power. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house after all, it was still floating in the sky. Without an immortal goo house, how can they block the 2 Grand Tribulations? Dying under the might of heaven and earth is more glorious than dying of old age in bed. Fairy Li Shan's eyes were bleak, she looked at the sky as blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. She had already given up on resisting the Zither Heart Tribulation. The rest were still bitterly holding on. Right at this time, an incomparably vast and peerless aura suddenly rose from the ruins of Etian Mountain. An immortal aperture's entrance opened. This was Shadow Sect's blessed land. The Shadow Sect's headquarters that Bai Ningbing could not find earlier had actually been set up by Shadow Sect long ago. Feeling such an aura, all the Gu immortals present were shaken. Even the rank 8s of Celestial Court had pale expressions, their gazes were filled with fear. Shadow Sect's immortals, however, showed overjoyed expressions. Our main body has moved. Boom. A huge and sinister ghost hand suddenly stretched out of the immortal aperture's entrance. Rank 9 aura surged. A formless chi wave swept out in all directions. Rocks flew, smoke and dust rumbled. This is? Hey Lulan Tai by Yunxing and the rest were tongue-tied. Chapter 10:17. The ghostly hand that came out of Life and Death Blessed Land's entrance was huge, it was like a hill. Its forearm had not even come out completely, more than half of it was still inside the entrance. Life and Death Blessed Land's entrance was already open to the maximum, but the ghostly hand could only come out by a small portion, it seemed to be stuck. The aura of rank 9 was vast and majestic, it continued to spread in all directions. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly retreated. Under the suppression of the rank 9 aura, they had difficulty breathing, they had a feeling that they were going to suffocate to death if they stayed here for too long. Looking at this giant hand, it was dark and eerie, it was terrifying, there seemed to be a layer of deep blue light on its surface. What soul beast is this? It has such a terrifying aura. Even immemorial soul beasts might not be able to match it. Don't tell me there are still rank 9 soul beasts in this world? Hey Lu Lan cried out involuntarily, her face filled with shock. She still did not know the true identity of this giant ghostly hand. Impossible. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale as paper, she retreated as she said with a trembling voice, "In this world only humans can reach rank 9. Thus, humans are the spirit of all living beings. Normally, once a soul leaves the body, it should be weak and floating, the soul was formless and could pass through walls and rocks. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's right hand was solid and stable like a mountain. After coming out of Life and Death Blessed Land's entrance, it grabbed onto the ruins of Etian Mountain. A large number of rocks turned into powder with his grab. This was simply beyond the common sense of the cultivation world. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cultivated soul path. His soul path foundation was already deep to the extreme of returning to one's true self. It was beyond the immortal's imagination. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Looking at the giant hand in front of him, Fang Yuan's mouth was dry as he stared at the scene before him. He knew the origin of this giant hand. Because not long ago, after he was hit by Lead Soul into Dream Immortal Killer move, he entered a dream realm again. He heard Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's melodious voice. Her voice was lonely, the hero was in dire straits, life was full of difficulties. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly rivers rumble. Sorrow, spectral nights, endless soul dreams, where can I find peace? Providence is the only thing that changes the heart in the spring and autumn. Along with this poem, Fang Yuan's heart flowed with an inexplicable message. The night is long and dreamy, where can I find peace in my hometown? It revealed Ghostly Hand's true identity, informing Fang Yuan that the mastermind of Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When Fang Yuan first heard about it, he was extremely shocked. With such mental preparation, Fang Yuan forced himself to calm down as he looked at the gigantic ghostly hand. He felt somewhat relieved. Everyone had to die. This was the law of the world, everyone knew that even a rank 9 venerable would not be able to withstand it. No one was spared. Then, where did the souls of these rank 9 venerables go to after they died? This point was clearly stated in The Legends of Renzu. The Road of Life, the Road of Death. In Obsession Death Domain, there was the world's largest impartial immortal Gu. Just like in the legends after the death of Verdant Great Sunday, their souls returned to the door of life and death. Rank 9 venerables and all living beings in the world. They all had the same ending. The Legends of Renzu clearly stated, the road of life was filled with worry Gu, while the Road of Death had 3 rounds. They were Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan did not know about Reverse Flow River, but Fang Yuan knew that Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were both in his hands. Fang Yuan made a bold guess. The final 3rd round, Reverse Flow River, was probably not a road of death. Without these 3 obstacles, after a person dies, their soul can easily return to the world of the living, right? From this point, it was not hard to understand why Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul could return to the world of the living. Regardless of what happened in the depths of the door of life and death, or what the truth was, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul had charged out of the door of life and death, reappearing in the world of the living. So all of this was really Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangement. No wonder Shadow Sect was so mysterious and powerful. No wonder Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals were not afraid of death. Did they already grasp the method to revive the soul? But what is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable trying to do? The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was protected by Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals using all sorts of methods, disregarding all sacrifices. What is it trying to refine? Fang Yuan's suspicions arose again, like the dense dark clouds above his head. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you finally could not endure it anymore. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sighed deeply. Back when he was in Celestial Court, he had used Heaven Overseeing Tower to deduce Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's identity. That pair of eyes in the darkness, filled with killing intent, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes. After knowing that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trying to defy heaven and revive, to escape fate, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly summoned the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals to launch a thunderous attack and destroy Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's plan, forcing him back into Obsession Death Realm and protecting Providence and Fate. Because these 2 paths to Obsession Death Realm were personally created by Fate Immortal Gu back then. Life and death were all living beings, it was the greatest fairness in this world. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable revived, it would no doubt be unfair. Breaking fate was the greatest defiance against fate and Providence. Fate Immortal Gu might not be able to recover any further because of this. They had to punish Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before he revived. If this Demon Venerable with the heaviest killing nature in history was allowed to revive, he would definitely cause a huge massacre, the world would descend into chaos. Not to mention restoring their former glory, Celestial Court's side might not even be able to protect themselves. Thus, in this battle of Etion Mountain, Celestial Court's side disregarded the price and activated the Rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower, carrying the main force of Celestial Court and attacking with unwavering determination. Spectral Soul. Rank 9 Demon Venerable. What is there to fear? He is already dead. His soul is hiding in the door of life and death, struggling at death's door for so many years. He is no longer the Rank 9 Demon Venerable of the past. That's right. Everyone was well aware of the weakness of the soul. If he really had the strength of the past, why would he need to create Shadow Sect and set up so many Soul Path clones? Why would he need to use such schemes? In my opinion, he is at most a Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He is not Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court conversed. They encouraged each other and got rid of the fear in their hearts. Against a Rank 9 existence. Even these Rank 8s of Celestial Court could not help but feel uneasy. The 10 Extreme formation is Spectral Soul's weakness. We need to stop this giant hand. After that, we can focus on breaking this formation. Bai Qin Tian shouted. That is a good idea. The Celestial Court's immortals nodded. A portion of them flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower activated immediately after, shining with white light. Immortal Killer Move, lead soul into dream. Wuxia used the only method he had. One move to dominate the world. Damn it. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stomped his feet in anger, but he could only fall into the dream realm again, unable to get out. Shadow Sect had painstakingly created Wuxia, and at this moment he obtained extremely good results. Even a Rank 9 Immortal Gu House was restrained by Wuxia alone. Even if there was a successor to take over Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's position. But soon he succeeded. As long as Wuxia set Heaven Overseeing Tower as his target, these temporary Tower Lords would rise or fall together, they would fall into his trap. Do you think the Great Celestial Court only has one Immortal Gu House? Right at this time, some of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals who had flown out of Heaven Overseeing Tower earlier suddenly created a second Immortal Gu House. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Embroidered Tower. This short pavilion had overhanging eaves and glazed roof tiles. The red walls and jade tiles were exquisite and beautiful, but they lacked half of the foundation. Traces of damage could be seen on the Immortal Gu house. Even though this was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. But it was only a damaged object, it was not complete. The so-called Celestial Court only has these antiques left? The things that reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed back then. It has been hard on you guys, you still want to take them out to embarrass yourselves? Immortal Zombie Bo Qing stood up. He raised his right fist above his head. At the next moment, an unparalleled sword path killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. He erupted with all his strength. Embroidered tower shook from the impact, 7 embroidery needles made from faint light shot out. These 7 needles were like nimble sparrows flying in the air, they were extremely fast and hit the giant ghostly hand in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the embroidery needles pierced between the ghostly hand and the ground over 10,000 times. Spectral Soul wanted to raise this ghostly hand, but it could not move at all. The 7 embroidery needles were like invisible threads, tightly sewing this ghostly hand and the ground together. This embroidered tower Immortal Gu house, even though it is only rank 8, it was once the dowry that primordial origin Immortal Venerable prepared for his disciple, star constellation Immortal Venerable. Even reckless savage demon Venerable, when he barged into Celestial Court back then after being hit by this move, he had no choice but to give up 3 bodies of blood and skin. Within Embroidered Tower, the leading Celestial Court Gu Immortal sneered. Logically speaking, even if the ghostly hand was sewn to the ground, the ghostly hand could lift the ground with immense force. But this move of Embroidered Tower was the strongest attack of this Immortal Gu house. The threads used were not ordinary, they were true Dao marks. It used the Dao marks as threads to sew the ghostly hand and the ground together. If Spectral Soul wanted to raise his hand, he would need the strength to lift the whole of southern border. Perhaps reckless savage demon Venerable had such strength. But Spectral Soul, who was only left with his soul, could not reach this standard. The foundation of Celestial Court was unfathomable. Even if Spectral Soul faced them, they had methods to deal with him. Seeing the ghostly hand being tightly sewn, He Lulan Tai by Yunxing and the rest were stunned. The Shadow Sect Gu Immortals also showed worried expressions. But at the next moment, the pitch-black ghostly hand that was almost solid and had thorns suddenly turned limp, turning into a pool of black water. Whoosh! A vast amount of black water gushed out of the door of life and death. In an instant, the surrounding mountains were submerged, the surrounding 10,000 li of soul water surged, turning into a Black Sea swamp country. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly flew into the sky. But at the next moment, a vast amount of black water soared into the sky, turning into a huge monster that was thousands of meters tall. Spectral Soul. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals were shocked. The huge ghostly hand swept over, it was so fast that it could not be dodged, Embroidered Tower shattered on the spot. Another hand grabbed, the huge heaven overseeing tower was grabbed by the ghostly hand. The ghostly hand increased its strength, heaven overseeing tower was covered in cracks. At this rate, the entire heaven overseeing tower was going to be crushed. The Zither Heart Grand Tribulation and Star Flow Grand Tribulation attacked at the same time. Spectral Soul roared towards the sky, the Zither music was suppressed. He raised his other 2 arms and tore them apart. Space shattered, a huge starlight tsunami rushed into the void. The 2 Grand Tribulations were easily resolved by Spectral Soul. Seeing this scene with their own eyes, Fang Yuan and the others were dumbstruck. Chapter 1018. The Immortals present could not believe their eyes. Zither Heart Tribulation and Star Flow Tribulation. These 2 Grand Tribulations were easily resolved by Spectral Soul, it was as easy as drinking water. This is the power of a rank 9 demon Venerable? Fang Yuan's heart shook. Spectral Soul was already dead, what appeared in front of the Immortals was only his soul. This huge soul was no longer in the shape of a human. He was over 1,000 feet tall, he was indomitable. The dark cloud formed by the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was only at Spectral Soul's waist. Fang Yuan and the rest were in the air, they were like mosquitoes. Looking at Spectral Soul's leg, they felt like they were looking at the peak of piercing cloud. Spectral Soul's chest had already reached the clouds, he was standing shoulder to shoulder with the sky. There were as many as 3 of his heads. The front head had dragon horns, lion mane, snake eyes and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach forehead, grass hair and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had cloudy hair, lightning eyes, fiery ears and a golden mouth. He had 1,000 arms, 500 on the left and 500 on the right. Black as ink, bulging muscles, firm lines and dense demonic aura. He also had 1,000 ghost hands earlier, the celestial quartz goo immortals used embroidered tower to sew the ghost hands on the ground, but it was only 1,000th of them. Ah, this image, could it be? Impossible. Impossible. Fairy Li Shan recognized spectral soul demon venerable, she screamed. She held her head with both hands, shaking her head as she retreated in panic. She no longer had the demeanor of a rank 7 goo immortal. Spectral soul demon venerable's image was not a secret. It was widely known in the goo immortal world and even in the mortal world. Especially in southern border, many villages and countless mortals had the custom of worshipping spectral soul demon venerable. People used clay to make a statue that resembled spectral soul demon venerable, and during festivals or sacrifices, they would worship and hold a memorial for him. Hei Lolan's pupils shrunk to pin size. She was so shocked she could not speak. Her whole body was trembling slightly. With a gulp, Tai Bai Yunxing's throat moved. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His body was covered in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's face. Excitement and yearning appeared on his face. The shock from before had disappeared without a trace. This is the pinnacle of the soul Tao? The soul returned from the void to reality, interfering with matter and condensing into a physical body. It was inconceivably powerful. Such a soul foundation. It definitely surpassed 100 million man soul. Compared to it, my soul is like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. But such a powerful spectral soul demon venerable still died. His soul returned to the door of life and death. Now that he has broken out of the door and defied fate, what exactly is his plan? When will I be able to reach the same level as him? But even at this level, death was inevitable. My pursuit, eternal life, does it really exist? Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. At this moment he was excited. Even as an immortal zombie. But he had an illusion that his blood was boiling. The accomplished are the teachers. Spectral soul demon venerable was a sage. He was undeniably at the forefront of goo cultivation. Even though Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life, in front of spectral soul, he was as insignificant as a fly. However, Fang Yuan's fear had already completely vanished. He was even more excited, almost fanatical. It was like a person who aspired to climb to the highest peak, seeing a very tall mountain even though it was not his goal. But his body was filled with energy. He wanted to climb and surpass it. Death, Fang Yuan had already thrown it to the back of his mind. Die on the way up the mountain. Not even a corpse was left, even the soul was destroyed, so what? This is what I've been pursuing all my life. Boom. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with a grand light, shattering spectral soul's ghostly hand. He regained his freedom. After all, it was a rank 9 immortal goo house. Inside the tower, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. The celestial quartz goo immortals pursed their lips. Looking at this towering giant in front of them, they felt extremely stifled. As expected of spectral soul, his demonic might is truly terrifying. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed loudly. His aura surged as his silver hair and beard fluttered in the wind. His sleeves fluttered like battle flags. His battle intent was like fire. It quickly spread to the other celestial court goo immortals. The immortals' eyes burned with fire. Providence cannot be defied. Heaven cannot be defied. Even you, spectral soul demon venerable, who once slaughtered the world and slaughtered all living beings. Your era is over. Even if we die today, we will protect the great Tao of heaven. Come, activate Heaven Overseeing Tower together. The immortals were united. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with an unprecedented dazzling light. Spectral Soul's left head looked down, growling as he waved his arms rapidly. Spectral Soul's entire body had a speed that did not match with his body size. In an instant, several ghostly hands grabbed onto Heaven Overseeing Tower, wrapping it tightly in their palms. Ghostly hands stretched out one after another, overlapping and suppressing Heaven Overseeing Tower at the center. The celestial quartz goo immortals were unwilling. Heaven Overseeing Tower's light passed through the gaps of the ghostly hands, shooting out like sharp swords. More than 10 ghostly hands overlapped, but they started to shake slightly. At this point, Spectral Soul ignored Heaven Overseeing Tower. His 3 heads looked up at the sky with a solemn gaze. Even though he was thousands of feet tall, the sky was taller, it was still above his head. As if enraged by Spectral Soul's arrogance, a powerful thundercloud storm was brewing in the deepest part of the sky. The feeling of the end of the world enveloped the immortals here. This is no longer a grand tribulation. This is a myriad tribulation. Eternal damnation. The Shadow Sect goo immortals were speechless. Above the grand tribulation there were myriad tribulations. Myriad tribulations were terrifying beyond compare. If a rank 8 Gu immortal passed 3 of them, they would become a rank 9 venerable. Heaven was furious. It seemed to know that the grand tribulation was useless against spectral soul, so it directly created a myriad tribulation. Myriad tribulation wind lightning prison. Fast, fast, fast. The myriad tribulation suddenly erupted. It was out of everyone's expectations. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, countless tornadoes coiled around Spectral Soul's body like dragons and pythons. Spectral Soul's 3 heads roared at the sky. 6 pairs of eyes shot out surging blood-red light, killing intent surged and gave off an imposing aura. 1,000 arms and 1,000 hands waved at almost the same time, ghostly hands tore apart the wind dragons coiling around him. Giant fists and palms the size of small mountains resisted the lightning in the sky. He Lulan and the rest had already lost the ability to speak. The scene in front of them was like the reappearance of an ancient legend. The myriad tribulation was targeting Spectral Soul and the 10 Extreme Formation. Fang Yuan and the rest were trapped by the formation. It was safer instead. This myriad tribulation's power is far beyond ordinary. My main body can still hold on. What about the 10 Extreme Formation? It has already been refined to 60%. Only 60%. The following tribulations will be even more terrifying. Saying this, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals fell silent. A true enemy. Not the Celestial Court, not Fang Yuan, but the Great Tao of Heaven. If they were in their complete state, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals would have some confidence. But now, because of the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan and other factors, they were in an incomplete state. In fact, the 10 Extreme Formation was on the verge of collapsing. They had to sacrifice the whole of Zombie Alliance to save it. Sacred Feather City is lost, our main body is out, we have no use now. Right? Enter the 10 Extreme Formation. It is good to save some time. Then what about those people? Leave it to us, Wuxia said as he glanced at Bo Qing. The following tribulations would be even more terrifying. The Shadow Sect Gu Immortals could not do much against the tribulations. They might as well sacrifice themselves to activate the formation. These Shadow Sect Gu Immortals were actually split souls of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Precisely because of this, Shadow Sect remained mysterious and hidden behind the scenes. After developing for so many years, they were not exposed. Precisely because of this, Shadow Sect Gu Immortals were not afraid of death, they did not care about sacrifices. They were united. This huge force was actually just a one-man show of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After the discussion, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals, including 7-Star Child and Song Zixing, made the same choice as Inkstone. They entered the formation and sacrificed themselves. Only 2 people were left. One was Wuxia. Pure dream reality seeker physique. As time passed, their cultivation level would also increase. At the last moment of their lifespan, they would become rank 9, they were Spectral Soul's final trump card. The other was Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing was also one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls, but he was only a corpse now. The remnant soul inside was not Bo Qing, it was Mo Yao. Even if Mo Yao's remnant soul entered the formation, it would not have the effect of directly activating the formation, it could only be refined as an immortal material. The loss outweighed the gain, so it was left behind. In the overall situation, Spectral Soul controlled the situation. He resisted the myriad tribulations while suppressing Heaven Overseeing Tower. Immortal zombies Bo Qing and Wuxia had no worries, they charged towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan and the rest were not their match, they quickly retreated. But they were surrounded by the formation and space path was restricted. Where could they escape to? Bo Qing waved his hand, sword light flashed as Fairy Li Shan's head flew out, blood was spewing out of her neck. The might of a sword immortal could not be blocked. Man as before. At the crucial moment, Tai by Yunxing activated Man as before Immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan returned to normal, she touched her neck, her eyes filled with fear. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had his hands behind his back, he smiled arrogantly. How can a mere rank 6-time path Gu make me return empty-handed? The moment he said that, Fairy Li Shan's eyes opened wide, the sword chi in her body erupted as she turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Little ant. He Lulan cried out in pain, her eyes were bloodshot as she charged towards Bo Qing. Wuxia blocked Fang Yuan. He stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you could actually leave my dream realm. Interesting. Now that I have rank 8 cultivation level, I want to see if you can escape the dream realm again. You know my name? Fang Yuan growled, he felt something amiss. You are an otherworldly demon, you are still useful to my shadow sect. I will spare your life. Don't even think of using spring-autumn cicada. This rank 6 immortal goo has already been deduced by Old Man Inkstone. In my current state I cannot use it anymore, right? Wuxia was confident of victory. He approached with a smile. What? Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. Chapter 10:19. 100,000 years ago. Southern border, Xianxia mountain. Night fell, it was pitch black. Wind and thunder rumbled, lightning illuminated the battlefield from time to time. At the waist of Xianxia mountain, over 10 Gu master corpses were lying on the ground. The rain was pouring, but it could not wash away the thick smell of blood. An intense battle was about to end. There were only 2 people left on the battlefield. The victor was obvious. Ha ha ha. A young man laughed loudly, his eyes were red and filled with bloodlust. He walked towards another Gu master step by step. The other old Gu master was heavily injured, he could not fight anymore. He retreated in panic, but tripped and fell on the muddy ground. The young Gu master slowly walked out of the heavy rain, standing in front of the old Gu master, looking down at him with a cold gaze, without a trace of warmth. But the old Gu master's gaze had no fear, instead it was filled with disbelief and hatred. The old Gu master growled, "Why? Little Nethery, I am your grandfather, you were brought up by me, I taught you everything you have. Your achievements today are all because of the clan's nurturing. Why did you attack the clan's higher-ups? Why did you bite the hand that fed you? What? Facing the old Gu master's intense questioning, the young Gu master's eyelids drooped. He laughed lightly. Why? I have never thought about it seriously. If there is a reason, it might be because I am unhappy. Unhappy? That's right. Saying that the clan is not as strong as the other party, we have to swallow our anger. Saying that we should respect the old and love the young, we have to be courteous and not talk back to the seniors. Saying that the clan needs me to support it in the future, to protect its reputation, to think for the clansmen. Only then can I become a wise clan leader. It is really irritating. I have felt irritated since I was young. I thought I could endure it, but after enduring it for so long, I finally could not endure it. The young Gu master said, his lips curling into a smile. Just because of this? Just because of this. The old Gu master was furious. He sat up in anger. He stared angrily, scolding, "How did you become like this? What are you thinking in your head? I was really blind, I nurtured you for so many years, I actually wanted to hand the village to you?" Towards the end, the old Gu master's voice carried a sobbing tone. He actually started wailing. Enough. The young Gu master had a ruthless expression. The old man's cries made him extremely irritated. He raised his right hand. It slashed down. Puff. With a soft sound, the old Gu master was cut into 2, blood spewed out and his organs fell, dying with everlasting regret. The young Gu master suddenly calmed down, motionless. Dressed in a black robe, he stood in the rain like a stone statue. He lowered his head and looked at the corpse at his feet, memories of the past involuntarily appearing in his mind. During his childhood, Grandpa took him to ride a bamboo horse and fly a kite. After being tested to have a superior aptitude, Grandpa was beaming with joy. After becoming a Gu master, Grandpa seemed to be teaching her step by step. She also took care of the family affairs for him and taught him patiently. After a long while, the young Gu master let out a breath of turbid air and laughed lightly. Very soon laughter filled the air. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky, his arms wide open. His tears flowed freely, his heart was filled with sorrow, but at the same time his face. They all had extremely satisfied expressions on their faces. He felt that he was like a drowning person. Suddenly he broke through the water surface. He struggled to get to the shore. He breathed in deeply. The thick smell of blood seemed to be mixed with the hatred and anger of his clansmen, assaulting his nose. But he felt that the air was so damn fresh. Even though I am sad, is this freedom? If I knew this, I would have killed them long ago. These noisy things should have been killed long ago. In the future, if I don't like them, I will kill them all. The young Gu master shouted loudly in the rain. His excitement was written all over his face. Crack. A bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the young Gu master's joyful face. 100,000 years later. Thunder rumbled, lightning dragons flashed, lighting up the young Gu master's face as well. But at this time he had already changed beyond recognition. He had turned into a huge monster that was thousands of meters tall with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. So noisy, rumbling enough. Spectral soul roared. Close to 1,000 arms exerted strength. Demonic chi rumbled and filled the sky, tearing apart the tornado wind pillar that was coiling around him. His voice resounded in the sky. Overwhelming wind and thunder. Amidst this roar, the lightning completely dissipated. The clouds dispersed, the myriad tribulation wind lightning cage was broken by spectral soul. Even the myriad tribulation could not do anything to him. The might of a demon venerable was actually this strong. Seeing this, Fang Yuan and the rest of the celestial court Gu immortals were shocked. Did he succeed? Bo Qing and Wuxia looked back with joy on their faces. But soon the sky turned dark again, endless gray clouds gathered above spectral soul's head. The second myriad tribulation was brewing. Bo Qing and Wuxia's expressions sank. The celestial court Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. Spectral soul's 6 eyes showed a contemplative expression. Suddenly he raised hundreds of arms, stabbing them into the dark clouds at his waist. These dark clouds were formed by the 10 extreme formation. With spectral soul's help, they rumbled intensely. Oh no, he is accelerating the formation. Even though I don't know what he is trying to refine, we cannot let him succeed. Immortals, work with me. Under Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's lead, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned illusory, passing through the encirclement of the ghostly hands and successfully flying out. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned solid. With a loud sound, it crushed the air and smashed onto Spectral Soul's right head fiercely. Immediately, Spectral Soul's head was smashed into the ground, his chin smashed into his collarbone. Spectral Soul shouted angrily, 100 arms grabbed at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Turn again. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted. The 6 celestial court rank 8 Gu immortals beside him were in charge of this. At the crucial moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom again, causing Spectral Soul's counterattack to miss. This ability to turn phantom was one of Heaven Overseeing Tower's methods. But it needed to be activated. It was not easy, it needed to expend a lot of thought and energy. It was similar to graceful chaotic dual stages method of absorbing external attacks. The 6 celestial court Gu immortals turned phantom twice. They were already gasping for breath from exhaustion. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom. It floated above Spectral Soul's head. At this time, Spectral Soul's hundreds of thick pitch-black arms. They seemed to have shrunk greatly, becoming thin and thin. With his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation changed intensely. The spreading dark clouds gathered towards the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It was rotating slowly, radiating 14 different colors of light. Seeing this scene, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly ordered, cut off these arms. Heaven Overseeing Tower was like a shuttle. It slashed down, drawing a dazzling rainbow of light in the sky. Wherever the rainbow of light passed, Spectral Soul's arms would all be cut off. Wuxia, quickly deal with the celestial court Gu immortals. Immortal zombie Bo Qing quickly shouted. It was simply too easy for them to deal with Fang Yuan and the rest. But because of all sorts of changes, they were interrupted many times. Wuxia gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave like this. Wait, let me sleep with Fang Yuan first. Saying so, he activated the rank 8 immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Fang Yuan had nowhere to dodge. He was drawn into the dream realm. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, the sound of a zither could be heard. Fang Yuan met star constellation immortal venerable again. Unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream. Fang Yuan quickly used a dream path killer move. But the dream realm did not budge. At most, a transparent ripple appeared in his vision. Even though his unravel dream countered the dream realm, it was only at rank 6. In contrast, Wuxia's killer move was at rank 8. The difference between the two was too great. Fang Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. Immediately, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither sound reverberated. Star constellation immortal venerable smiled lightly at Fang Yuan. She opened her mouth and sang. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost. Phantom transformation. Heaven Overseeing Tower dodged Spectral Soul's claw attack again. But Spectral Soul's ghostly hands did not stop. They entered the 10 extreme formation again. Heaven Overseeing Tower wanted to attack again, but one of Spectral Soul's heads suddenly opened its eyes wide. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and looked at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower could not escape from its phantom state. Haha, this time why don't you try breaking free? Wuxia placed his hands on his waist, laughing smugly. Fang Yuan. Hey Lulantai by Yunxing shouted. But Fang Yuan was in a deep slumber. He could not be woken up no matter what. Bo Qing was about to kill He Lulantai by Yunxing, but suddenly an extremely strong suction force came from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard, they were sucked into the ground, their legs stabbed deep into the ground. A terrifying formless force restrained them, they could not move. Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse. Bo Qing and Wuxia were shocked. They did not expect that other than the myriad tribulation targeting spectral soul, there was also a grand tribulation ambushing them. Why are they not under control? Soon the two were shocked again. They saw that after He Lulantai by Yunxing landed on the ground, they regained their freedom, they could move freely. He Lulantai by Yunxing was surprised and joyful. The latter quickly grabbed the sleeping Fang Yuan and retreated. What made them even more happy was that the 10 extreme formation produced a mysterious ball, the force that was restraining the surroundings vanished. If Fang Yuan woke up, he would be able to use fixed immortal travel to escape. But Fang Yuan was in a deep slumber. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with sharp killing intent. He was about to activate Sword Path Immortal Gu, but he found that the thoughts in his mind were sucked away by the ground. Evidently, the power of the Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse had a wide range. Not only could it deal with the Gu immortal's body, it could even affect thoughts, wills, emotions and others. Just like this, Bo Qing could only watch as He Lulan and the others successfully slipped away under his nose. To be continued? Chapter 1020. This Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse was simply unreasonable. Not only did it trap the Gu immortal on the ground, it even affected their thoughts. Without thoughts to use Gu worms, how could the Gu immortal use their methods? Unless they had wisdom path methods to resist it. But there was a precondition, this wisdom path method had to be set up beforehand. Otherwise, if the Earth collapse happened first, even if the Gu immortal had wisdom path methods, they would not be able to use them. The first to strike gained the upper hand, the last to strike would suffer a calamity. Once they lost the initiative, they were basically finished. This showed how strong the Grand Tribulation was, not to mention the myriad tribulation above it. Damn it. Wuxia struggled but to no avail, he sank deeper and deeper, he shouted in anger. Don't struggle, don't think too much. This will only make our situation worse, it is not something we can resolve now. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was very calm. Or rather, Mo Yao's remnant soul inside was very calm. She had experience. When she was alive, she had helped her beloved Bo Qing undergo tribulation. The Grand Tribulation she had seen was even more terrifying than this. In comparison, the Grand Tribulation, Earth Collapse, was gentle and harmless. It seems that we can only hope for the main body to save us. Wuxia sighed, looking at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was also stuck in the mud, his black feet were already half buried in the ground. Not just that, the front part of his left foot was tightly sewn to the ground. This was the result of Spectral Soul's body being attacked by Immortal Gu House embroidered tower earlier. From this, it could be seen that even though Spectral Soul was extremely powerful, he had already used his full strength, he was not in control of the situation. At this moment, out of his 6 eyes, 2 were staring at heaven overseeing tower, preventing it from moving, while the other 4 were staring at the sky. Above the sky, in the sky. The gray sorrowful clouds became denser, they started to descend. The second myriad tribulation descended. But it was different from the first round's Wind Lightning Prison. Wind Lightning Prison was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, wind lightning surrounded the body, trapping it. But this myriad tribulation was extremely slow. It was so slow that the person undergoing the tribulation could retaliate countless times. But Spectral Soul did not move. He stood there quietly, like a silent mountain peak. Could it be that the main body has already been hit? Wuxia shouted. He was incomparably anxious. This is such a good opportunity, why don't you counterattack? But even when the gray sorrowful clouds enveloped Spectral Soul, the latter did not move at all, he only stared at heaven overseeing tower, controlling it firmly. The celestial quartz Gu immortals complained incessantly. They used phantom techniques to allow heaven overseeing tower to evade Spectral Soul's attacks. But to think that Spectral Soul's phantom path attainment level was beyond imagination, he was definitely at great grandmaster level. Heaven overseeing tower's void tactic. Instead he was used by Spectral Soul, unable to return to his main body. If he couldn't return to reality, how could he fight? How could he harass him? The myriad tribulation is coming. Wuxia gnashed his teeth as he waited for the gray clouds to slowly cover him. Immortal zombie Bo Qing squinted his eyes, his muscles tensed up. But the gray clouds descended. But it seemed to be completely unharmed. What's going on? Is there a harmless myriad tribulation? Wuxia was nervous for a long time, but there was no movement, his hands touched his body as he shouted in shock and confusion. Immortal zombie Bo Qing did not answer him. But someone among the celestial court's Gu immortals recognized this myriad tribulation. But Wuxia did not know the answer. Is this gray memory? That celestial court's Gu immortal who recognized it shouted. What is gray memory? The celestial court's Gu immortal fell into his memories. When I was young, I had once inherited a rank 8 Gu immortal's inheritance. Back then, this rank 8 Gu immortal encountered the myriad tribulation gray memory and lost miserably. Before dying, he barely managed to leave behind his inheritance. This myriad tribulation does no damage to the body, but it directly draws out the deepest memories in the heart. These memories, they are all the trauma to the Gu immortal who underwent the tribulation, or the shadow of their lives. Don't underestimate this myriad tribulation. That rank 8 ancestor could not even last 30 minutes under this myriad tribulation before losing his will to fight. He was dejected and had no more battle intent. There was no more interest in living. As the saying goes, you are your own greatest enemy. For example, spectral soul demon Venerable was invincible in the world, then isn't his greatest enemy himself? People live in this world even if they become rank 9 Venerables, there will be times when they are weak. They will always cultivate step by step from being weak, becoming stronger and stronger. Spectral soul demon Venerable slaughtered the world, his killing nature was extremely terrifying. Later generations guessed that he had been stimulated by something when he was young. Who does not have pain hidden in the deepest part of their heart? Who does not have shameful things that are hard to talk about? Who has not made decisions that go against their nature? Growing up, who has not made mistakes? Amazing, amazing. This myriad tribulation is truly amazing. I'm afraid spectral soul demon Venerable is going to die here. Myriad tribulation, gray memory. Because he recognized this myriad tribulation, spectral soul did not move. He knew that no matter what attack he used, this tribulation could not be resolved. Only by immersing himself in it and facing the past, the shadows, the shame and anger, could he pass the tribulation. The gray fog around him suddenly had light, it even emitted sounds. What appeared in front of the immortals was the scene of spectral soul demon Venerable's childhood. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. A group of Gu masters surrounded the family of 3, their eyes were bloodshot as they shouted with malevolent expressions. Father. You can't kill mother. A boy protected his heavily injured mother as he shouted with all his might. Everyone in the demonic path deserves to be killed. Killing family for the sake of righteousness is the way of the righteous path. Why can't we kill her? Not only can we kill her, we must kill her. Only by killing her can we cleanse the humiliation of our clan. The leading Gu master was an elderly man, he spoke righteously and shouted angrily, it was the boy's grandfather, the clan leader. The clan leader's words were echoed by many elders and elite Gu masters. They raised their arms and shouted, kill, 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 kill. Whoosh. With a soft sound, fresh blood splattered. The boy quickly turned around, but at the next moment, his eyes opened wide. His pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw that his father had already moved past him. His face was red, he gritted his teeth, his eyes were filled with tears. The intense emotions in his heart could not be suppressed. The sharp blade in his hand was already deeply stabbed into his beloved wife's heart. The boy opened his mouth wanting to call out. But he did not make any sound. From that day on he became a man of few words. Evidently this boy was spectral soul demon Venerable when he was a child. Under the influence of the myriad tribulation gray memory, the shadow of his childhood. It was no longer hidden in the person's heart, it was displayed in front of everyone. The gray fog changed, another scene appeared. It was about a few years later. The boy had already grown up, he stood cautiously in front of his grandfather. As the clan leader, his grandfather drank a mouthful of tea as he asked slowly, I asked you to read our clan's history books, did you gain anything these days? Come tell Grandpa. Grandpa. The boy first bowed before saying, I have gained a lot these days. I have gained some insights. Tell me about it. The old man said with some interest. Looking at history, I found that there is one great principle in this world, that is, kill. The boy said calmly, kill. The old man frowned, his tone was slightly heavy, explain it to Grandpa. Yes. The boy continued, we are hungry, we need food to fill our stomachs, we need to kill prey to fill our stomachs. We have enemies, we need to kill them and remove the threat. The world is at peace. We need to kill our benefactors and gain control. The boy spoke calmly, but did not notice that the old man's frown was getting deeper. The boy continued, looking at history, it was you who killed me. I killed you. What is a hero? It is killing many, many enemies. What is a loser? It is not being able to kill the enemy and getting killed. Actually, even though it is just a word, there is a lot of knowledge behind it. How to kill? Do you use gu worms or hire gu masters to do it for you? Sometimes. You cannot kill openly. If you do it openly, you will attract huge trouble, so you choose to assassinate. There are many differences in assassinations. For example, enough. The old man shouted angrily, and in his anger he smashed the cup in his hand on the ground. The shards landed on the boy's face, causing a wound and blood to slowly flow down. The old man jumped and stood up, pointing at the boy, shouting angrily, "I let you read the history books. It was to let you admire the achievements of our clan's predecessors, and learn about our clan's glorious history. It was to let you understand propriety, justice, honor and shame, and let you know the glory of the righteous path. You actually comprehended the word kill? What kind of evil logic is this? You are grounded for a month. Stay in your room and reflect on your mistakes." "Yes, Grandpa." The boy accepted the order. His tone was soft, but his eyes shone with stubbornness. In the gray fog, the scene changed again. A few years later, the boy had become a rank 1 gu master. Today I finally refined the aura concealment gu and hid in the study room, giving Grandpa a huge shock. The young man sneaked into the study room. "Wrong. I am only a rank 1 gu master, but Grandpa is a rank 4. It is easy for him to find me. Why don't I hide behind the secret door in the secret passage and then come out to scare Grandpa?" The young man changed his mind, opening the secret door and hiding inside. Not long after, he heard noises. He did not dare to open the secret door and could only listen. 2 people entered the study room. His grandpa's footsteps were heavy and hurried. He was clearly furious. This unfilial son. He really wants to rebel? He wants to harm his own father? The old clan leader was furious, slamming the table with a loud sound. "Clan leader, the evidence is conclusive. Clan leader, the news of you obtaining an 80-year lifespan gu has already been leaked. Young clan leader's murderous intentions are without a doubt." A hoarse voice sounded. The young man immediately recognized this was a clan elder, the clan leader's trusted aide. "This unfilial son wants to seize power from me. Do you think it is possible?" The clan leader shouted. "Lord Clan Leader, young clan leader has many higher-ups around him." Only to hear the hoarse voice speak again. After a moment of silence, the young man's grandpa's voice sounded, "This unfilial son's forces cannot be underestimated. If we openly kill him, not only will it damage the righteous path's reputation, it will also cause internal strife in the clan, and deplete the clan's strength. Then we should prepare well, strike first and find a chance to secretly assassinate him. A dead man's lamp goes out. As long as we kill this unfilial son, the other clan elders will naturally leave." Clan leader is wise. In the secret passage behind the secret door, the young man tightly covered his mouth, his whole body trembling. Chapter 1021. Tai by Yunxing carried Fang Yuan and flew away. He Lulan took one last look at the gray fog in the sky. Spectral soul demon Venerable's tragic childhood made He Lulan, who had similar experiences, sigh with emotion. For some reason, the Grand Tribulation, Earth collapse, did not make things difficult for them. Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan tightly grasped this chance. They were overjoyed as they escaped. The 10 Extreme Formation had also entered a crucial period. It could not restrict the surroundings. Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan escaped very smoothly. Soon, they threw the Battle of Etian Mountain to the back of their minds. A few minutes later, they could no longer see the gray clouds in the sky. Fang Yuan, wake up." He Lulan slapped Fang Yuan's face, but the latter still had no reaction. He was sleeping soundly. Without Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel, they could not leave southern border. Unless they crossed the regional wall. But that would be a huge loss. Northern Plains gu immortals? A voice came from the sky. Shortly after, 3 southern border gu immortals descended. Seeing He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing's battered appearance, the leading gu immortal was shocked. "Looking at your injuries, did you come from Etian Mountain? Speak, what happened there?" Tai by Yunxing had a guarded expression. He Lulan sneered, "If you want to know what happened, go and take a look." The 3 southern border gu immortals snorted coldly. Their cultivation level was not high. The reason they came to investigate was because the gu immortal experts of their respective clans were near Etian Mountain. There was no news of them. No matter which super force, they were very concerned about the ownership of graceful chaotic dual stage. Moreover, right now He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing's aura were weak. They were covered in injuries. They looked extremely weak and battered. I told you to speak, so speak obediently. Northern Plains Gu Immortals came to southern border. They're also so arrogant. Attack. Take down those three first. Thus this sudden battle broke out. On the battlefield of Etian Mountain. The gray clouds were still spreading. It was a stalemate. No matter how hard the Celestial Court Gu Immortals tried, they could not get rid of their phantom state. As for Wuxia and Bo Qing, they were trapped on the ground, unable to move. Waves of gray mist flickered with blurred colors, constantly changing images as they revolved around immortal zombie Bo Qing. Those were Mo Yao's early memories. As a mutant, he had a tragic history of being ostracized. It was very strange. Inside Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, there was actually Mo Yao's remnant soul. No one knew what had happened during Bo Qing's tribulation. But when the city gate caught fire, the fish in the moat would be implicated. Mo Yao's remnant soul was also in the gray fog, revealing the deepest sorrow in his heart. Immortal zombie Bo Qing laughed coldly. Mo Yao's remnant soul displayed its resolute side in the face of the unbearable past and its shadow. Strange. Why are you not affected by the gray fog? Bo Qing looked at Wuxia, who was beside him. Wuxia was looking at the gray fog image beside Bo Qing. I don't know either. Wuxia scratched his head, pointing forward. But this is quite interesting. Bo Qing snorted coldly. It seems that you have just been born and only have 18 hours of lifespan. You have no time to experience these things. Saying so, Bo Qing had a worried expression. Myriad Tribulation Gray Memory had no threat to someone like Wuxia. Because Wuxia was too young, he did not have much experience in life. But to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, it was a completely different concept. This second Myriad Tribulation is extremely sinister. Inside the gray fog, not only are the shadows of the past shown to the outside, even the emotions in the depths of one's heart will change. It will allow one to experience the emotions of the past again. These memories of my early years. My heart is already filled with sorrow. If I recall Qinglang, I'm afraid I will be the same. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is older, he has more experience than me. How will he face this? Thinking of this, Mo Yao's remnant soul activated his immortal zombie body, raising his head to look again. Inside the gray fog, Spectral Soul was like an iron mountain, unmoving and silent like death. Around him, the gray fog rolled and countless colorful waves of smoke rose. These smoke waves depicted all sorts of scenes. They were already showing the time when Spectral Soul became a Gu Immortal. Inside Earth Abyss. Lat, you want to inherit my inheritance? In the darkness, two eyes that were as large as lanterns suddenly lit up. Yes. Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was a man of few words. He wore a black robe, his hair casually draped over his shoulders. He had a cold expression, only his eyes flickered with a trace of light. Ha. From the darkness came a maniacal and arrogant laughter. It grew louder and louder until it was deafening. After a long while, the laughter gradually stopped. It seems that you have made up your mind, then accept the test of the inheritance. Roar. With a loud roar, a monster stepped out of the darkness. This monster had 4 thick limbs, its body was covered in thick scales, it had the head of a crocodile. Its wide crocodile mouth was wide open, its sharp teeth were shining with cold light, they were like daggers. On its head there were 2 curved dragon horns. And on its body, there was also the aura of a Gu Immortal. Evidently this was a Beastman Gu Immortal. Beastmen were a type of variant humans in history during the era of the 3 demon venerables. They suffered the greatest losses. To think that during Spectral Soul's growth, he would meet a Beastman Gu Immortal. This Beastman Gu Immortal with dragon horns and crocodile head opened its mouth, biting at Spectral Soul. But Gu Immortal Spectral Soul did not dodge. The Beastman bit down fiercely, breaking Spectral Soul's arm. Blood spewed out. Crack crack. The Beastman chewed, under its sharp teeth, Spectral Soul's arm was crushed into bone and meat paste. Thick blood flowed out from the gaps of its teeth, flowing everywhere. With a gulp, the Beastman's throat moved, he swallowed the flesh and blood in his mouth, along with the arm bone. This is great, I have not eaten such fresh flesh and blood for a long time. The Beastman Gu Immortal shouted, pouncing forward again. Spectral Soul did not retreat, he let it bite. The Beastman Gu Immortal quickly ate his other arm and 2 legs, eating them. Intense pain assaulted him, but Spectral Soul was expressionless. He did not even frown. Instead, the Beastman Gu Immortal showed some fear. You are different from the others. The Beastman Gu Immortal stopped, he sized up Spectral Soul, his tone was full of praise. You are not afraid at all. You know, I created the food path. I've done a lot of research on food. Many people wanted to inherit my inheritance. They forced me to eat them. They looked unyielding on the surface, but their hearts were filled with fear and pain. Don't think that your emotions can be concealed, others cannot sense them. Actually, this flesh is full of sourness. It is not tasty at all, I know it clearly when I eat it. Then is my flesh tasty? Spectral Soul asked plainly. The beastman Gu Immortal frowned, recalling, to speak the truth, your flesh is cold like ice, your bones are tough, they are not tasty. It is like when I was young, I was hunted by you humans, I had to run around in a world of ice and snow, I ate those ice shards and icicles when I was hungry. But forget it. I have been trapped here, I have not eaten anything fresh for a long time. Am I still not satisfied with this? Not to mention now. This is my favorite food, the heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys of you humans as well as the greasy intestines, I love them the most, ha ha. Lad, if you want to inherit my inheritance, you will have to pay a price, don't fail at the final moment. Saying so, the beastman Gu Immortal grabbed. He broke open Spectral Soul's abdomen, pulling out his intestines. They were all pulled out. The beastman Gu Immortal pulled out these intestines. Next, in front of Spectral Soul. He slurped them into his mouth, shouting that they were delicious. Spectral Soul's face was pale, but his expression was still indifferent, as if they were not his intestines. Panic flashed in the beastman Gu Immortal's eyes. He laughed cruelly, rubbing his monstrous claws as he reached into Spectral Soul's chest. Next, I will eat your lungs. You need to endure it. What's there to be unable to endure? Spectral Soul smiled coldly. In this special environment, even if I am eaten until only my head is left, I will still survive. And if I reach this standard, I will inherit your inheritance. By then you will have no value to me. You should worry about yourself. The beastman Gu Immortal's movements froze, he became furious, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Lad, you talk big, I want to see how long you can endure this. He purposely slowed down his movements, rubbing Spectral Soul's body, letting him feel the coldness and fear of his organs being squeezed and his bones being scratched by the monstrous claws. The beastman Gu Immortal took out Spectral Soul's organs and devoured them slowly. Moreover, he purposely opened his mouth in front of him, letting Spectral Soul see the terrible state of his organs after they were torn apart. Spectral Soul's calm gaze started to change, he became interested in it. The beastman Gu Immortal felt this gaze, his expression changed again. What do you mean? I just find it interesting. I am eating your flesh and your organs, you find it interesting? The beastman Gu Immortal stared at Spectral Soul with an incredulous gaze. Of course. Eating was a matter of course, but the other side of eating was killing. When we eat meat we need to kill prey. When we eat vegetables we need to uproot these plants, that is killing them. Even when we eat wind or drink water we need to swallow it and digest it. In other words, eating is killing. But killing is not just about eating. Thus your food path cannot compare to my killing path. I have eaten many things but I have never been eaten by another existence. You are eating me now, that is killing me. Similarly, I have killed many life forms, but I have never been slowly killed by another life form like this. This made me realize that being killed is also a form of joy. Those who kill will be killed by others. Blindly killing people would not be able to fully understand killing. Thank you for allowing me to comprehend another layer of profound meaning of killing. The beastman Gu Immortal heard this and stared at Spectral Soul with wide-opened eyes, like he was looking at a nightmare. His head was dripping with cold sweat. This young man in front of him was making him lose his appetite. He swallowed his saliva, feeling that his throat was blocked. Lad, I will eat your upper body, let's see how arrogant you can be. The beastman Gu Immortal shouted angrily as he swallowed, his eyes were bloodshot and he had a crazed expression. Soon, Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was eaten until only his head was left. At this moment, the spectating Celestial Court Gu Immortals, as well as Immortal Zombie Bo Qing and Wuxia were silent. Even though he only had a head left, Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was still calm, his gaze was calm. What kind of will is this? Someone among the Celestial Court Gu Immortals gasped. That Celestial Court Gu Immortal who was very confident in gray memory saw this and had a grim expression. He lost his confidence. But at this time, the beastman Gu Immortal suddenly laughed wildly. He laughed crazily, he was very happy, tears were flowing down from the corners of his eyes. He was full of mockery. Haha, you were deceived. But don't be sad, you are the 270th person who has been deceived. Ah. Spectral Soul's gaze flickered. Is this inheritance fake? Of course it is real. Back then, when I cultivated to rank 8, Jiu Lai Kuang Ren trapped me and did not kill me. He wanted to obtain my food path. I was not his match. But he wanted my things, they were not easy to obtain. Thus, I made an agreement with him, I would pass my food path to a human descendant, but not to him. But the inheritor would have to endure my devouring test. After the agreement was made, I was trapped here. Many human descendants came to me and passed the test, obtaining food path. But even Jiu Lai Kuang Ren would not understand my power. I am covered in food path Dao marks, I have already reached an unprecedented level. I can eat rocks to appease my hunger, I can drink wind to fill my stomach. I can even devour goo worms to increase my Dao marks. I've spent 1,000 years devouring the Dao marks here day and night, and I've long since broken the contract from back then. Aha, so do you understand? Next, I will devour your head and turn your entire body into my nutrients, to nourish me and let me recover. Don't worry, I will remember you. You are the most special person among all the pitiful people I have devoured. So that's it. Spectral Soul's expression was indifferent, he was very calm. The Beastman Gu Immortal's expression froze, he suddenly grabbed his throat, shouting in fear, "What's going on? What's going on?" Spectral Soul smiled coldly, "I have never placed my life and death in the hands of others. Not to mention the agreement between immortals from 1,000 years ago. Do you think my fleshly body is that delicious? Every piece of flesh you eat contains a portion of my soul. You are a great expert in food path. Coincidentally, I also have some attainment in soul path." Soul path? When did this path appear? And when your soul is split, the pain you feel is 10,000 times worse than your body being torn apart. Let me tell you, I am the ancestor of soul path. As for the slight pain, if you experience it carefully, isn't the feeling of killing very wonderful? Spectral Soul had just finished speaking when the Beastman Gu Immortal's face turned ashen. He froze. He was dead. He died with grievances. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the Gu Immortal Spectral Soul. Even though the other party only had a head left. But the Beastman Gu Immortal's eyes were filled with fear. To be continued. Chapter 1022. Not just the Beastman Gu Immortals, even the Celestial Court Gu Immortals who saw this were shocked. Greater than over-equaled, demon. This spectral soul is completely obsessed, even though there is an objective cause, his heart is filled with demonic nature, he thinks that nothing cannot be killed, his greatest joy is killing, he thinks that the core of the great Tao of heaven and earth is killing. No wonder he could become a demon venerable and cause the greatest massacre in the world. Even the pain of his soul being torn apart feels wonderful to him. He looks calm and rational, but he has already gone insane to the extreme. Nobody can save him, he is beyond redemption. I have to admit, an invincible heart is the foundation of an invincible body. His understanding is simply demonic, but because of this, his heart is not shaken, everything can only reinforce the most erroneous belief in his heart. Myriad tribulations are discouraged, they might not be able to restrain him. Even though he is no longer a demon venerable and cannot be invincible body, his heart is still invincible. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals' disgust, anxiety, fear, disdain, and hatred were written all over their faces. Chirp, 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 chirp. Right at this time in the sky there was a clear and melodious chirping of birds. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals looked up and were overjoyed. Myriad tribulation. Another myriad tribulation. Myriad tribulation. Gray memory has not passed, but another myriad tribulation is about to descend. Spectral soul demon venerable defied heaven. Once he revives, all living beings will perish. Heaven will not allow him to do that, thus, an unparalleled tribulation will descend. It's impossible for him to succeed. The chirping of birds became louder and denser. Clear jade light shined in the sky. A large group of birds formed a formation. They flew down. Myriad tribulation. Grand clear space. Among the Celestial Court Gu Immortals, someone recognized this move. It looked like flying birds. But it was the unparalleled power of space path. Wherever the birds flew, the world would be cleared. Nothing could be left behind, its power was terrifying and unheard of. This is grand clear space? In history there were Northern Plains predecessors who failed to pass this tribulation, but after surviving, they were inspired and created the immortal killer move 3 Wings Blue Bird. Later generations used it to dominate the North region. That's right, it's this tribulation. Under the ardent expectations of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, the jade bird descended, flying around the mountain like spectral soul. Wherever the flying bird went, it was like a sharp blade was stabbing into the body, creating long and deep wounds. Wounds covered his body. Soon, Spectral Soul's body was in a terrible state. Spectral Soul did not react. Wuxia, who was on the ground, screamed loudly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was also nervous. Gray fog coiled around Spectral Soul. It seemed to be its power that allowed Spectral Soul to be immersed in the past. Countless colorful smokes were thousands of Jianghu in the sky. The surrounding 100 li rumbled as countless scenes appeared, displaying Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's rich life experiences. Suddenly, behind Spectral Soul's head, colorful smoke expanded, forming into a huge veil. He pushed away all the images around him. On the screen there was a green light. This was the Green Heaven fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. A group of Gu Masters were fighting with a group of Featherman Gu Immortals. Spectral Soul was still a Gu Immortal. He was mixed in. His black robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He rampaged in the battlefield with intense killing intent. Humans, you are going too far. The Featherman Gu Immortal leader shouted angrily, throwing out an Immortal Gu house. It was Sacred Feather City. More than 10 Featherman Gu Immortals flew into the Immortal Gu house, as Sacred Feather City burst out with a dazzling light. The human Gu Immortals were not their match, they were quickly defeated. Even Gu Immortal Spectral Soul could not resist the power of the Immortal Gu house. He was heavily injured and barely escaped death. Soon the huge veil vanished, turning into countless fragmented images. Tens of thousands of images surrounded Spectral Soul from all directions. Surrounding him tightly, there was almost no way to escape. All the energy he had accumulated in his life, as long as he had emotions, they were all displayed at this moment. The spectators were dazzled and unable to take in all of them. Spectral Soul's entire life seemed to be condensed at this moment. Everyone could see that he was moving further on the demonic path. His killing intent was getting stronger, his cultivation level was also getting higher. A huge veil was pulled open, pushing away the surrounding images. This was at the side of Spectral Soul's left leg. Seeing this, the Immortals understood. The larger the scene depicted by the colorful smoke, the more it showed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's turbulent emotions at that time. Thus, once this scene appeared, everyone's attention was attracted. This was a silver-white space. It was where Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was. Gu Immortal Spectral Soul charged in alone. He had an arrogant expression on his face as he muttered to himself, "Thieving Heaven, even though you are a demon venerable, you are already dead. Leave behind your inheritance and leave it to me." However, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was left for otherworldly demons. Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was not an otherworldly demon. He did not have the qualifications to inherit the inheritance. He used all his methods, spitting out blood. His face was pale as he returned in defeat. When Spectral Soul became a demon venerable, he dominated the world and slaughtered all living beings. He stood at the peak, his hair was white. Looking afar, corpses were everywhere, living beings were in a state of misery. This was recorded in human history. Spectral Soul attacked a certain superforce and slaughtered countless people just to obtain Lifespan Gu. He played with this Lifespan Gu in his hand, his gaze was perplexed. He looked at heaven and earth, muttering to himself, "Heaven, since you wanted to kill us, why did you create us?" He had invincible strength, but his heart was perplexed. His killing Tao could not explain this doubt. Another big screen appeared. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable came to Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. This was the place where he had failed when he was young. The will of Thief Providence appeared in front of him. Anyone who becomes a venerable has something extraordinary about them. But I hope you can be merciful and preserve my true inheritance for a fated person. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had his arms behind his back. He had a cold expression. "When I was young, I desired everything here. But now I have already achieved supreme Tao. The things here, no matter how precious they are, they no longer attract me. I came here because I have a question." The will of Thief Providence smiled. "I understand. People who have reached our level. They have many questions about heaven and earth. How about this? I will share my experience with you. You can use it as a reference." Okay. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable nodded. The will of Thief Providence continued. "You might already know that I am not a person of this world. Using your understanding, I am an otherworldly demon. The world I came from has a different scenery and foundation from this world. To me, I am only a guest here. I want to go home. I've been working hard for this my entire life. My original name is Benjie Sunday. My original appearance has golden hair and azure eyes. Before coming here, I had a beautiful fiancée. We were discussing the wedding preparations. My social status is also very high because I am a mecha master." Chicken rack? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes shined with deep interest. He had traveled the 5 regions, but this was the first time he heard about the world outside the heavens. Mecha, you can think of it as a type of puppet. Or armor. When a person is inside, they can control it and unleash immense battle strength. The will of thief Providence explained. A moment later, another scene appeared. Inside 88-point Jianghu Tower. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable held a giant sun true inheritance. After looking at it, he sighed. This possession method can extend lifespan. But using the soul to possess the body is merely a method to prolong one's life. Death is unavoidable. To extend lifespan Gu is the most important. The path of Gu immortals. There are many calamities and tribulations, it is hard to resist them, it is hard for the soul to survive, longevity is defying heaven, difficult. Giant Sun, oh giant sun, even if you created 88-point Jianghu Tower to plunder Northern Plains lifespan Gu. But Providence is dangerous, it produces fewer and fewer lifespan Gu, even if you take all the lifespan Gu in the world, so what? Producing lifespan Gu is the work of Providence. To live forever in this world, Providence is the key. In the river of time. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stood in the air, looking at a budding red lotus on the river. His entire body was emitting dense darkness that corroded the red lotus. Finally, after using all his strength, he successfully left behind a ghostly face on the surface of the red lotus. The most mysterious red lotus demon venerable in history. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sighed, his face was filled with fatigue, but his eyes were shining. I want to see why you purposely stopped and left behind the remnant fate Immortal Gu back then. A long while later. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression was filled with shock and confusion. He muttered to himself. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme is so deep. So only a complete otherworldly demon can completely destroy fate. Like thieving heaven demon Venerable, he is only half an otherworldly demon. Similar to the immortal killer move soul piercing that I created. Because his soul originates from an otherworldly world, while his body originates from this world. To extend my lifespan, I have to go against the heavenly Tao and Providence. Unfortunately, Providence has no soul, I cannot kill Providence. Maybe by using the essence of this red lotus true inheritance, I can become half an otherworldly demon. In a dark secret room. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sat cross-legged on the ground, countless Gu formations were set up in front of him. Inside the Gu formation there were many corpses. There were males and females, young and old, as well as variant humans. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's hair was disheveled, his hands and body were covered in blood, he was thin like a skeleton, but his eyes were deep in his eye sockets, shining with bright light. He stared at a book in his hand. The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, the Legends of Renzu, to think that I only understood you today. You are the description of human path, the true inheritance left behind by Renzu. Using human path methods, I can create a new body. After my soul transforms, I will become half an otherworldly demon. Maybe not just that, I can also. A pity? It is too late, it is too late. My injuries are too severe, death is right in front of me. This scene made the Celestial Court's Gu immortals extremely shocked. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, but he died because of his injuries. Who was it that injured him? Or did he injure himself while experimenting with human path methods? Myriad Tribulation Grand Clear Space was still ongoing. Chapter 1023. It was another scene. Inside the Gate of Life and Death. Obsession Death Realm. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable no longer had a physical body, what was in front of everyone was a soul with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. He looked at his own appearance in the reflection of the lake and said to himself, very good. I created the soul-devouring method from Food Path. Not only did it allow me to recover to my peak condition, it also allowed me to devour the souls of other Gu immortals and obtain their memories and cultivation experiences. This is considered a blessing in disguise. However, I haven't found the souls of any other immortal sovereigns or demon sovereigns. It was understandable that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have one. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not return either. Did he successfully return home? It's time to return to the human world. Without Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley blocking the way, it would be much easier for me to walk out of the Gate of Life and Death than Renzu. However, it's not appropriate for my main body to make a move for now. I'll first send some of my soul fragments out to pave the way for my main body. When I regain control of the universe, I'll deal with you. Spectral Soul's gaze landed on a special soul. He was currently sleeping soundly, his entire body releasing a golden radiance. He was like a sun as he descended by the lakeside. In the following scene, it was no longer spectral soul but 7 mortals. Seeing the light of day again, I am deeply moved. Among the 7 people, one of them looked up at the sun and said, "Even though we are mortals now, with the cultivation experiences given by our main bodies, we can definitely become Gu immortals." The reverse flow river blocked the way. Originally there were 10 clones but only 7 of us made it out. I'm afraid it'll take a lot of effort for my main body to come out. Once someone with ulterior motives found out, it would be even more troublesome. They won't sit idly by. To be safe, we should split up and secretly develop in the 5 regions. Every once in a while they will communicate with each other. If that's the case, why don't we create an organization to deceive people? Not bad. Let's call it the Shadow Sect. It's as inconspicuous as a shadow, but it's everywhere. One day the entire world will be shrouded in our shadows. All right. There are 7 of us. They were called red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Just like the immemorial 7 heavens, they were once high and mighty, but now they had fallen. This is a warning to myself not to be lazy and slack. So it's Sword Immortal Bo Qing. It really is one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals exclaimed. One of the old women said in shame, "The evidence is irrefutable. My spirit affinity house is indeed at fault for failing to supervise. It's impossible to guard against a demon venerable's means. Even the Celestial Court was infiltrated by a traitor of his soul. Not to mention Spirit Affinity House. Fortunately, the Pagoda Master noticed. He used Heaven Overseeing Tower to discover this shocking secret, that gave us a chance to stop this unparalleled demon." The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals sighed. Right now, even though they could not continue to harass him, Spectral Soul's situation was not good either. Ever since the descent of Grey Memory Myriad Tribulation, Spectral Soul had been standing still, allowing the Myriad Tribulation Grand clear space to attack him. His injuries were terrible to look at now. Qing. On the ground, within Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's body, Mo Yao's remnant soul was also moved by the image of the handsome middle-aged man. Around her. Similarly, grey fog surged, showing a moving scene from deep within her memories. It was a scene of ruins, mangled corpses, blood was flowing everywhere. It seemed like she had gone through an intense battle. Qing. Don't die, you cannot die. If you die, how can I live? Mo Yao hugged Sword Immortal Bo Qing, crying helplessly. Bo Qing weakly held Mo Yao's hand. At this point, I will not hide anything from you. I come from Shadow Sect. I was originally a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. You loved the wrong person falling in love with me. It will only cause you to suffer. Go, quickly go. If not, it will be too late. Mo Yao's body shook, she shook her head. She rejected firmly, "No, I won't go. I don't care what your identity is, I only know that we love each other deeply, that is the most important thing. I don't care about anything else. I cannot live with you, but I can die with you." Oh. Wuxia watched from the side, clicking his tongue. He had a look of surprise on his face. Grey fog rumbled endlessly, the scenes around Spectral Soul became even more chaotic. Earlier it was only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's perspective, but now it was split into 7 people. These 7 people had only inherited a small portion of the foundation, they all had their own hardships and pain. Moreover, every once in a while, Spectral Soul's main body in Obsession Death Domain would travel Reverse Flow River and send out his split souls. This made the scenes even more chaotic. However, there was still a huge scene that attracted everyone's attention. The 6 people from Shadow Sect gathered together. They were the first batch to leave the door of life and death, they had all become immortals now. It is my fault. Green spoke. If I did not ask Green to teach that unscrupulous merchant of jewel yellow skies a lesson, Green would not have fallen in love and betrayed us, even exposing his main body. This is not your fault, Green. Green, Z comforted him. This is a trap set up by the will of the heavens. Didn't you realize it? When we were mortals it was not obvious. But as our cultivation level grew, nothing went smoothly, we became more and more troubled. No matter what we do, there will be unexpected changes and setbacks. We need to deal with Green's matter quickly, otherwise, it will interfere with our main body's plan. What should we do? Green walks the path of Sword Path, he has the strongest battle strength. Do we need to gather together and get rid of him? Even though this is possible, the price is huge and the risk is high. I have a plan. If we succeed, we might be able to get Fairy Mo Yao to join us. Purple said leisurely. What plan? Purple smiled. Green fell in love because of Spirit Affinity House's signature Immortal Goo, Love Love. This goo is rank 9, its power is unrivaled, Green's fall is not his fault. After all, his sword path is not complete, he will not be able to defend against such an attack. But coincidentally, I gained some insights today, my wisdom path attainment level has risen to Great Grandmaster. Furthermore, we have been communicating, I have a deep understanding of Green's sword path. After Green's incident, I tried my best to deduce how to solve this problem. I deduced an Immortal Goo recipe that can refine Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Purple nodded, that's right. Wisdom Sword cuts the threads of emotion, even though this goo cannot rival rank 9 Love Goo, in fact, we only need to cut the love Dao marks on Green's body. We can make Green have a fortuitous encounter or inspiration, he will think that he created this brand new Immortal Goo recipe. Once he uses it, the threads of emotion on him will be cut, he will regain his rationality and return to us. Not just that, Mo Yao will still have the threads of emotion on her, we can use this to make her our own. Purple's words caused everyone to be overjoyed, and they praised him repeatedly. Brilliant plan. Brilliant plan. Haha, as expected of Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Purple. What? Seeing this, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, who was on the ground, frowned deeply. Mo Yao's remnant soul, who was inside, knew that her lover had indeed refined Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo in the future. Then after that, Green, did he deceive my feelings or did he still love me? At once, Mo Yao's remnant soul fluctuated intensely, she was filled with intense questions. Right at this time, another scene unfolded beside Spectral Soul. Shadow Sect's 7 immortals gathered. As long as I become venerable, even without my main body, I will be invincible in the world again, dominating the firmament. By then, with such invincible battle strength, even Providence would not be able to do anything to me. At least in this era there are countless lifespan goo. Green slightly raised her head, her tone was filled with pride. Don't underestimate Providence. Green said solemnly, haven't the lessons we received over these years been enough? Purple, you are our strategist, what do you think? Yellow asked. Purple looked at Green. From Green's first failure, as long as we make sufficient preparations and prevent any accidents, it should not be a problem. How is Fairy Mo Yao? Green laughed coldly. That foolish woman, she is actually prepared to sacrifice herself for me. She went to 88-point Jianghu Tower and refined Calamity beckoning Immortal Goo. She is trying to draw the grand tribulation to herself when I undergo tribulation. Purple shook her head. Even though Giant Sun Immortal's luck is truly unique, it is impossible for her to succeed. But Mo Yao's method will not succeed. But since she has this intention, why don't we give her that Change Soul Immortal Goo and that Immortal Killer move? If you fail the tribulation, as long as your soul is intact, your foundation will still be there, you can make a comeback quickly. It is good to prepare well. Green nodded emotionlessly. This scene caused Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's body to shake intensely. Wuxia sensed something amiss, he quickly said, Don't think too much. This is a myriad tribulation, it might not be real. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing did not speak, he was silent like steel, his fists were clenched tightly, his muscles were tense and his eyes were shut. Shadow Sect's 5 immortals gathered. Blue failed. He used his immortal aperture to fuse with the immemorial Blue Heaven fragment to research Providence, he has already fallen deep into the dream realm. Yellow said with a pained expression. The immortals were silent. After a long while, Purple spoke slowly, even though Blue can be saved by external forces, I feel that we should not act rashly. This is a trap that Providence intentionally left behind to expose more of our members. This can be seen from Green's second failure to break through to rank 9 realm. The power of that tribulation was more than 10 times that of the first. Evidently, Providence does not allow us to become venerables, it has been targeting us all along. To tell you the truth, I have felt something amiss recently as well. First it was Green, then Blue, and I will be next. The immortals were shocked, they quickly said, Purple, don't think too much. This is not thinking too much. This is the premonition of a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. After something happens to me, Goo Immortal Dali will take over my position. Also, Providence's power is beyond our estimation, but it is not impossible to deceive it. From now on, Shadow Sect should lay low and accumulate strength in the dark. When it goes against heaven in the future, it will be best if it explodes in one go, Providence will not have enough time to react. Chapter 1024. It was another rather large painting. Green, let's go. Yellow grabbed Green's arm, dragging him out. No, I won't go. I can still be saved. Look at those 10 venerable immortal fetus goo, they still have some aura left. Green shouted, struggling. Let me go, that was my life's work. Do you think this explosion was an accident? Look at these rank 8 immortal materials, take a good look. Yellow shouted angrily. Green's body shook, clarity flashed in his eyes, he recognized them, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, he said with lingering fear, these immortal materials are all filled with providence. That was close, at that moment, my mind was actually affected by providence. Even after setting up such a huge formation and hiding in Northern Plains Trench, Providence still sensed us? Only a complete otherworldly demon cannot be sensed by Providence. We were sensed, there is nothing to be discouraged about. Give up, we will start again. Yellow consoled. Green was speechless, he stared at the sand, nodding with a heavy expression. I already told you, your deduction is completely wrong, Red Lotus true inheritance has nothing to do with me. Gu Immortal Dili said helplessly. The opposing time path Gu Immortal's face was shrouded in fog, it could not be seen clearly. Only the red lotus mark on his forehead was bright and clear. He or she sneered, I used the time path methods of Red Lotus true inheritance to deduce, how could I be wrong? Red Lotus Demon Venerable's next true inheritance is going to be on you. Dili was silent for a while before saying, then what else is there to say, let's fight. Saying so he charged forward. You finally stopped hiding. The mysterious Gu Immortal was also filled with battle intent. The intense battle lasted for a long time. Gu Immortal Dili could not defeat his opponent, he was suppressed by the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. The myriad tribulation, grand clear space was finally over. Spectral Soul could not resist at all, his body was covered in injuries by the countless green birds, his body had shrunk by a third. At the same time Heaven Overseeing Tower was getting restless, it seemed like it was about to break free from phantom form. The surrounding gray fog had unknowingly dissipated. More than half of it had already dissipated. This meant, myriad tribulation gray memory was also over. However, the calamity in the sky was still continuing. Another wave of myriad tribulation was gathering power above Spectral Soul's head. As long as Spectral Soul was not destroyed, Providence would never let him go. Myriad tribulations, oil poison. Droplets of sticky, poisonous oil dripped down from the sky. This oil seemed to be extremely hot. When it landed on Spectral Soul's body, there was a sizzling sound as purple smoke rose. The oil had seeped and flowed into the wound. The parts of Spectral Soul that were corroded by the oil started to rot intensely. Soon, the poisonous oil turned from a single drop into a series, and then into countless strands, falling from the sky and enveloping a radius of several hundred li. Spectral Soul's huge body was bathed in the poisonous oil. It was corroding and rotting at a visible rate, his body was shrinking rapidly. But he still didn't move. Wuxia was down below. His face was filled with anxiety. He wanted to shout, but he couldn't do anything as he was struck by the great tribulation, earth caving. Any movement or even excited thoughts would cause him to sink deeper and deeper. What happened? You two ended up like this? He muttered, glancing at Immortal Zombie Bo Qing beside him. From the start, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was silent like a statue. He did not move as if his heart had died, he was indifferent to the outside world. Fortunately, they were under Spectral Soul's feet. Blocked by Spectral Soul's towering body, the myriad tribulation did not cause any harm to Wuxia and Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. A few 100,000 li away, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing helped each other as they escaped. Behind them, a group of southern border Gu Immortals chased after them. The consciousness of the 5 regions Gu Immortals. They were very strong. Even in the most enlightened Eastern Sea, outsiders did not have an easy time, they were often bullied and ostracized by Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals. In the earlier battle, after He Lulan almost killed a southern border Gu Immortal, the situation went out of control. The southern border Gu Immortals were furious, outsiders of Northern Plains were so arrogant. They were going too far, not only did they fight in southern border, they even injured our people. What did they think our southern border was? Thus, they chased relentlessly, not just that, they even called for reinforcements. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing were not in good condition to begin with, they were injured. They fought and retreated, under their intentional guidance, they were getting further and further away from Etian Mountain. No matter how ambitious He Lulan was, she did not dare to get close to that place. That was not a stage for rank 6 Gu Immortals. They were not even rank 7s, rank 8s were only side characters. That was the battlefield where Spectral Soul and Providence fought. The myriad tribulation dark oil poison had already ended, Spectral Soul was now surrounded by another myriad tribulation. This myriad tribulation was unknown to the world, it had surpassed the limits of historical records. It was formless and had no substance, it only had an extremely profound and unfathomable aura. Wherever the aura went, Spectral Soul's body would explode again and again. Spectral Soul was a soul, but he was condensed into a solid form like a soul beast. Now that he was detonated by the aura, his mountain-like body was gone, only his skeleton was left, large pieces of his soul were sent flying. Within the gray fog, another scene appeared. Inkstone coughed out blood, he held heavenly secret goo as he muttered, "So Fang Yuan has spring-autumn cicada. No wonder he could refine fixed immortal travel and go to central continents who immortal blessed land to seize Danghun Mountain." Next, he destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. He is an otherworldly demon and also has spring-autumn cicada, he has clearly escaped fate, this is the best chess piece for me to deal with Providence. Alright, let me cover for you and tie by Yunxing, to prevent others from deducing you. Qin Baisheng observed the immemorial ruined bat secretly, as well as the calamities and tribulations in the world. This was the scene of Dongfang Naganori's reincarnation and tribulation. Dongfang Naganori only reincarnated, but because he was tainted by the main body's aura, Providence sensed him and sent such a calamity. In the future, when the main body revives, the calamities and tribulations will be even greater. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie nodded. We can leave now, this probe against Providence has ended. But why is Chu Rong not back yet? At this time, Fairy Jianghu appeared with a terrible expression. Chu Rong is dead, the operation to retrieve ordinary thatched hut failed. What happened? Qin Baisheng was slightly shocked. Chu Rong has Fire Path Grandmaster attainment level. He has rank 7 cultivation level. He is 3 thatched demon immortals inheritor. Fairy Jianghu said, "This person has hidden himself deeply, his methods are ruthless, even I could not return. 3 thatched demon immortal forget it. I will give up on ordinary thatched hut. The plan is about to start. We cannot expose our identity because of this immortal goo house and cause Providence to attack us prematurely." Qin Baisheng thought for a while before saying, "Luopa Valley." Shadow Sect's group had grim expressions as they faced the central continent goo immortals. Qin Baisheng's gaze was fixed on Feng Jioga as he sighed, "Providence's attack has already arrived." In order to protect the pawn Fang Yuan, Inkstone helped him conceal his tracks. Central Continent's goo immortals investigated Fang Yuan, but after following the clues, they ended up investigating us instead. "What do we do now?" Fairy Jianghu asked. "It seems we have no choice but to fight." Qin Baisheng gritted his teeth. Cough cough. Inkstone coughed non-stop. His face was pale, he was so weak and exhausted that he felt like he might not be able to catch his breath. "This time, I used heavenly secret goo and used 100 years of lifespan. But it was worth it, I deduced that spring-autumn cicada's condition was not good, it had already been used." Seeing that Fang Yuan came to Yitian Mountain in advance, he clearly knows about the battle at Yitian Mountain. This means that my main body had already failed once, so he used that Red Lotus True Inheritance to revive Fang Yuan. Going back to the past and changing the future. Fortunately, it is only a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, there is no need to fear it. In that case, Fang Yuan is an excellent benchmark. Looking at his performance, I will be able to deduce more things. Wouldn't it be more straightforward to just search his soul? Would it affect the overall situation? According to my arrangements, Bo Qing, 7-star child, and the rest have already tried to delay Celestial Court. This result should be much better than my previous life. Old Man Inkstone sat in a pavilion. He looked at the white fog on the green mountain, it was changing unpredictably. Zombie Alliance has also made arrangements, it can be used as a backup plan to salvage the situation. Of course it would be best if we can preserve it. I hope I won't need to use it. After using the newly obtained lifespan goo, I still have over 20 years of lifespan left. It is time to die. It is only natural for my split soul to return to my main body. But before I die, I will deduce the tribulations for my main body. A long while later. Cough cough cough. I did not die. That means I have already deduced all of the tribulations? No, it's every generation of Shadow Sect's think tanks, after countless deductions, they finally achieved a qualitative change. This is quite ironic. With heavenly secret immortal goo as the core, a wisdom path killer move can deduce the contents of the tribulations. However, this immortal goo was created by Paradise Earth. When he was alive, he did everything he could to get rid of the main body's influence, to think that after death, he would actually help Shadow Sect so greatly. Seeing this, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were pale with fright. It turned out that Shadow Sect had already reached the stage of deducing tribulations. This meant that Spectral Soul was not moving in the Myriad Tribulation. It was quite suspicious. The mysterious Myriad Tribulation was gradually ending. The final Myriad Tribulation descended. Vine Dragon Tribulation. Countless green vines with sharp thorns shot out from the sky and the ground, coiling around Spectral Soul's body. Soon, 1,000,000 vines wrapped around Spectral Soul, forming a huge ball of vines. They coiled around him, getting tighter and tighter. They even took root in Spectral Soul's body, absorbing his soul as nutrients. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. He is doing this on purpose. Look at that 10 extreme formation. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals shifted their gazes, coming to a realization. It turned out that Shadow Sect had already deduced the contents of the tribulations. They had made arrangements to deal with them. Spectral Soul purposely did not resist. He wanted to use the power of the Myriad Tribulation to fuse his soul path foundation into the formation, using it as nutrients. What is he trying to refine? He is actually using his demonic soul as a Gu material. Not just that. The Myriad Tribulation is actually engraving space path, poison path, chi path, wood path and other Dao marks on his body, destroying his soul path Dao marks. The reason why he could injure Spectral Soul is because these Dao marks are not weaker than the soul path foundation he accumulated for 100,000 years. Gasp! Sensing this, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals drew in a sharp breath. It seemed that Spectral Soul not only refined himself, he even used the power of the Myriad Tribulation to help him achieve his goal. What exactly was he plotting? The 10 extreme formation was at its final juncture. In the dark fog, the ball of light was getting brighter. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank to rock bottom. His face was filled with unswerving determination as he said in a deep voice, "This can't go on. We need to destroy Spectral Soul's scheme. No matter what he is refining, we need to destroy this 10 extreme formation as soon as possible. But we are already in phantom form. No, we still have one chance to retaliate." This is the research result of the successive generations of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lords. It has always been a tightly guarded secret. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were surprised and joyful. Then why aren't you using it? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled bitterly, saying the price of using it. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 1025. A moment later, someone stood up. Shadow Sect can be sacrificed. Why can't our Celestial Court? I am willing to stay behind and control Heaven Overseeing Tower. I'm also willing. Sacrificing this body to kill a demon venerable, why not? More and more Gu Immortals stood up. Of course, there were also Celestial Court Gu Immortals who had different opinions. In my opinion, the urgent matter now is to find out what Spectral Soul is refining. The situation is not irreversible yet. Where there is life, there is hope. Back then, when Spectral Soul was alive, he did not attack Celestial Court. Now that he is dead, he is definitely not as strong as when he was alive. What does our mighty Celestial Court have to fear? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I have made up my mind. Those who are determined to stay behind, activate Heaven Overseeing Tower with me. As for the rest, I will send you to White Heaven. Regardless of victory or defeat, try to gather the remnant immortal Gu houses and bring them back to Celestial Court. Thus, Celestial Court's side finally came to an agreement. Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly shot out a dazzling light. A pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Heaven Overseeing Tower. Spectral Soul was secretly shocked. He tried to control Heaven Overseeing Tower to prevent it from breaking free from phantom form. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not intend to break free from phantom form. In fact, its final counterattack method required it to maintain its phantom form at all times. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded in heaven and earth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I will show you the new and stronger strength of Heaven Overseeing Tower. With a loud bang, a subtle change suddenly occurred in the surrounding area. The Myriad Tribulation Bramble Dragon was originally coiling around Spectral Soul's body, but at this moment, under Heaven Overseeing Tower's influence, it changed its target, directly pouncing towards the 10 extreme formation. Spectral Soul's expression finally changed. Heaven Overseeing Tower's move was out of his expectations. Even though he had schemed for tens of thousands of years, deduced countless times, and expended the lives of generations of wisdom path Gu Immortals. The entire plan had been deduced over and over again, perfected over and over again. But he still did not expect Heaven Overseeing Tower to have such a method. It could control myriad tribulations. What method was this? An intense aura erupted. Spectral Soul could no longer remain unmoved. He quickly used his methods to block the attacks of the countless vines. He had experienced countless myriad tribulations. In order to complete the mysterious immortal goo in the 10 extreme formation, his battle strength had already been greatly weakened. But at this moment, when he attacked with his full strength, his demonic might was still towering, and his might was invincible. He had lost more than half of his soul path Tao marks. However, at this moment, the light of Tao marks lit up one after another, and it was even denser and brighter than the stars in the sky. An unimaginably violent confrontation. One side controlled the myriad tribulations to attack, while the other's soul turned invisible to defend against the attacks of the countless vines. Even though he was alone, even though only his soul was left, Spectral Soul displayed miraculous battle techniques. He blocked all the vines and thorny dragons that came at him. The 10-terminal grand formation was tightly protected by him, and not a single drop of water could enter. Heaven Overseeing Tower, which was still in an illusory state, was disintegrating. Moreover, the speed of its disintegration was getting faster and faster. The countless mortal goo that made up Heaven Overseeing Tower were slowly disintegrating. Including the immortal goo, every second a large number of them were being destroyed. Within Heaven Overseeing Tower, every few breaths of time, a rank 8 celestial court goo immortal would die, dying on the spot. In order to control the myriad tribulations, Celestial Court's side had paid a huge price. It was the same for Spectral Soul. He was already heavily injured, and when he resisted the thorny dragon myriad tribulation, his soul and demonic body were rapidly weakening. The speed was extremely fast. It was like a balloon with a huge hole. The aura that had filled heaven and earth had weakened. The surging demonic might seem to have turned from a prairie fire into a bonfire. Spectral Soul, you are defying heaven, you will not have a good ending. Before dying, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord let out his final curse. Around him, the Celestial Court's goo immortals were all dead. Rumble. Only a small portion of Heaven Overseeing Tower remained. It completely disintegrated, turning into countless fragments. The fragments turned back into mortal goo and immortal goo. Following the pillar of light, they penetrated the heavenly wind chi wall and flew towards the depths of white heaven. The Celestial Court's goo immortals who were left behind in white heaven took action and retrieved these immortal goo. The most important one was Fate Immortal Goo. Spectral Soul's body had already shrunk from thousands of meters to hundreds of meters. He was only tens of meters tall now. Not just that, his soul true body was not condensed, it was very transparent and drifted with the wind. His aura was extremely weak. The Grand Tribulation, Earth Collapse, also dissipated completely at this moment. A sword light flashed in the air. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had already flown to Spectral Soul. Mo Yao's remnant soul in his body shouted coldly, "Spectral Soul, return my son to me." Spectral Soul's gaze, however, was fixed on the 10 extreme formation. The formation's dark fog had already dissipated, the 10 extreme immortal zombies had already been sacrificed, only a round ball was left, flickering with a dazzling 9-colored light. Immortal zombie Bo Qing continued to get closer. "You promised me that you would revive him." Spectral Soul slowly moved his gaze towards immortal zombie Bo Qing's face. The split soul that created Bo Qing was destroyed in the Grand Tribulation. Since the split soul is gone, how can I revive him? You lied to me? Immortal zombie Bo Qing clenched his fists, a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Of course I did not lie to you. I am Bo Qing's main body, my revival also includes Bo Qing's revival. I will rule the world in the future. It also means that Bo Qing has reached rank 9 attainment level. Wasn't this what you hoped for back then? Spectral Soul said slowly. Oh fool. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was furious, he charged towards Spectral Soul. But the sword light had just appeared when it stopped. Immortal zombie Bo Qing floated in front of Spectral Soul, unable to move. Are you the last obstacle to me? Such a pity. If it wasn't for Xianxia's warning before he died, you might have caused some trouble. But now, you forgot that all of your sword path immortal goo are the wills of my split soul. You also forgot who was secretly feeding them all these years. Spectral Soul's tone was cold, he paused for a moment before continuing. Now, I will give you one last chance. Kill them to atone for your disobedience. They were naturally referring to the Celestial Court goo immortals deep in white heaven. Pui? Humph, foolish woman. At the next moment, Mo Yao's remnant soul was forcefully pulled out and swallowed by Spectral Soul. After swallowing this remnant soul, Spectral Soul's body became slightly more solid. Wuxia. Protect me, you will only need a dozen or so breaths of time to succeed, Spectral Soul said. Spectral Soul said as he shrunk to the size of a child. Yes. Wuxia flew up, standing beside Spectral Soul as he looked around vigilantly. The pillar of light that pierced the heavenly wind chi wall had vanished. There is no more chance. The celestial court Gu Immortals sighed. They stored the remaining Gu worms in heaven overseeing tower and left. Spectral Soul stretched out his hand to touch this refined immortal Gu. His eyes were filled with emotions. After planning for tens of thousands of years, I racked my brains and worked hard. Finally, today I refined this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. With this immortal Gu, I can surpass all the venerables in history, I will become half a heavenly demon, I will reach an unparalleled realm that no one has ever reached. All the past immortal venerables and demon venerables are not my match, even if Renzu revives he will be inferior to me, ha ha ha. Spectral Soul raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter contained madness, relief, smugness and pride. He was venting. A gust of wind blew, Spectral Soul's figure swayed in the wind. He had expended almost all of his strength, if not for devouring Mo Yao's remnant soul, he might not even be able to maintain his basic form. The laughter stopped. Spectral Soul squinted with a dark light, but at the final juncture I cannot be careless. The remaining soul path Dao marks on his body shined brightly at this moment. He could sense with his soul he had a huge range. In White Heaven the celestial court Gu Immortals had left behind many investigative Gu worms, they had already left. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. Soul light shone brightly, he opened his mouth and let out a breath of eerie chi. This breath of eerie chi flew upwards, it penetrated the heavenly wind chi wall that enveloped White Heaven. The celestial court Gu Immortals' investigative Gu worms were all destroyed, not a single one was left. Spectral Soul looked around. Soon he saw Fang Yuan. At this moment Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were protecting him. Fang Yuan was lying on the ground, his eyelashes were trembling, he was about to wake up. He is awake. He is about to wake up. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted in joy. He Lulan frowned deeply, she looked at the sky and said without turning her head, "Then why are you not waking him up? Use fixed immortal travel to leave this damned place." Spectral Soul frowned slightly but soon his frown eased. Right now they were hundreds of thousands of li apart. The surrounding 10,000 li of Etian Mountain was covered by the myriad tribulation, it was completely destroyed. If Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel he could only teleport 10,000 li away. Even if he woke up he might not choose to take the risk here. Even if he chose to take the risk, Spectral Soul had enough time. Moreover, after being cleansed by the myriad tribulations, this world was exceptionally clean. The Gu Immortals died, the immortal apertures they left behind were all refined by the 10 extreme formation. A small portion was also destroyed by the myriad tribulations. Only life and death blessed land was purposely preserved. There is no need to worry anymore. Something's not right. Spectral Soul suddenly looked at Wuxia. Wuxia blinked, looking at his main body. How much lifespan do you have left? Spectral Soul asked. Wuxia replied, we still have the time to brew a cup of tea. It is more than enough. Spectral Soul's heart was finally at ease. He could not hold on any longer, his body dissipated and condensed into a soul ball, it was the size of a basin, it was condensed into a solid form and floated towards sovereign immortal fetus Gu. During this process Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Providence! He shouted as he sat up, he was filled with anger and anxiety. Fang Yuan, you finally woke up. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were overjoyed. Fang Yuan actually attacked his two benefactors. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were caught off guard, they were sent flying. Fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan activated this rank 6 immortal Gu. Juice. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body staggered, fixed immortal travel's activation failed. Damn it, I have to make it in time. He gritted his teeth, activating fixed immortal travel again. Before Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan arrived, he succeeded. He arrived at a place 10,000 li away from Etian Mountain. Looking at the battlefield that had changed beyond recognition, he was dumbfounded, his entire body turned cold. It was too late. Like Spectral Soul expected, Fang Yuan could not make it in time. But, right when Spectral Soul was about to merge with sovereign immortal fetus Gu, a hand suddenly stretched out. Wuxia grabbed onto Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was already at the end of his rope before he could react. He heard Wuxia say 4 words. Led Soul into dream. Wah! At the next moment, Spectral Soul fell into a dream realm. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of Wuxia's body. It quickly fused into the rank 9 immortal goo in front of him. Chapter 1026. Let us rewind time to not too long ago. Heaven overseeing tower turned phantom, floating above Spectral Soul's head. At this time, Spectral Soul's hundreds of thick black arms seemed to have shrunk greatly. They became thin and thin. With his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation changed. The spreading dark clouds quickly gathered at the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It was rotating slowly, radiating 14 different colors of light. Seeing this, Heaven overseeing tower lord turned pale with fright. He quickly ordered, "Chop off these arms." Heaven overseeing tower was like a sharp arrow. It slashed down, drawing a dazzling rainbow of light in the sky. Wherever the rainbow of light passed, Spectral Soul's arms would be cut off. Wuxia, quickly go and deal with the Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals. Immortal Zombie Boqing quickly shouted. It was easy for them to deal with Fang Yuan and the rest. But because of all sorts of changes, they were interrupted many times. Wuxia gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave like this. Wait, let me sleep with Fang Yuan first. Saying so, he activated the rank 8 immortal killer move Lead Soul into dream. Fang Yuan had nowhere to dodge. He was drawn into the dream realm. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, zither music resounded. Fang Yuan met star constellation Immortal Venerable again. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Fang Yuan quickly used his dream path killer move, but the dream realm did not budge. At most, a transparent ripple appeared in his vision. Even though his unravel dream countered the dream realm, it was only at rank 6. In contrast, Wuxia's killer move was at rank 8. The difference between the two was too great. Fang Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. Immediately, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither music reverberated. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Fang Yuan. She started to sing. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost this time. Deep in the dream realm, the only way to unravel it was. With his defeat, Fang Yuan had no way to turn the situation around. But at this time, star constellation Immortal Venerable's singing entered his ears again. The singing faded away. When a hero is down and out, his life is full of troubles and misfortunes. The broken sword sinks into the sand, the rise and fall of the ages, the endless heavenly river surges. Worry, the night is long and dreamy. Where can I find peace? How many spring and autumn does a person's heart change? Providence alone is boundless. Once again, a mysterious message flowed in Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan's soul, which had fallen into a dream, violently shook. Things change in the spring and autumn, but providence is boundless. At this moment he finally understood the meaning of the last line of the poem. It turned out that the mysterious rank 7 immortal goo he obtained from immortal zombie Boqing was Change Soul Immortal Goo. Back then, Mo Yao was worried that her beloved Boqing would fail the tribulation. He decided to use Change Soul Immortal Goo at the crucial moment to swap their souls, to deceive everyone and save her beloved Boqing. Boqing also wanted to use Mo Yao to help him transcend the tribulation, but he was afraid that the tribulation would affect his will. Thus, he directly gave this immortal goo to Mo Yao instead of just renting it. Thus, Change Soul Immortal Goo was refined by Mo Yao. It was filled with Mo Yao's will. Next, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom and Mo Yao's fake will to create a goo formation. While stabilizing these immortal goo that he obtained, he slowly refined them. Because of Mo Yao's will, Change Soul Immortal Goo was refined by Fang Yuan first. As for the other Sword Path Immortal Goo, because they were filled with Boqing's will, they were delayed and did not succeed before the Battle of Etian Mountain. They were still in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. According to the last line of the poem, Fang Yuan could not escape by using Unravel Dream. He had to use Change Soul Immortal Goo to swap souls with Wuxia. Of course it was not so simple. The information in Fang Yuan's heart contained an immortal killer move. This immortal killer move not only used Change Soul Immortal Goo as the core, it also included Attitude Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, and many Dream Path and Soul Path Mortal Goo. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to do it. From his previous successful experience, Fang Yuan knew that the reliability of this information was quite high. Most importantly, he had no other choice. At this moment, Fang Yuan had no way out. The other party was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. With just his current foundation and strength, he could not shake the other party. Only by following this instruction would he have a chance of winning. Thus he activated the Immortal Killer move. He succeeded. Fang Yuan and Wuxia's souls were swapped secretly. Fang Yuan's soul was originally hit by Lead Soul into Dream. He was trapped in a dream realm. After swapping souls, he secretly entered Wuxia's pure dream reality seeker physique body. And even though Wuxia's soul entered Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, it was trapped in the dream realm and replaced Fang Yuan. After swapping souls succeeded, Fang Yuan could not help but be dazed for a moment. Seeing himself in front of him, his thoughts moved quickly. He placed his hands on his waist and laughed smugly. "Ha, this time why don't you try breaking free for me?" Fang Yuan. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing shouted. But Fang Yuan was in deep sleep. He could not wake up. At this moment, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing raised his hand, about to attack He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He had signed an alliance agreement with He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. If he did not save them, he would suffer the backlash of the new alliance agreement. However, if he were to save the two of them, it would arouse suspicion, and he might even expose his identity. But soon Fang Yuan realized. I was thinking too much. Right now, my immortal goo are still in my body. I have no way to stop Bo Qing. Even if Wuxia has many immortal goo, Lead Soul into Dream is an immortal killer move. How can I use it? Fang Yuan could only watch helplessly. But a turning point suddenly appeared. An extremely strong suction force came from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard. They were all sucked into the ground, their legs stabbed deep into the ground. A terrifying formless force restricted them. They could not move. Grand Tribulation Earth collapse. Bo Qing and Wuxia were shocked. They did not expect that other than the myriad tribulation targeting Spectral Soul, there was also a Grand Tribulation ambushing them. What made them even more shocked was that He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing and Fang Yuan were not affected by the Grand Tribulation. After He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing landed on the ground, they regained their freedom and could move freely. Furthermore, at this moment, the 10 Extreme Formation had created a mysterious ball. The force that was restricting the surroundings vanished. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing brought Fang Yuan, and quickly escaped. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with killing intent, but he could only watch them escape helplessly. Soon He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing and Fang Yuan escaped far away, vanishing from Bo Qing's vision. Fang Yuan can run for now, but can he run for his entire life? As an otherworldly demon, you are the best pawn to deal with Providence. How can we let you go so easily? As for He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing, even though they are not otherworldly demons, they were affected and became people who escaped from fate. Even if we do not deal with them, the Celestial Court will get rid of them. Bo Qing snorted coldly. Fang Yuan heard this and his thoughts moved rapidly, thinking. It seems that otherworldly demons are very useful to Shadow Sect. No wonder Wuxia only wanted to capture me alive and not kill me. Strange. Why did the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse not affect He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing? Providence? Forget it. The most important thing now is to familiarize myself with the Dream Path goo worms on me. If I attack later and I do not know Lead Soul into Dream, won't I be exposed? Fang Yuan secretly checked and was shocked to find that he did not only have Dream Path Immortal Goo. There was also Change Soul Immortal Goo, Attitude Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, and other mortal goo were living in his soul and exchanged with him. And this immortal killer move that he obtained out of nowhere was still working. It allowed Fang Yuan to use all of Wuxia's goo worms. It seems that Attitude Immortal Goo played a crucial role. It allowed me to disguise myself and deceive Wuxia's will in these Dream Path Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo. Just like how I used Mo Yao's fake will to deceive Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's Immortal Goo. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan glanced at Immortal Zombie Bo Qing who was beside him. If the other party knew that Wuxia had changed, and was the culprit who framed Bo Qing and stole Many Sword Path Immortal Goo, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing might kill Fang Yuan without hesitation. The situation was still very dangerous. Even though he changed souls and Fang Yuan left the dream realm, right now he was much weaker than before. Once he was found, there would be no hope. He was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would die without a corpse. Fang Yuan focused his mind and started to move his limbs, struggling endlessly. In the end, his body sank deeper and deeper. He screamed and screamed, showing an angry expression. But in his heart, he was rejoicing. This Grand Tribulation Earth collapse came at such a good time. I am deep inside, unable to free myself. I can't even move my thoughts. I can't attack. If I don't attack, I won't be exposed. This gives me a chance to familiarize myself with the foreign goo worms in my body. Don't struggle, don't think too much. This will only make our situation worse. It is not something we can resolve now. Immortal zombie Bo Qing saw this and quickly consoled with a calm tone. Fang Yuan observed his expression. Seeing that he did not suspect anything, he relaxed slightly. He sighed as he looked at Spectral Soul. It seems that we can only hope for the main body to save us. But Spectral Soul was also in deep trouble. After the first myriad tribulation Wind Lightning Prison, the second myriad tribulation Gray Memory descended. The speed at which the gray mist enveloped was extremely slow. It was so slow that the person undergoing the tribulation could retaliate countless times. But Spectral Soul did not move. He stood there quietly like a silent mountain peak. Did the main body get hit already? Fang Yuan shouted, feeling extremely anxious. This is a good chance, you should retaliate. But in truth he was thinking about other things. He was happy to see Spectral Soul being restrained. But on the other hand he was also within the range of myriad tribulation, Gray Memory. He felt uneasy. Chapter 1027. The myriad tribulation is here. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, waiting for the gray clouds to descend slowly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing also squinted, his muscles tensed up. But the gray clouds did not seem to cause any damage. What's going on? Is there a harmless myriad tribulation? Fang Yuan was nervous for a long time, but there was no movement. His hands touched his body as he shouted in shock. Immortal zombie Bo Qing did not answer him. Some of the celestial court Gu immortals recognized this as the myriad tribulation, Gray Memory. But Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant souls did not know this. But soon Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant souls realized something. Because after Spectral Soul was trapped in the gray fog, the fog moved and the gray parts of his memories appeared. His childhood experiences, the dangers of his youth, in his entire life, Spectral Soul's mental interrogation as well as the choices he made in his life. At the same time Tai Bai Yunxing carried Fang Yuan and flew out. He Lulan took a final glance at the gray fog in the sky before following closely behind. Inside Fang Yuan's body, Wuxia was trapped in a dream realm, facing star constellation Immortal Venerable. He gritted his teeth, shouting madly as he pounced towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. In the end he missed his target. This was a dream realm so close yet worlds apart. He seemed to be very close to star constellation Immortal Venerable, but no matter how many steps he took, the distance between him and star constellation Immortal Venerable did not change. Star constellation Immortal Venerable played her zither, but she did not recite a poem. The zither music was clear and melodious, like the sound of a mountain spring. It was a stark contrast to Wuxia's exasperation. Let me out, let me out. Providence. You damned Providence. He pointed at star constellation Immortal Venerable, cursing in pain. But star constellation Immortal Venerable was unmoved. She did not show any joy or anger. Wuxia blinked, forcing himself to calm down as he muttered, "Don't panic, calm down, calm down. I know everything about lead soul into dreams. This dream hasn't reached the level of manifestation yet. It will eventually dissipate and won't trap me forever. Also the Gu immortals around Fang Yuan. I'm afraid he'll save me too. As soon as I wake up, I'll immediately return and reveal Fang Yuan's identity. Now, I just hope that when I wake up, I won't be too far from Etian Mountain." But Wuxia was destined not to get what he wanted. Because next, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing encountered a southern border Gu immortal. Both sides fought while retreating. Not only did He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing not have the time to think of a way to wake Wuxia up, they were even further away from Etian Mountain. Wuxia and immortal zombie Bo Qing were trapped on the ground, unable to move because of the collapse. Waves of gray mist flickered with blurred colors, constantly changing images as they revolved around immortal zombie Bo Qing. Those were Mo Yao's early memories. As a mutant he had a tragic history of being ostracized. Immortal zombie Bo Qing sneered. Facing the trauma of his past, Mo Yao's remnant soul showed a resolute side. Strange. Why are you not affected by the gray mist? Bo Qing looked at Wuxia who was beside him. Fang Yuan thought, I want to know the answer to this as well. According to common sense, gray memory affected Spectral Soul and Mo Yao's remnant soul. There was no reason that it would not affect Fang Yuan's soul. But there was no movement around Fang Yuan. Evidently, this myriad tribulation gray memory let Fang Yuan off. Fang Yuan did not get exposed. Could it be that this is the will of the heavens deliberately conniving? Earlier, Providence did not interfere with He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing because it wanted them to bring my body out. Far away from here? Fang Yuan had many guesses in his mind, but behind these guesses, there was an icy coldness. When Fang Yuan thought about it, his hair stood on end, he felt a lot of fear. But now, facing immortal zombie Bo Qing's suspicion, Fang Yuan could only play dumb. I don't know either. Fang Yuan scratched his head, pointing forward, but this is quite interesting. Bo Qing snorted coldly. It seems that you have just been born and only have 18 hours of lifespan. You have no time to experience these things. Mo Yao's remnant soul inside immortal zombie Bo Qing did not suspect Fang Yuan. Most of its attention was on Spectral Soul. Mo Yao's remnant soul was very worried about Spectral Soul's main body. Next, the gray mist showed the scene of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable inheriting the Beastman Gu Immortal's food path true inheritance. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's nature made Fang Yuan gasp in shock. The Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals were in an uproar, but they were in phantom form and could not attack. At this time, the third myriad tribulation descended in the sky, grand clear space. Countless green birds attacked Spectral Soul with terrifying might. Fang Yuan's and Mo Yao's remnant souls' expressions changed. Next, Fang Yuan saw all sorts of scenes in the gray mist. Sacred Feather City, thieving heaven's true inheritance. Inside 88-point Jianghu Tower, Red Lotus in the River of Time. So Spectral Soul Demon Venerable already knew the location of Sacred Feather City when he was alive. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's name is Ben Jie Sun. Even though he is an otherworldly demon like me, he is not from Earth. Lifespan Gu. It seems that providence is the greatest restriction of immortal venerables and demon venerables. Red Lotus. Ghostface. The last time my rebirth failed, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who helped me. I understand now, in the previous life the great strength true martial immortal zombie was killed, the 10 extreme formation could not be completed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used me to start anew. What? The Legends of Renzu is Renzu's true inheritance. Next, Fang Yuan saw that Spectral Soul, who was using the soul-devouring method, suffered in front of the Golden Light Soul. He saw that 7 of the 10 split souls returned to the human world. Next, combined with the gray memories of Mo Yao's remnant soul, he learned about the cause of Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu's creation, as well as the grudge between Bo Qing and Mo Yao. Is that soul emitting golden light and sleeping soundly the verdant great sun? The one formed from Renzu's right eye? Bo Qing is Qing. That purple is actually Tai Bai Yunxing's master, the Zishan Makoto that I made up. So back then this was the truth of Mo Yao and Bo Qing's history. Providence. It turns out that these superb immortal Gu materials are all over Providence. Shadow Sect was wary of them and had to give them up. After I obtained them, they did not seem to pose any threat to me. But what about in the future? If I carry these immortal materials with me, does that mean I will receive the attention of Providence? So that's it. Shadow Sect's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal De Li is the suppressed rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. Everything makes sense now. At this time, the myriad tribulation of grand clear emptiness dissipated. Dark oil poison's myriad tribulation descended and continued to destroy Spectral Soul. The following scenes made Fang Yuan even more shocked. He finally understood the secret of possessing Spring Autumn Cicada. Shadow Sect already knew about it. Because of Shadow Sect's help, even after he destroyed 88-point Jianghu Tower, he was not exposed for so long. Instead, Qin Bai Sheng and the rest from Shadow Sect. They blocked the calamity for him and fought a bloody battle against Feng Jioga and the rest. Shadow Sect was so powerful, they actually deduced all the calamities and tribulations. The secret of rebirth, I possess Spring Autumn Cicada. After this battle, everyone knows about it. Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul seem to want to make use of my otherworldly demon identity, but it backfired and caused Shadow Sect's Northern Plains branch to be almost wiped out. No, from a certain perspective. Doesn't this show how powerful Providence is? Shadow Sect can deduce all the calamities and tribulations. What method did they use? This is simply a great weapon for passing tribulations. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seems to have become the strongest venerable. He might have been on par with other venerables when he was alive, but he created the soul-devouring method through the food path true inheritance. He could also seize other cultivation memories and experiences. Thus, he did not raise attainment levels directly like Dream Realms. But after so many years of accumulation and development, he dabbled in many other paths. He definitely has great Grandmaster attainment in Formation Path and Wisdom Path. It is not strange for him to deduce all the calamities and tribulations. In this case, it is too abnormal for him to be unmoved. Could it be? Did he do this on purpose? Dark oil poison and gray memory faded, but the thorn dragon tribulation descended. Heaven overseeing tower used its final counterattack. It could actually manipulate the myriad tribulation to attack the 10 extreme formation. Spectral Soul's defensive battle. Fang Yuan, who was witnessing this, was tongue-tied. He had once been proud of his accumulated battle techniques, but compared to Spectral Soul it was nothing. Eventually Heaven Overseeing Tower broke apart, Celestial Court's side lost, even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sacrificed. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Spectral Soul's physique. He was only a few meters tall. He was no longer as solid as before, his aura was weak. Mo Yao's remnant soul controlled his immortal zombie body to fly into the sky, questioning Spectral Soul, but he was killed. Are you the last obstacle to me? Such a pity. If it wasn't for Xianxia's warning before he died, you might have caused some trouble. But now, did you forget that all of your sword path immortal goo are the wills of my split souls? Did you forget who was the one secretly feeding them all these years? Spectral Soul's words made Fang Yuan's heart tighten. Using this period of time, he had already comprehended a lot of the contents of Lead Soul into Dream. This was also because he only had goo worms that were used to create Lead Soul into Dream. Even though Shadow Sect designed this killer move for him, it was divided into several levels according to his cultivation level. But Wuxia organized them well, piling all the goo worms he needed into a pile. By doing so, he would be able to use goo worms more quickly and simply, and activate killer moves more quickly. But at the same time, it made it easier for Fang Yuan to comprehend the profundities within. Fang Yuan understood. Against Spectral Soul's main body, I might only have one chance to attack. If I fail this time, even if I have attitude goo, once Spectral Soul reacts, I will not have another chance. Spectral Soul swallowed Mo Yao's remnant soul as he said to Fang Yuan, Wuxia, protect me. If you protect me, it will only take a dozen or so breaths of time to complete the task. Yes. Fang Yuan had a calm mind. He flew up and stood beside Spectral Soul, looking around vigilantly. There is no chance. The Celestial Court's goo immortals sighed as they retreated. After tens of thousands of years of planning and painstaking effort, I finally succeeded in refining this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo today. With this immortal goo, I can surpass all the venerables in history. I will have half a heavenly demon body. I will reach a supreme realm that no one has ever reached. All the past immortal venerables and demon venerables are not my match. Even if Renzu revives, he will lose to me. Ah. Spectral Soul raised his head and laughed. Sovereign immortal fetus goo? Fang Yuan had a thought. What is the use of this goo worm? It can allow Spectral Soul to reach a supreme realm that no one has ever reached? Is this realm the same as eternal life? But at the final juncture I cannot be careless. Spectral Soul squinted as he started to investigate. Fang Yuan's heart almost skipped a beat. But in the end, Spectral Soul only breathed out to get rid of the investigative goo worm. As I expected. The final line of the poem shows the true use of ghostly concealment. It is to defend against the senses of ghosts. Back then, thieving heaven demon venerable was able to steal Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain. He could travel through obsession death domain without being harassed by countless souls because of this move. Thus, Spectral Soul did not suspect me. It seems that the soul in Wuxia's body is also his split soul. Only towards myself would he have such unreserved trust. Next, Fang Yuan watched as Spectral Soul flew towards sovereign immortal fetus goo. At the final juncture, Fang Yuan calmed down. He was no longer nervous. The poem's hint was for him to destroy this sovereign immortal fetus goo. Because immortal goo were fragile, they could be destroyed easily. But for Spectral Soul, no matter how weak he was, there were risks and uncertainties in dealing with him. But Fang Yuan decided to deal with Spectral Soul directly and take sovereign immortal fetus goo. Led soul into dream. He suddenly attacked. He did not comprehend the entire move. This was an incomplete immortal killer move. It was weaker than the original rank 8 version. But at this moment, Spectral Soul was already extremely weak. Fang Yuan succeeded in one move. Next, he left Wuxia's body and copied Spectral Soul, letting his soul float into sovereign immortal fetus goo. At this moment, he got rid of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions. He obtained Spectral Soul's tens of thousands of years of planning. He sacrificed countless lives and paid a huge price. This was the result of his hard work. Chapter 1028. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of the pure dream reality seeker physique body, entering this mysterious rank 9 immortal goo. The moment he touched it, Fang Yuan felt an unparalleled suction force. This immortal goo that was named Sovereign Immortal Fetus by Spectral Soul seemed to be impatient with his soul. Fang Yuan's soul entered it. It felt like he had fallen into the undercurrent of falling heavenly river. At once, his soul was sucked in by the immortal goo. It started to melt at an unbelievable speed. Fang Yuan could not think. He felt like he had entered a deep and profound darkness. But this darkness was not cold, it was warm. It was like a baby returning to his mother's womb, swimming in amniotic fluid. And outside, after Fang Yuan's soul entered the rank 9 immortal goo, thunder rumbled in the sky. It seemed to be extremely furious but helpless. Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo started to shine. First it was white light. It turned from a transparent white to pure white, and then to a dense milky white. Next, a bit of red appeared in the white light. The red color spread rapidly, causing the light to turn slightly red, then pink, and finally bright red. It was like fire. After the red light, it turned into orange light. The orange light turned into yellow light. The colors continued to change until it finally turned black. Within the black light, Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo continued to collide. It was originally the size of a finger, but now it was the size of a basin. Inside this pitch-black ball there was an ink-black ball. A placenta was emitting bright colors. It was faintly discernible. A wave of vitality was brewing within, and it was continuously strengthening and rising high into the sky. The white mist quietly shrouded it. The surrounding temperature fell rapidly. The fog turned into pure white frost, covering the surface of the ball. Next, lightning flashed and coiled around the ball, forming an electric net. The lightning collided and created sparks. When the sparks landed on the white frost, not only were they not extinguished, they ignited the frost instead. The white frost turned into streams of qi. It wrapped around the ball. Green patterns. Gradually, it appeared on the surface of the ball. Soon, it turned from illusory to solid. Countless branches and vine leaves grew. The branches were yellow and withered, the vine leaves were green. Soon, the vines blossomed and bore fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. These purple fruits emitted a very pleasant fragrance. But the appearance of the fruit, however, it was extremely ugly and full of holes, as if it had decayed for a long time. All sorts of changes were unimaginable. At first glance, it seemed to be chaotic and disorderly, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to contain a strand of the supreme truth of the world. As the outside world continued to change, the placenta in the ball grew stronger and stronger. In the end, after 81 transformations, the sphere turned into soil, and the nascent embryo inside grew to its limit. It turned into an infant with 4 limbs. Suddenly, the ball that was wrapped around him was completely shattered, and the baby was born. The baby boy was full of celestial court. Her eyes were as resplendent as the stars, her skin was white and tender, her arms and legs were like lotus roots, and her cheeks were flushed red. She was tender and adorable, exuding an aura of an immortal. An invisible force enveloped his entire body, making him immune to damage and safe and sound. The baby slowly descended to the ground. During this process he grew rapidly. From birth to 2 to 3 years old, it only took a breath's time. 4 to 5 years old, 6 to 7 years old, 11 to 12 years old. When his feet landed on the ground he was already a 16-year-old young man. His skin was still white, but it was not the pale white of weakness, nor was it a delicate white, it was clean and plain white. His long hair was black and shiny, reaching his waist. He was slightly skinny, there was not a trace of fat on his body. His nose was tall and straight, but the most attractive thing about him was his pair of eyes. The star-like light had already been completely restrained, turning into a pair of deep jade pawns. His lips, on the other hand, were a little plump, revealing a healthy rosy color. Right now, they were tightly pursed, showing this person's unwavering determination. This young man was naturally Fang Yuan. At this moment, he blinked as he looked at his young body, feeling shocked. A brand new body? This body was created by Spectral Soul and the Shadow Sect after tens of thousands of years of hard work. It was not as simple as it looked on the surface. The profundities within were yet to be discovered by Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan's first feeling was that this body was incomparably compatible with his soul. For example, his previous immortal zombie body was like a set of clothes made from withered leaves. Then this body would be like soft and close-fitting silk. Everything seemed different. Fang Yuan felt like he had walked out of a dark alley, seeing the blue sky and white clouds, his mind was broadened. This is the effect of Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo that Spectral Soul refined with great effort? Rebirth. And once rebirth, I will have rank 6 cultivation level. Fang Yuan's goo immortal aura was not fake. He had made the right bet. even though he did not know how to use this immortal goo. But seeing spectral soul flying towards the immortal goo, Fang Yuan did the same thing. While thinking, Fang Yuan looked at the sky again. Over there, spectral soul was still in a dream realm. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. After all, spectral soul was in a bad state earlier. And Wuxia's body was not controlled by Fang Yuan's soul, it was floating in the air with its eyes closed, not moving. Fang Yuan shouted, "Come back." Immediately, a large group of goo worms flew out of Wuxia's body. Earlier, when Fang Yuan's soul entered sovereign immortal fetus goo, the goo worms he carried were left inside the pure dream reality seeker goo. Now, Fang Yuan summoned these goo worms back with a single call. Attitude goo, unravel mystery immortal goo, change soul immortal goo, as well as many other soul path and dream path mortal goo. Wuxia still has many dream path immortal goo on him, how do I take them out? Fang Yuan frowned. He was troubled. Earlier he used attitude goo to disguise himself and activate the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Even though he succeeded in ambushing spectral soul, these dream path goo worms will seem to have reacted. They could not be used by Fang Yuan anymore. Not just the immortal goo in his body, Wuxia's body also has great research value. Fang Yuan suddenly turned around and saw an immortal zombie in the sky, flying over with an aggressive aura. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, his lips curled up as he thought, "You are finally here." It was him. No. More accurately speaking, Wuxia's soul was controlling Fang Yuan's original immortal zombie body. Right now, Fang Yuan had just obtained a new body, he was still adapting to it, the goo worms on him could not compare to the immortal zombie body. But Fang Yuan was not nervous at all, he waited for Wuxia's arrival with anticipation. "You are." Wuxia hesitated, he slowly approached Fang Yuan and sized him up. Fang Yuan pretended to be friendly. He placed his hands behind his back and pretended, "Wuxia, I have succeeded. A mere Fang Yuan's soul has already dissipated." "No. You are not the main body. If it was the main body, wouldn't there be no reaction from my split soul?" Wuxia's eyes shined with brilliance, he reacted and exposed Fang Yuan's true identity. Oh, ghostly concealment became a flaw instead. But if I can use familiar face, I should be able to deceive him. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. He laughed in spite of himself. He was calm and unruffled, his eyes shining with confidence as if he had control of the situation. "You are Fang Yuan." Wuxia immediately understood, he gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked, he was so angry that his internal organs were burning. His anger was completely understandable. His side had worked so hard for tens of thousands of years, they finally obtained results. From the looks of it, to think that Fang Yuan had succeeded. Wuxia shouted as he pounced towards Fang Yuan, he wanted to cut Fang Yuan into 1,000 pieces. The two were 100 steps apart, Fang Yuan revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. "Wuxia, don't you find it strange? Fixed immortal travel is my immortal goo, how can you use it?" Wuxia's expression froze. Back then he had been anxious and subconsciously used it, he had not considered this. Now that he was reminded by Fang Yuan, he knew something was amiss, his aura was obstructed and fell drastically. "You can use fixed immortal travel, I naturally lent it to you. I wanted you to rush over, most of my accumulations are with my original body." Fang Yuan continued. Since he knew that he was going to swap souls with Wuxia with his personality and methods, why would he not make some arrangements? Firstly, he had hidden a large amount of Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind. Because of this, after he woke up, he only wanted to rush back, he neglected many things. Just like in imperial court-blessed land, when Mo Yao's fake will plotted against Fang Yuan. Secondly, Fang Yuan had instilled special will into his goo worms. What was special will? In 88-point Jianghu Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a vast number of special wills. He would take specific actions under specific conditions. Like now. Fang Yuan looked at Wuxia getting closer, his smile becoming wider. He shouted, "Still not coming back?" Swoosh. A large group of goo worms flew out, most were mortal goo but there were also immortal goo. Like swallows returning to their nest, they flew into Fang Yuan's embrace. Wuxia stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. In an instant he was alone and defenseless. In his body only spring-autumn cicada was left, he could not use it yet. The situation was completely different now. Fang Yuan's original arrangement was like this. As long as Wuxia controlled Fang Yuan's body and returned to a certain range of Tian Mountain. When someone shouted, "Still not coming back," these goo worms would fly out and enter the hands of the person who shouted. These goo worms were originally Fang Yuan's. Now that they were back, he could move them freely like before. Back then, Fang Yuan did not know how to use sovereign immortal fetus goo. He could not predict that he would revive and obtain another body. He was worried that it would be inappropriate to use Wuxia's goo worms. Accidents might happen. He needed his own goo worms to increase his battle strength at the crucial moment. Of course, the special will that Fang Yuan had instilled did not stop there. Once the time limit was exceeded, these goo worms, be they mortal or immortal, would self-destruct. The enemy would often be one's own teacher. Fang Yuan had suffered so much from Giant Sun's special will and Mo Yao's fake will, how could he not learn a thing or two? With a wave of his hand, Fang Yuan easily sent Wuxia flying. Everything is over. He walked towards Wuxia, looking at himself. In his eyes, he sighed with complex emotions. Chapter 1029. Everything is over. Looking at Wuxia, who was at his feet, Fang Yuan sighed. After realizing that he had been secretly manipulated, Wuxia's heart was filled with despair. He gave up completely. He knew. He had completely lost. There was no hope for him to turn the tables. But right at this moment a change occurred. Bam! With a light explosion, Wuxia's soul and Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body self-destructed in an instant. The immortal zombie body, the Dao marks, and Wuxia's soul were all turned into nutrients and offered to Spring Autumn Cicada. Spring Autumn Cicada activated. A ray of jade light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Spring Autumn Cicada entered the river of time again. Fang Yuan turned pale with fright. What happened? What the hell is going on? Spring Autumn Cicada was instilled with special thoughts. How could Wuxia activate it? No. Looking at his expression at that time, he already had no will to resist. How could he activate my Spring Autumn Cicada? Could it be that he is also acting? Spring Autumn Cicada is my item. I also put extra precautions on it. How could Wuxia activate it? Fang Yuan was filled with shock and doubt. He could not find an answer to all these questions. Standing on the spot, Fang Yuan did not move. He was like a stone statue. This change happened too suddenly. Soon, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. What should I do? How should I face this? Fang Yuan had relied on Spring Autumn Cicada to turn the tables many times, turning the tides and turning the tides. But now, facing someone else using Spring Autumn Cicada, he suddenly realized that he had no way to deal with it. His time path foundation was too weak. Without Spring Autumn Cicada, he had almost no achievements in this aspect. Did I miscalculate? What else did I not consider? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, cold sweat dripping from his forehead to the corners of his eyes and then down his face. He could not think of an answer. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. There is no other way. I have already done my best. At that time, if Fang Yuan had not followed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions in the dream realm to swap souls, he would have completely failed. He could not turn the tables. There was no way he could have come this far. Don't tell me this happened because I did not follow Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions and destroyed Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo? The Spring Autumn Cicada has yet to recover. Only death awaits. No, that's not right. Fang Yuan suddenly remembered that the Shadow Sect still had a backup plan. That was the ghost face Red Lotus in the River of Time. In a split second, a chill ran through his entire body, and his hair stood on end. You have to be prepared for the worst in everything. If he succeeds in his rebirth, what will happen to me? As Fang Yuan was thinking, he felt his vision begin to blur. No, it wasn't his vision that was blurred. Instead, the entire world became blurry under the power of the time path. Because of Wuxia's rebirth. Everything was changing. Whoosh. Like a gust of wind blowing into his ears, Wuxia quivered and reacted, exclaiming, how is this the River of Time? What's going on? How was the Spring Autumn Cicada activated? How can my consciousness replace Fang Yuan and exist in the Spring Autumn Cicada? His doubts were no less than Fang Yuan's. Although he was the person involved, he had arrived in the River of Time in a daze. The River of Time's water was surging. A huge wave slammed towards the Spring Autumn Cicada. Wuxia's will. It immediately became chaotic, screaming for its death. The Spring Autumn Cicada was extremely weak. If it was hit by this wave, it had no chance of survival. So that's it. A sigh. At this critical moment, the voice rang out. A ghost face appeared in the River of Time. The ghost face had a bitter expression. It opened its mouth and spat out a red lotus. The red lotus bloomed, blocking the huge wave. Next, a formless suction force sucked the Spring Autumn Cicada that carried Wuxia's will into the heart of the red lotus. In an instant, Wuxia's will entered a dark red space. And here, another will condensed into spectral soul demon Venerable's form. He was sitting cross-legged in the air, smiling bitterly at him. The main body is actually still in the river of time. Did he leave you as a backup? Wuxia's will was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Spectral soul demon Venerables will nodded, then shook his head. You were once a split soul of the main body, you should remember me. Unfortunately, because of the pure dream reality seeker physique, your memories have dissipated. Sigh. This can't be helped, do you think I wanted to? Wuxia's will was extremely vexed. Also, what is going on? I thought that I had fallen into Fang Yuan's hands and was plotted against by him. I was dead for sure. Why did I appear in the river of time? Also, I clearly can't use the spring-autumn cicada. Why did it suddenly activate? Spectral soul demon Venerables will sighed again. I was a parasite in this red lotus true inheritance and observed the entire process. I only just realized. You were able to enter here because Providence helped you. Spring-autumn cicada was also activated by Providence. What? This answer almost caused Wuxia's will to collapse from shock. This was too out of his expectations. If not for the fact that the person in front of him was Spectral Soul's will, Wuxia would not have believed this. Hasn't Providence been making things difficult for us? Why is it suddenly helping us? Wuxia asked. Your memories have all disappeared, you no longer have your original outlook. Providence has never made things difficult for us because it dislikes us. It has also never helped us because we are pitiful. The Tao of Heaven is heartless. The Tao of Heaven is to reduce excess and make up for deficiency. Thus, all living things are balanced and restrict each other. Thus, almost all beasts have natural enemies. The clouds in the sky will condense into rain. Even rank 9 Venerables will be limited by their lifespan. After pausing for a moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerables will continued, and the Tao of Man is the exact opposite of the Tao of Heaven. An expert would want to become even stronger. A rich person will want to become even richer. A beauty will also want to become more beautiful. A person who seeks longevity will want to improve and obtain eternal life. Man's greed is insatiable, they will never be satisfied. This is the opposite of Providence. I understand a little. Providence is leaning towards me because I failed. Fang Yuan has become a complete otherworldly demon. He has already transcended the restrictions, if he is allowed to do as he pleases. This will greatly disrupt the balance of heaven and earth. Thus, Providence changed its target and wants to use me to deal with him, to prevent his scheme from succeeding. But why can Providence control spring-autumn cicada? This immortal goo. It was clearly refined by Fang Yuan. Wuxia was still in a daze. Spectral soul demon Venerables will replied, Sigh. This is Providence's doing. I have only just realized this. When Fang Yuan obtained spring-autumn cicada, it was all Providence's arrangement. Providence had chosen him as a pawn long ago, allowing him to revive and destroy the main body's plan. According to Bai Ningbing's information, think about it now. When Fang Yuan displayed his uniqueness, it was on Qingmao Mountain. Even though his aptitude was not good, his journey was smooth sailing. Every time there was an emergency, he could make the wisest choice and obtain the greatest benefits. Qingmao Mountain, Three Kings Blessed Land, Imperial Court Blessed Land, Etian Mountain. Along the way he had clearly used spring-autumn cicada more than once. Spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6, it has a chance of failure. But he actually succeeded every time. Except for the previous time. Other than the possibility that we helped him, Fang Yuan did not fail even once. Spring-autumn cicada can cause his luck to decline. This is likely because Providence helped him in the dark. In just a few years, he turned from a mortal to a goo immortal. He was targeted by the main body and used as a pawn to deal with Providence. Wuxia's will was tongue-tied. Wait, you are saying? Spectral Soul's will nodded. That's right. The main body's failure this time was mainly because of Fang Yuan. The main body used Fang Yuan. He used him as a pawn. But in fact, Fang Yuan was Providence's pawn long ago. No matter how many times Fang Yuan was reborn before his first rebirth, the main body had likely succeeded. Not only did he refine sovereign immortal fetus goo, he had even grown to the point where heaven and earth could not tolerate him. Precisely because of this, Providence did not hesitate to use Fang Yuan to rebirth and destroy my main body's plan. Fang Yuan is an interesting person. Firstly, he is an otherworldly demon, that is why he has the qualifications to rebirth. That is why he has the ability to change the past. No matter how outstanding a normal person is, they cannot escape the consequences of fate. Secondly, he is not a complete otherworldly demon. Thus, he is still influenced and manipulated by Providence. He thought that spring-autumn cicada was refined by him and could be used by him. But in fact that was never the case. A killer weapon like spring-autumn cicada was already corrupted by Providence. Evidently this scheme had already started when Fang Yuan obtained spring-autumn cicada. But he was deceived by Providence and did not notice anything amiss. After all, using spring-autumn cicada to rebirth can only carry a portion of the will. Wills are inferior to souls, they are the easiest to influence. Just like now, I really want to impart all my memories and knowledge to you. Unfortunately, there's a limit to what your will can bear. At once, Wuxia opened his mouth wide, he could not speak. The river of time continued to surge, crashing on the red lotus. Lotus petals started to dissipate one by one. Soon, only the core of the flower was left. You do not have much time left. Spectral souls will sighed and continued. Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon after all. Even though Providence can influence him, he still listened to the voice in his heart and chose to take sovereign immortal fetus Gu instead of destroying it. This way, even though he is still a pawn, he is no longer restricted by the chessboard. Providence will not allow such an existence, so it activated spring-autumn cicada to use you to deal with Fang Yuan. But Providence will not let you rebirth and take back sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Thus, after you rebirth, you will not have a chance to turn the situation around. You cannot be impatient and ruin this final chance. Wuxia asked, then what should I do? Right now, Zombie Alliance is destroyed, Shadow Sect is also gone, even my main body is in danger. Shadow Sect's immortals have more or less left behind some backup plans. You need to use these to rebuild Shadow Sect. Fate cannot be defied, luck can be borrowed. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven's forces can be used. In Central Continent, there are also hidden forces that are at odds with the 10 great ancient sects. Your will is limited, knowing this is already the limit. You need to use this to rebuild Shadow Sect and save my main body. Most importantly, you need to tell this important information to my main body. Because after you rebirth, this red lotus true inheritance and I will change along with you, you will not remember these things. At that time you will be the only one who knows. Remember, the tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind, the tallest tree will be swept away by the currents. Earlier, the strategy of hiding and preparing to deal with Providence was the correct one. Since we succeeded once, we can succeed a second time. Take care of yourself. Chapter 1030. Intense winds howled in his ears. Fang Yuan, who was still flying, shook. He woke up from his stupor and shouted, I have been reborn. Spring-autumn cicada is amazing. As expected of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal Gu. What time is it now? Wuxia stopped, he looked around and found that he was on the way to the center of Etian Mountain. Right now, he was less than 10,000 li away from his destination. Fang Yuan purposely lent fixed immortal travel to me, he wanted me to get to him so that he could take back his Gu worms and obtain victory. But he did not expect that he was Providence's pawn. Spring-autumn cicada was also controlled by Providence. Now that I have been reborn, I remember the situation at the center of Etian Mountain clearly. I can use fixed immortal travel to teleport there. I need to deal with Fang Yuan and take revenge. Thinking of this, Wuxia shook his head. Damn it. I was affected by Fang Yuan's fake will again. Wuxia gritted his teeth. Providence is truly up to no good. Even if I rush there now, Fang Yuan has already used sovereign immortal fetus Gu. At most, I can injure him while he is weak. What a pity. If I return to the time when I just left the dream realm, I would be able to turn the situation around. Providence will not do that. Because it does not want my main body to obtain sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Since the situation is set, I will follow the main body's instructions and retreat. Providence wants two tigers to fight each other, how can I allow it to do that? Those who achieve great things have to endure what others can't. I do not need to deal with Fang Yuan, I will let him attract Providence's attention. If he survives in the future, I will use him as the main Gu material to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, I will save a lot of time and effort. Meanwhile, I need to rebuild Shadow Sect, this is not the end. We can make use of Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan, but we can't let them meet Fang Yuan. Since he already knew about the false will, he was on guard. Then Wuxia would escape from Fang Yuan's grasp. He took one last look at Etian Mountain, his eyes flickering with anger, hatred, anticipation, and all sorts of other emotions. From this distance he could already see the huge ruins of Etian Mountain. Fang Yuan was a despicable thief who had plotted to steal his fruits of labor. It must still be there. But he couldn't go now. Everything had to be done with the bigger picture in mind. Wuxia gritted his teeth and flew away. Why hasn't Wuxia returned yet? Fang Yuan waited for a long time, his heart sinking. So you say, has he seen through my arrangements and escaped from my control? Fang Yuan's frown deepened. Although he did not know what had happened, his previous life's memories had vanished, and he did not know the truth behind spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan was clear on one thing. He was in deep trouble this time. If Wuxia does not come here, the special will I instilled in the goo worms cannot be activated. After the time limit, these goo worms will self-destruct. I need to get to Wuxia as soon as possible and subdue him. Or I can convince He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing to help me subdue him. Fang Yuan still had attitude goo. This was the best evidence to convince He Lulan. As for convincing Tai Bai Yunxing, that was even easier. After all, they had been together for a period of time, he could make Tai Bai Yunxing believe him with some minor details. Fang Yuan inspected his goo worms. Because he had regained control of the goo worms from Change Soul. The first was the legendary attitude Immortal goo. Other than that, there was also the Wisdom Path Immortal goo Unravel Mystery. Soul Path Immortal goo Change Soul. As for the others, they were all Soul Path and Dream Path Mortal goo, there was no point in mentioning them. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Because among these there were no movement goo worms. Do I have to chase him on foot? Wuxia with fixed immortal travel? Or should I take all the Dream Path goo worms in Wuxia's body for my own use? Among these goo worms there are movement goo worms. These goo worms did not belong to Fang Yuan's will. Thus, Fang Yuan could not subdue them like Unravel Mystery and Change Soul. To use them he would need to use attitude goo and others. To deceive them. But he had already deceived them once. Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in a second time. But there is no other way, I have to try. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan subconsciously raised his head, looking at Wuxia's body floating in the air. He had never expected that this would be the last time he saw Wuxia. At the next moment, Wuxia's body self-detonated. There was no sound. This was a silent explosion. And the result of the explosion was not bloody at all, it was beautiful and dazzling. Wuxia's flesh, blood, bones, skin, and hair turned into layers of dazzling light. These dazzling lights were colorful and beautiful. But facing this breathtakingly beautiful scene, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he quickly retreated and pulled some distance away. Because he recognized this, it was a dream realm. A dream realm had reached a visible level, it was deep and unfathomable, it was rapidly forming in front of him. Did I use lead soul into dream on spectral soul, that's why I ended up like this? No, definitely not. Why would Wuxia's body self-detonate for no reason? It seems to have turned into a dream realm? Fang Yuan was very confused. He did not know that Wuxia's lifespan was only 18 hours. In 18 hours, Wuxia would turn from a mortal to a rank 1 goo master. 4 hours later, he would become a rank 2 goo master. Following that, rank 3, rank 4, rank 7, rank 8. Every 2 hours, his cultivation level would increase by 1 rank. At the end of his life, he would even become a rank 9 goo immortal. But after 18 hours, he would self-detonate and turn into a dream realm. He had created something from nothing, using immortal goo reality to create it from the dream realm. It was not strange that it turned into a dream realm now. The dream realm formed from the self-detonation expanded rapidly, spreading rapidly. Fang Yuan used all his strength to run. He ran for more than 700 li before the dream realm reached him. If he fell into the dream realm, he would be in big trouble. Even though Fang Yuan had Unravel Mystery Immortal goo, he did not have enough mortal goo, he could not use the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. The dream realm was still spreading, but its speed was much slower. Fang Yuan had to retreat further, until he was 1,000 li away from Yitian Mountain. The expansion of the dream realm gradually stopped. This way, a giant dream realm that was 1,000 li in size appeared in front of Fang Yuan. It filled his vision. Fang Yuan felt a chill in his heart. Thankfully, I did not listen to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's advice to destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Otherwise, wouldn't my soul be trapped in this giant dream realm along with Wuxia's body? What do I do now? This change severely disrupted Fang Yuan's plans. Wuxia's body. It was extremely valuable to begin with. There was also a set of Dream Path Goo worms that could activate the extremely powerful lead soul into Dream. What Fang Yuan could not forget was Spectral Soul. Even though he was not in a good state, if he left the dream realm and ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. If Fang Yuan's soul searched him, he might be able to find out more secrets and a vast amount of cultivation experience. There was also the huge battlefield. Even though the myriad tribulations had destroyed it, there might still be some Goo immortal apertures left behind. At least, life and death blessed land was still around. But now these things were wrapped in the dream realm. Not to mention the fact that Fang Yuan could not use Unravel Dream now even if he could. If he wanted to unravel this dream realm and return to the center of the battlefield, how long would that take? Fang Yuan clenched his fists, looking at this giant dream realm, he sighed helplessly. At this point there is no other way. I cannot stay here for long. After such a huge commotion, the other southern border Gu immortals will definitely come here. Fang Yuan used his memories to run far away. The direction he chose was the body that Tai Bai Yunxing was riding on back then. The direction he escaped in. I hope my luck is good and I can meet them. Fang Yuan would not get what he wanted. Fang Yuan did not know that Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest had encountered the southern border Gu immortals later. They had already changed directions during the intense battle. He did not know either. With the advantage of rebirth, Wuxia had already reunited with Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan. Fang Yuan, you better explain yourself, otherwise don't blame me for turning against you. He Lulan's expression was ashen. She was very impolite when she saw Wuxia. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly stretched out his hand. Wait. I believe Fang Yuan. There must be a reason. Listen to his explanation first. Wuxia looked at He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing sincerely. I was too impatient. I was hit by the enemy's killer move. It was not as simple as falling into a dream realm. Right now, almost all of my Gu worms cannot be used. Only by killing the enemy can I unravel this move. But I saw that you were clearly using fixed immortal travel. If not for the fact that we have Gu worms on us that can sense each other's location, I would have thought that you abandoned us and left southern border. He Lulan's tone was anxious as she continued to interrogate. This was a forbidden move that I had no choice but to use. You saw it too. The first time I used fixed immortal travel I was injured because I failed. Moreover, why would I abandon you? The current situation is filled with danger. We need to be united to have a higher chance of survival. Wuxia said firmly. He Lulan snorted coldly, wanting to speak. Wuxia hurriedly interrupted her. All right. Now we need to use fixed immortal travel to return. My identity has already been exposed. The celestial court already knows about it. Hu immortal blessed land is no longer safe. The resources inside need to be moved. Fang Yuan sprinted madly. He did not use any Gu worms, but right now he was as agile as flying, as fast as a galloping horse. After sprinting for 15 minutes he did not feel any fatigue. While sprinting, he was pleasantly surprised to find, don't be fooled by his white and tender appearance, his defense was astonishing. While sprinting, even when the tree branches touched his body, they did not leave a mark on his body. Along the way the sharp stones were crushed by his feet. They were not an obstacle at all. Furthermore, he had great strength. With a light leap he could jump over 10 feet. But what made Fang Yuan disappointed was, as he sprinted, he did not see any traces of Wuxia, He Lulan, or Tai Bai Yunxing. Chapter 1031. Wind howled in his ears as Fang Yuan ran across mountains and rivers. Even without using Gu worms he was extremely fast. After the calamities and tribulations, it was no longer a flat plain, there were mountains and forests everywhere. Southern border had many mountains. This was one of the characteristics of this region. I ran for so long without any rest, but I don't feel tired at all. Most importantly, I did not use any Gu worms at all. At this moment, Fang Yuan could already feel the uniqueness of this body. A Gu master's body was not modified by Gu worms like black boar Gu or white boar Gu. It was no different from a mortal's body. Because of the Tao marks, a Gu master's body would have all sorts of profundities and extraordinary aspects. This body of mine was created from the rank 9 immortal Gu sovereign immortal fetus. It seems that I have a lot of Tao marks in my body. At least, my strength path Tao marks are much more abundant than my original accumulation. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly. Ever since he became an immortal zombie he did not feel tired. But if he returned to his original state he would have to stop and rest after running for a while like today. Fang Yuan sprinted and climbed up the dense forest. The steep mountain rocks were like flat ground to him using both his hands and feet. Fang Yuan was still naked. He was like a white wave moving through the dense forest. He could clearly distinguish the dense forest in his field of vision. Even when he was running it was like he was still. Fang Yuan easily avoided it. Using Earth's terminology, this is motion vision. My dynamic vision is excellent to the extreme. It is at an inhuman level. My original body could only reach this level by using Gu worms. Quickly Fang Yuan climbed to the peak of this mountain. The dark forest in his vision disappeared, his vision widened. The sky was high and the mountain was majestic. The wind blew his long hair, causing it to flutter behind him. Fang Yuan took 3 deep breaths. Immediately he calmed down, his breathing slowed down, it was like nothing had happened earlier. His stamina was at an unimaginable level. The mountain wind was chilly. Fang Yuan was still naked, but he couldn't feel any coldness. His heartbeat quickly calmed down. Every beat of his heart was heavy and powerful. Fang Yuan looked into the distance. His field of vision was extremely broad. Within 10,000 steps, every detail of the scenery was revealed. With a casual glance, Fang Yuan's gaze froze, and his expression turned grave. He found traces of battle. It seems that Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan brought my body here and encountered other Gu immortals. They fought. Fang Yuan jumped down from the peak of the mountain. With a bang, he landed directly on a mountain rock 30 feet below. He was unscathed. Even his feet did not feel numb. On the other hand, the surface of the rock beneath his feet was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He began to try again. The difference in height was getting bigger and bigger. From the initial 30 feet, it grew to 50 feet, 80 feet, 120 feet. Using Earth's distance measurement, 30 feet was 9 meters, 50 feet was 15 meters, it was already the height of a 5-story building. 120 feet was already a skyscraper or an electric tower. 120 feet was far from Fang Yuan's limit. He continued to climb to 500 feet. At this level, Fang Yuan finally felt the soles of his feet turning numb. He became bolder and bolder. A few times he purposely landed on other parts of his body. His chest landed on the ground, his back landed on the ground, and so on. Often he smashed holes into the hard mountain rocks. Fang Yuan stood up from the hole as if nothing had happened. Even his whole body felt numb. It felt good. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan jumped down again. This time, it was 580 feet. This height did not matter to Fang Yuan anymore. The important thing was, this time Fang Yuan decided to land with his head. Bam! A muffled sound. Fang Yuan's entire head smashed into the rock. With a push of his hands, he pulled his head out of the pit. The skull was the hardest part of the body, but Fang Yuan could still feel it. He felt his scalp go numb and his head was a little dizzy. But this dizziness only lasted for 2 or 3 breaths, and the degree was very slight. When the cool mountain breeze blew, it disappeared without a trace. Fang Yuan touched his head, and then carefully examined his body. There were no scars, not even a strand of hair was lost. To sum it up in an idiom, there was no hair damage at all. Fang Yuan tried to pull out his hair. He found that it was very tough, and he actually used a lot of strength to pull out one strand. This strand of hair was thicker than a normal person's hair, black and shiny, giving off the feeling that it was an extremely thin steel wire. He pulled harder, but it could not be pulled off. It was very tough. Fang Yuan was deep in thought. He wrapped this strand of hair around his wrist, wrapped it a few times and then tied it up firmly. This hair could not be thrown away. If someone obtained it, it would be the best deduction evidence. Fang Yuan rushed towards the traces of the battle while jumping down the mountain, testing his limits. The height continued to rise. Soon he went from 150 feet to over 800 feet. At this level, Fang Yuan could already feel pain, but it was not unbearable. Eventually, when he reached over 100 feet, Fang Yuan stopped his experiments. Jumping down from such a height already made him feel obvious pain. Moreover, the area where he landed was flushed red, and there were bruises on his skin. 800 feet, isn't this the limit of this body? Fang Yuan was speechless. This height had already reached a terrifying level. Even the Eiffel Tower on Earth was only 300 meters or 100 feet tall. Just with my body, without using any defensive goo, I can already reach this height. Even Gu immortals can't reach this height with just their bodies, right? It seems that among the Dao marks on my body, there are many defensive ones. This discovery made Fang Yuan feel more at ease. After all, he only had Unravel Mystery, Change Soul, and Attitude Gu. They were not defensive Immortal Gu. Arriving at the traces of the battle, Fang Yuan squatted down and inspected. Seems to be them. Soon Fang Yuan stood up, frowning. There were no investigative Gu worms. It was very inconvenient. Fang Yuan could not be sure. But he knew he had to continue chasing. There is not much time left. He did not have time to inspect his body's profundities. The earlier experiment was just a casual one. Fang Yuan continued to chase. Soon he found the second and third traces. Fang Yuan followed the traces, slowly changing his direction. When Gu immortals fought, most of them happened in the air. There were not many traces on the ground. Moreover, Fang Yuan could not fly. This made it very difficult for him to chase. As time passed, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor. With a loud sound, he landed in front of Fang Yuan. Flames spewed out in all directions. instantly burning the surrounding forest within a few hundred steps of them to nothing. Who is it? Fang Yuan frowned, a sharp light shined in his eyes as he shouted coldly. I am Huakong Dong. I dare to ask you, friend. Did you come from Yitian Mountain? The person was burning in flames, he did not have a friendly attitude. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim, changed soul Immortal Gu's aura appeared. He asked instead of answering, You came at the right time. Did you see anyone suspicious when you were flying in the sky earlier? The person sensed changed soul Immortal Gu's aura. He knew that Fang Yuan was not to be trifled with, his aura froze. There were not many rank 6 Gu immortals with Immortal Gu. Even though Huakong Dong was a lone cultivator, he had already joined Southern Border's Chai clan. Chai clan was a super force in this battle of Yitian Mountain. Chai clan's Gu immortals died. Chai clan's first supreme elder sent an external Gu immortal, Huakong Dong, to investigate. Hearing Fang Yuan's question, Huakong Dong thought to himself, Suspicious person? You're running around in broad daylight with your bare buttocks on. You are the most suspicious person. He was silent for a while before replying, There is no one else in the surrounding 100 li, other than you. Damn it, damn it. Fang Yuan screamed, his face contorted into a malevolent expression. It was as if he wanted to devour someone. Next, he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he muttered to himself, It seems that you ran far away. But even if you run to the ends of the world, I will catch up to you. This humiliation, I will make you pay 100 times, 1,000 times over. Huakong Dong saw Fang Yuan's expression and had a guess. It seems that this person ran around naked because he was tricked by someone, he lost many Gu worms and suffered a loss. This person is ruthless and angry, I need to be careful. Before Fang Yuan explained anything, Huakong Dong explained for Fang Yuan in his mind. Furthermore, he did not want to offend Fang Yuan. It was not worth it to block a calamity for someone else. I did not go deep into Yitian Mountain, go take a look yourself. Saying this, Fang Yuan left. Huakong Dong was not satisfied with this answer, he wanted to stop Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan stopped and turned around. Wait, you are Huakong Dong? From Chai clan? Yes. Huakong Dong was stunned before replying. Fang Yuan squeezed out an unsightly smile. Very good. I have a relationship with your 9th Supreme Elder Chai Buta. Has his battlefield killer move Myriad Clan Torch Fire been perfected? Huakong Dong quickly answered, 9th Elder is still in closed cultivation. He is being confined by his grandfather. Last time he teased Fairy. After I settle this, I will go visit him. Fang Yuan said as he stretched out his hand towards Huakong Dong. Lend me some Gu worms. Ah. Huakong Dong was stunned again. What you are a grand Gu immortal, you are just lending me some mortal Gu, why are you being so stingy? Fang Yuan said impatiently. Huakong Dong thought, 9th Elder is in closed cultivation to perfect his battlefield killer move, that is just an excuse. The truth is he really teased Fairy. Since the other party knows about this, they should be related. I am a member of Chai clan, I am a lone cultivator, an outsider. And 9th Elder is not only a member of Chai clan, he is also the grandson of 1st Supreme Elder. If I meet his friends and don't lend them Gu worms, it would be unjustifiable. Let's borrow them. They are mortal Gu anyway, they are nothing. Huakong Dong took out a Gu worm and handed it to Fang Yuan, asking, I wonder what is this brother's name? Sure. I am Dong Fang Xiongji. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Chapter 1032. Whoosh. Fang Yuan flew in the air, he was like a huge fireball, his whole body was burning in flames, there was a long black smoke trail behind him, he was not weak at all. The situation earlier was very dangerous. Fang Yuan encountered Huakong Dong, he had 3 immortal Gu as well as some soul path and dream path mortal Gu. But they were not comprehensive, if they fought he would be at a disadvantage. Even if Fang Yuan wanted an immortal killer move to exchange souls with Huakong Dong, he could not do it. Earlier he had used up a lot of mortal Gu to exchange souls with Wuxia. He did not have a complete set of Gu worms on him. But Fang Yuan used his outstanding acting skills to not only get out of danger, he even swindled 4 rank 5 mortal Gu. In my previous life I participated in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, I participated in the huge gambling house. I witnessed the internal conflict of Southern Border's Gu immortals, I obtained a lot of important information. Fortunately, otherwise how could I know the relationship between Chai clan's 9th Elder and Dong Fang Xiongji? I was able to deceive Huakong Dong because of attitude Gu. Fang Yuan had the original familiar face, he modified it into a new version with attitude Gu as the core and 1,000 mortal Gu as support. But of course he could not use this killer move. Earlier, when facing Huakong Dong, he had used Attitude Gu alone. Attitude Gu's effect is to disguise my true emotions, to express a fake attitude, but to make others believe it. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that this Attitude Gu was very useful. Because he had used Attitude Gu earlier, his performance was flawless. Huakong Dong felt that Fang Yuan was in a state of anger. It was better not to provoke Fang Yuan. Another good thing was Attitude Gu's rank was very high, but the conditions to use it were very low. It was just a waste of effort. Fang Yuan had just reincarnated. He had little immortal essence. It was far from his previous accumulation. It is a pity that Attitude Gu is not mine. I will have to return it to He Lulan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan was filled with regret and pity. Even though he had reincarnated and changed his body, his soul was still the same. It had not changed. After his rebirth, without stopping, he set up a new alliance with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. This covenant was very restrictive, and there were almost no loopholes. Naturally, it restricted the bodies and souls of the allies. Therefore, even if Fang Yuan had changed his body, he couldn't go against the alliance. But the power of the alliance should be divided into two parts. One was in his soul. The other part is in my physical body. At most, I can only be considered as half an ally. Sigh. Even so, the damage from breaking the contract is too great. Even if it doesn't affect my body, my soul still can't bear it. There are probably many wisdom path Dao marks in this body. While thinking, Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he realized another point. He deeply remembered. When he had just become an immortal zombie, his brain could not work properly. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave. His mind was extremely slow. Later, he used wisdom path methods to make up for this flaw. Now that he had a fresh body, he felt that his mind was as agile as a horse stepping on a swallow. His inspiration was like a spirit spring gushing out. In the process of thinking, a large number of thoughts were generated like the beautiful waves in the sea. I finally don't need to use wisdom path Gu worms to make up for my lack of thoughts. At this moment, Fang Yuan's eyes were about to tear up. In the past, he still had to use Gu worms to generate thoughts to help him think. Now his physical body was alive. He could generate a large number of thoughts on his own. And there were many types of thoughts. There were evil thoughts, good thoughts, longing thoughts, empty thoughts, battle thoughts. There were evil thoughts, obsession thoughts. As long as a person is alive, the thoughts in their mind will be all-encompassing and complex. This is not strange. It is just that my thinking speed far surpasses mortals. Even under the light of wisdom, I can last for a long time. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan deduced that this body should have a lot of wisdom path Dao marks. But as for how many, Fang Yuan did not know. His thoughts were unprecedentedly clear. Even his previous body, before turning into an immortal zombie, might not even have a 10,000th of this. Other than wisdom path Dao marks, there will be no lack of fire path Dao marks. Fang Yuan looked at the flames on his body, his eyes flashing with brilliance. His flaming clothes were the rank 5 fire cape Gu. Once used, the whole body would burn in flames. The fire was harmless, but the effect was very grand and eye-catching. Huakong Dong also used this Gu, but his body was covered in flames. The height of the flames was no larger than an adult's forearm. But Fang Yuan's flames not only covered his body, they were extremely condensed. The height of the flames surpassed a grown man's forearm. Other than fire cape Gu, Fang Yuan also borrowed a rank 5 flying smoke Gu. Right now, Fang Yuan was flying in the air. That was the ability of flying smoke Gu. Behind Fang Yuan, there was a long trail of black smoke that was tens of feet long. Most importantly, the speed had far surpassed flying smoke Gu's limit. It could even match some mortal killer moves. While flying, he could hear the howling of the wind. The mountain below him was moving in reverse. Fang Yuan had an idea. It seems that there are not only fire path Dao marks, there are also many Dao marks for flying. He could finally fly. This way, Fang Yuan's flying master attainment level could be fully displayed. Being able to fly meant that he would be extremely agile in battle. Standing on the ground, he could only move left, right, front, back, or jump. But in the air, he could dodge in all directions above and below him. This was a qualitative change. His overall battle strength had risen by a level because of this Gu worm. Of course, currently Fang Yuan's battle strength was still very low among Gu immortals. If he met other southern border Gu immortals, he would have to use Attitude Gu to deceive them. I will try to avoid fighting. It would be best if I can catch up to Wuxia. I will expose his identity and meet up with He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing. Fang Yuan planned. Right now, Yitian Mountain was covered in a huge dream realm. If Wuxia did not go to Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan's special will would not be activated. Once the time was up, Fang Yuan's goo worms would self-destruct. But as long as Fang Yuan controlled the situation, there was a way to resolve it. That was to use He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing's help to gather goo worms and swap souls. After swapping souls, Fang Yuan would return to his body and be able to use goo worms to extract the special will from the goo worms. Here was the relationship between the soul, body, and thoughts. Just the body alone could not produce thoughts, the body provided the mind. The soul could produce thoughts, but they could not last for long, the mind was needed to store them, and the collision of thoughts was called thinking. When goo masters controlled goo worms, they usually used their thoughts. Wuxia's soul's thoughts were naturally different from Fang Yuan's. Thus he could not use Fang Yuan's goo worms. Time was pressing, Fang Yuan had to make full use of every second. Being able to fly in the sky allowed him to have a wide field of vision. Searching was 1,000 times easier than before. Along the way he found traces of battle many times. Goo immortals mostly fought in the sky. This characteristic was different from goo masters. Goo immortals had goo worms and time they could train their ability to fly. But goo masters usually could not. Therefore these battle scars were caused by the aftermath of the battle, which affected the ground of the mountain, and were not very obvious. Thankfully, southern border had many mountains. If it was northern plains with low terrain, it would be even less obvious. If it was eastern sea or western desert, it would be even worse. But even so, Fang Yuan did not catch up to his target. As he watched the sky gradually darken, his heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Sigh. He sighed at the sky, giving up on chasing. He changed his mind and quickly left. Fang Yuan was taking a huge risk while searching. Yitian Mountain had already become a troublesome place. Spectral Soul was refining goo to undergo tribulation. A large number of southern border goo immortals died. The commotion was so huge, more and more southern border goo immortals would definitely rush here to investigate. Wuxia and the rest met these southern border goo immortals who came to investigate. Wukong Dong, who Fang Yuan met, was also one of them. But the difference between the two was, the former was a northern plains goo immortal, he was suppressed by southern border goo immortals. Fang Yuan had the aura of a southern border goo immortal, he did not raise any suspicions. But if he continued to stay, even if Fang Yuan had attitude goo, it would not be safe. I left a large number of fake wills in my mind, but Wuxia did not come. Is it because of the southern border goo immortal's obstruction? Or did he find out my arrangements? Or is there something else? Fang Yuan guessed. Such a huge shadow sect, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has schemed for tens of thousands of years, he should have other arrangements. Even the businesses of Zombie Alliance in the various regions are quite abundant. Will Wuxia go to one of them? In the worst-case scenario, if he uses my identity to take my assets, what should I do? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once used Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate, they are in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land respectively. Even if Wuxia does not know the situation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, he can directly use fixed immortal travel to go to Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, right? After changing souls, the land spirit should be able to tell. But there are many ways to deceive the land spirit. The other party is a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan gradually stopped flying, floating in the air. The cold wind kept blowing and it seemed to be blowing into his heart. The night was getting darker, Fang Yuan's face was covered in a layer of darkness. Then where did Wuxia, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan go? Fixed immortal travel. The green light dissipated, Wuxia left southern border, arriving in central continent. Master? Before he could look around, a slightly weak voice entered his ears. It's me. Wuxia raised his head slightly, replying calmly. Chapter 1033. Master, please exchange a secret code. That weak voice spoke again. Wuxia spoke, 9 layers of heaven transformation. That voice continued, land is divided into 5 regions. Wuxia continued, 8,000 years and 10,000 achievements. That voice continued, will rule over all life. Next, with a loud thud, he knelt on the ground and spoke with a choked voice, Nu pays respects to master. Get up. Wuxia laughed heartily, looking at the kneeling Rockman Gu Immortal, he raised his hand. The Rockman Gu Immortal kowtowed 3 more times before standing up respectfully. But facing Wuxia, his arms were still hanging down, his body was half bent and his head was lowered, his gaze was only focused on Wuxia's feet, not daring to look at him directly. His Gu Immortal aura was dense, he was at rank 7. Wuxia used fixed immortal travel, he did not return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to snatch Danghun Mountain, but went to this secret base that Shadow Sect had set up in Central Continent. Wuxia's soul was originally a split soul of spectral soul demon venerable. Earlier he was straightforward and pure because the pure dream reality seeker physique had erased his soul's memories. Wuxia's memories had vanished, he was like a newborn baby, his shrewdness was naturally shallow. But intense battles of life and death were the best for tempering a person, and with the infusion of spectral soul's will in Red Lotus true inheritance, Wuxia had already recovered some of his memories, he naturally acted more maturely. He had experienced rebirth, he already knew of Fang Yuan's arrangements. Not only could he not use his goo worms, Fang Yuan's fake will was also in his mind. If he was not careful, his thoughts would be affected. He had a lot of goo worms and also a dazzling array of immortal goo, but Wuxia could only use fixed immortal travel. In this situation, he naturally would not foolishly run to Hu immortal blessed land. Even if he had methods to deceive the land spirit. He needed many goo worms to use them. If he entered Hu immortal blessed land without any preparations, the land spirit would definitely recognize him and expose his identity, that would be a huge problem. Thus, Wuxia used fixed immortal travel to come here first. To prepare. Bring me to the earth core first. Wuxia instructed. Yes, master. Gu Immortal Xianxia quickly responded. The two of them drilled into the ground and went down a winding secret tunnel until they arrived in front of a deep pit. This deep pit was extremely large, covering a radius of 100 miles. The yellowish-brown dust in the deep pit was thick and heavy, and it kept rolling. It was unstoppable. At the periphery of the pit, there were layers of goo formations healing, concealing, supporting and so on. Wuxia took a closer look and could vaguely see a ball of soul floating in the center of the smoke. He observed for a moment and sighed. This soul orb was naturally Bo Qing's soul. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed to pass the tribulation and was barely saved by the Shadow Sect's split soul yellow. But thousands of years had passed. Bo Qing's soul's injuries worsened. Not only did it not recover but it also weakened into a ball of soul. Bo Qing's soul was affected by the calamity, the water path Dao marks lingered around him and continued to be produced. Even though it was suppressed by the dense earth path Dao marks in the earth eye, it was not a permanent solution. It could only stall for time and not cure the root cause. Even with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's foundation, he was helpless against this. But Shadow Sect did not give up. To guard this place, Shadow Sect subdued a group of rockmen. With some guidance they nurtured a rockman Gu Immortal. This rockman Gu Immortal was Xianxia. Originally, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had planned for tens of thousands of years to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Even though Xianxia was only rank 7, he still had some battle strength. Unfortunately, when he was about to summon him back, an accident occurred. A wild one-eyed giant monkey appeared. Xianxia had no choice but to step forward and provoke the monkey, luring it away. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already been built. The situation was complicated and Shadow Sect had no time to deal with this matter, so they did not summon Xianxia back. This way Xianxia Gu Immortal could be said to have escaped with his life. In fact, Shadow Sect had many accidents in all aspects. Other than Xianxia, the most obvious example was Qin Bai Sheng's encounter with Feng Jioge. Spectral Soul wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, he wanted to defy heaven. Providence naturally stopped him. If Spectral Soul was an otherworldly demon, the situation would be better. Unfortunately, he was born and raised here, he was greatly obstructed by Providence. Shadow Sect's strength was not to be underestimated, they were spread across the 5 regions. Because of Providence's obstruction, they could not display their full strength. After Spectral Soul failed, Shadow Sect was also defeated, especially when Zombie Alliance was completely destroyed, they suffered disastrous losses. But there were still some arrangements left in the 5 regions. Like Gu Immortal Xianxia 15 minutes later. Where is this? Tai Bai Yunxing came out of Wuxia's immortal aperture. Why is this not Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Immediately after, He Lulan also came out of Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. The two looked around in confusion, they found they were in an underground secret room. The arrangements here were extremely crude. The two used investigative goo worms, they immediately found that this underground secret room was just a small corner of the entire underground maze. This is the tunnel where the rockmen live. That means this is underground? Tai Bai Yunxing said with some realization. Wuxia nodded, that's right. We have already returned to Central Continent, we are now in Earth Abyss. The stone men here had been moved here a long time ago. This is a secret base set up by Master. No wonder Fang Yuan sent Star Form Blessed Land into Earth Abyss. So Master had already set up a base in Earth Abyss. Tai Bai Yunxing smiled. So Fang Yuan's second blessed land is also in Earth Abyss. Wuxia noted it down, nodding his head without any change in expression. Zishan Makoto? Heilolan's heart jumped. She squinted as she stared at Wuxia, asking again, "Why did you not return to Hu Immortal blessed land directly?" Wuxia was prepared. He replied calmly, "It is not that I do not want to return. But now that my identity has been exposed, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals know about it. Although their speed of returning to Central Continent cannot compare to fixed immortal travel, don't forget that they have information path methods. Informing the 10 great ancient sects to attack Hu Immortal blessed land is such a simple matter. They must have already done it. If we return directly, we might fall into a trap. That's why I came back here first to gather information." "Then what did you find?" Heilulan asked. Wuxia sighed. "As I expected, my identity has been exposed. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects already know that we are the culprits behind the destruction of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Hu Immortal blessed land has already been surrounded, and the blessed land is being attacked." In an instant, Tai Bai Yunxing was shocked. "Danghun Mountain is still there. What do we do now?" Tai Bai Yunxing knew that Fang Yuan had already found the method to revive. This way, Hu Immortal blessed land's value would decrease greatly. What was more important was the cultivation resources in the blessed land. Danghun Mountain was the most important thing. With it, they would have an inexhaustible source of income. Wuxia sneered, "The loss of Hu Immortal blessed land is a foregone conclusion. The resources inside. Let the 10 great ancient sects keep it for now. I will take it back sooner or later. The most important thing now is to make preparations and let me recover my human body. Ugh." Wuxia's voice suddenly stopped. He showed a shocked expression. "What is it?" Tai Bai Yunxing quickly asked. Anger and hatred flashed in Wuxia's eyes. He smiled bitterly as he took out Fixed Immortal Travel's remnant body. "I was hit by Shadow Sect's move earlier. I forcefully activated Fixed Immortal Travel. Now it is destroyed." This. At once, Tai Bai Yunxing and Heilulan felt great regret. Fixed Immortal Travel was extremely useful. Now that it was destroyed, the three immortals felt their hearts bleeding. Wuxia was even more shocked and furious. Why did Fixed Immortal Travel self-destruct? It seems that this is a method left behind by Fang Yuan. Damn it. He not only schemed against me. He purposely used Fixed Immortal Travel on me to lure me to Etian Mountain. He even left behind this method. Since Fixed Immortal Travel can self-destruct, Fang Yuan's other Gu worms should also be able to do the same. Thinking of this, Wuxia could no longer sit still. He was still thinking of ways to subdue Fang Yuan's Gu worms. Fang Yuan's move had caught him unprepared. Intentional. It should be intentional. It seems that I need to use every second I have and borrow Immortal Gu to suppress his Gu worms. I cannot let them self-destruct. Wuxia shouted in his heart. He could not conceal the anxiety on his face. Tai Bai Yunxing felt something amiss. He asked in concern, "Fang Yuan, what is it now?" Wuxia's expression was grim. "This is a huge problem. I need to deal with it quickly, otherwise the other Gu worms will end up like Fixed Immortal Travel." Is there anything I can help you with?" Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and felt like a fire had been lit in his heart. He also became anxious. "You guys rest first. A Rockman will bring you to rest later. I can deal with this." After all, Master did not just leave behind this stronghold, he also left behind his connections. Wuxia said this and left. At the same time, Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. We broke through. We broke through. Haha, Hu Immortal blessed land has finally been broken through. I want to see how much benefits this kid Fang Yuan has obtained. Everyone, don't be impatient. Don't forget that Danghun Mountain is under the management of our 10 great ancient sections. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects rushed in, charging into Hu Immortal blessed land excitedly. Then, like a bucket of cold water, they were drenched from head to toe. Empty? How can it be empty? There is nothing here. How can this be? Where is Danghun Mountain? Where did Danghun Mountain go? Central Continent's Gu Immortals shouted. You are Lord Fengjioga? Hu Immortal Land Spirit opened her big watery eyes, taking the initiative to approach Fengjioga. Fengjioga was slightly dazed. That's me. My master told me to tell Lord, he has already taken everything that should be taken. As for this blessed land, we will directly give it to Lord's daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Hu Immortal Land Spirit said generously. What? Fang Yuan was faster than us. Didn't our joint deductions say he was still in southern border? Why did Fang Yuan only give Hu Immortal blessed land to Feng Kim Hong? Could it be that the two of them? Speaking of which, ever since the Refinement Path Convention, the two of them have been very close. This is something that all 10 sects know. The Gu Immortals muttered. Chapter 1034. Not long ago in time. Fang Yuan chased after Wuxia but to no avail. He stopped in the air, feeling dejected. Night shrouded the land, getting heavier. This was a cold night. Cold winds blew. Fang Yuan felt a chill in his bones. His original plan was very good. Making arrangements in his body, using fake will, special will, and purposely lending fixed immortal travel. According to Fang Yuan's estimation, this plan had a high chance of success. But the truth was he failed. Fang Yuan did not know that he had succeeded before, but because of Providence and Spring-Autumn Cicada, he failed at the last moment. Since he failed, Fang Yuan decided to face it. He did not try to escape or get lucky. The truth was he was mentally prepared. This was the result of hundreds of years of training in this world. Any plan, no matter how meticulous, would have a chance of failure. Even Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul's plan of tens of thousands of years, with such meticulous planning, didn't they still fail? Even the former demon Venerable failed, not to mention Fang Yuan. No matter which world, no one would not fail. Fang Yuan guessed Wuxia's situation. Currently, because of the obstruction of southern borders Gu Immortals, Wuxia had no time to go to Etian Mountain. This was the most likely possibility. If so, Fang Yuan's arrangements were still effective. Wuxia did not discover them. The situation was not that bad. Maybe if Fang Yuan continued to chase, he might be able to recover all his Gu worms and recover his peak battle strength. But this was only one of the possibilities. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not consider victory but considered defeat first. He liked to plan for the worst and make the most preparations. Then what is the worst situation? Fang Yuan floated in the night sky. He asked himself. The worst-case scenario would be if Wuxia discovered his trap. Then he would beat them at their own game and deceive Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan. He would go to Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land and empty Fang Yuan's resources. This situation was also very likely. From Fang Yuan's point of view, Wuxia was Spectral Soul's split soul. He had deep foundations. It was not hard to see through his arrangements. At the same time, the most important thing was that Etian Mountain had formed a gigantic dreamscape. The dream realm had become the biggest obstacle. Wuxia could not return to Etian Mountain. Spectral Soul's main body had already fallen into the dream realm. Wuxia definitely wanted to save his main body. But he had very few Dream Path Gu worms. His original body had many Dream Path Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu, but after his body self-detonated, whether these Gu worms would still exist was a huge question mark. Gu worms were very fragile. Even if it was an immortal Gu, a child could crush it with a pinch. Even if these Dream Path Gu worms survived, the dream realm was simply too huge. With Wuxia's current condition, he could not enter the dream realm to retrieve these Gu worms. Fang Yuan did not have any wishful thinking and immediately stopped chasing. They landed on a mountain below. Southern border had many mountains and forests. Fang Yuan leaned against the trunk of a tall pine tree, sitting cross-legged on a thick branch. He calmed his mind and activated Connecting Heaven Gu. From Hokong Dong. He borrowed 4 rank 5 mortal Gu. One was Flying Smoke Gu, one was Fire Cape Gu. The other two. They were Connecting Heaven Gu and Divine Sense Gu. The latter 2 Gu worms were standard for Gu Immortals. Using these 2 Gu worms they could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. And Jewel Yellow Skies was the #1 Gu Immortal exchange market in the 5 regions. It was not strange that Fang Yuan asked Hokong Dong for these Gu worms. Because if he had these mortal Gu, he could buy some suitable Gu worms from Jewel Yellow Skies. He would not have to run around naked. However, it would be impossible for him to borrow more. Even if Fang Yuan had Attitude Gu and Hokong Dong would not suspect him, the latter would think that Fang Yuan was taking advantage of him. Fang Yuan inspected these 4 Gu worms carefully before using them. There was no problem with Connecting Heaven Gu, but just as Fang Yuan was about to activate it, his body shook, his face was filled with shock. With his shrewdness, he had already reached the stage of not showing his emotions on his face. But at this moment, he was shocked to an unprecedented degree since his rebirth. Even when he found out that the mastermind behind Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan was not so shocked. His body and mind were shaken. He could not control the shock in his heart. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the night sky and the dense tree leaves. He was in a daze. Calm down. Fang Yuan blinked as he persuaded himself, but his breathing was already rough. His heart was beating rapidly. He entered his immortal aperture again. The second time. Fang Yuan sized up his brand new immortal aperture for the second time. His body shook again. He frowned, his muscles tensed subconsciously. An unimaginable scene of an immortal aperture appeared in his mind. What a mystical immortal aperture. If I did not witness it personally, I would not believe that such an immortal aperture exists in this world. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with this thought. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Spectral Soul spent tens of thousands of years to carry out this plan. He almost emptied Shadow Sect's foundation. What was it for? It was to refine the rank 9 sovereign immortal aperture goo. Looking at the entire goo refinement process. Firstly, the 10 extreme immortal zombies set up the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Secondly, the corpses of the goo immortals who died in southern border, as well as their immortal apertures, were used as goo refinement materials. Next, the zombie alliance members of the 5 regions, 100 immortal zombies went into the formation. Finally, the demon venerable's main body sacrificed himself to activate this 10 extreme formation. Finally, the myriad tribulations and grand tribulations were used to create glory. The difficulty of each step was unimaginable for even rank 8 goo immortals. Just the first step was to gather 10 extreme physiques. How difficult was that? Tens of thousands of years of planning and waiting, as well as some luck, to reach this step. Not to mention the steps after that. Such a price was paid, the sacrifices were unheard of. In the end, only one rank 9 immortal goo was produced. Even if Fang Yuan did not know the details, he knew that this sovereign immortal fetus goo had extraordinary power. Rank 9 immortal goo in the vast sea of goo worms had the status of a rank 9 venerable. They were extremely rare, extremely precious, and extremely powerful. Fang Yuan had come into contact with a rank 9 immortal goo. That was wisdom goo. Against wisdom goo, he did not even have the ability to refine it. He could only use the light of wisdom. It was like the most delicious meal in the world, he could only smell it. Even so, this fragrance was so beautiful, it gave Fang Yuan an unparalleled help. Without the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan would not have developed so rapidly and to this extent. Coincidentally, he came into contact with a second rank 9 immortal goo. Sovereign immortal fetus goo. This time, not only did he smell its fragrance, but he also swallowed this peerless feast in one gulp. The sovereign immortal fetus goo refined by Spectral Soul cannot be so simple, there must be a huge secret behind it. After rebirth, Fang Yuan had this thought. But he was busy chasing after Wuxia. He did not have time to explore the mysteries of this body. Fang Yuan's new body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus goo. But exploring its secrets, even though it was important, it was not urgent. The urgent matter now was to chase after Wuxia and take back his goo worms. Thus, Fang Yuan pushed this matter to the back of his mind. Right now, he failed to chase after Wuxia. He was preparing for the worst. He used connecting heaven goo to connect to jewel yellow skies. At this time, he looked at his immortal aperture for the first time. He was shocked to his core with just a glance. Because this immortal aperture's scenery was extraordinary, it far surpassed Fang Yuan's cultivation knowledge. This immortal aperture was clearly a rank 6 goo immortal blessed land, but the space inside was huge, extremely huge. How huge was it? Most rank 6 goo immortals' immortal apertures were middle or low grade. Low grade blessed lands were at most 3 million km2, middle grade blessed lands were over 3 million km2, but not more than 6 million km2. This was the situation for most rank 6 goo immortals. A small portion of rank 6 goo immortals like Tai by Yunxing had outstanding inheritances. They had deep foundations during their immortal ascension, thus they had high-grade blessed lands. High-grade blessed lands had an area of more than 6 million km2, but not more than 9 million km2. High-grade, middle-grade, and low-grade blessed lands included almost all the situations of rank 6 goo immortals. It was almost, because there was a special case. That was the 10 extreme goo immortals. Great strength true martial physique, northern dark eye soul physique, verdant great sun physique, Guyua desolatine physique. Once someone with one of the 10 extreme physiques became a goo immortal like He Lulan, they would have a super grade blessed land. Super grade blessed lands had an area of more than 10 million km2, but not more than 20 million km2. Super grade blessed lands were very rare. Because the 10 extreme physiques were rare to begin with, most of them would die prematurely. There were even fewer who could become immortals. Of course, once one became an immortal, just the space in the immortal aperture itself was a huge asset. The bigger the immortal aperture, the better, because the bigger it was, the more space path Dao marks it could hold, the more resources it could produce, and the higher the upper limit. Many goo immortals often encountered such troublesome matters during their cultivation. The Immortal aperture did not have enough space. The beast group inside was too big, it needed to be sold. The variant human population inside was exploding, it needed to be sold as slaves. There were too many plants inside, it had already affected the balance, a portion needed to be removed. Who didn't know that the larger the beast group, the more cubs they would produce each year? Who didn't know that the larger the population, the more variant humans there would be? Who would be willing to remove the plants they planted, to prevent them from growing longer and having higher value? But there was no other way. The Immortal aperture's space was here.